In the shadows of a clandestine profession, a high school student named Bain initially yearned to visit his adopted sister, only to find himself unexpectedly transported to a parallel world. As an apocalypse dawned and the undead arose, humanity became mere fodder for the ravenous corpses. Amidst this chaos, a notification chimed, binding of the system successful. Kill 10 zombies to obtain the ability of the friend of the dead. Bain emerged as the sole human impervious to zombie attacks. With the intent of locating his sister, this solitary youth embarked on his harrowing journey through the desolation. Along the way, he rescued a black dog, and thus, they became companions. Chapter 1. The crossing beneath a radiant sun and in the crisp air. The picturesque Chungfeng Park boasted a robust yellow fruit tree standing 19 meters tall. Perched upon one of its branches was a strikingly handsome youth, barely 17 or 18, exuding an air of sophistication and intellect. Could it be that I have perished in the midst of my own folly? He pondered, brow furrowed, as he gazed down at the horde of zombies below, their incoherent moans filling the air. The young man's name was Bain, a 17-year-old who, on the surface, was merely a high school student, an orphan, to be precise. He had a younger sister, Yu, with whom he had grown up in the same orphanage. At the age of 10, Bain was adopted by a benefactor, and thereafter, the siblings lost all contact. Recently, he had returned to the orphanage, only to learn that shortly after his departure, his sister had been adopted by a wealthy family. The kind-hearted director provided him with the family's address, which was located in the neighboring county. Elated, Bain resolved to pay them a visit the following day. That night, in celebration, he indulged in a lavish feast of frozen beef balls purchased from the market, relishing the solitude of his apartment. However, in the dead of night, an upheaval in his stomach compelled him to rush to the restroom. After a bout of relief, he wiped himself clean and rose, preparing to fasten his belt, when suddenly a wave of dizziness overcame him, and he collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. Upon regaining awareness, he found himself sprawled beneath a yellow fruit tree, his clothing stained with blood, and a bloody dagger clutched in his hand. Before him, a horde of zombies was advancing with a cacophony of groans. Terrified, Bain scrambled up the tree, leading to the moment where he now sat, deep in contemplation. In that instant, alien memories flooded his mind, revealing that he had crossed over into another version of himself in this world. This realm, ostensibly similar to his own, had undergone a drastic transformation 6 months prior, when the zombie outbreak began, leading to the mass extinction of humanity. Bain, it seemed, was among the fortunate few who had survived. Having procured a cache of supplies early on, I subsequently retreated into my rented apartment, enduring solitary days in isolation. The impetus for my departure this time stemmed from the dwindling food supplies at home, which were on the verge of depletion, barely lasting a week longer. I had initially hoped to venture out and chance upon some resources, but unexpectedly found myself beset by a horde of zombies. In the frantic escape, I suffered a laceration to my arm. Desperate not to succumb to the fate of becoming a zombie, I made the harrowing decision to end my own life. The prolonged solitude of half a year had driven me to madness, and now, the prospect of suicide appeared as a release. Without hesitation, I severed my throat, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. At that moment, an alternate version of myself from a parallel universe materialized. In other words, I had taken the place of my deceased self in the zombie-infested world. Perched upon a tree, I touched my neck, feeling only a pool of blood, yet thankfully, the wound had vanished. A glance at my arm confirmed that the damage inflicted by the zombie's grasp had also healed. Suddenly, a cold, mechanical female voice echoed within my mind. Ding. Welcome to the parallel world. Ding. System, Zombie Walker, successfully bound. Mission issued. Eliminate 10 zombies to gain the ability Zombie Ally, recognized as one of their own by zombies. For someone like me, who had come to terms with my transposition into this new realm, the arrival of the system was not particularly surprising. A familiar trope of novelistic narratives, transmigration coupled with a system. Yet, beyond these developments, I yearned to ascertain whether this version of me could locate my sister. The reason my former self had refrained from searching was the lack of an address for her. However, my situation differed, as I had arrived with the address in hand. Surveying my surroundings, I noted not just the ground below, but also the sparse figures of zombies scattered in the distance. Drawing the axe from my waist, I leapt from the tree. With no glance back, I sprinted desperately toward a nearby tree. After approximately half a minute of frantic running, I turned to discover I had significantly distanced myself from the pursuing zombies. Fortune favored me, as none among the horde exhibited remarkable speed. Relieved, I charged toward a solitary elderly zombie. With a swift strike, I dispatched it, the gruesome scene of shattered skull and splattered flesh unfolding before me. The old zombie fell, convulsing briefly before succumbing to stillness. The first zombie was effortlessly vanquished. As I continued, my proficiency increased. I maneuvered adeptly, twisting and turning, ultimately dispatching 10 isolated targets. Oh. When the last female zombie collapsed, lifeless upon the ground, the voice of the system echoed once more in his mind. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained the title of Zombie Ally. From now on, zombies will regard you as one of their own. What on earth does being a zombie ally have to do with slaying zombies? Bain found the logic of this task utterly perplexing. After congratulating him, the system fell silent. Bain attempted to engage with the zombies, but they paid him no heed. Meanwhile, those zombies that had been sluggishly pursuing him suddenly halted, soon wandering aimlessly, as if the delectable Bain, who had seemed so enticing moments ago, had vanished into thin air. A parallel world, perhaps. Surveying his surroundings, Bain resolved to return home first. With the ability of a zombie ally, he no longer needed to live in constant fear. It was half an hour later when he arrived at his rented apartment. The corridor was littered with decaying corpses, many of which had perished from trampling, indicating that a large-scale upheaval had occurred here. Bain's room was on the 3rd floor. He unlocked the door with his key. Inside, the room was orderly yet dimly lit. After taking a shower in the bathroom and changing into fresh clothes, he noted that the power had been out for quite some time, though fortunately, gas and water were still functioning normally. However, he surmised that such luck would not last long. After his shower, Bain pulled out a cardboard box from beneath the table. Upon opening it, he found a dozen loaves of bread, several packages of instant noodles, and a number of bottles of mineral water. This meager supply would last at most a week. He cooked 2 packets of noodles, and after finishing, he searched for a large hiking backpack. He filled it with all the food and water. The next moment, he retrieved a secret black box from under his bed, placing the weapons and tools inside the hidden compartment of the backpack. After organizing a few more items, he lay down early on the bed, planning to set out the next day to search for his sister in her county. After all, in his world, that sister, who shared no blood ties with him, was the only person he truly cared about. Yet, it had been 7 years since they last met. Would she even recognize him now? But what did it matter? There would be a way through the mountains when the time came. Having a goal to pursue was certainly preferable to languishing in aimless existence. With these thoughts, Bain gradually drifted into slumber, where he dreamt of his sister, her outline indistinct, smiling and beckoning to him. Chapter 2. Predicament City. Damn it. When will this rain cease? In the dimly lit room, several candles flickered. Beneath their glow, 3 burly men were idly playing cards. The eldest, a middle-aged man, laid down a pair of aces while glancing with displeasure at the gloomy weather outside. The middle-aged man, known as Lauda, was somewhat portly. Beside him stood his 2 younger brothers, Lair and Lazen. Lair, in his early 30s, was a tall and lean security guard with a rather fierce countenance. Lazen, nearly indistinguishable from his twin brother, was a mere scoundrel of society. In the early days of the zombie outbreak, Lazen sought refuge with his brothers, and the trio had since been surviving in a small convenience store. Lair expressed his frustration as he glanced at the meager supplies left in the room, turning to Lauda. Brother, if we continue to linger like this, we might truly starve to death. We need to devise a plan. To which Lauda shot him a disdainful look and discarded a winning hand, then turned his gaze toward a corner of the room where 4 women sat huddled. If it comes to it, we could always eat them. What do you think? Lair, taken aback, retorted, you must be joking, and then played a winning hand as the brothers continued their card game, lamenting their dire situation. Meanwhile, the 4 women crouched in the corner, trembling as the temperature dropped. They had no suitable clothing to keep warm. Among them were 2 striking women in their 30s. He Li and Zhang Yu, as well as He Hua, He Li's sister, and Zhang Xiaoxue, Zhang Yu's daughter. They were survivors trapped since the outbreak, having thought they were safe from the zombies, only to find themselves ensnared by humans. Indeed, these 4 women had been captured by the 3 brothers, who had once been colleagues of the 2 women. However, at this moment, past affiliations were irrelevant. The women had already suffered at the hands of the brothers. Had they not fiercely protected the 2 girls, they too would have likely faced similar fates. The brothers, devoid of any moral compass, spared the 2 girls not out of compassion but as a means to control the women, leveraging the girls to exert power over their mothers. In this age of dwindling resources, idly waiting for provisions was tantamount to awaiting death, while venturing out for food posed grave risks, given the hordes of zombies outside. Thus, the brothers resolved to send the women to scavenge for food while they sat back and reaped the benefits. Should the women attempt to escape, their sister and daughter would be left to endure memories of hell that would haunt them forever. MD, it is utterly meaningless. I shall cease. Big Brotherly has once again won a hand, slamming the cards onto the ground. He then entered the room behind him, filled with supplies. From one of the boxes, he retrieved 3 loaves of bread, tossing one to each of his 2 younger brothers. The 3 siblings, each with a loaf in hand, sat to the side, devouring their meal with gusto. Meanwhile, the four women in the corner could only look on helplessly. Zhang Xiaoxue could not suppress a swallow. Witnessing this scene, Big Brotherly savored his food even more delightfully. Once he had slowly and thoroughly consumed the last bite, he swaggered over to the four women in the corner. Upon observing He Li and Zhang Yu, their filthy forms, and the pungent male odor emanating from their bodies due to infrequent bathing, Big Brother Li momentarily lost his lust. Instead, his gaze fixed upon He Li's sister, He Hua. Compared to her sister, the untouched younger sibling appeared remarkably clean. His eyes glinted mischievously as he strode over and seized He Hua's long hair. Ah! The girl let out a cry as her hair separated from her scalp, and she instinctively grasped Big Brother Li's robust right hand with both hands, trying to alleviate her pain. Seeing this, He Li, usually submissive, immediately protested, "What are you doing? You promised not to harm her." She clawed and scratched at Big Brother Li like a frenzied mother cat. However, having been starved for so long, she lacked the strength to make any impact. With a thud, Big Brother Li merely kicked her 2 meters away, showing no mercy. Beside them, Zhang Yu dared not intervene. Tightly embracing her daughter, Zhang Xiaoxue, fearful that the anger would be redirected towards her child. Not far off, He Li lay on the ground, struggling to regain her composure as she glared at Big Brother Li through gritted teeth. "You promised not to touch my sister." Her voice was hoarse and filled with despair. At that moment, Big Brother Li released He Hua's hair and tossed her to the ground. He then stepped towards He Li, wearing a swaggering, roguish expression, and remarked, "Did I ever say that? I do not recall." He Li remained silent. Her teeth clenched as she glared at him. If looks could kill, Big Brother Li would surely have been slain 1,000 times over by He Li's gaze. Noticing that He Li dared to glare back, Big Brother Li, without hesitation, slapped her across the face. Smack! The sound echoed as He Li's hair flew in disarray. "MD, do you still dare to glare at me? You ought to consider who has been providing for you." He cursed before getting to the point. "The food supply is insufficient, understand? If you truly wish for us to cherish you, then venture out and procure some sustenance. I shall grant you 2 days. If you return empty-handed, you are well aware of the consequences." He Li remained silent, merely gritting her teeth and lowering her gaze. "Hey, I'm speaking to you. Did you hear me?" roared Leader Li. He Li's body trembled violently. I heard you. I shall go at once." Ultimately, she strained to rise from the ground. In the next instant, she steadied her unsteady form, opened the makeshift barrier outside the convenience store, and stepped into the rain. After He Li departed, Li Er and Li San retreated to the back room. As they entered, Li Er deliberately cast a glance at Zhang Yu, who happened to lock eyes with him. "What are you dawdling for? Come in." Li Er impatiently shouted. Zhang Yu hesitated for a moment, despite her reluctance. She ultimately set down her daughter and followed inside. "Hey, you two, exercise some restraint and pay attention to hygiene," Leader Li reminded them. To which Li Er and Li San only chuckled, saying nothing. Before long, a cacophony erupted from the back room. Leader Li sat on the sofa, perusing a restaurant menu, feigning ignorance or perhaps having grown accustomed to it. Meanwhile, in the corner, He Hua could only cradle the trembling Zhang Xiaoxue in her arms. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoxue was weeping profusely, yet stifling her cries, for every time she had wept aloud in the past, it had resulted in a brutal beating. When will this life ever come to an end? He Hua felt a creeping despair regarding her current situation. However, there was nothing she could do. She could only remain a burden, fiercely protected by her sister. If only someone could save us. The heroine of the fairy tale world, where are you now? The young girl could only pray in such a manner, fully aware that it was nothing but a futile hope. Chapter 3, No Redemption. Bang. Bayin leapt atop a BMW, creating a loud thud. The raucous noise drew the attention of nearby zombies, who turned their gaze towards Bayin. With a confident smile, he struck a pose to showcase his muscles. With a thunderous roar from the heavens, "I make my dazzling entrance. Shurima, your emperor has returned." However, what awaited him was not applause from an audience. On the contrary, the zombies, upon recognizing Bayin, lost all interest and resumed their prior activities. It seemed that, in their eyes, Bayin's allure was less captivating than the noise he had just made. Alas, being mistaken for one of their own by the zombies was indeed a blessing, yet simultaneously, this monotonous journey, shunned by all and devoid of conversation, inevitably breeds a sense of solitude and ennui. With a sigh, Bayin leaped from the rooftop of the vehicle, continuing his leisurely stroll towards the destination. Ahead, an elderly zombie was in pursuit of a plastic bag whisked away by the wind. Unfortunately, it stumbled upon a stone and tumbled to the ground with a resounding thud. Looking utterly disheveled, TSK. Observing this spectacle, Bayin shook his head, wearing an expression of resignation, and remarked, "Age brings wisdom. Dear sir, you ought to relent." Suddenly, he lost his footing, having been so engrossed in the scene that he neglected a muddy puddle beneath him. He slipped and fell hard, landing unceremoniously. Feeling as though his backside had split in two, the pain excruciating. As he struggled to rise, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Ding. Mission issued. Show respect to the elderly and assist the old man to his feet. Reward. Nearby food location. Glancing at the fallen zombie, Blackie noted its futile efforts to rise. Why not simply provide me with food? He pondered, curious about the method the system would employ to deliver the reward. Would it conjure a rift in time and space, from which a shadowy hand would stretch forth to present him with provisions? Or perhaps a supply drop would descend from the heavens, containing his bounty? Yet, all these musings were merely idle speculation. Blackie soon found a long stick nearby and, with a determined effort, prodded the zombie's clothing with it, finally managing to hoist the creature upright. He was wary of direct contact. A mere scratch could lead to infection. So this method seemed the most prudent. Once upright, the zombie ambled away in a daze, offering no acknowledgement to Blackie. However, he was accustomed to this lack of interaction. If zombies possessed any significant engagement, surely his journey would not feel so dreary. Ding. Mission accomplished. Food location revealed. To your left, the Black 9 supermarket, in the basement. Following the System-S guidance, Blackie made his way to the Black 9 supermarket, which lay merely a mile ahead. The entrance stood wide open, the glass doors shattered, revealing a grim array of skeletal remains, victims of a prior stampede. Outside, a few zombies lingered, while inside, an improvised barricade of tables and chairs had been hastily erected. Was there someone lurking within? Upon seeing this defensive line, Blackie couldn't help but ponder such a thought. However, as he approached, he soon discerned that this line bore several significant breaches. Moreover, the dust on the ground, the dried bloodstains, and the rusted iron legs of benches made it all too easy to ascertain the lamentable truth. This defensive line had long been neglected. Indeed, it was likely a makeshift barrier established during the initial outbreak of the undead, and it evidently served little purpose now. Apart from a slight commemorative significance, it possessed no practical value whatsoever. Attempting to enter through one of the breaches, Blackie inadvertently stumbled upon a fresh, muddy footprint on the ground. It seemed to have been made not long ago and appeared to belong to a woman. Blackie thought little of it, suspecting it might have been left by a female zombie. Yet, driven by curiosity, he followed the footprint into the interior of a supermarket. Upon entering, he discovered that the shelves, along with provisions from other areas, had been completely stripped bare. Only some inedible household items lay scattered about, unattended. It was evident that this place had been thoroughly ransacked. Blackie chose to ignore this for the moment and continued to trace the footprints. Ultimately, he found that the prints led up the stairs to the second floor. Something felt amiss. Blackie began to realize that if this footprint was indeed left by a zombie, the walking pattern would not appear so deliberate. Were not zombies creatures that wandered aimlessly? Furthermore, how could one ascend the stairs so purposefully? It seemed unlikely they would exhibit such decisiveness. Blackie's suspicions grew. He increasingly believed that the owner of the footprint was a living woman. He followed the prints up to the second floor. Along the way, the traces grew fainter, and after a while, they vanished altogether. Fortunately, his target soon came into view. The second floor was eerily quiet, devoid of any undead presence. Ahead, on the ground, lay a woman, disheveled and clad in tattered clothing. Blackie hesitated before approaching. He squatted down and gently pushed aside the hair that obscured her face, revealing a human female. She appeared to be in her early 30s, slender, and strikingly beautiful, with long black hair. Yet, she clearly suffered from long-term malnutrition. Her complexion pale and gaunt, her hair split and unkempt. The woman was soaked. Despite having been washed by the rain, her clothes still emanated a pungent odor. As a man, Blackie was all too familiar with that scent. QJ? The term immediately sprang to mind. Surely, something dreadful must have befallen this woman, otherwise she would not be clad in such rags. This was a city. Whenever one steps outside, if one is willing, new garments are certainly within reach. However, the woman remains clad in a foul-smelling tattered garment. Blackie speculates that the woman likely wishes to avoid appearing too immaculate to evade potential harm. Thus, she continues to don this repugnant attire, seemingly to dissuade any inappropriate advances from men. Of course, all this is mere conjecture. The truth remains elusive to Blackie. Yet, one thing is certain, the woman is alive. Blackie is eager to perform a good deed by offering assistance, perhaps even extracting valuable information from her. At the very least, having a companion to converse with would be beneficial. Chapter 4, Theft Rustling. When Healy awoke, she found herself nestled in a warm bed, covered by what appeared to be a freshly purchased clean sheet. As she surveyed her surroundings, she realized she was in a cramped room, likely a tidied storage space. A candle flickered on the counter beside her bed, and a wooden door stood nearby. Opposite the door, a large window was wide open, revealing the pitch blackness of the night. How late could it be? Panic surged within her as she hurriedly sat up, fearful of oversleeping. Bosley had only granted her 2 days. If she failed to return within that time frame, her sister would surely face dire consequences. Anxiously, Healy searched for a way to discern the time. Ultimately, she spotted a dusty electronic clock on the desk across from her bed, displaying March 26, 2021, 21:22. Realizing it was still the same day she had left, a weight lifted from her heart. Glancing again, she noticed 2 pieces of bread and a bottle of mineral water next to the clock, seemingly left for her, which surprised her. Her stomach grumbled in response to the presence of food. Healy licked her lips, hesitating for a moment, but ultimately tore open the packaging and began to devour the food ravenously. Outside the door, Bain heard the commotion within and realized she had awakened. However, he refrained from greeting her immediately. After all, few women would wish to be seen in such a disheveled state while voraciously consuming food. Bain was situated within a vast warehouse, which contained a small room in its corner, the very place where Healy now resided. The warehouse was cluttered with various cardboard boxes, housing electric fans and other household appliances. Bain sat beside one of the boxes, leaning against his travel bag. A candle lit beside him on the ground. As he gazed at the dazzling candlelight, Silver pondered how to introduce himself. After all, regardless of the world, he had never had a normal experience interacting with women. Indeed, Silver harbored a certain fear of women. Cough, cough. At that moment, Healy, who was inside the room, suddenly erupted into a fit of coughing, likely having choked on her food in her haste. Consequently, the next logical step would be to open a bottle and drink some water. However, Silver did not hear the sound of drinking. Bang! Thunderous crash. Ouch! Instead, he heard something tumble to the ground, followed by Healy's startled exclamation as she seemed to stumble. Are you all right? Silver hurriedly pushed the door open, only to find Healy in a disheveled heap on the floor. The mineral water rolled by his feet, still unopened. It appeared that Healy had accidentally knocked it over while reaching for it, and then stepped on it, causing her fall. He picked up the mineral water with his left hand and extended his right hand to help her up. Did you save me? Thank you. Healy stammered as Silver handed her the water with a gentle smile. It's nothing. She twisted off the bottle cap and gulped down nearly half of it, revealing her thirst. My name is Healy, and I am a teacher at a Sand Middle School. Oh, really? What a coincidence. I happen to be a student there. Silver replied, a hint of nervousness underlying his words, as he had often taken half-semester leaves for various special reasons. A Sand Middle School encompassed both junior and senior high, and Silver was currently a sophomore there. Is that so? What is your name, classmate? Healy inquired. Her spirits evidently lifted upon learning he was from her school. I'm Silver, he said cheerfully, then added, by the way, Ms. He, are you alone? Is there anyone else? He cautiously probed, noticing a flicker of evasiveness in her expression. Well, there are a few others. They are waiting for me at home. Healy appeared to be intentionally withholding something, her demeanor somewhat awkward. Silver sensed her discomfort and chose not to press further. Simply stating, it's dangerous to walk alone at night. Let us stay here for the night. If possible, could you introduce me to the others tomorrow morning? Sure, welcome. Thus, the two spent the night in silence. Healy seemed to deliberately avoid any further conversation, retreating to the small room and falling asleep. Silver, on the other hand, casually made a makeshift bed on the ground outside, settling for simplicity. Finding substantial food in the supermarket was quite challenging, yet other supplies were not lacking. He managed to gather 2 thick blankets. That night, she slept soundly. It must have been around 6 the next morning when dawn began to break. Healy quietly rose from her bed, moving as stealthily as a thief as she opened the door to her room. Peering through the crack, she spotted Bain lying on the floor, covered by a blanket, eyes closed, breathing softly and evenly. As she opened the door, it creaked slightly. But Healy was cautious enough that the sound was inconsequential. She carefully approached Bain's travel bag, lifted it gently, and then silently departed. Only when she reached the ground floor from the second floor of the supermarket did she quicken her pace, hurrying towards the school with the bag slung over her shoulder. At that moment, her heart raced, a mix of relief at her success and anxiety over her thievery. I'm sorry. She repeatedly apologized in her mind, simultaneously seeking justification for her actions. But I had no choice, my classmate. I'm truly sorry. In Healy's perspective, discreetly taking the items was the best solution. If she did not return the food within the stipulated time, her sister would face dire consequences. Healy had considered whether to confide in Bain about her predicament and seek his assistance, yet she perceived him as too young, merely a child in her eyes. If he were to confront Lee and his gang, it would only lead to Bain's misfortune. Thus, enveloped in guilt and unease, Healy opted to return to school. Meanwhile, Bain, having just awakened from a rare restful sleep, was taken aback to find his bag mysteriously vanished. Stretching, he felt a moment of confusion. Teacher, he rose and opened the ajar door, only to discover the small room was empty. Entering, he touched the mattress, which was cold, indicating that someone had departed long ago. Even with his limited intellect, he understood what had transpired. Humanity, he mused, rubbing his eyes in resignation. It wasn't the food he mourned, but rather the tools and weapons concealed in the hidden compartment of his travel bag. Chapter 5. The Villain, San Middle School. Healy returned with a large bag full of food. Originally, Bai Yin's bag had not contained such an abundance of provisions. Just yesterday, before Healy had awakened, Bai Yin had followed the system's instructions to the basement, where he discovered several boxes of bread in a very concealed room. After taking some items and placing them into her own bag, the remainder was concealed by him. Little did they expect that the very possessions hastily stowed away would soon fall into the hands of others. Healy's excursion proved to be quite fruitful. While she and the other 3 women sat anxiously in the corner, Boss Lee and his companions excitedly retrieved various foods from their bags, laughing heartily. Ah, splendid. Truly remarkable. It is no wonder I chose such a capable woman, Boss Lee proclaimed with a sense of pride as he emptied the contents of the bag. Ultimately, he even discarded the clothing within, revealing garments belonging to a man. Upon discovering men's attire in the bag, Boss Lee furrowed his brow and directed his gaze toward Healy, inquiring, "By the way, where did you acquire these?" Healy candidly replied, "I encountered a survivor and took them." A survivor, just one? Was it a man or a woman? A man, just him, probably around 17 or 18 years old. It turned out to be a mere youth. Hearing this, Boss Lee felt a sense of relief. After extracting all the clothing and daily necessities from the bag, he glanced at the bread strewn across the ground and frowned, complaining, "You go through all this trouble, yet why didn't you discard these useless items from the start? You could have freed up some space for food." "I'm sorry, the situation was urgent, and I didn't think that far ahead." It won't happen again, she mumbled apologetically, fully aware that he was not one to reason with. Boss Lee, adopting an air of magnanimity, stated, "Very well. I shall forgive you this time. However, the 4 of you will forego dinner tonight. You can eat tomorrow. After all, you just had a loaf of bread this morning. Didn't you? As the books say, a person can survive without food for 7 days. Wait, Healy's heart sank at this proclamation. At least give the children something to eat. They're still growing. As she spoke, she edged closer, extending her hand in a gesture reminiscent of begging. Boss Lee shot her a disdainful glance, warning, "Don't think I'm unaware. You undoubtedly snacked on plenty during your return. I won't hold it against you. But don't test my patience." In reality, when leaving that morning, Healy had been too preoccupied with hastening back to steal any food. Yet, Boss Lee did not deem her to be so honest. However, Healy did not wish to delve into this matter. She merely pleaded, "Please, at least give the children something to eat. They truly cannot endure any more hunger. I beg you." Her voice quivered with desperation as she extended her hand closer in supplication. Boss Lee caught a whiff of the foul odor emanating from her clothing and could not help but display a hint of disgust. Bang! With a forceful kick, he sent Healy sprawling over 2 meters away. He then bellowed, "Stop being so ungrateful. I've already been exceedingly courteous to you. If you continue to pester me, I'll make sure you forego hungry for 3 whole days. Damn it, you're just asking for a beating." Li Lao's anger surged, his chest heaving violently. At that moment, Li Lao approached with a box to gather the food, attempting to mediate. "Hey, brother, don't let her get to you. It's not worth it, really." Li Lao chimed in, "Exactly, brother. It's unnecessary. It's not worth ruining your health over." The 3 brothers swiftly and cheerfully packed away all the food into the inner room, completely indifferent to Healy's feelings of grievance and fury as she lay on the ground. "Sister," Hihua approached, her heart aching as she helped Healy to her feet. Instantly, Healy broke into a smile, saying, "It's all right, sister's here." Then, lowering her voice, she whispered, "Look, what is this?" Healy discreetly opened her clothing pocket. Curious, Hihua leaned in, only to discover an abundance of jerky nestled within. Her expression turned to one of disbelief. Healy quickly made a shushing gesture, leading her sister back to the corner where Zhang Yu and her daughter were located. Eventually, while the 3 brothers were napping, Healy stealthily divided the jerky among the others. The jerky, extracted from her clothing, emitted a faint odor. Yet, given the current circumstances, no one seemed to mind. It was a delightful treat. This small bounty was something Healy had exerted great effort to find the previous day before encountering Bai Yin. During noon, Li Lao-san was awakened from his slumber by an urgent need to relieve himself. As he stepped outside, he inadvertently spotted Zhang Xiaoshui seemingly munching on something. He hurried over to the 4 girls, who appeared alarmed. Instinctively, they shielded Zhang Xiaoshui from him, but he forcefully pushed them aside. Grabbing Zhang Xiaoshui, he pulled her out, despite her small fist tightly clenching in defiance. However, her petite strength was no match for Li Lao San, who easily pried her hand open. In her palm, he discovered a small piece of uneaten jerky. Oh, so you dare to hoard and snack in secret. Smack. A slap landed squarely on Zhang Xiaoshui's face, leaving a mark. The little girl bit her lip to suppress her tears, fearing that if she cried out, she might receive another beating. Silently, he nestled into the embrace of his mother. Zhangyu. Li Laosan popped a small piece of jerky into his mouth, undeterred by its peculiar flavor, and chewed it a few times before swallowing. He then turned to He Li, extending his hand. What about the rest? You'd best hand it all over, or I'll have my elder brother deal with you. Li Laosan was no fool. He understood that the jerky could only have been brought back by He Li, who had ventured outside. However, he was reluctant to share it with his two elder brothers. Thus, he resolved to employ threats to procure all the jerky for himself. He Li felt a twinge of embarrassment, muttering softly, "There's none left." None left? Li Laosan furrowed his brow. His younger sister, He Hua, worried that Li Laosan might report to Li Laoda, quickly offered the remaining pieces of jerky she had not yet consumed. There are just 2 pieces left. There's a little bit more. He Hua trembled as she extended the jerky. As Li Laosan accepted it, he roughly squeezed He Hua's hand, taking the opportunity to intimidate her, causing her to retract her hand in fright. Li Laosan chuckled mischievously. At that moment, Zhang Yu also handed over her solitary piece of jerky, saying, "I only have this left." Li Laosan took it and immediately placed it in his mouth, declaring, "I'll let you off this time. If you come across such delicacies again, do let me know. Who knows? I might be in a good mood and save some for you." Yes, thank you," He Li replied, forcing a smile. Li Laosan then turned to glance at Li Laoda, who was blissfully asleep on the sofa at the entrance of the shop, thinking to himself that his elder brother was indeed as oblivious as a pig, not waking up despite all the commotion. But Li Laosan was pleased by this, for it meant he would not have to share the jerky with anyone. Though there were only a few pieces, they were still a rare treat. At that moment, Li Laosan remained unaware that not far from their location, a pair of indifferent eyes was quietly observing them. In the afternoon, after waking, Li Lao scratched at his itchy back. Once he had finished, he noticed that his nails were caked with grime, feeling sticky all over. He decided to take a bucket and head to the school bathhouse adjacent to the shop. He intended to take a cold shower, but upon turning on the faucet, he discovered that the water had been shut off. Damn it! After several attempts and trying different faucets, he was met with the same disheartening result. No water flowed. Gradually, Li Lao began to sense that something was amiss. Upon returning to the shop, he informed his brothers, "We're in trouble, brothers. The bathhouse has no water." "What?" Li Laoda replied, taken aback, and hurried to the bathroom inside, turning on the faucet. As expected, the shop too was devoid of water. In the desolate world, the cessation of water supply poses a significant predicament. The 3 brothers had previously grown accustomed to relying on the school's faucets. Now, with the sudden interruption of water, their unease became palpable. "Brother, what are we to do now?" Li asked, while Li furrowed his brow, feigning contemplation. In the next moment, he directed his gaze towards He Li in the corner and commanded, "You, come here." He Li approached with trepidation, forcing a strained smile. "Is there something you need, Brother Li?" Lido wasted no time. "The school has cut off the water supply. You must quickly find a safe place outside that has water. We need to relocate. As per our usual arrangement, I'll give you 2 days. If you don't return," he cast a glance at He Hua and Zhang Xiaoxue in the corner, his malevolent gaze unmistakable. The 2 girls recoiled in fear, retreating behind Zhang Yu. I understand." He Li felt an overwhelming fatigue, not just physically but psychologically as well. She even contemplated ending her struggles, yet felt compelled to persevere. Her primary motivation for survival was her younger sister, her longtime friend Zhang Yu, and her daughter, Zhang Xiaoxue. Dragging her already weakened body, He Li ventured outside once more. "Here, take this." As she departed, Lida tossed her a travel bag and added, "Bring back some food. I don't ask for much, just fill it halfway." "Fill it halfway? Is that not considered excessive?" He Li cursed silently but felt powerless. Ultimately, she could only shoulder the bag and leave. As she exited the school, she encountered a few scattered zombies along the way. However, He Li had long since acclimated to greeting these creatures. As long as she remained stealthy and avoided making noise, she could evade detection. After all, zombies typically possessed limited intelligence. Yet, while the notion seemed idyllic, reality was starkly cruel. He Li had somewhat overestimated her physical resilience. In truth, as she was about to step through the school's gates, her anemia and malnutrition struck her, causing her head to spin. In an instant, she collapsed to the ground, making intimate contact with the iron gate of the school. Bang! The gate emitted a resounding clatter upon impact, shattering the tranquility of the area. Instantly, all nearby zombies shifted their attention toward her direction. "Oh no!" The zombies, upon noticing He Li, began to converge upon her. Their speeds varied. Some moved sluggishly, while others approached with a velocity comparable to an ordinary person's sprint. Upon witnessing the dire circumstances, Healy was instantly seized by panic. By the time she rose to her feet, a ravenous zombie had already lunged towards her, its mouth agape, ready to devour her. In a state of sheer terror, Healy collapsed back onto the ground, instinctively raising her hands to defend herself, even though she knew it was futile. Was her life truly destined to end here? A bitter taste lingered in her heart. Ironically, as a teacher, she found herself in her final moments having stolen from a student. Surely, that child harbored immense resentment towards her now, did they not? Yet, even if she faced their wrath, Healy felt she had no justification. After all, it was only natural. Farewell, dear sister. She had already mentally prepared herself for the inevitable assault of the zombie. Just then, bang! A shadow abruptly appeared before her, delivering a powerful kick that sent the zombie flying. In the next instant, Healy was swept off the ground and hoisted over someone's shoulder, as if she were a bride being abducted by a bandit, and they dashed away with incredible speed. Healy, bewildered, turned her head to glance back while being carried, only to catch a fleeting glimpse of this person's silhouette. Yet, she instantly recognized him. It was Bain. Chapter 7. The plan tat-tat-tat, gradually distancing themselves from the horde of zombies. They rushed into a bubble tea shop with its doors flung wide open. In the next moment, with a resounding thud, the door was kicked shut, plunging the room into darkness. Bain then set Healy down without uttering a word, striding purposefully towards the illuminated staircase leading to the second floor. Healy hesitated momentarily, but ultimately decided to follow him. Eventually, she found Bain in a bedroom on the second floor, leaning against the open window, observing the situation below. Thank you. Healy approached, feeling somewhat awkward. Bain turned around, his expression inscrutable as he regarded her for a few moments. Overcome with guilt, Healy lowered her gaze. She stood there, akin to a remorseful schoolchild. Had she nothing else to say prior? Bain resumed his watch out the window. Healy opened her mouth, stammering. Why yes, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have taken your belongings. I was wrong. Indeed, it was theft. Her voice dwindled to a whisper, wishing desperately to vanish from sight. The shame of committing such an error as a teacher was unbearable. First, return my bag. Bain turned, extending his hand. Healy quickly removed the bag and handed it over with both hands. Bain accepted it and sat down on the bed, unzipping the bag and probing its bottom. Fortunately, it remained intact and unyielding. This group of individuals failed to notice the hidden compartment at the bottom of the bag. Perhaps they were so overwhelmed by the joy of food that they neglected to look. Bain unzipped the concealed pocket and retrieved a small black box from within. Healy, surprised to find such an item in the bag, watched as Bain opened the box, revealing 2 razor-sharp daggers, 2 bags of black powder, and 3 packets of white powdery granules. Certainly, these could not be drugs. Bain would never engage with such harmful substances that endanger both others and oneself. It is precisely because of such abominable items that countless heroic narcotics officers have sacrificed their lives, often without even leaving behind a name. In contrast, some mentally unstable individuals attempt to absolve drug-addicted celebrities, advocating for their return to the limelight. If celebrities can make a comeback, can the fallen narcotics officers be resurrected? Ugh, what a grotesque and twisted circle. The black and white powders in Bain's possession were not drugs. They were merely items that he occasionally required during his missions. As the black box faced away from Healy, she remained oblivious to its contents. Bain closed the box and placed it back in the hidden compartment of the travel bag, stating, I do not intend to forgive you. After all, I have no obligation to do so. Yes. Healy lowered her head in disappointment, acknowledging the validity of his sentiment. However, she then added, by the way, Bain shifted the conversation. I truly did not expect your daughter to be my classmate. Upon reflection, you two bear quite a resemblance. My daughter? Healy was momentarily taken aback. Bain countered, isn't he your daughter? No, she is my sister. The realization that she had stolen her sister's classmate's belongings made Healy feel increasingly embarrassed. Yet, simultaneously, she pondered whether she appeared so old as to be mistaken for the mother of such a large child. I see. I couldn't hear your conversation clearly from such a distance. So, you 4 were controlled by those 3 men? How could you? As the rightful owner of the lost items, shouldn't you try to search for them? Moreover, you are a teacher at A3. Isn't it reasonable for me to visit the school and hope for some luck in finding them? Healy began to understand. Bain implied that he had visited the school after her departure and had coincidentally observed the situation at the convenience store. I remember now. You are Bain, my sister often speaks of you. Attempting to bridge a connection, she was met with Bain's unyielding retort. Nonsense. Healy was left speechless, while Bain continued, I frequently take long leaves. Thus far, during my 2 years at A3. The total number of days spent attending classes has barely accumulated to 2 months. Your sister, being the belle of the class, is surrounded by so many admirers. Does she truly have time to mention me in your presence? Indeed, my high school life has been nothing short of transparent. The root of this predicament lies with the boss, the very man who once rescued me from the orphanage. Due to our peculiar arrangement, I am frequently assigned tasks, most of which require traveling out of town, with scarcely any short-term assignments in sight. As Healy's lies were unceremoniously exposed, she appeared visibly uncomfortable. Yet, I chose to address the matter directly. I intend to venture to the neighboring county. Given your connection with your sister, I might be inclined to lend a hand before I depart. After all, your mischief bears no relation to her, correct? In this modern era, it seems even the act of sitting has been rendered obsolete. It is merely a matter of whether you are willing to speak the truth to grant me entry. Regarding Hihua, I owe her a favor from the past. Naturally, that princess has likely forgotten that trivial matter. Is this acceptable? I hope you will not regard me as a mere child this time. Ah, that is not the case. Healy did indeed view me as a child previously. However, upon closer inspection, she realized I might genuinely be of assistance, particularly with the axe hanging at my waist. Stained with dark blood, evidence of battles fought against zombies. This indicates that I am a seasoned survivor. In short, I should not be weaker than her. As Healy spoke, she recounted her experiences following the outbreak, occasionally pausing to wipe away tears when recalling sorrowful moments, presenting a heart-wrenching visage. Nevertheless, I showed no sympathy, simply stating, "If you must cry, keep your voice down. You wouldn't want to attract the zombies. Also, do mind your nose. It's quite unbecoming." Consequently, Healy ceased her tears, for she, after all, is a person of dignity, particularly in the presence of someone over a decade her junior. After listening to her narrative, I remarked, "To summarize, those 3 scoundrels are directing you to find a source of water, correct?" Yes, she replied. "But isn't that fortuitous? There is water right here." "Here?" Healy exclaimed, hurrying to confirm. "Really?" "No, that is a lie," I retorted. "But what does it matter? They cannot discern the truth. Simply tell them there is water available. Do you have a plan?" A flicker of hope ignited in her eyes. I rose from the bed, slinging my bag over my shoulder as I exited the room. "Wait here for a moment. I will step out and return shortly." Silver departed through the front door on the first floor. The creaking sound of the door as it opened was quite pronounced. Healy was greatly concerned that the other party might attract the attention of zombies. Silver returned 2 hours later, bearing a new, bulging bag upon his back. As for his own bag, it remained strapped to him, considerably flattened. Healy, taken aback, was left wondering what treasures lay within the new bag. Silver tossed the bag onto the bed and approached to unzip it. With a rustle, an abundance of bread mixed with bottled water tumbled out. Healy's eyes sparkled with incredulity. Silver remarked, "This is my last stock. If these baits fail to catch any fish, then you must blame your misfortune." Chapter 8. Lies. Gurgle. Healy, gazing at the food, felt her stomach rumble involuntarily. An immediate flush of embarrassment crossed her face, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. "Let us eat something. We can chat while we dine." Silver was the first to seize a loaf of bread. Tearing open the packaging and taking a hearty bite, Healy nodded in agreement and followed suit, though she ate demurely, aware of Silver's presence beside her. From the newly filled bag, Silver retrieved a bottle of fine white liquor, proclaiming his plan. "I have added some medication to this liquor. You merely need to take it back and have them drink it." He then unzipped the outer compartment of the new bag, revealing a small tin containing mint candies. "I have mixed the antidote with these candies. When you return, administer them in advance. Just 1 for each person, to avoid those scoundrels testing the poison or forcing them to drink." "All right, I understand." Healy nodded repeatedly, taking the tin of mint candies. Upon opening it, she discovered that the candies were coated with a peculiar black powder. "Is this powder the antidote? What else could it be?" Silver observed the liquor in his palm, turning it over thoughtfully. Unless one scrutinized it closely, it was nearly impossible to discern the tiny hole that had been punctured in the cap, a mark made when Silver had administered the drug. He had later sealed the puncture with red paint, blending seamlessly with the red cap. "What kind of drug is it?" Healy felt a flutter of anxiety within her. Silver shot her a glance, placing the liquor back into the bag. "A soporific that induces unconsciousness, or a poison that leads to demise. Which do you prefer?" Healy fell silent, momentarily engulfed in contemplation. Observing her reaction, Silver chuckled. "You are quite benevolent, still concerned about moral integrity at a time like this. Rest assured, it is merely a tranquilizer and will not lead to fatality." Upon hearing these words, Healy visibly exhaled in relief. Bain could discern that Healy was not yet prepared to take a life. Internally, he muttered, "This woman is not up to the task." Consequently, he completely abandoned any thoughts of forging a partnership with her. Bai had resolved that once he dealt with the three men, he would part ways with He Li and her companions. While it is undeniably important to have a conversation partner, if the other party is excessively naive and their ideologies clash, then it is unnecessary to force an alliance. Physical frailty is not an issue. However, if one's mind and spirit are similarly weak, it becomes an unequivocal burden. A loaf of bread was swiftly consumed, and in the face of Bai, who had only eaten half, He Li felt somewhat embarrassed to take a second. Bai remarked, "If you wish to eat, then do so, at this juncture. Is there really a need to be concerned about appearances?" Hesitantly nodding, He Li still felt some shyness. When she partook of the second loaf, her demeanor was even more refined than with the first. "If you intend to return today, it is advisable to leave at dusk." He Li, puzzled, inquired, "Why is that?" Bai offered an explanation. "Because humans are creatures of the night. Departing at dusk will ensure that by the time you reach the school, it is nearly dark. Moreover, that group of scoundrels is most likely to be drinking in the evening. After all, what pleasure is there in drinking if not to sleep afterward? The likelihood of drinking during the day is considerably lower, is it not? Ah, so that is how it is." He Li's understanding dawned. An anticipation began to blossom within her. "Thank you very much." She expressed her gratitude, yet Bai paid it little heed. He simply rose and stated, "I will check the nearby store for any useful items. Remain here and do not wander off." "All right then. Please be careful." Their brief separation ensued. And when Bai returned, it was already dusk. "Let us go. You lead the way, and I shall follow behind." Thus, they embarked on their journey. However, despite his verbal promise to follow, He Li turned back several times along the way but found no trace of Bai. Anxiously, she halted and scanned her surroundings. Oh no. At that moment, a small pebble struck her head, causing her to exclaim in pain. Immediately thereafter, from behind a vehicle, Bai Yin's voice emerged. "Are you embroidering here? If you do not return soon, night will fall." His tone carried a hint of exasperated reproach. However, He Li felt no disappointment. On the contrary, the assurance that he was still behind her significantly heightened her sense of security. Thus, He Li carried the food back. By this time, the sky had darkened considerably. In the stillness of the night, the small convenience store flickered with a few candles. Beneath their gentle glow, the three brothers gazed greedily at the food in their bags, their faces glistening with anticipation. Li Laoda, with rare commendation, exclaimed, "Not bad at all. Finally, it seems I haven't tea raised you for naught. By the way, have you found the water?" He Li responded, having already rehearsed her words. "Yes, I found it. At a milk tea shop, and they still have running water." Li Laoda burst into laughter, saying, "Well then, we shall move tomorrow." "Oh, what about the liquor?" After a long abstinence from alcohol, Li Laoda's eyes sparkled as he grasped a bottle of white liquor. He Li, tucked away in a corner, managed a smile and replied, "I found it while rummaging through a cabinet and brought it back." "Ha ha ha, splendid, truly splendid." Li Laoda, in high spirits, tossed 2 loaves of bread to He Li and the others. "Eat up, this is your reward. I've said it before, as long as you remain obedient, you will not be treated poorly." Though these words had never been spoken, it did not hinder Li Laoda from indulging in fanciful chatter. He Li, while distributing the bread to the remaining 3, discreetly slipped the peppermint candy into each of their hands. "Eat this, it's a lifesaver," she whispered, though the others did not grasp her meaning and nonetheless popped the candy into their mouths. Li Laoda called for Li Laosan to join him for a drink. He had initially invited Li Laer as well, but Li Laer declined, stating he would not drink white liquor, thus opting out. Li Laoda thought this acceptable. Having one person keep watch was preferable to all 3 brothers becoming inebriated. After all, allowing these 4 women to escape would indeed be a significant loss. Thus, the 2 brothers drank heartily, soon succumbing to the effects of the alcohol, collapsing to the ground. Li Laer, who had refrained from drinking, found himself in a quandary. Hearing the silence from the inner room, he could not resist entering. Meanwhile, he pondered, is Li Laoda and Li Laosan's tolerance for alcohol truly so low? To his shock, as he stepped into the inner room, the sight before him was startling. Li Laoda and Li Laosan lay motionless on the floor, blood oozing from their orifices, their eyes wide open in a grotesque expression of pain. They were unmistakably dead. Indeed, Bai had deceived He Li. With a clandestine profession as a killer, how could he merely have drugged their liquor? The sight of Li Laoda and Li Laosan's lifeless forms elicited a scream from Li Laer. Meanwhile, outside the convenience store, from the depths of the darkness, a figure wielding an axe was slowly approaching. Chapter 9. Liberation. The demise of Li Laoda and Li Laosan was a profound blow to Li Laer. At that moment, he was overwhelmed with fear. However, as the saying goes, fear at its pinnacle transforms into rage. He turned and exited the inner room, immediately confronting the 4 women in the corner. With an imposing demeanor, he strode directly towards He Li, his eyes wide with fury, his expression menacing. In a voice that nearly erupted into a roar, he demanded, "Where did you get that alcohol? Look at what you've done." Suddenly, however, his interrogation came to an abrupt halt. This was due to the unexpected strike delivered to the back of his head by Bain, who had materialized behind him. Intentionally sparing his life, Bain wielded the handle of an axe, which effectively rendered Li Lao unconscious, leading him to collapse with a resounding thud onto the floor. Unable to restrain himself, Bain kicked the fallen figure, muttering, shouting like that, "Are you afraid the zombies won't come?" He then turned his gaze to the 4 women in the corner, asking, "Do I need to call out your names to get you to stand?" Except for Healy. The remaining 3 appeared somewhat bewildered. It was not until Healy, utterly relieved, sank to the ground and uttered, "It's over. We're saved," that everyone truly grasped the gravity of what had just transpired. Soon after, Zhang Yu, cradling her daughter Zhang Xiaoxua, could not contain her tears, while Hua embraced Healy, sobbing in a display of shared anguish. Yet for Bain, such emotional exchanges of mutual embrace held no interest. He simply retreated to the inner room, rummaging through the belongings that had been stolen from him. Ultimately, he discovered his clothing and a few tools nestled within a cardboard box. Thankfully, these 3 scoundrels had not discarded them entirely. Bain proceeded to organize his things, repacking his clothing into his travel bag. Approximately 5 minutes later, Healy entered the room. Glancing at the bleeding Li Lao Da and Li Lao Sen sprawled on the floor, she felt a twinge of fear. She looked at Bain's back and inquired, Are they dead? Why else would they be in this state?" Bain replied without turning around, his tone devoid of any particular concern. Healy pressed on with a quavering voice, Didn't you say it was a sleeping drug? Oh, perhaps I misidentified the substance or administered the wrong one. What's the matter? Do you wish to judge me?" Bain responded with a dismissive tone, clearly indifferent to the fates of the 2 vile men. "And no," Healy quickly retorted, but in the next moment, she found herself at a loss for words, and the room fell into an awkward silence. At that moment, Bain pushed a box toward her, filled with bread, bottled water, and other provisions. "While you're here chit-chatting, it would be better to take some food to those 3. "Oh, right, good idea." Healy suddenly remembered this necessity and hurriedly took the box and exited. Soon after, the sounds of packaging being torn open and food being devoured echoed from outside. Approximately 10 minutes later, footsteps echoed behind her once more. Without turning around, Bain remarked, "If you have time to bother me, you might as well engage in some ideological work with the others." "Bain, is that you?" However, the newcomer was not Healy, but rather Hua, her delicate oval face framed by bangs, standing at an impressive height of 1.70 meters, undeniably beautiful. Yet, Bain felt no particular attraction towards individuals of such stature. It was not a matter of dislike. Rather, she experienced a profound aversion to the environment that surrounded them. Hua, being the class flower, was perpetually accompanied by a throng of admirers, a social butterfly basking in the sunlight of a peaceful era, forever radiant and glamorous. In stark contrast, Bain's social circle was painfully limited. Even at school, she remained inconspicuous, especially after taking extended leaves of absence. Her daily interactions were primarily with various dark tasks and assignments, or with some rather peculiar peers. In essence, she was destined to dwell in the shadows. A stark juxtaposition to the vibrant, youthful Hua. "What do you want?" Bain's response was neither warm nor cold as she continued to organize her belongings. Gazing at the 2 corpses on the ground, Hua could not suppress a gulp. Long time no see, yes. It's been over a year, hasn't he? Bain replied, "It's quite impressive that you remember a nobody like me. Your sister must have told you my name, right?" "No. That's not it, I still remember your name." Hua stammered, her anxiety palpable. Bain could sense the fear and wariness emanating from her. If one is unaccustomed to the presence of the deceased, it is unnecessary to come and ingratiate oneself. In the past, she would have preferred to be overlooked. Just as she had been at school. Why put herself in such an uncomfortable position? "And no. That's not it, I occasionally noticed you, I just didn't greet you." Hua's voice was shaky, but Bain knew her worth. Hua was never short of friends at school, and always donned a cheerful demeanor. If she truly wished to engage with others, she would do so openly and confidently. Thus, Bain found it hard to believe her claims of having noticed her. Ignoring someone means just that. A lack of interest is simply a lack of interest. There was no need to come before her and fabricate compliments due to the current circumstances. In Bain's view, this was utterly unnecessary. After rummaging through some items, Bain finally refilled his bag. Following this, he exited the inner room with Hua and approached the unconscious Li Lao outside. Glancing at Healy and the others, he inquired, "What shall we do with him?" Zhang Yu and her daughter, Zhang Xiaoxua, were busy nibbling on bread, while Healy was engaged in a discussion with them. When Bain posed his question, she appeared somewhat troubled and replied, "What do you think we should do?" Bain shrugged, "I bear no grudge against them. This matter is not for me to resolve. He handed the axe to He Li and suggested, however, as someone who has been through similar experiences, I advise you to put an end to him. So, who among you will take action? No one stepped forward, and all eyes seemed to avert. At that moment, He Hua emerged from the inner room and asked, is there truly no alternative? Can we perhaps avoid taking a life? Of course, it is possible. Bai Yin responded decisively. However, just as the others were about to show a hint of relief, he doused them with cold water. Then you can wait until he awakens and negotiate with him. As for the outcome, that is not my concern. How can it be like this? He Hua's tone was tinged with grievance, but Bai Yin feigned ignorance and simply stated, if you wish to be a saint, you must bear the risks and consequences that come with it. You cannot desire to be the good person while avoiding the dirt on your hands. Such an opportunity does not exist. Certainly, if no one is willing to play the villain, I could take the role. However, I do not believe this would aid your survival in the future. Chapter 10. The Rescue Team. I will. To everyone's surprise, the one willing to step forward as the villain was none other than the 10-year-old Zhang Xiaoxue. With a tremor of fear, she raised her small hand and took a hesitant step forward. Her mother, Zhang Yu, quickly grasped her arm, but Zhang Xiaoxue earnestly looked at Bai Yin and said, I want to use that. Poison. Is that all right? Zhang Xiaoxue meant to use poison wine, as she was not yet capable of wielding an axe to harm someone. Do you understand what you are about to do? Bai Yin asked, a rare smile gracing his face. Zhang Xiaoxue nodded, declaring, I am going to kill the bad guy. Bai Yin did not respond, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Who would have thought that the one who truly impressed him among the four would be a mere child of 10? If given the chance, Bai Yin would gladly accompany a person with such resolute thoughts as Zhang Xiaoxue in this apocalyptic world. He sensed that this child might share his kindred spirit. However, it was unfortunate that Zhang Xiaoxue's mother would never consent to Bai Yin taking her daughter away alone, unless he were to take all four of them under his wing. However, Silver would not engage in such endeavors. The reason is quite simple. While it is undoubtedly a blessing to find companions one truly cherishes, the notion of burdening his team with individuals he dislikes is wholly unacceptable to him. Not even a single unwanted companion would be tolerated by Silver, regardless of whether the number of allies increased by 99, as he possesses an innate aversion to such encumbrances. You are a good child. Silver entered the inner room and retrieved a vial of poison. Upon emerging, he dragged the unconscious Li Er out with him, whispering in a voice only he could hear. But this is not something you should have to do. Li Er was drawn into the shadows. When Silver returned, the bottle of liquor from his pocket had vanished, and it was evident to all what he had done. A collective sigh of relief echoed among them. The psychological weight of taking a life is immense, and in that moment, they were grateful it was not their own hands that had committed the act. Silver ventured to the restroom behind the convenience store, discovering the faucet had run dry, yet 5 buckets filled with water remained. This was presumably the last of the brothers' water supply, sufficient for a bath, though not for much else. That night, as Silver prepared to leave, Healy inquired, where are you going? Noticing he carried no bag, she was reassured that he did not intend to abandon their group. I am going to fetch something. Silver replied before departing, only to return with a large pack. He tossed it to Healy, who nearly dropped it, exclaiming, what is this? Open it and see. Healy hurriedly unfastened the pack and found it filled with clean clothes, momentarily taken aback. You all should take a bath. Prolonged neglect could lead to skin ailments, Silver advised. But the water here is nearly depleted. Wasting it would be. I know where to find more water. I will take you there tomorrow. With that, he retreated to the inner room, dragging the bodies of Li Da and Li San out, ultimately placing them in the darkness alongside Li Er's corpse. Once this was accomplished, Silver sought out a storage room, laid down some cardboard on the floor, and used the pack as a pillow. Thus, he reclined and drifted into slumber. This time, before succumbing to sleep, he locked the door from the inside. When he opened his eyes again, it was the following morning. The air was infused with the scent of cooked meat. Silver, taken aback, stepped outside. He discovered He Li and Zhang Yu not far away, preparing something over a fire. As they lacked a proper stove, an oversized pot was simmering atop a makeshift brick hearth. As Bai Yin approached, the two women turned at the sound of his footsteps, their faces lighting up with smiles upon recognizing him. Healy remarked, you're awake. We're making breakfast with what we found under the bed just now. Inside the pot, a modest piece of cured meat was cooking, sufficient for the 4 women, yet if Bai Yin were to partake, the portions would be minuscule. Bai Yin scanned for He Hua and Zhang Xiaoxue, ultimately spotting the two in the inner room, engrossed in a game of Ludo. They had all donned clean attire. Their appearances transformed remarkably compared to before, especially He Hua, who appeared even more enchanting. Nonetheless, this beauty could not conceal the tragic truth of their prolonged malnutrition, leaving them gaunt and frail. No, I can't, Bai Yin replied, fabricating a lie to refuse. I once consumed human flesh, and now the sight of meat nauseates me. The two women took his words to heart, their expressions turning awkward and perplexed. As they remained in stunned silence, Bain retreated to the inner room, casually selecting a piece of bread from a box of food and settling into a corner to nibble on it. Brother, soon we'll have meat to eat. We have meat, Zhang Xiaoshui exclaimed with delight, her gray dress accentuating her anticipation. As she spoke to Bain, Hihua slyly swallowed 2 of her game pieces, a mischievous grin adorning her face. Bain smiled back, saying, Brother, one tea eat. I'm a vegetarian. In Zhang Xiaoshui's presence, Bain refrained from using the cannibalism excuse. After breakfast, the group tidied up, preparing to venture to the water source Bain had mentioned. The 4 women felt a flutter of excitement, akin to embarking on a journey. Bain had initially planned to part ways with them after guiding them to their destination, believing he had done enough. However, fate had other designs. He arrived neither too early nor too late, for the moment of justice coincided with the conclusion of the boss battle. As they cleaned the room, the sound of helicopter blades resonated through the air. A helicopter hovered above the convenience store, where someone shouted through a loudspeaker, Is anyone there? Are there any survivors? Zhang Yu and Hihua, brimming with excitement, rushed outside, waving to the individuals aboard the helicopter, establishing contact at last. 4 men leaped from the helicopter, seemingly rescue personnel. By chance, Bain recognized one of them. Li Wei, the vice monitor of the silver class, is a person with a strong sense of vanity. Hailing from a wealthy family, he is the grandson of the richest man in the city. In terms of appearance, he is rather ordinary, yet well-maintained, which grants him a fair complexion. Presently, he seems to have assumed the role of a savior. Upon discovering that 2 of his classmates were among the survivors, he was undoubtedly elated. The reason being that showcasing one's acquaintances is far more gratifying than boasting about strangers. Chapter 11. Conflict wonderful. You are still alive, Li Wei exclaimed with fervor, as though their prior relationship had been exceptionally close. However, the reality was quite the opposite. As for Bain, she was nothing more than a mere shadow, having little interaction with Li Wei. Regarding Hihua, she had harbored a strong disdain for Li Wei in the past, perceiving him as ostentatious despite his modest wealth. Consequently, when Li Wei confessed his feelings to Hihua 2 years ago, he was met with a harsh rejection. Yet, times have changed. The once despised Li Wei now elicited excitement from Hihua, who hurriedly inquired, Li Wei, are you here to save us? Of course. Li Wei nodded affirmatively. My father has set up a refuge with excellent defenses. No zombies can breach it. Many have already sought shelter there, and we are currently searching for survivors. I never expected to find you today. As he spoke, pride radiated from his expression. Hihua clenched her fist, overwhelmed with emotion, exclaiming, This is fantastic. We are saved. Li Wei then posed a question. How have you managed to survive during this time? At this inquiry, silence enveloped the group. Ultimately, it was He Li who broke the awkwardness, pointing at Bain and stating, This is all thanks to Bain. Without him, we would have surely perished. Indeed. The others echoed in agreement. Oh, I see. Li Wei smiled, but Bain unmistakably perceived a flicker of displeasure in his eyes. Yes, it was frustration. As previously mentioned, Li Wei is a man of considerable vanity, and upon learning that the 4 girls owed their survival to Bain, he felt that his spotlight had been stolen, which naturally left him somewhat discontented. In an instant, Li Wei found himself reluctant to take Bain along, yet unable to dismiss him due to pride. He remarked, I noticed 3 male corpses upstairs. They appeared to be the result of foul play. May I ask if you were involved? His gaze sharpened, his expression turned grave, and his tone shifted unsettlingly. The 4 girls were instantly startled. He Li stepped forward and spoke, Classmates, those 3 individuals are scum. Our actions were born of desperation. Even so, it does not justify taking their lives outright. If one is willing, there are always more appropriate methods. What I wish to know now is, who was responsible for this? Silence enveloped the room, and no one dared to speak. Finally, Bain raised his hand, declaring, It was I? You? Li Wei feigned incredulity, yet inwardly, he was elated. With a serious demeanor, he inquired, Did you kill them all? Indeed. Bain replied. Li Wei hesitated, his words catching in his throat. Then we cannot be blamed, Bain. I cannot allow a dangerous individual who has taken lives to be sheltered. This is for the safety of others. I hope you understand. Wait, He Li interjected, eager to defend, but was silenced by Li Wei's thunderous voice. But he has killed, has he not? For everyone's safety, how could I possibly bring a dangerous murderer back? His fury was palpable. Once those words were uttered, no one dared to speak in Bain's defense. The first reason was that Li Wei's logic was not without merit. The women felt a latent apprehension towards Bain. The second reason was that He Li and her companions were wary of offending Li Wei. He was already angry. If pushed too far, he might abandon them altogether, and that would be a true misfortune. Zhang Yu was concerned for her daughter, Zhang Xiaoxue's future. Healy pondered her sister, Hehua's prospects. As for Hehua, she longed far more for a civilization devoid of zombies than for a pitiful existence in a post-apocalyptic world. In short, no one dared to speak in favor of Bai Yin. Just as he prepared to bid a simple farewell, Zhang Xiaoxue spoke up. She approached and tugged at Li Wei's sleeve. Big brother, please, I beg you to take Bai Yin with you. He is not a bad person. He acted out of necessity to save us, truly. Her voice trembled with a hint of tears, her eyes glistening. Seeing her distress, Li Wei wore an expression of conflict. Ultimately, he turned to Bai Yin and glared. Bai Yin, for the sake of this child, I shall grant you an opportunity. If you can assure me that you will abide by the rules and not cause trouble, I could consider taking you along. Thus, in that moment, Bai Yin saw through Li Wei completely. At the heart of it, this brat sought to assert his authority, ensuring that Bai Yin would not challenge his dominance. As for the claims of having killed someone and being dangerous, merely empty words. It is merely a matter of him expressing whatever he wishes. Everyone rejoiced at Li Wei's generosity, casting admiring glances in his direction. As Li Wei basked in the moment, Zhang Xiaoxue joyfully approached, exclaiming, Brother Bai Yin, this is wonderful. You can come with us. A genuine smile illuminated the little girl's face. However, for Bai Yin, who harbored certain compulsions, he had no desire to engage with Li Wei. He merely knelt down, affectionately ruffled Zhang Xiaoxue's hair, and gently replied, Brother has other places to be, so I will not accompany you. Once you reach the shelter, remember to listen to your mother. This unexpected response left everyone momentarily stunned. Wait, Bai Yin, where are you going? Don't act foolishly out of spite, Healy urged. To which Hehua concurred, Yes, Bai Yin, at this point, what could be more important than your safety? Li Wei has even permitted you to leave. Why must you? Yet, their words fell on deaf ears. Bai Yin, with his heavy bag slung over his shoulder, departed without uttering another word, simply waving farewell to those behind him. Hey, Bai Yin, Hehua shouted, but Bai Yin did not turn back. Ultimately, she lamented, You will regret this. Her tone was filled with a profound sense of disappointment. Zhang Xiaoxue attempted to rush forward to stop Bai Yin from leaving, but was restrained by her mother. Despite her cries and pleas, Zhang Yu held her tightly, preventing her from taking a single step forward. Everyone was proclaiming that Bai Yin had lost his mind. They shouted for him to return, yet aside from Zhang Xiaoxue, not a soul made any effort to chase after him and intervene. Why? Because at their core, they perceived Bai Yin as a dangerous individual. And within the confines of a secure shelter, the presence of such a perilous figure was hardly a cause for celebration. There is a saying that goes, the monster intended to destroy a city, but then Ultraman emerged. Ultraman vanquished the monster, yet during the battle, some buildings were damaged, and lives were lost. In the aftermath, rather than expressing gratitude to Ultraman, the people accused him of being a murderer and the city's destroyer. As for his heroic act of saving the entire city, it was never mentioned. Chapter 12. The address of the ideal teammate. I understand that you are facing a loss of 1 billion. Thus, I exert myself to assist you, mitigating your losses, ultimately reducing it to merely 1 billion. As it turns out, not only do you fail to express gratitude towards me, but you also demand 1 billion in compensation? Such occurrences are not uncommon in this world. Many individuals are purely self-serving. When people are initially saved, they seldom reflect on who their savior is. They merely express unreserved thanks. However, once they find themselves in a secure environment, they begin to scrutinize their benefactor as if they were a judge. If they perceive any potential threat from the one who saved them, they instinctively create distance. At this juncture, their hearts no longer harbor feelings of gratitude. Instead, they wish that the entire incident had never transpired, attempting to deliberately downplay the lamentable truth of their rescue. Even if they outwardly continue to show appreciation, it may merely stem from a sense of embarrassment, resulting in a facade of insincerity. Admittedly, not everyone behaves this way, yet it is undeniable that such individuals exist in abundance. The helicopter ultimately carried the 4 women away. As it soared into the distance, Bai Yin, gazing up, inadvertently witnessed a scene within the helicopter. Hehua and Zhang Yu were animatedly discussing something, their faces brimming with joy and anticipation. They wore genuine smiles, seemingly happier than when they were rescued by Bai Yin. Soon, the helicopter vanished into the horizon, leaving Bai Yin alone amidst the wandering zombies nearby. It is worth mentioning that when the helicopter hovered over the convenience store, numerous zombies were drawn by the sound. However, due to the fence outside the store and the brief duration of the helicopter's stay, the zombies had no direct contact with their prey. By the time the zombies finally breached the fence, the helicopter had already departed. Bai Yin, mingling among the horde, exhaled deeply. How should one describe this feeling? It was not discomfort. Rather, there was an undeniable emptiness within. System, can you converse with me? Bai Yin inquired, but received no response. His system resembled a heartless machine, solely programmed to issue and receive tasks, devoid of any conversational ability. To hope for solace through communication with such an entity was nothing short of a fantasy. Today was a bright, sunny day. The morning sun gradually ascended into the sky. Alone, Bain shouldered his heavy pack and continued his solitary journey, accompanied only by the grotesque presence of the zombies. At the moment of stepping out of school, an unexpected commotion caught my attention not far away. Upon closer inspection, I beheld a small zombie boy, no older than 8 or 9 years. He had captured a live mouse, which he was in the process of stuffing into his mouth. The moment the boy bit down, a grotesque spectacle unfolded as something burst forth. The mouse was merely the boy's prey. This was unsurprising. However, just as the boy was relishing his meal, a burly zombie approached, intent on seizing the morsel for himself. Unwilling to relinquish his hard-won prize, the boy crouched down, hastening his chewing. Yet the robust zombie was not one to concede easily. He grasped the boy's hair, attempting to yank him upward. With a sudden tug, the boy's scalp was horrifically torn away. Witnessing this gruesome scene left me utterly stunned. Cursing under my breath, I hastily rubbed my eyes, striving to erase the horrifying image from my mind. Alas, such an endeavor proved exceedingly difficult. It was as if I were cursed. The more I wished to forget, the more vividly the scene replayed in my thoughts. The distant zombie boy, despite losing his scalp, clung tenaciously to his food, while the hulking zombie, now thoroughly enraged, unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon the boy's diminutive form. It was bewildering to observe such brutal conflict among beings that were no longer human, now reduced to mere zombies. Yet, these internal struggles continued unabated, as if engraved into their very souls. The spectacle before me was revolting. Yet it illuminated a stark truth. Though the zombies regarded me as one of their own, my safety was far from assured. Even among humans, conflicts could lead to lethal outcomes. What could be expected from mindless zombies? Of course, there existed a fundamental distinction between the two. Humans possessed intelligence, which meant that during internal discord, more lives were inevitably lost. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Task issued. Show respect to the elderly and the young. Eliminate the burly zombie. Reward. Location of a healthy puppy. A puppy? My eyes instantly sparkled with hope. In this apocalyptic world, the companionship of a dog would alleviate my solitude. Moreover, dogs are far more reliable than humans and would never betray me. Truly the archetype of an ideal companion. My previously empty heart now brimmed with anticipation. I was eager to embark on this journey through the wasteland with a loyal canine by my side. With resolve, I unsheathed the axe from my waist, gripping it firmly, and began to approach the burly zombie. As I drew near, the brute continued to pummel the boy mercilessly. Silver seized the opportunity and struck the zombie's skull with a powerful axe. A resounding thud echoed as the creature fell lifelessly to the ground, its robust form collapsing without further movement. As for the boy zombie, he remained huddled in the corner, engrossed in the morsels in his hands, as if the entire world were of no concern to him. The only sounds in the corner were the soft crunching of his chewing. Ding. Task completed. Now providing the location of the puppy. Room 250, number 4, Purple Gold Street, Red Clothes Town, Bailing County. Bailing County was the neighboring county, and Red Clothes Town was precisely the destination Silver intended to reach, solely because it was the residence of his sister. The healthy little puppy in Red Clothes Town was undoubtedly a stroke of fortune for Silver, as it lay conveniently along his route, enabling him to adopt the dog as a delightful side quest. With a heart full of anticipation, Silver hastened his steps toward the adjacent county. Concerned for the safety of the puppy, he procured a bicycle, aiming to encounter the little dog swiftly, lest it encounter misfortune. However, fate was unkind. Shortly after he rode out of the city, the bike chain broke. After a laborious repair, he continued on his way, only to discover within half an hour that the bridge leading to Bailing County had collapsed. That bridge was the sole passage to Bailing County, spanning a great river. With no other option, Silver abandoned his bicycle and approached a nearby dilapidated ferry. Chapter 13. The Black Dog. The boat was rickety, yet it held together without leaking, and the water was calm enough to navigate across. The bicycle was somewhat heavy, and the boat rather small, prompting Silver to worry about potential mishaps if he attempted to take the bike with him. Thus, he chose to leave it behind and rowed the small boat across the river. The entire process took approximately 10 minutes, and everything went remarkably smoothly. The next stretch of road was a desolate highway, flanked by rampant weeds. Occasionally, the remnants of either human or zombie corpses could be spotted, reduced to either mummified remains or skeletal forms. Along the highway, every few paces revealed abandoned vehicles, sometimes a few, other times a dozen or more, the majority containing the bodies of their drivers. This stark reality illustrated the horrific chaos that had ensued during the initial outbreak of the zombies. Silver arrived in by Ling County under the blazing sun, having trekked nearly 2 hours along the highway. By the time he reached his destination, it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The vibrant county town starkly contrasts with the tranquil highway. Its most significant distinction lies in the lively atmosphere. Upon entering the county, one immediately encounters a dozen or so zombies aimlessly wandering about. This is not Bain's first visit to Bailing Town. He has been here twice previously on official assignments. Having engaged in long-term missions, he possesses a modicum of familiarity with the area. Moreover, by fortunate coincidence, a colleague resides here. Although Bain is uncertain of his current status, Bain resolved to search for his dog first. After some deliberation, he arrived at the front of a rental building half an hour later. However, as the iron door on the ground floor was locked from the inside, he had no choice but to scale the wall. He took a few steps back, then accelerated forward. As he approached the 3-meter wall, he leaped, leveraging his strength to vault over it. Shortly thereafter, he located room 250 on the second floor. He called out for his dog, producing a clicking sound, which typically elicits a response from dogs. Pressing his ear against the door, he continued to click and listened intently for any sounds within. To his delight, he heard a noise akin to something crunching on plastic. Overcome with excitement, he swiftly retrieved his lock-picking tools from his bag. After approximately 5 minutes of effort, he heard a creak. The door had opened. Upon entering, an overwhelming stench assaulted him. The small room, measuring barely a dozen square meters, was entirely visible. Immediately to his left was a single bed, and directly opposite was a small, doorless restroom. Inside the restroom hung the lifeless body of a man, presumably having hanged himself. Now in a state of significant decay, judging by the condition of the corpse, he had been dead for around 7 to 10 days. The deceased was dressed in casual attire, and beneath the suspended body lay a kicked-over stool and 2 discarded leather shoes, suggesting he was a working man. However, Bain was far more concerned about the whereabouts of his dog. The floor bore evidence of numerous small droppings, and the room offered few places to hide. Bain hastily swept away some of the mess with a broom he found by the door. Then, crouching down, he peered beneath the bed. Sure enough, a pair of green eyes glimmered back at him. He called out a few times, but the dog merely shrank back, remaining silent and retreating further. Bain swiftly removed his bag and took out a piece of bread, unwrapping it and calling to the puppy once more. Indeed, food proved to be the most effective bait. The scent drew the little dog, which hesitated for less than a second before emerging from the inky darkness beneath the bed. Bain tore the bread into pieces and scattered them on the ground. The dog dashed over, devouring the morsels with fervor. It was a pure black mutt, presumably 2 to 3 months old, already emaciated. Even as it crawled out from under the bed, its steps were unsteady. The little black dog quivered while voraciously eating, and occasional fleas could be seen scurrying across its body. It seemed to have been cared for by a hanged man, who had passed away at least a week prior. How had the puppy survived during this time? Bain glanced around, and eventually discovered an automatic pet feeder tucked away in a corner. A sudden realization struck him. The transparent container meant for dog food was empty, while the adjacent automatic water dispenser was still nearly full. Nearby, a table held a note pressed down by a fountain pen. Bain approached and picked up the note, which contained the following poignant message. This little black dog was an accidental find while I was out scavenging for supplies. At the time, it was hiding in a collapsed drainage system, surrounded by numerous zombies. I rescued it, as I could no longer bear the torment of solitude. Regrettably, during the rescue, I was scratched on the arm by a zombie. Yet, I do not lament my decision. At least in the final moments of my life, I am not alone. I did not die in loneliness. When the zombie outbreak first began, I had a dog, a very old mutt. Tragically, it was consumed by zombies while trying to protect me. Ironically, it was also a black dog. Perhaps this one I have saved now is its reincarnation? Merely a fanciful hope since I had previously owned a dog. I still had some supplies at home. There's a small bag of dog food remaining, enough to sustain it for 3 to 4 days. As for what happens afterward, I do not know. My time is limited. I do not wish to become a zombie and endanger this little creature. Therefore, I have decided to take my own life. I hope that when someone discovers my body, the little one will still be alive. If you are reading this note, please take care of it. By the way, I've given it a lovely name. Bain. Bain. The preceding content was utterly heart-wrenching. Yet, the final line extinguished all traces of melancholy within him. What a ridiculous name. Is this a sign of naming incompetence? Bain mused, somewhat speechless. Certainly, he did not imply that his name was undesirable. Rather, he remarked that a name as refined as Bain seemed rather unfortunate to be bestowed upon a dog. A name change is in order. Indeed, it must be changed. Gazing at the little dog voraciously devouring bread, Bain fell into contemplation. What should it be called? The black dog is black in color, so let us simply go with the surname Hay. As for the given name, how about Long? Or perhaps Heilung would suffice, bold and imposing. Yet upon further reflection, he deemed this name too formidable, fearing that a mere mutt might struggle to live up to it. After pondering, he considered that if Long was unsuitable, he might as well name it after Long's offspring. As the saying goes, the dragon has 9 sons. Perhaps Heijio would be fitting. Chapter 14. Yongwei Heijio? Yes, a rather splendid name. Bain found this name to be exceedingly reasonable. Woof woof. At this moment, the little black dog had finished the bread and was wagging its tail at Bain, exuding joy. It seemed the allure of food had thoroughly endeared him. Alas, how about I name you Heijio? Bain inquired with an expectant smile. To his surprise, the dog's wagging tail abruptly ceased, clearly indicating a form of rejection. Heijio? Bain attempted to call out, but the dog took 2 steps back, as if harboring a grudge against the very syllables. Bain found himself perplexed and muttered. Could it be that this name is so unappealing that even a dog disdains it? He did not consider himself inept at naming. However, it was evident that the pup was not fond of this name. As the saying goes, the dragon has 9 sons. Since Heijio would not suffice, what about Heizi? Heizi? Bain called out to the little dog. Immediately, the dog joyfully wagged its tail and approached. Woof woof. Though its voice was still somewhat hoarse due to its frail condition, it was clear that it liked this name. Heizi. Woof woof. Heizi. Woof woof. The exchange between the man and the dog, a delightful back and forth, brought Bain immense joy. Though simple, it was a genuine happiness. Securing the door to his rented room, Bain proceeded to the bathroom. He turned on the faucet. The sound of rushing water. Thankfully, there was no interruption in the supply. Bain intended to give Heizi a bath, for the little creature was infested with fleas, and one could only imagine the skin ailments that might ensue. However, the bathroom was rather cramped, necessitating the removal of the deceased's body to wash the dog within. Bain propped up the stool that had been kicked aside by the deceased before its passing. He then stepped up and, in the next moment, removed the lightweight corpse of the deceased. With a casual motion, he tossed it out the window, instantly rendering the entire restroom more spacious. A resounding crash echoed from below, followed by the eerie groans of the undead. Curious, Bain leaned out of the window to gaze below, only to discover that an elderly zombie had been struck down by the body he had discarded. Simultaneously, several other zombies, drawn by the commotion, gathered around to inspect the fallen figure. They soon began to feast upon the incapacitated elder. What a grotesque and brutal scene. For someone as kind-hearted as Bain, such a sanguinary spectacle was utterly unbearable. He felt a flicker of gratitude that it was the apocalypse. Under normal circumstances, he might have faced hefty compensation for causing harm through falling objects. With a splash, Bain fetched a basin, filled it with water, and gently placed the black dog within, commencing its bath. The water was not particularly cold. In fact, it was somewhat warm. The dog, surprisingly compliant, did not protest, seemingly aware that Bain meant well. Thus, it allowed him to lavish it with shampoo and cleanse its entire body without any resistance. Once finished, Bain swiftly dried the dog's fur with a towel, then placed it on the windowsill to bask in the sun until fully dry. Only after that did he open his bag and tuck the dog inside, having thoughtfully cut a small hole in the top for its head to protrude, allowing it to breathe while preventing it from escaping. He reminded the dog to remain quiet and not to attract the attention of any nearby zombies. With the bag containing the black dog slung over his shoulder, Bain chose to leave the area. His next destination was the home of a colleague, hoping that perhaps the individual was still alive. Exiting the premises posed no challenge, as the door could be easily opened from the inside. Bain made his way to the apartment complex where his colleague resided, ascending the stairs until he reached apartment 1 on the 3rd floor. The door was unlocked and swung open with a gentle turn of the knob. Upon entering, he was met with the musty scent of cobwebs and dust, indicating that the place had been vacant for quite some time. However, at the stairwell, numerous trampled corpses suggested that a significant disturbance had previously occurred here. Pressing the switch on the wall, he noted that the light did not illuminate, which was entirely expected. The layout of the room was largely unchanged from his memories. It is hard to believe that 4 years have passed since my last visit, yet the layout of that boy's room remains unchanged. This boy, named Yongwei, is of the same age as Bain, having been adopted by the boss from an orphanage in the same year. A square electronic clock hangs on the wall, displaying the time, 1732. It is getting late, and soon darkness will envelop the surroundings. Bain made his way directly to Yongwei's bedroom, but he found no trace of his body within. Instead, he noticed a notebook resting on the desk, a black leather-bound journal. Yongwei had once mentioned that his memory was not particularly sharp, thus he often recorded the details of various tasks. As Bain opened the first page, he encountered the following entry: Yin Li, 35 years old, address, XX Community XXXX. On this day at the end of March, her husband is away on business and will not return home. 2014, 3/19. This matter left a deep impression on Bai, as it marked their first mission together with Yang Wei. He leafed through numerous subsequent pages, discovering a collection of records and details pertaining to Yang Wei's personal tasks. These records, however, ceased at March 9, 2020, the onset of the zombie outbreak. One page bore the following words: "It has been nearly half a year since the zombies began to roam. Until now, I have yet to see the boss return for me. He has likely perished along the way. Outside, it is infested with zombies. Fortunately, my food supply remains sufficiently ample. Now, I have both good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first? Never mind, I shall share the good news first. The good news is that the food I prepared is nutritionally balanced, has a long shelf life, and will not lead to any health issues. The bad news is that just moments ago, I was bitten by a zombie. Damn, I would rather die than become one of those creatures. Therefore, after completing this entry, I shall head to the restroom to bring this dreary existence to an end. I have always been an atheist, but this time, before I pass, I wish to believe in Buddha." September 9, 2020. It is a gloomy day, akin to the poor physical condition of a gym teacher. The written record concludes here. After this point, there is nothing more. In other words, Yang Wei penned this diary entry 6 months prior. The confessions contained within are virtually tantamount to his final farewell. Chapter 15. If Sister is not present, Russell. Despite some hesitation, Bai resolved to search the restroom for Yang Wei's body. Creak. He opened the door to the room. Then, upon the toilet, a completely desiccated corpse came into his view. Judging by its attire, it appeared to be female. Indeed, it was a woman, as the deceased distinctly wore a female JK uniform. Bai stepped closer, scrutinizing the body. Setting aside the clothing, he focused on the anatomical structure of the corpse. Ultimately, he arrived at the undeniable conclusion that it was, in fact, a male body. How bizarre. This was the first instance Bai had come to realize Yang Wei harbored such peculiar inclinations. He noticed a pouch hanging around the corpse's neck. Hesitantly, Bai removed it. Upon opening it, he was astonished to find it contained Tiguanyin tea. Bai felt somewhat bewildered. Yet, recalling Yang Wei's diary where he mentioned contemplating Buddhism in his final moments, everything fell into place. Was it due to his devotion to Buddhism that he chose to hang a pouch of Tiguanyin around his neck? It was indeed a curious notion. This fellow, while collaborating on tasks, exhibited a bit of foolishness. Little did he know that even in solitary resignation, he maintained the same demeanor. For reasons unknown, the heaviness in Bai Yin's heart dissipated upon confronting Yang Wei's corpse. Rather, he wished for nothing more than to find a trash bin to dispose of Yang Wei's remains, sparing himself the embarrassment in his line of work. The desiccated body bore no conspicuous wounds. It sat, regal and poised, upon the toilet like an emperor. Bai thought of a fitting phrase, the frozen throne. Tentatively, he speculated that Yang Wei had succumbed to suicide through medication, indifferent to the circumstances. Just as he was about to exit the restroom, he inadvertently caught sight of a paper bag behind the toilet. He maneuvered around to retrieve it, opening the bag to discover a letter and a considerable amount of paper money. Bai extracted the letter, the handwriting unmistakably belonging to Yang Wei. It read as follows: "It is said that burning paper for oneself before death is futile. Therefore, I hope a kind-hearted soul who discovers this paper money will promptly burn it for me. In return, I shall bless you well in the afterlife. Otherwise, beware, for I shall haunt your windows each night. Additionally, to my dear godfather and esteemed boss who may find this letter, I have a few words to convey. You bastard. You promised to come for me. I should have chopped you up long ago. Damn you. Fraud. 5-second man. Bai shall avenge me." Thus concluded the contents of the letter. Through the written word, one can almost envision the anger and resentment of the deceased in their final moments. Bai could only rub his eyes in response. It seemed that in Yang Wei's heart, he regarded Bai as a dear friend. Otherwise, he would not have mentioned him in his last words. After incinerating those Joss papers, Bai closed the bathroom door, yearning for the solace of out of sight, out of mind. With Yang Wei's demise, Bai Yin's next destination was undoubtedly his sister's residence. Observing the digital clock on the wall indicating 1820, he noted that dusk was settling outside. For safety's sake, he resolved to delay his journey until the following day. After all, the distance between Yang Wei's home and his sister's abode was no less than an hour. Venturing out in the dead of night could lead to unforeseen troubles, which would be a regrettable trade-off. Bai meticulously secured the doors and windows of the house, ensuring there were no lingering threats within. He then retrieved a fresh cotton quilt from the wardrobe and placed it upon the bed, not bothering with fussiness, merely shaking off the dust before intending to use it. As darkness enveloped the world outside, he drew the curtains and lit several candles within the room. He locked the door leading from the bedroom to the living room, rendering the entire bedroom a secluded sanctuary. Sitting at the edge of the bed, Bai nibbled on a small loaf of bread while Blackie, at his feet, savored the same type of bread. Ultimately, Bai-yin consumed 2 loaves, while Blackie managed 1. Bai-yin's approach to food was simply to avoid hunger, whereas Blackie sought to feel full. At that moment, after finishing his entire loaf, Blackie appeared somewhat stuffed. Bai-yin fetched a bowl from his bag, placed it on the floor, and poured a modest amount of water for Blackie, who wagged his tail in delight as he drank. Before long, Bai-yin removed his outerwear and climbed into bed, propping himself against the pillow while reading a book by candlelight. A woof, woof, Blackie barked from the bedside, anxious because he could not leap up onto the bed. Shoo! Quiet down. Bai-yin gently lifted Blackie onto the bed, and the eager dog scampered to his side, resting against Bai-yin's shoulder. It seemed that Blackie was a tad itchy, as he nibbled at his tail before settling comfortably against Bai-yin, gazing curiously at the book in his hands. Are you interested in this? Bai-yin inquired with a smile, and Blackie merely glanced at him, his big, watery eyes reflecting innocence. He resembled a child brimming with curiosity about the world, yet knowing nothing of it. This is Robinson Crusoe, found in your former owner's home. Bai-yin's voice was tender. In my childhood, I once perused this book, and now it serves as a means of revisiting my past. I leafed through page after page of this edition of Robinson Crusoe, distinct from the one I cherished in my youth, thoroughly engrossed in its narrative. Beside me, however, my companion, Heisey, lacked such vigor. Before long, he succumbs to slumber, his body rising and falling gently with each breath. Heisey, I ponder aloud. If tomorrow finds the house of my sister deserted, where shall we go from there? I am acutely aware that at this moment, Heisey hears not a word. Yet I cannot suppress my murmurs. Rather than seeking his counsel, I am voicing my own uncertainty about the future. Indeed, if that address is void of life tomorrow, a place where memories linger but the presence of loved ones has faded, or perhaps I might discover my sister's lifeless form, long departed. What path lies ahead for me? I had once been living a normal life in a bustling city, burdened with a multitude of ongoing tasks, overwhelmed with responsibilities. Yet, in a mere turn of fate, I find myself transported to a post-apocalyptic world ravaged by a zombie outbreak. For an ordinary individual, mere survival would be a formidable challenge. However, with the assistance of the system, I have managed to ensure my own survival. Yet, with this safety comes an abundance of idle time and a growing sense of confusion regarding the future. I can only hope to uncover something tomorrow. With this anticipation, I close the book and extinguish the candle. As I prepare to close my eyes, I murmur, "System, arrange some tasks for me, or I fear I shall perish from boredom." My own apocalypse appears far less exhilarating than the thrilling tales spun in science fiction novels. Chapter 16. 4 survivors. The following day dawned bright and clear. The trees lining the roadside were alive with the cacophony of cicadas, their cries sharp and jarring. By the time I reached my destination, it was already 11 a.m. Before me stood a grand villa, complete with a swimming pool, an abode seemingly reserved for the affluent. It was a community likely patrolled by numerous security personnel, rendering it inaccessible to the average individual. Yet now, it lay in utter desolation. The iron gate at the villa's entrance was unlocked, allowing me to step inside unimpeded. Before me, a quaint garden unfolded, leading to the residence itself. With a creak, I pushed open the door and entered the villa's interior. The floor was a chaotic tableau of dust and cobwebs, unmistakably indicating long-standing neglect. And as for my sister, I surmised she had either met with misfortune or departed elsewhere. I scoured the villa, eventually arriving at a room painted in soft pink hues. The walls were adorned with posters of a dashing male celebrity, a figure I recognized as a recently prominent star in the entertainment industry. Abbreviated, the short-term profit commodity of capital. By the window stood a writing desk, upon which rested a picture frame containing a photograph of a family of 4. Bai-yin approached, lifting the frame to dust away the remnants of neglect. Soon, the warm scene unfolded before him. The image depicted a pair of unremarkable middle-aged parents. A lovely girl and a slightly plump boy. The father, sporting gold-rimmed spectacles, emanated an air of scholarly gentility. The mother, clad in simple attire that, upon closer inspection, revealed the mark of an expensive brand, appeared modest yet refined. The young boy, adorned in trendy attire and a baseball cap, likely just on the cusp of adulthood, struck a pose showcasing his muscles, unmistakably resembling his parents. As for the girl, she seemed to be around 16 or 17, strikingly beautiful with delicate features. Dressed in a pristine white dress, she smiled broadly while forming a V with her fingers, exuding undeniable joy. Notably, her appearance starkly contrasted with that of her parents. This was, of course, to be expected, as she was an adopted child. Indeed, the girl in the photograph was none other than Bai-yin's sister. Years had elapsed since their last encounter, and her appearance had evolved significantly from his recollection, yet the fundamental essence and contours remained unchanged. The most pronounced transformation was perhaps her evolution from a cute child to a beautiful young woman. Bain removed his backpack and unzipped it, carefully placing the photograph inside. During this process, the black dog within the bag wagged its tail fervently, and once the photo was secured, it began to gnaw eagerly. However, due to the sturdy frame, Bain felt no concern. Scanning the surroundings for additional clues, he soon discovered a tattered letter beneath the desk. It bore signs of having been gnawed by a rodent. With one corner missing, Bain picked up the letter, the envelope emblazoned with the words, "To brother." Despite a flicker of anticipation within, Bain understood that this brother was likely not him, but rather the chubby boy in the photograph. He sighed with resignation before swiftly tearing open the envelope. The letter inside was incomplete, but still legible. Its contents were brief, comprising only a few lines. "Brother, when are you coming back? Mom, Dad, and I have been waiting for over half a month. The food at home is nearly gone, yet outside, there are countless zombies. We are very worried about you. It would be wonderful if you could return soon. Today, Dad's friend came in a helicopter to rescue us. I heard Dad say we are heading to a shelter in the north, located in City B. If you see this letter, please make sure to come find us." On April 6, 2020, the content of the letter from Heyu concluded here. The letter was penned nearly a year ago, and so much time has elapsed. The little chubby boy has yet to discover this missive. Perhaps he has ventured elsewhere, or perhaps he has met with misfortune. Bain silently reassembled the letter and placed it upon his desk, securing it with a desk lamp. B City. Bain was familiar with this metropolis. Approximately at the age of 13, due to a long-term assignment, he resided there for a period. In any case, that place was quite distant. If one were to walk, it would likely take 2 to 3 months. With a resigned sigh, he realized he had no choice but to embark on a journey northward on foot. Unfortunately, Bain was utterly inept when it came to transportation. Not only was he oblivious to the mechanics of automobiles, but he also suffered from motion sickness in cars, planes, and boats. His childhood had been consumed by the pursuit of peculiar knowledge, leaving him little time to study vehicles. With a defined objective in mind, his subsequent journey would not be shrouded in confusion. After a brief respite, Bain set forth on foot towards the north. Along the way, he encountered a small group of 4, 2 men and 2 women. Suddenly, a loud crash resounded as a car collided with a streetlight, producing a deafening bang. Fortunately, the occupants of the vehicle emerged unscathed. "What on earth is wrong with you? If you can't drive, then don't," a young man with blonde hair exclaimed, unleashing a torrent of invective at the portly driver. Without delay, he, along with the others, abandoned the vehicle and hastily fled, eager to escape before the nearby horde of zombies could encircle them. The sound of the car crashing into the utility pole drew Bain's attention, and when he arrived at the scene, he observed the 4 individuals hurriedly entering a nearby department store, pursued by a throng of zombies. Thankfully, the majority of the undead were not particularly swift, allowing the group to vanish from sight in no time. "Survivors?" Bain murmured to himself as he glanced at the car, now emitting ominous black smoke after its collision with the pole. He felt a twinge of regret, though he could not quite articulate why. Yet, aside from that fleeting sentiment, he felt little else. He continued onward towards the north. What concern did he have for those 4 survivors? With Hazy accompanying him, he had no need to seek out others to alleviate his solitude. Ding. After only a few steps, the sound of a mission alert resonated in his mind. Ding. Mission issued. Join the group of 4 and ensure their safety tonight. This mission is divided into 3 parts, and completing all will yield a reward. Reward. Granting Hazy the ability of a corpse companion. 1-3. The fate of those 4 individuals holds no intrigue for Bain. However, acquiring Hazy's ability as a corpse companion appears to be an essential objective. Although Bain currently safeguards Hazy well, ensuring no harm befalls him, one cannot predict the unforeseen events that may arise in the future, potentially leading to Hazy's demise at the hands of the undead. In such a scenario, Bain would find himself bereft of solace. There is no choice. For the sake of the reward, I must proceed as the system advises and make contact with those 4 individuals. With that resolve, Bain stepped into the department store. Upon entering, he discovered numerous zombies aimlessly wandering about, seemingly having lost their target. Chapter 17. Predicament. The department store was vast. Bain was uncertain where the 4 individuals had concealed themselves. However, by observing the footprints and traces left behind, he deduced a general direction, up to the 2nd floor of the building. Meanwhile, the quartet, having finally evaded the zombies, were desperately gasping for breath. They found themselves in a storeroom. Upon entering, they hastily secured the door from the inside, fearful of allowing the undead to breach their sanctuary. "Damn it, didn't you claim you could drive? How did you end up crashing into a telephone pole? Our current predicament is entirely your fault." The 20-something-year-old with yellow hair, known as Li Huang, immediately berated the plump individual beside him as he caught his breath. Standing behind him was a petite and charming young woman, his sister, Li Exan, also in her 20s with short hair. The individual being chastised, Shinjin, was of similar age and stature. As for the voluptuous and attractive woman behind Shinjin, her name was Wang Lei. The four were originally residents of a neighboring city's shelter, which housed approximately 300 people. However, just yesterday, the shelter was overrun by zombies during the night, transforming it into a veritable hell on Earth. The quartet had commandeered the shelter owner's vehicle in that dire environment, ultimately fleeing to this location. None of them were adept at driving, which led them to rely on the overweight individual to take the wheel. Shinjin had been driving through the night, succumbing to fatigue, and inadvertently crashed into a telephone pole, a consequence of dozing off behind the wheel. Dismissing Huang's accusations, Shinjin retorted with a sarcastic tone, "If you're so capable, why don't you drive?" "Oh, that's right, you can't." Frustrated by their bickering, Wang Lei interjected with irritation, "Enough. Are you two going to argue endlessly until you attract the zombies?" Huang Mao sneered. "When did it become your place, you deadweight, to lecture us? You're nothing but a worthless." Slap. Before he could finish his sentence, the hefty individual beside him delivered a swift strike, sending Huang Mao sprawling to the ground. Anger flashed across his face as he glared at his opponent. "What did you say? Have the audacity to repeat that?" The stout man, filled with righteous indignation, stole a glance at Wang Lei, who merely regarded Huang Mao with a frosty expression, her gaze not shifting to him. "You hit me? How dare you strike me? I'll have my revenge." Huang Mao shouted as he scrambled to his feet and lunged at the stout man. Resembling a furious feline, the two quickly became entangled in a fierce struggle on the ground. "Stop. Please, cease this. Don't fight any longer." Li Exan pleaded desperately from the sidelines, but her words fell on deaf ears. Noticing that Wang Lei was standing by without intervening, she implored, "Sister Lei, could you please talk some sense into them?" "Talk sense? With what? Haven't they always been like this?" Wang Lei's own anger simmered beneath the surface, ignited by Huang Mao's earlier insult. She secretly wished for the stout man to throttle Huang Mao. Unfortunately, as the scuffle continued, the stout man's initial advantage began to wane. Witnessing his rapid decline, Wang Lei inwardly chastised him as useless. Eventually, the commotion was interrupted by the distant growls of zombies outside. The two, consumed by their fury, felt a shiver run through them at the sound. They exchanged glances, each reading unease in the other's eyes. "I'll let you off this time," the stout man declared first. "Next time, I won't be so forgiving." Huang Mao acquiesced, and they released each other, rising from the ground. A heavy silence enveloped the room. After the truce, Li Exan tended to her brother's wounds. She carried a small backpack filled with limited supplies, a meager collection of food and medicine they had hastily taken when fleeing the shelter. Only she had thought to grab the bag when the car crashed into the utility pole. While the bond between the siblings offered a semblance of warmth, the stout man was left in a more dismal state. After the fight with Huang Mao, he bore visible bruises, yet no one seemed to care. Not even for Wang Lei's sake. Remarkably, she did not even offer him a word of thanks afterward. However, the rotund fellow seemed to be quite accustomed to the situation. In a corner of the warehouse, he discovered a soft cushion. After brushing off the dust, he hurriedly took it to Wang Lei to claim his credit. "Shall Lei here? Sit on this. The ground is chilly." A perpetual smile adorned his face, his flesh jiggling in a grotesque manner, which made Wang Lei feel quite nauseated. Yet, she quickly adopted a sweet demeanor. "Thank you, Brother Jean." Subsequently, she accepted the cushion and sat down. The mere 4 words, "Thank you, Brother Jean," seemed to possess an enchantment, instantly filling the rotund man's heart with warmth and delight. Not far away, Huang Mao could not suppress a derisive snort. "Lickspittle. Hey, keep your mouth shut." His sister reproached him, deliberately applying more pressure while tending to his wounds. "Ouch, that hurts." Huang Mao could not help but exclaim in pain. Thus, the 4 of them endured the evening in the warehouse. Throughout this time, faint sounds of zombies could be heard from outside. "Let us eat something," Li Exan announced as she opened her bag, revealing a modest supply of food. There were precisely 8 compressed biscuits remaining. After distributing 2 to each person, she sighed helplessly. "Once we finish this meal, we'll be completely out of food, and we'll have to devise a new plan." She appeared quite disheartened, prompting Huang Mao to offer consolation. "Don't worry, sister. This is still a department store after all. Once the zombies leave, we can venture out and surely find something to eat." Li Exan merely smiled bitterly, holding little hope. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, only 2 candles illuminated the warehouse. The rotund man, who typically had a hearty appetite, could hardly endure with just 2 compressed biscuits. Thus, he lamented aloud. At that moment, the other side of the door remained eerily quiet, leaving them uncertain about the presence of zombies. "Hey, fatty," Huang Mao suddenly spoke up. The rotund man shot him an annoyed glance. "Why are you calling me?" "Oh, nothing. I just hope that as a grandson, You can show some respect for your elders and younger ones by checking if there are any zombies outside. Why don't you go? My stomach isn't growling. Aren't you hungry? Then go see if you can find anything to eat. Get lost. If you want to go, then you go. I'm not going out. Even if I did, it would be during the day. Who in their right mind goes out at night to seek death? Chapter 18. Encounter suddenly. As the two were bickering, an unexpected sound echoed from outside the door, followed by a clatter as something fell to the ground. The commotion outside immediately plunged the four inside into silence. Instinctively, they all held their breath, exchanging glances filled with apprehension and fear. No one dared to utter a sound, as though fearful that some lurking entity outside might overhear them. Suddenly, a loud knock resounded from the door, startling the four individuals. Li Xian trembled uncontrollably and whispered, "Could it be? Someone has come to rescue us?" The mere utterance of those words made her want to laugh at the absurdity. Huang Mao, clutching her tightly, shared her trepidation but attempted to reassure her. "Stay quiet. It might be a zombie." "Hush, we will be fine as long as we do not open the door." He then turned to the chubby one. "Hey, fatty, peer through the crack and see what is happening outside." "Not a chance. I refuse to do it. Even if there is something out there, it's pitch black behind it." Fatty vehemently shook his head in rejection. Nearby, Wang Lei could not help but frown, yet quickly adopted a sweet tone to persuade him. "Jinggu, why don't you take a quick look? The door is locked. Nothing will happen. Just a glance." Fatty was rendered speechless, a myriad of thoughts racing through his mind. Due to Wang Lei's request, he found it difficult to decline. After all, he did not wish to tarnish his good image in her eyes. Fine. Reluctantly, he steeled himself to stand up. Almost simultaneously, a young male voice called out from outside, "Excuse me, is anyone there?" This voice momentarily stunned everyone. Upon realizing there was a person outside, Fatty's courage surged, and he hurried over. He called out to the door, Who are you?" Hello, my name is Baiyin, and I am a local survivor." Upon hearing the word survivor, Fatty hastily opened the door. However, as he did, a flashlight beam was directed straight at him, leaving him momentarily dazed. Baiyin quickly lowered the flashlight. "I apologize, I wasn't paying attention." Yet as he lowered it, the light revealed a gruesome sight, a corpse of a zombie. Its head gruesomely mutilated, lying grotesquely on the ground. Fatty stumbled back in fright. Baiyin smiled slightly and said, "I saw him wandering near your door when I arrived." "So He chuckled. "Have you all eaten? I brought some food." Baiyin was fortunate. While searching for the quartet, he had stumbled upon a small storage room filled with provisions. Inside were numerous cans of meat, which he had gathered along with some bread and biscuits, now contained within a plastic bag in his right hand. Baiyin's arrival reignited hope within the hearts of the four. Especially the food he brought made the four individuals exceedingly joyous. After ushering him inside and securely locking the door once more, they eagerly indulged in the canned delicacies. While the others exhibited varying manners of consumption, Baiyin retrieved the black dog from his bag, opening a can of pork and allowing it to nibble leisurely. "You even have a dog?" The plump one expressed with astonishment, and the remaining three shared a similar sentiment. Given that Baiyin's travel bag was black, and so was the dog, coupled with the fact that the creature had remained silent until now, no one had noticed its presence, even when a small opening in the bag revealed its curious head. Baiyin chuckled softly, explaining, "I found him a few days ago, and, seeing his pitiable state, decided to keep him. I am quite afraid of solitude, and having a dog for company is indeed a stroke of fortune. You are truly kind-hearted. If it were us, we couldn't even care for ourselves, let alone a dog." Huang Mao remarked, his mouth full, a smile plastered on his face. He then could not suppress a belch, which made Wang Lei frown. However, when she turned to Baiyin, her expression transformed into a sweet smile as she said, "Well, since you are all alone, why not join us? We have come from the neighboring city and are not familiar with this place." As she spoke, her gaze frequently darted towards the axe at Baiyin's waist, fully aware of its intended purpose. In any case, welcoming a capable individual into their ranks seemed like a prudent decision, particularly since he was a male, which further piqued Wang Lei's interest. All right, Baiyin decided to accept her proposal, albeit verbally. The others welcomed him enthusiastically, creating a warm and jovial atmosphere. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Lei inched closer to Baiyin and introduced herself. "I am Wang Lei. Do not be deceived by my appearance. I was quite the star at the shelter before it was destroyed." Her gaze held a certain allure, and her voice was sweetly melodious, provoking a pang of envy in the plump one and a gleeful anticipation in Huang Mao, who appeared eager for the unfolding drama. "Star?" Huang Mao found the term amusing as it rolled off Wang Lei's tongue. In the previous shelter, entertainment had been severely lacking. Thus, a beautiful woman who could dance was undeniably popular among the men. Wang Lei was the sole star of the shelter, known primarily for her provocative performances. Yet, the men were utterly captivated by her charm. The son of the shelter's owner was particularly infatuated, and Wang Lei had skillfully manipulated him, garnering numerous advantages from the naive young man. If one were to identify the most pampered woman in the entire shelter, it would undoubtedly be Wang Lei. He was living more comfortably than the wife of the shelter owner. Indeed, being a celebrity is quite impressive. Bai-yin began to sense something amiss in the other person. However, due to his slight fear of women, even normal interactions with them caused him considerable stress. The thought of any intimate contact initiated by the other party was unbearable. Consequently, he instinctively shifted aside. Hastily, he placed his dog, Haizi, in front of Wang Lei without much thought, his flustered mind blurting out, "My dog looks rather good. Do you think he could become a star?" Puffed. Upon hearing this, the blonde couldn't help but spray the biscuit he was chewing. He stifled his laughter, his body shaking with suppressed amusement. His sister's reaction was similar, albeit less intense. She merely covered her mouth and chuckled softly. The chubby guy noticed Bai Yin's disinterest in Wang Lei and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Only Wang Lei sat alone, her face turning slightly awkward after hearing Bai Yin's comment. Ultimately, she returned to her spot, silently munching on biscuits with a hint of dissatisfaction. Chapter 19. The imminent danger. The system's task required this group to survive the night. However, given the current situation, the tranquil warehouse seemed devoid of any crisis. The group had merely sought a place to rest after dinner. The chubby guy discovered an unopened blanket in a corner of the warehouse. Upon finding it, he eagerly tore open the packaging and, with a grin, presented it to Wang Lei. She sweetly thanked him and retreated to a corner, wrapping herself in the blanket and leaning against the wall, preparing to sleep. As for the chubby guy, he found a spot, laid down some cardboard, and, gazing at the ceiling, felt blissful thinking about Wang Lei's sweet smile from earlier. This poor fellow was beyond saving. The blonde, exasperated, leaned against the wall, while her sister, covered with a thin blanket, was already asleep. The thin blanket belonged to Bai-yin. It was the only one he had in his bag. Since he wished to get along harmoniously with this group, offering the blanket was undoubtedly a wise choice. The blonde and Li Xin were siblings. Thus, unlike the chubby guy and Wang Lei, who were independent individuals, giving the towel to either the blonde or Li Xin would garner favor from both. It was unwise to give it to Wang Lei, as the chubby guy would become jealous, nor could it be given to him, as he would, in turn, present it to Wang Lei, leading both siblings to disdain such actions, perhaps even harboring dissatisfaction towards him. Bai-yin remained perplexed as to why the task was to ensure their safety for the night. The words spoken seemed to suggest that something exceedingly dreadful might transpire that very night. Standing by the window, Bai-yin gazed out at the scenery illuminated by the moonlight. Suddenly, the bark of Haizi echoed from the depths of the warehouse, as if he had stumbled upon something intriguing. The sound was faint. "What's the matter?" Huang Mao inquired, casting a glance at Bai-yin. "Perhaps he has discovered something. I shall investigate," Bai-yin declared, switching on his flashlight and making his way deeper into the warehouse. Eventually, he arrived at the spot where Haizi was barking excitedly. "Shoo!" Bai-yin gently lifted Haizi and stroked his little head, whispering, "Do not bark. It is perilous." As if understanding, Haizi ceased barking and instead burrowed into Bai-yin's embrace, emitting a whimper akin to one being reproached. It's all right. Bai-yin reassured him, petting the dog's head before setting him down. In the next moment, he approached, flashlight in mouth, and began to clear away the stacks of cardboard boxes. Though empty, they formed a substantial wall. Once Bai-yin had removed all the boxes, he discovered a slightly ajar door behind them. The door was neither locked nor secured, appearing to have been broken for quite some time. Instinctively, Bai-yin peered through the gap in the door, shining the flashlight outside. However, the scene that unfolded before him caused his eyes to widen in shock. On the other side of the door lay a staircase corridor, shrouded in an eerie haze. A seemingly endless throng of zombies wandered aimlessly, drawn by some unseen allure, yet rendered inactive by the unsettling silence surrounding them. Some of the zombies caught sight of the flashlight's beam, but exhibited no reaction. Nevertheless, Bai-yin instinctively extinguished the light. At that moment, moonlight streaming through the corridor's window illuminated his face, and several zombies observed him with clarity, yet remained unmoved. Bai-yin gently closed the door, cradling Haizi as he cautiously backed away, fearful of making even the slightest noise. "Alas, what show?" Huang Mao began to inquire, but was silenced by a mere glance from Bai-yin. Observing as Bai-yin meticulously unzipped his bag to place Haizi inside before hoisting the bag onto his back, Huang Mao grew alert. "What's wrong?" he stammered, swallowing hard, his voice barely above a whisper. "There are zombies, and many of them what?" "Should keep your voice down." "Oh, right. Huang Mao immediately lowered his voice, anxiety creeping into his tone. "What shall we do now?" someone suggested urgently. "We must evacuate." Bai-yin moved towards the stout figure, while Huang Mao rushed to awaken his sister, Li Xin. The stout man had just fallen asleep when Bain shook him awake. As he opened his mouth to speak, Bain gestured for silence, prompting him to lower his voice and inquire, "What's wrong?" Bain pointed towards the encroaching darkness behind him. "There are zombies. Before they notice us, we must leave." "Oh, all right." The stout man quickly rose to his feet and, in the next moment, dashed towards the corner where Wang Lei was. He whispered urgently, Xiao Lei, wake up, please." Wang Lei was in a deep slumber. Upon opening her eyes, she was startled to find the stout man's rather grotesque face looming over her. "Ah, what do you want? Don't do anything reckless," she exclaimed, mistakenly believing he had nefarious intentions. Unable to hold back, she cried out, and that singular sound drew the attention of the zombies lurking beyond the broken doorway. In the stillness of the night, even the faintest sound of a falling nail could be heard, let alone such a piercing scream. The zombies began to converge towards their direction. With a thunderous crash, a robust zombie barreled through the door, followed by a throng of others, all surging forth from the shadows. "Run!" Without a moment to elaborate, Bain seized an axe and flashlight, charging towards the other exit. With him leading the way, Huang Mao and the just-awakened Li Xian followed closely. As Bain opened the door, he was immediately confronted by a solitary zombie. With a swift swing of his axe, he felled the creature and kicked it down the stairs before sprinting up the empty stairwell. The unexpected turn of events unfolded with alarming rapidity. Yet, even in the face of the zombies, Wang Lei quickly grasped the gravity of her situation. Dragged by the stout man, she fled in panic but, overcome by fear, slipped and fell, twisting her ankle. By the time the stout man glanced back, he had already distanced himself from her by 2 or 3 meters. With terror etched across her face, Wang Lei turned to see the zombies closing in. She nearly screamed, "Jingu, save me." In that fleeting moment, the stout man hesitated. But it was merely for an instant. In the next heartbeat, he turned back, lifted Wang Lei from the ground, and held her tightly, pushing himself to catch up with Bain. In that moment, the stout man unleashed all his latent strength. Carrying the goddess in his arms, he felt no fatigue whatsoever. In his arms, Wang Lei was as docile as a small kitten. Chapter 20. Survival. What should we do now? Huang Mao, trailing behind Bain, wore an expression of panic. The zombies on the staircase were few, yet they remained perilous. Bain forged ahead, making his way towards the upper floors. Thud! Another zombie was felled by his strike. Regardless of the circumstances, their immediate priority was to ascend. Bain's assertion was grounded in scientific reasoning. Based on his experience, the number of zombies on the upper floors of a building was invariably fewer than those below. Upon reaching the 5th floor, he suddenly turned back. Where are they? A jolt of alarm coursed through him. Just then, he spotted the hefty figure of the fat man, carrying Wang Lei, catching up. Bain felt a tentative sense of relief, not because the lives of these two were particularly valuable, but simply due to the mission stipulation that everyone must survive tonight. After all, it pertained to Heizi's ability as a corpse friend. The quintet regrouped and continued their ascent. The zombies behind them relentlessly pursued, their speed unyielding. The nocturnal undead exhibited far greater aggression than their daytime counterparts. Human stamina is ultimately finite. Regardless of how fervently the fat man had initially surged forward, carrying Wang Lei up flights of stairs began to take its toll, and his pace faltered. Huang Mao, observing this, couldn't help but unleash a torrent of insults. "Are you foolish? Why not let her walk on her own? Can't you see Xiao Lei is injured?" The fat man retorted with equal fervor, hoping to win Wang Lei's favor. However, she remained unresponsive, only deepening Huang Mao's disdain. Fortunately, they had managed to distance themselves from the zombies by several floors. Otherwise, their bickering would have been a luxury they could ill afford. They found themselves on the 19th floor of the department store, with the rooftop looming above. Yet, there seemed to be no other refuge available. Thus, Bain resolutely chose to ascend to the rooftop. Creak! The rooftop door swung open, and the 5 hurriedly rushed through. Bain then secured the door tightly. As long as their adversaries did not forcibly breach it, they would remain safe. On the rooftop stood a pavilion, approximately 3 meters high, seemingly a decorative feature. However, if the zombies were to charge, the pavilion would serve as their last refuge. "Are we safe now?" a shaken Li Xian inquired. Bain remained silent, moving towards the edge of the rooftop to survey their surroundings. Ultimately, from the vantage point on the left, one could observe the rooftop of another colossal structure. This location was approximately 7 to 8 meters lower than their current position, with a horizontal distance of about 3 meters. In simpler terms, it was conceivable to leap from their rooftop to that of the other building, provided one could successfully make the jump. A failure in this endeavor would equate to a fatal plunge. "Hey, you're injured, right? Where are you hurt?" The assertive voice of a blonde-haired youth pressed on, directed towards Wang Lei, who was being cradled in the arms of a stout individual nearby. The stout fellow shoved him away, exclaiming, What are you doing? It's just a sprained ankle. She hasn't been bitten by a zombie. Don't stir up trouble now. The blonde youth, unfazed by the shove, scrutinized Wang Lei from head to toe, and only after confirming the stout man's words did he let out a sigh of relief. He said nothing further, merely casting a disdainful glance at the pair before sauntering off towards the silver-haired individual, leaving the stout man to embrace Wang Lei triumphantly. At that moment, the situation was temporarily secure. After evading the horde of zombies, they were momentarily oblivious to the whereabouts of their food supplies. Once she felt safe, Wang Lei's first realization was that she was being held by the stout man. Instinctively, she felt a wave of nausea, her expression reflecting distaste. However, this sentiment was fleeting. In the next instant, she adopted a bashful demeanor and stammered, Jean G. Oh. The stout man, finally regaining his senses, hastily released her. As he awkwardly scratched his head, he savored the lingering sensation of their earlier contact, delighting in it internally. Despite his outward embarrassment, "Bro, what should we do next?" the blonde youth inquired of the silver-haired leader. Given the current circumstances, the silver-haired individual appeared to have assumed the role of the group's de facto leader. He simply retrieved a pocket watch from his belongings, glancing at the time, which indicated it was around 3 in the morning. With dawn still 4 to 5 hours away, he pointed towards the opposite rooftop and asked, "What do you think? Can we jump across?" The blonde youth grimaced. "This seems quite challenging, especially at this height. If we leap down, we might end up with broken legs." "No worries," the silver-haired man replied nonchalantly, standing atop the parapet. This action startled everyone, as they feared he might inadvertently fall. Yet, he merely executed a graceful leap, carrying the stout man's backpack with him, and landed securely on the other side. Turning back, he looked up at the blonde youth and the others, proclaiming, "See? Quite simple." The blonde youth was left speechless, gazing at the scene below, feeling disoriented. He managed a wry smile, his expression a mix of incredulity and disbelief, as if to question the very humanity of the silver-haired man. "Is there a more secure method?" The blonde was too fearful, and the others appeared similarly apprehensive. Particularly, Wang Lei, who had just cast a glance downward, instinctively took 2 steps back, no longer daring to look. Wang Lei did not actually suffer from acrophobia. Yet at this moment, confronted with the perilous height that could result in a disastrous fall, she felt a twinge of trepidation. It is essential to remember that this was not a film shoot. There were no safety measures in place. None of the 4 exhibited any audacity, which left Bai Yin somewhat exasperated. Naturally, Bai Yin's perspective differed from that of the others. He merely contemplated the act of jumping across, indifferent to the potential of breaking a leg. After all, his task was simply to ensure that all 4 survived until dawn. However, the quartet was unlikely to share such a thought. The distance one could leap was one consideration, but the possibility of sustaining an injury upon landing was another matter entirely. None of the 4 had the inclination to attempt the crossing. Ultimately, it fell upon Bai Yin to take charge. He retrieved a bundle of rope from his bag and, with a forceful throw, sent it across. The blonde, quick-witted and agile, caught it effortlessly. Bai Yin pointed to a sturdy pillar on the rooftop beside the blonde, instructing, "Tie one end securely there and toss the other back." "Oh, right." The blonde responded promptly, following the directive. He untied the rope and wrapped one end several times around the robust iron column, securing it with multiple knots. Subsequently, he affixed a stone to the other end and hurled it back. Bai Yin swiftly caught the stone and, after untying it, looped the opposite end over the solid railing of the rooftop. The length of the rope was just sufficient to connect both sides. Had it been any shorter, it might have proven inadequate. "All secured, come over." Bai Yin beckoned from his position. Yet, the 4 remained hesitant. Observing his sister, Li Xian, in a state of fear, the blonde resolved to muster courage for her sake. He took a deep breath and ascended the rope, hesitating and daring not to glance below. After what seemed like 7 or 8 minutes, he finally reached the end of the rope. Bai Yin, noticing this, grasped his hand and pulled firmly, successfully bringing him across. Relieved to be out of danger, the blonde plopped onto the ground, panting heavily, still somewhat shaken. However, he quickly regained his composure, sitting up and smiling at his sister. Gesturing, "Come on, quickly now, you can do it." Encouraged by her brother, Li Xian swallowed hard, but ultimately resolved to climb the rope. Compared to her brother's speed, she was considerably slower, taking nearly 10 minutes to make the crossing. After a challenging journey, they finally arrived, and the plump Wang Lei waved to the others across the way, urging them to come quickly. The plump individual hesitated, uncertain about the strength of the rope. Weighing around 200 pounds, he felt incomparable to the others. Wang Lei also felt apprehensive, acutely aware of her own frailty. She feared that she would not be able to hold on long enough and might fall midway. "Perhaps we should wait until dawn," Wang Lei suggested softly, to which the plump man nodded vigorously. "All right." The two remained motionless, prompting Huang Mao, who was observing from the other side, to impatiently urge, "Are you two just dawdling? Are you coming or not?" The plump man casually made an excuse, saying, "I think this rope isn't sturdy enough. Let us wait until dawn." Huang Mao was at a loss for words, but, after a moment's thought, decided to refrain from further argument. After all, it wasn't his life at stake. He watched as Wang Lei and the plump man climbed onto the pavilion. At that height and angle, as long as the zombies did not deliberately look up, they would likely go unnoticed. Damn, what a pair of oddballs. Huang Mao couldn't help but mutter. At that moment, Bai Yin instinctively glanced at him. What's wrong, brother?" Huang Mao was somewhat bewildered, wondering if he had misspoken. Bai Yin hesitated for a moment, but ultimately said, "Dogs generally aren't that odd." Wong. The black dog in the backpack responded with a couple of barks. This reaction immediately brought laughter from the siblings, transforming the previously tense atmosphere into one of lightheartedness. Right, dogs aren't odd at all. How could they compare to those two? Huang Mao pretended to slap himself lightly, and then asked, "So, what shall we do next?" Bai Yin glanced at the plump man and Wang Lei on the opposite pavilion and simply stated, "Let us follow their suggestion and wait until dawn." Zombies are generally less active during the day. The three of them rested in place. Meanwhile, Bai Yin took out food and water from his bag to replenish the sibling strength. While the plump man and Wang Lei on the pavilion could only watch enviously, unable to do anything. Wang Lei sat on the ground with her legs together, resting her head on her knees. She felt incredibly tired and needed a good rest. The plump man felt similarly, though he entertained other thoughts, such as wanting to sleep next to Wang Lei rather than face her from across the way. Naturally, such thoughts were merely fanciful and ultimately meaningless. Time passed slowly, and eventually, it reached 6 in the morning. The night gradually transitioned into daybreak, marking the dawn, though not yet full daylight. Almost everyone, except for Bai Yin, had fallen asleep. Bai Yin first glanced at the time on his pocket watch, pondering why the system had yet to inform him of the task's completion. Suddenly, bang. What was initially a serene morning was shattered by a series of frantic knocking sounds emanating from the direction of the chubby man. Following that, a cacophony of hoarse groans from countless zombies arose from beyond the door. The unexpected commotion instantly roused everyone, particularly Wang Lei and the chubby man atop the pavilion. Bang! Bang! The thunderous banging resonated throughout the world, startling both of them. "What are you still doing? Hurry over here." Seeing the two remain frozen in place, Bai Yin frantically pointed at the rope and shouted, desperate to avoid failing the task at the last moment. However, it was undoubtedly too late. With a resounding crash, the rooftop door was forcefully flung open, and in an instant, hundreds of zombies surged inside, swiftly overtaking the rooftop. "Damn it," Huang Mao cursed under his breath, adding, "They had it coming." Meanwhile, the chubby man and Wang Lei clung tightly to the center of the pavilion, fearful of being discovered by the ravenous undead. Yet, despite their utmost caution, a taller zombie soon spotted them. The creature charged towards their direction, attempting to scale the pavilion, but its severely decayed body hindered its ascent. "Oh, don't come over here. Stay away," Wang Lei screamed in terror. Her cries, instead of silencing the threat, attracted the attention of every nearby zombie. Useless teammate. Huang Mao sighed in exasperation, mentally preparing himself for the grim possibility of Wang Lei and the chubby man being bitten. Bai Yin, however, felt a surge of anxiety, desperately searching for a way to save them. Just then, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Task completed. The four-man team successfully survived until dawn. Reward. Food stash located in the building below, 3rd floor, warehouse 307. The announcement of task completion, 1/3 achieved, along with an additional reward of a food storage point, brought a profound sense of relief to Bai Yin. His perspective on the perilous situation of the chubby man and Wang Lei underwent a complete transformation. What? They're about to be bitten by zombies? If they die, so be it. What does that have to do with me? Bai Yin's mood was remarkably serene. For him, having accomplished the task, the value of the chubby man and Wang Lei had diminished significantly. The indifference or concern of those around was ultimately futile. In that moment, the stout man and Wang Lei found themselves ensnared beneath the pavilion, surrounded by a horde of zombies, their expressions filled with terror and disarray. Ultimately, Wang Lei's gaze fell upon the rooftop door that had been forcefully breached by the undead. A glimmer of icy determination flickered in her eyes. Suddenly, she leaped into the stout man's embrace, and as he looked at her in bewilderment, she lifted her gaze to meet his, her eyes brimming with emotion. "Jingge, you promised that you would be willing to die for me, didn't you?" Before he could fully comprehend the gravity of her words, tears welled in Wang Lei's eyes, rendering her vulnerable and pitiable. "I don't want to die. I want to live. If we can survive this time, I will become your girlfriend." Chapter 22. The Stout Man's Demise Girlfriend? Those 3 words struck the stout man's soul like a thunderbolt, causing his entire being to tremble. It was evident to anyone with eyes that he harbored feelings for Wang Lei. But how long had he felt this way? Perhaps around 3 years. They were university classmates. And he had fallen for her at first sight. The stout man had liked a few girls in the past, had mustered the courage to confess, but had only faced rejection. Some even went so far as to insult him, branding him a toad yearning for a swan. He felt inferior, acutely aware of his lack of attractiveness and the absence of affection from others. Logically, even if he had fallen for Wang Lei at first sight, he would not have dared to entertain any other thoughts, fully cognizant of his own self-worth. However, a single remark from Wang Lei made it difficult for him to let go. The story unfolded as follows. One day, mustering his courage, he asked Wang Lei, "What kind of man do you like?" She smiled sweetly and replied, "I like someone who can cook and cares for girls." The stout man pressed on. "What about someone who isn't good-looking and is quite overweight?" With an air of indifference, she responded, "What does that matter? A good man should not be judged solely by his appearance." To the discerning eye, it was clear that Wang Lei was playfully toying with him. Yet, the stout man took her words to heart, believing he still had a chance. Subsequently, he attempted several times to express his feelings to her, only to be met with her insistence on prioritizing her studies and a reluctance to enter a relationship too soon. Wang Lei's failure to outright reject him created a false sense of hope in the stout man's heart. Now, with her promise of becoming his girlfriend upon escaping. Despite the dire circumstances, the stout man felt a surge of joy. Gathering his courage, he pulled her close, kissing her fervently. In the moment they parted, as her face registered shock, he urged, "I will draw them away. You take this opportunity to escape." With that, he leaped from the pavilion, deliberately seeking out a vacant space devoid of zombies. Subsequently, he turned and dashed towards the entrance of the rooftop. A few zombies attempted to obstruct his path, but his corpulent frame sent them flying. Standing at the doorway, he bellowed at the encircling zombies, "Look over here. If you dare, come and feast on your grandfather's behind." His boisterous cries immediately captivated the attention of the undead. Frustrated by their inability to reach their intended target atop the pavilion, the zombies all surged towards the hefty man. The rotund fellow flashed a grin at Wang Lei, who was on the pavilion, before sprinting down the stairs. He thought to himself that he needed to extricate himself quickly, planning to return later to indulge in tender moments with Wang Lei. Little did he know, as he successfully diverted the zombies, Wang Lei was frowning and wiping her lips with her sleeve. She felt a wave of nausea wash over her, realizing that she had just been kissed by the hefty man, and struggled to suppress the urge to vomit. Despite her intense revulsion, her immediate priority was survival. With the majority of the zombies now in pursuit of the rotund man, Wang Lei seized the opportunity and leapt down from the pavilion. In the next moment, she sprinted towards the rope at the edge of the rooftop, unleashing her full potential as she climbed it. Upon reaching the other side where Bai Yin stood, the cold expression on Huang Mao's face remained unchanged, and he made no move to assist her. Li Xian hesitated, uncertain whether to offer her a hand. Ultimately, it was Bai Yin who stepped forward, grasping her hand and pulling her up. Thank you, Wang Lei panted, having narrowly escaped. Feeling as though fortune had smiled upon her, Bai Yin handed her a bottle of water, and she eagerly gulped down a generous mouthful. Huang Mao pulled Bai Yin aside and whispered, "Brother, why save such a thing?" Yet Bai Yin said nothing, merely chuckling softly. Such a thing? Bai Yin found the remark somewhat absurd, as if there were a significant disparity between Huang Mao, Li Xian, and Wang Lei in his eyes. Bai Yin cared little for the character or morals of these 3 individuals. After all, they were strangers to him. What mattered was that he had only completed 1/3 of his system task, which was directly linked to these outsiders. In other words, he pondered whether the remaining 2 tasks would also involve them. In this context, unless necessary, he preferred to maintain only the most superficial relationship with the others. If he were to withhold assistance in front of the siblings, and Wang Lei ended up falling to her death, it would directly undermine the benevolent persona he had deliberately cultivated. Ding. Task issued. Lead the trio to the food hideout and ensure their survival for 24 hours. This task is divided into 3 parts, and upon completion, a reward shall be bestowed, granting the black piece the ability of a corpse friend. 2-3. A new mission begins, and as I reflect, it becomes evident that this task would fail without Wang Lei's presence. In any case, exercising caution is not a detriment. After all, the silver piece has never regarded this group with any seriousness. Meanwhile, as a few individuals attempt to explore the stairway downwards, the portly figure within the department store is still frantically fleeing for his life. Initially exhilarated by the intoxication of love, he soon finds his energy waning as time passes. Concurrently, the weight of fear grows heavier upon his heart. Suddenly, he inadvertently steps on a bottle, losing his balance and crashing to the ground. When he rolls over, he is met with a horrifying sight. Countless zombies are lunging towards him. This horde of the undead begins to tear and gnaw at him mercilessly. Ultimately, amidst his agonizing screams akin to a slaughtered pig, he is devoured beyond recognition, consumed entirely. On the other side, the silver piece remains in an atmosphere of tranquility. Unlike the adjacent department store, this building is devoid of any zombies. It appears to be an unfinished structure, filled with unrenovated rooms. It seems that no one was present here during the outbreak. Thus, even a year later, not a trace of the undead can be found. The silver piece leads the remaining trio directly to the warehouse on the third floor, which, according to the system, is where food is concealed. The building remains unrefined above the third floor, but the third floor and below are well furnished. With a creak, the silver piece pushes open the warehouse door, revealing a sight of cobwebs and dust. The warehouse, though not large, comprising the total area of 4 staff dormitories, contains beds and tables. In one corner, numerous boxes are stacked, adorned with images of instant noodles and canned goods. Food. It seems that this place once housed occupants, but now it stands empty. Upon entering, the trio's eyes gleam with excitement upon seeing the food in the corner. They rush over to investigate the contents of the boxes. Chapter 23, Conflict. It's meat and canned goods, Huang Mao exclaims joyfully, despite having eaten his fill just the night before. Yet, upon encountering such an abundance of food, he cannot help but feel a surge of exhilaration. It has become an instinctive reaction, as the three revel in their delight. The silver piece approaches a faucet in the corner. This faucet appears to have been a later addition rather than part of the original construction. The silver piece turns the handle. Water flows forth with a rush. Suddenly, clean water began to flow forth. Witnessing this, the crowd erupted in jubilant cheers. Entirely oblivious to the fate of the portly fellow. I shall go below to investigate. If you find the time, please tidy up here. With that, Bain departed to explore whether there were any zombies lurking in the building. After he left, Huang Mao and Li Xin filled a bucket with water and commenced wiping down the windows and beds, seemingly intending to stay here for a while. Given that the place had previously been inhabited, most daily necessities were in ample supply. As the siblings busily engaged in their cleaning, Wang Lei rummaged through a pile of food boxes, inspecting their contents. Hey, get to work. What are you doing? Huang Mao grumbled, urging Wang Lei to contribute. Yet, Wang Lei retorted with unwavering conviction, I am categorizing the food. It is of utmost importance. Important? For what? They are all edibles. Why categorize them so meticulously? How pedestrian. If you don't understand, just be silent. Fine. Huang Mao was left speechless, unwilling to continue the argument. Meanwhile, Wang Lei reveled in her perceived triumph. Opening boxes and humming a cheerful tune, she recognized clearly that in this team, her only obligation was to curry favor with Bain. Although Bain's personality was somewhat eccentric and he did not subscribe to her usual tactics, he ultimately appeared to be a decent and honest man. Wang Lei believed that such individuals merely needed time to shed their initial shyness. Eventually, they would find themselves enthralled by her charm and become her allies. Confident in her abilities, Wang Lei felt no need to present herself as the obedient girl to win Bain's approval while he was absent. The more melodious her humming became, the more irked Huang Mao felt. As he finished cleaning the windows and began sweeping the floor, he could no longer restrain his sarcasm, remarking, the fat man just died. And you're so cheerful. What a good person you are. Wang Lei shot Huang Mao a disdainful glance, retorting, his death has nothing to do with me. I did not hold a knife to his throat. Come on, are you unaware of his affection for you? And what of it? That was his unreciprocated sentiment. I never asked him to do so much for me. Besides, I never claimed to like him. He simply misinterpreted my intentions. He is so unattractive, overweight, and seemingly impoverished. I am not blind. How could I ever be interested in such a man? Do you even consider yourself a person? One must look out for oneself. Why indulge in such convoluted reasoning? Indeed, you seem untroubled by the notion of retribution. Only the downtrodden believe in such consequences. Anyone who has engaged with society understands that these are merely the self-soothing musings of the defeated. The two engaged in a verbal sparring match, becoming increasingly unable to cease their bickering. The incessant noise gave Lee a headache, and ultimately, she could no longer contain her frustration. Enough. What is the point of this incessant arguing? Must you raise your voices to such an extent that you attract the zombies? Upon her words, silence enveloped the room. Wang Lei and the blonde merely exchanged a glance, choosing to disregard one another thereafter. Meanwhile, Bain had scoured the premises from the third floor down to the first. Though incredulous, he found that indeed, there was not a single zombie in sight. Upon reaching the entrance of the first floor, the truth dawned upon him. The reason was simple. All exits were securely locked. It appeared that the building had been sealed off prior to the outbreak of the zombies. The first floor housed a hospital, yet most corners lay desolate, seemingly newly renovated with minimal equipment, naturally not yet operational. In contrast to the unfinished upper floors, the ground level was at least adorned with tiles and freshly painted walls. Creak. As he opened a small door, he was greeted by the bustling street outside. A few dazed zombies, drawn by the noise, began to converge upon him, only to be met with disappointment upon noticing Bain at the threshold, and they wandered off elsewhere. Bain promptly secured the door behind him and returned to the warehouse on the 3rd floor. His footsteps echoed in the corridor, catching Wang Lei's attention, who hastily grabbed a cloth to wipe down the window. I just cleaned that spot. What are you doing now? Why weren't you doing this earlier? The blonde expressed his dissatisfaction, yet Wang Lei stood her ground, retorting, you didn't clean it properly. Humph. The blonde scoffed, just as Bain returned from outside. Catching sight of the three busying themselves in the room, the blonde suddenly realized that Wang Lei was merely putting on a show for Bain, which only fueled his disdain. Conversely, upon seeing Bain's return, Wang Lei eagerly extended a bottle of water towards him. Welcome back. You must be tired. She unconsciously leaned closer to him. Thank you. Bain accepted the water, quickly retreating a couple of steps before getting to the point. I just checked. There are no zombies in this building, and the doors below are all locked, so it's quite secure. Clap, clap, clap. Upon hearing this, Wang Lei hurriedly applauded, embodying the innocence of a starstruck girl. The blonde rolled his eyes, muttering, what a show. Bain discerned the blonde's disdain for Wang Lei, but had no interest in the dynamics between the three outsiders. He simply placed his bag, along with the black piece inside, on the nearby bed, stating, I'm going out to gather some supplies. Please keep an eye on the black piece for me. The three paused, somewhat perplexed. The blonde remarked, could there be any danger? Should I accompany you? No need. I fear I might hold you back. Upon hearing these words, Wang Lei could not help but take a jab at Huang Mao, remarking, to put it plainly, he is merely afraid that you will hinder him. Then, turning to Bain, she smiled sweetly and said, be cautious on your journey. Do take care not to attract the attention of the zombies. A soft murmur escaped her lips as she prepared to leave. Yet, in that fleeting moment before her departure, her gaze inadvertently wandered to the faucet that could dispense water. And she reminded, ensure the water is boiled before drinking, just to be safe. With that, she took her leave. When he returned, it was already midday. He was seen dragging a large bag, which prompted the others to gather excitedly around him, only to discover it was filled with blankets, comforters, and laundry supplies among other necessities. Their eyes sparkled with delight. Bain simply stated, I found these at the supermarket next door. If you need anything else, just let me know, and I will bring it next time. Chapter 24. The automobile. The warehouse contained 3 bunk beds, the typical kind found in staff dormitories, accommodating 6 individuals. Each of the 4 selected a spot and made up their beds. After a night of evading zombies, they were utterly exhausted, especially Bain, who had not slept a wink. He planned to have lunch and then rest early, intending to take the night watch later. Lunch consisted of instant noodles and canned pork. The warehouse was equipped with a stove and firewood, so Li Xian opted for a cooking method involving fire. After each was served a generous bowl of noodles alongside the canned meat, they could not help but indulge heartily. Eating warm food in such an environment was truly a luxury. The group, including Heisey, ate without concern for appearances. Only Wang Lei seemed out of place. Wang Lei poured the canned pork onto a plate, using chopsticks to extract all the fatty pieces and discarding them into Heisey's makeshift bowl. Heisey, delighted, wagged his tail joyfully. Observing this, Bain said nothing but continued to eat his meal. Huang Mao and Li Xian, however, could not help but direct their gazes toward Wang Lei. Noticing their stares, she responded nonchalantly, why are you all looking at me? I am a star. Of course, I must maintain my figure. What if I gain weight from eating such fatty meat? The siblings exchanged glances, speechless, clearly uncomfortable with Wang Lei's attitude. At a time like this, she still clung to the mindset of a celebrity in a shelter. It had been over a year since the outbreak of the zombies, and it was surprising that there were still individuals who were picky about food. The atmosphere at the dining table grew somewhat awkward. Yet, Bain paid no mind to it. After finishing his meal and washing his face casually, he simply laid down on the bed. After setting an alarm, I drifted off to sleep, cradling the lively little dog, Hazy. Dinglingly. The alarm rang at 8 o'clock in the evening. Upon awakening, I discovered Wang Lei was still asleep, while Huang Mao and Li Xian were busily preparing dinner. The meal was nearly ready, and Bain, upon waking, immediately began to eat. Dinner consisted of rice accompanied by canned meat and pickled vegetables. The 3 eventually gathered at the dining table, yet no one called for Wang Lei. Brother, Huang Mao interjected, his voice tinged with irritation, pointing at the bowl of rice and canned food set aside for Wang Lei. It's a privilege that I even bothered to serve her. The food can still be eaten when cold. I refuse to indulge her. Li Xian, sensing the discontent, gently rebuked. Let us not speak like that. We all share the same roof. There are so few survivors left, and if we treat each other this way, we will only deepen our solitude. Resolute, Li Xian approached Wang Lei to rouse her for dinner. She gently nudged Wang Lei awake. With a hint of annoyance, Wang Lei opened her eyes and groggily protested. What is it? I was sleeping so well. It's time for dinner, Sister Wang. Oh, I'm on a diet. I want to eat, I want tea. Her voice was laced with impatience as she turned over, covering herself with the blanket to continue her slumber. Wang Lei's reaction ignited a fire within Huang Mao, who ultimately turned to Bai Yin. Brother, look at her. Shoo. Bai Yin merely gestured for silence, indicating Huang Mao to keep quiet. Subsequently, he took the bowl of rice meant for Wang Lei, scooped a third into Huang Mao's bowl, and split the remainder with Li Xian. Sighing in resignation, Huang Mao chose not to argue further and continued with his meal, despite the discontent simmering within him. After dinner, the weary Huang Mao and Li Xian quickly succumbed to sleep. In contrast, Bai Yin moved a stool to sit by the warehouse door, lighting a candle beside him, and began to read. Hazy nestled in his arms, deeply asleep. With a soft rustle, Bai Yin turned to the next page of his book, which described Robinson's cat mating with wild cats on the island, resulting in a multitude of kittens, a situation that left Robinson quite distressed. Frankly, Bai Yin felt a pang of envy at this point. Regrettably, his Hey Z was a male dog, and he would never have the joy of grandchildren. A faint sound of footsteps echoed from the warehouse behind him. Bai Yin turned and saw Wang Lei stealthily descending from her bed. Bathed in moonlight, she sneaked over to the corner where the food was stored and took a piece of bread. Are you hungry? Bai Yin mused, suspecting she indeed was. He feigned ignorance and returned to his reading. About 5 minutes later, the sound of someone climbing back into bed filled the room. It appears that Wang Lei has finished her meal. Yet, who truly cares? A night devoid of events. As dawn broke, likely around 6:30 in the morning, the system's response echoed in his mind. Ding. Task completed. The trio has successfully survived for 24 hours. Reward. Location of a nearby vehicle. Location. First floor opposite the department store. Is this reward a car? Bai Yin felt a twinge of helplessness, as he was utterly ignorant about automobiles. Just as he pondered how to best utilize this information, another notification arrived. Ding. The third task had unexpectedly emerged. Ding. Task issued. Please board the vehicle and proceed to the next target city. In that city, eliminate 10 canine zombies. This task comprises 3 parts. Complete all to receive the reward. Reward. Grant Heisey the ability of a corpse friend. 3-3. The next city Bai Yin was bound for was Shajiang City. In simpler terms, as long as he boarded this vehicle and traveled there to slay 10 zombie dogs, this trilogy of tasks would reach its conclusion. In other words, from this moment onward, the lives or deaths of these 3 outsiders would have no bearing on him. Bai Yin could not help but exhale in relief. Later, as everyone gathered around the dining table for breakfast, he remarked, I discovered a vehicle yesterday. It may still be operational. Who among you can drive? Accompany me to check it out. Upon hearing this, awkward expressions spread across the faces of the group. Eventually, Huang Mao raised his hand. Somewhat sheepishly, only Fatty knows how to drive. I can too, but I just obtained my license and am not very skilled. No worries, as long as you can manage. Come with me to take a look. All right. After breakfast, Bai Yin led Huang Mao to the vehicle retrieval point as indicated by the system. The two moved with caution, wary of attracting the attention of zombies. Fortunately, the area was sparsely populated with the undead. Even if a few lurked nearby, Bai Yin swiftly dealt with them. Ultimately, they opened the gate to find a green SUV. It appeared not to have been left untouched for long, suggesting it had been parked there recently. Beside the vehicle lay a corpse, deceased merely a month prior. Huang Mao discovered the car keys on the body and then climbed into the driver's seat to start the engine. With a roar, the engine came to life, and Huang Mao sped out with a whoosh. Bai Yin, seated in the passenger seat, nearly lost his balance and was almost thrown from the vehicle. Eventually, they arrived at the building where the others were staying. The two swiftly leaped from the car, and taking advantage of the zombies' obliviousness, they closed the car door with a resounding bang and darted into the building. Chapter 25. Abandoning the plan to Shajiang City? The blonde was perplexed as to why Bai Yin intended to venture there. He merely added another piece of firewood to the brick stove and, with a hint of curiosity, inquired. That place, logically speaking, is quite underdeveloped, especially now that zombies are rampant. Shajiang City, even during peaceful times, is merely a small, undeveloped town. Backed by rural areas, it hardly boasts the most basic courier stations. Bai Yin replied, before encountering you, I had a friend, but something occurred along the way, causing us to part. However, according to our original plan, we agreed to meet in Shajiang. I wonder if he has arrived. He continued, since you are able to drive, I would like to request your assistance in giving me a ride. The blonde responded, well, since we are all allies now, I have no objections. Wherever you go, we are willing to follow. It's just a pity about the food. He glanced back at the corner piled high with provisions, sufficient for the four of them to endure for nearly half a year. If they intended to take it, the off-road vehicle could carry at most half of it. As he turned back to look at the food, his gaze inadvertently brushed past Wang Lei, who was leisurely applying makeup in front of a mirror. In contrast, his younger sister, Li Xin, was washing clothes not far away. The blonde couldn't help but frown and murmured softly, "If only we could dispose of those worn-out shoes when we leave." "Worn-out shoes? You mean Wang Lei? If you wish, by all means." The blonde was somewhat taken aback. "You agree? I thought you would defend her." Bai chuckled gently. "What misconception leads you to believe I would concern myself with a burden, whether physical or mental? It is entirely understandable to want to discard someone who only disrupts our internal unity." Honestly, Bai had little interest in engaging in such matters. After all, it was the blonde who would be driving. He could manage things as he pleased. However, since the blonde harbored such thoughts, Bai was willing to offer some reasonable justifications. "All right then, when we depart, let us not take her along, and let her face her own demise." The blonde resolved firmly, an indescribable sense of relief in his eyes. At lunch, Bai disclosed his plan to head to Shajiang City. The blonde and Li Xin did not react much, while Wang Lei gazed at the corner filled with food. "Such an abundance of provisions, it would be a pity not to take some with us. Perhaps we could stay a bit longer? What do you think, handsome?" She cast a flirtatious glance at Bai. Bai merely chuckled, responding with a teasing tone, "Not quite. If someone is willing to stay behind, we could fit more food in the vehicle. Then let Xiao Huang stay. After all, you are quite the glutton. Such provisions must not go to waste." Wang Lei covered her mouth, stifling a laugh, while the blonde shot her a disapproving look and said, "Why did you not stay? This place would suffice for your retirement." "I intend to follow the charming young man. Wherever he goes, I shall follow." In the afternoon, everyone began to pack their belongings. Once the vehicle was fully loaded, approximately half of the provisions remained in the warehouse. Bai occupied the front passenger seat, while Li Xin and Wang Lei settled in the back. Huang Mao was contemplating a way to dismiss Wang Lei. However, before he could utter a word, Wang Lei suddenly shrieked, "Oh no, I left my makeup box inside." She added, "Wait, don't start the car yet. I need to go back and retrieve it." With that, she flung open the car door and dashed back into the building. After Wang Lei exited, Huang Mao turned to Li Xin and said, "Sister, please close the door. Just in case." "All right," responded Li Xin, shutting the door without further thought. No sooner had she secured the door when, Virum, Huang Mao slammed on the accelerator, and the green SUV sped off towards Shajiang City with a whoosh. Li Xin, taken aback, exclaimed, "Brother, Lei Jia hasn't he gotten back in yet?" Huang Mao's expression remained icy. "Carrying such a burden will eventually lead to our demise. Let her fend for herself." "How can you say that? We have known each other for so long and are old friends," Li Xin insisted, growing anxious, but Huang Mao remained unmoved. Ultimately, Li Xin turned her pleading gaze towards Bai. "Bai, please help me." Yet, her words trailed off as she caught sight of Bai's pale, weary face in the rearview mirror, resembling that of a gravely ill patient. "Bai, are you all right?" "Cough, cough, I'm fine." Bai forced a smile and waved a hand weakly, his voice faint. "I'm just a bit carsick." He silently retrieved a sleeping pill from his pocket and swallowed it dry, then continued, "There's at least half a year's worth of food left in the warehouse. It will suffice for her for a year. So, it's nothing to worry about. If you truly feel uneasy, you may return within a year." Only a fool would return. Huang Mao's words were laced with irritation. Li Xin, seeing that Bai had spoken in such a manner, understood that returning was no longer an option. With a resigned sigh, she accepted the situation. Meanwhile, Wang Lei had just reached the upper floor when she heard the sound of the SUV departing. Stunned for a moment, she quickly became flustered. She hurried down to the first floor and rushed outside, but all she could see was the taillights of the SUV gradually fading into the distance. "Oh no, I haven't even gotten on the car," Wang Lei shouted, but the vehicle continued to recede. No matter how foolish she felt, she ultimately recognized the harsh reality that she had been abandoned. With this realization igniting a firestorm of rage within her, Wang Lei could not help but unleash a torrent of curses. With a surge of frustration, she cried out, "Come back to me. Where are you?" Yet, such outbursts proved futile. After the flames of anger subsided, a wave of sorrow engulfed her. "Come back, please come back." Tears streamed down her cheeks as she collapsed weakly onto the ground. However, before she could wallow in her despair any longer, the nearby zombies, drawn by the commotion, began to converge upon her. "Oh no!" Wang Lei gasped in terror, her voice a piercing scream, as she hurriedly dashed into the building. In the next instant, she slammed the door shut with a resounding thud, securing it from within. She retreated to the warehouse, where she lay on her bed, and wept for what felt like an eternity. It wasn't until exhaustion overtook her that she finally succumbed to sleep. When she awoke, it was the dead of night. Outside, the wind howled ominously, as if monsters whispered secrets in the dark. Overwhelmed with fear, Wang Lei curled herself into a tight ball on her bed, akin to a fetus in the womb. She cocooned herself in a blanket, hoping to shield herself from her own terror. Wang Lei had always been afraid of the dark. It had been her companion since childhood. She feared solitude. Yet her interactions with others were often laced with barbs. Aside from the suitors who pursued her, few could truly connect with her. It seemed that all the young men around her were eager to placate her, elevating her arrogance and rudeness. Unfortunately, this time, she had encountered the peculiar Huang Mao and the phobic Bai Yin. Wang Lei felt a profound sense of injustice. Yet, regardless of her emotional turmoil, the reality remained. She was destined to live alone for the foreseeable future. What would become of her once her food supplies were depleted? Who could possibly know? Chapter 26. A dreamlike beginning. Upon arriving in Shajiang City, the sun was setting. Hey, wake up! Huang Mao shook Bai Yin vigorously until he finally stirred. Have we arrived? Bai Yin blinked awake, his bleary eyes meeting the sight of a quaint, underdeveloped town. Surrounding the city were lotus ponds and fields. Where it appeared most residents still relied on agriculture for their livelihood. The car meandered into the town, the roads surprisingly clear, with scarcely a vehicle in sight, and only a few zombies wandering about. Even those were merely frail elders and children. Observing the scene, Huang Mao remarked, "This place was never populous. The young have all gone to work elsewhere, leaving only the elderly and children at home." The outbreak coincided with the school season. "I suspect the schools are now the most crowded places. Have you been here before?" "Yes. Our hometown is in the nearby mountains. Before we moved, my sister and I attended middle school here." "I see. Hey, where should we park the car?" Although the other person is 3 or 4 years younger, the young man has grown accustomed to addressing Bai Yin as brother. Bai Yin pointed to a nearby small supermarket, its entrance firmly locked. "Let us park there." The young man drove over and stopped in front of the supermarket. Only 2 zombies lurked nearby, an elderly man rummaging through a trash bin, seemingly oblivious to the commotion, and an old woman, lacking a lower body, slowly crawling toward them. The young man picked up a piece of brick from the ground and approached, delivering a decisive blow to the zombie's forehead. With a sickening thud, the creature's head caved in, rendering it motionless. Upon his return, he found Bai Yin had retrieved some small tools from his bag. Like a skilled locksmith, he deftly worked on the lock. "You possess such skills?" the young man asked in surprise. Bai Yin only smiled wryly. "I had no choice but to learn." With a click, the lock stirred, and Bai Yin inserted a small key, turning it several times before successfully unlocking it. With a clatter, he lifted the roll-up door. The 3 quickly entered, one wielding a flashlight, cautiously scanning for any lurking zombies. They split up, searching every corner of the small store. Unlike the nearly looted supermarkets in larger cities, this one, while a bit disheveled, still held most of its goods, including food on the shelves. The siblings were delighted, thinking to themselves how fortunate they were to have Bai Yin, who effortlessly found such an ideal starting point. Clearly, he was a seasoned survivor. After searching for some time, they failed to find any zombies. To their pleasant surprise, they discovered that the supermarket still had running water. The trio reconvened at the front of the store to exchange information. Bai Yin suggested, "The sound of the roll-up door opening and closing is rather loud. I propose we use the back entrance from now on and secure the front door." "That makes sense," the young man nodded, then added, "But what about the car? It's rare to have a vehicle that works." Bai Yin surveyed the surroundings of the shelves and replied, "Let us clear this room out and drive the car inside. It's not wise to leave it outside. It could attract unwanted attention from other survivors." Agreed. The 3 individuals promptly set to work, moving all the shelves and such into the back room. Under the guidance of the yellow-haired one, they drove the vehicle straight inside. Once they completed these tasks, Bai Yin pulled down the roll-up door and secured it with a lock, handing the yellow-haired one a key that would grant access to this door in the future. Beneath the supermarket, there lay a somewhat inconspicuous basement, seemingly utilized by the owners for storing miscellaneous items, though the reason remained unclear. All 3 felt an unspoken consensus that the underground space offered far greater security than the structures above. The basement contained 4 rooms, perfectly accommodating the trio, while the remaining room was designated for storing supplies and food. Together, they diligently gathered the provisions from the vehicle and the supermarket, transferring everything to the basement. The spacious room was nearly filled to capacity. The abundance of food instilled an overwhelming sense of security in the siblings. It had been over a year since the outbreak of zombies, and this was the first time they had encountered such a plentiful supply. The yellow-haired one estimated that the contents of the room would suffice for the trio for several years, comprising primarily long-lasting food items. That evening, the 3 gathered around a small table in the basement to celebrate with a toast. illuminated by the flickering light of candles. The table was adorned with numerous cans and self-heating meals. The yellow-haired one indulged in canned beer, while the less experienced drinkers, Bain and Lee Exine, enjoyed juice. Yet they still raised their cups in a semblance of celebration. Haha, it's been ages since I've felt this good, compared to life in the shelter. This place is a paradise. The yellow-haired one, having consumed copious amounts of alcohol, sported a face as red as a ripe fruit. Bain inquired, "What did you mainly do back at the shelter?" Upon hearing this, the yellow-haired one could not suppress a sigh before replying. "My primary responsibility was to venture out in search of stones, hauling them back to repair the walls. I suppose you could call me a laborer. My sister mainly mended clothes for those older men and assisted with cooking and various chores. Damn it, it infuriates me to think that despite our relentless efforts, the food we earned barely filled our stomachs. Meanwhile, that Wang Lei simply had to entice a man to obtain anything she desired. Is that fair? Not in the slightest. Are you blaming yourself for not being a beautiful woman?" Bain jested, unable to resist a quip. The yellow-haired one waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No way. What good is beauty alone? Look at my sister. She's beautiful, right?" But he pointed at Lee Exine's chest, laughing. "Haha, it's a barren landscape. No man likes that." "Brother." Lee Exine's face flushed with embarrassment as she shot him a glare filled with fury. "How petty." Huang Mao shivered slightly. Subsequently, he refrained from mentioning the topic again, choosing instead to sip his drink and divert the conversation elsewhere. As dawn broke the next day, the somewhat hungover Huang Mao found himself plagued by a severe headache, unable to rise for the moment. Bain, on the other hand, left his bag and Heisey at home, informing Lee Exine, "I will step out to assess the situation. I trust you to look after Heisey." "All right, stay safe." Bain departed. Meanwhile, Lee Exine, remaining at home, began the task of relocating the beds. Chapter 27. Mission accomplished the previous night. The three of them had merely laid down a blanket on the floor and rested there. Despite the blanket providing some layer of comfort, the cold, hard floor left Lee Exine feeling quite uncomfortable upon waking. Consequently, she resolved to move the beds from the other rooms in the supermarket to the basement. She had observed that there were at least 5 beds available in the supermarket, more than sufficient for the three of them. As for the internal conditions of the supermarket, they were of little concern to Bain, who needed to focus on his pressing task. He scoured the area for any signs of zombie dogs. However, the streets yielded no evidence of human zombies, let alone dogs. After a prolonged search, he finally stumbled upon a small zombie dog beside a fire hydrant. It was a poodle, engaged in some unspeakable act with the hydrant. Bain stealthily approached from behind and delivered a swift strike to the poodle's forehead. The creature did not have time to utter a sound before its head split open, rendering it lifeless. Phew. Bain retrieved his pocket watch. Noting the time was 10:30 in the morning. He had been out for nearly 3 hours, and he had only managed to capture one. What would become of the remaining 9? Bain pressed onward along the road. Along the way, he encountered a pair of elderly zombie couple. Had they still been alive, they would have likely been in their 70s or 80s. Suddenly, the elderly woman stumbled over a bottle, losing her balance and falling to the ground. In her fall, one of her body parts dislodged. Bain witnessed in horror as her eyeball popped out, rolling several meters away. Just as he thought the scene was too grotesque to bear and turned to look elsewhere, he was astonished to see the elderly man zombie crouch down to help the woman up. In the next moment, they continued their aimless journey forward. Witnessing this, Bain felt a swirl of emotions within him. In his memory, zombies were typically driven by instinct, devoid of emotion. Yet, what transpired between this elderly couple was profoundly unsettling. It seems to indicate that a trace of emotion exists between them. Is it evolution? Or perhaps the haunting attachment from their previous lives? Bain finds himself unable to comprehend it. He merely turns away, moving in the opposite direction from the pair of zombies that resemble a married couple. Alone, he continues to pursue his objective. It was likely around noon when fortune smiled upon Bain, leading him to a pet shop, seemingly the only one in the entire Shajiang region. Aside from the lifeless bodies of animals that perished in their cages, numerous dogs still roamed nearby. Upon his arrival, Bain witnessed several zombie dogs feasting on the corpse of a zombie child. As he drew near, they bared their fangs and emitted low growls, attempting to warn him away. A palpable sense of danger permeated the atmosphere. Even though the undead may regard fellow zombies as kin, has there been any shortage of infighting among such beings in this world? Faced with overwhelming numbers, Bain dared not take risks. He opted for a tactical retreat, contemplating a more prudent solution. By chance, Bain's gaze fell upon a nearby manhole cover. Narrowing his eyes, an idea formed in his mind. He approached and lifted the cover. Peering inside, the depth was considerable, and the narrow gaps on either side suggested that if a dog were to fall in, the only way out would be the same way it entered. Not far behind him, a robust adult zombie was chasing after a juvenile zombie. which clutched a mouse in its mouth, fearful that its newly acquired meal would be snatched away by the pursuing adult. Witnessing this scene, Bain stepped forward. "Hey!" he called out from behind the adult zombie. The creature instinctively turned at the sound. With a swift motion, Bain struck with his axe. The adult zombie was cleaved in two. Bain proceeded to dismember the creature, slicing its limbs into several pieces. He then arranged these severed appendages in a line, leading directly to the manhole. Finally, he discarded the now lifeless body into the hole before departing in search of something useful. Upon his return, he discovered that the dismembered corpses on the road had vanished. Only the sounds of chewing and growling from the hole remained, accompanied by protective warning growls. Bain approached stealthily and found a pack of zombie dogs surrounding the carcass, devouring it hungrily. He quickly rushed to the roadside, clutching a pile of firewood he had recently gathered, and hurled it into the hole. He also brought a bucket of gasoline. The dogs inside were startled. Yet it was too late. Bain swiftly replaced the manhole cover and positioned himself atop it. Bang! Bang! The dog below was leaping, attempting to dislodge the manhole cover. But to no avail. Bain merely twisted off the cap of the gasoline container and poured the liquid into the fissures of the manhole. In the next instant, he produced a lighter and ignited a piece of paper, seizing the opportunity to take a step back. Boom! Just as one dog sprang up to lift the manhole cover, he kicked it down, tossing the burning paper below. Kaboom! Instantly, the area erupted into a sea of flames. The inferno unleashed peculiar howls from the flaming zombie dogs, while the air became thick with the acrid scent of charred flesh. The fire continued to blaze for about 10 minutes, and when it finally extinguished, the cramped space was left with only a handful of grotesquely burned, blackened corpses. Ding! The system's voice resonated in his mind. Ding! Mission accomplished. Arrive at Changsha City by vehicle and successfully eliminate 10 canine zombies. Ding! Hazy has acquired the ability of the zombie ally. From now on, zombies will regard him as kin. After the arduous 3-part task was finally complete, Bain couldn't help but exhale in relief. Compared to his own zombie ally, Hazy's mission was undoubtedly far more challenging. Yet, as long as the objective was achieved, all efforts were worthwhile. Soon, Bain returned to the supermarket. At noon, while the three gathered around a larger, pristine wooden table for a meal, Bain shared the insights he had gathered throughout the morning. This place was quite secure, with a remarkably low number of zombies, and even those present were mostly frail and weak. The land was barren, which meant it could be cultivated. In other words, it was an ideal location for a peaceful retirement. Compared to other areas, this was undoubtedly a relatively safe haven. Isn't that splendid? Let us settle here and forego venturing elsewhere. Huang Mao's face gleamed with excitement, and Bain nodded in agreement, stating, "It seems there is no other choice for now." However, mere moments after finishing their meal, Bain shouldered his bag and, while the siblings were in the kitchen repairing the stove, quietly slipped away. The next destination was Heijiang, with a vast river along the way. Without a bridge, they could only cross by boat, rendering Huang Mao's driving skills useless. Chapter 28 ends Part 1. The White Giant Serpent. What would become of that pair of siblings? As he journeyed toward Heijiang, these thoughts inevitably crossed his mind. It was not out of any particular fondness for Huang Mao and Li Yexin. Rather, it was pure curiosity. Upon reflection, it dawned on Bain that the zombie presence in Shajiang City was scarce, and resources were remarkably abundant. With a modicum of intelligence, that pair of siblings should have been able to thrive. Nevertheless, he shook his head, dismissing such trivial matters from his mind. Compared to transient acquaintances encountered over merely a few days, the impending crossing of the river posed a far more pressing dilemma. As the clock approached 5 in the afternoon, the sun began its descent, casting a golden hue as twilight approached. Gazing at the vast river, which spanned nearly 100 meters, Bain found himself in a quandary. The water was pristine, untainted by human interference for a full year, rendering it crystal clear. The current was gentle. With an appropriate vessel, Bain could effortlessly navigate across. However, a search for suitable boats yielded no results, compelling him to walk along the riverbank. Eventually, he stumbled upon a rudimentary white float, bound together by numerous large foam pieces. While it appeared somewhat precarious, with careful handling, it could serve as a means to cross the river. Bain unearthed a paddle from the riverbank soil and positioned himself atop the sizable white float, embarking on his journey across the water. He maneuvered with utmost caution, acutely aware that any misstep could send him tumbling into the depths. As he paddled, his companion, the black dog, incessantly barked from the bag. Bain scanned the surroundings and, beneath the river's surface, he discerned a multitude of industrial refuse alongside, the skeletal remains of those who had met a grim fate beneath the water. Shoo! It's merely bones, nothing to fear. He attempted to pacify the dog, but it was unyielding, barking more fervently as if it had stumbled upon something significant. A sense of unease crept over Bain. At this moment, he found himself at the center of the river, with nearly 40 meters remaining to the opposite bank. As he remained vigilant, a peculiar tearing sound suddenly resonated from behind him. To his horror, a colossal shadow loomed over his makeshift vessel, cast by the setting sun. Bain turned abruptly, only to witness a white figure plunging into the river, sending up a spray of water. Peering down, his eyes widened in terror, his heart nearly faltering. The riverbed revealed not just any creature, but an enormous white serpent, astonishingly thick, rivaling that of a minivan, and of an absurd length. Before Bain could fully grasp its dimensions, the serpent's massive head, larger than the base of his paddle, lunged toward the bottom of his float, its green eyes exceeding the size of his backpack. Before he could fully grasp the situation, his body instinctively abandoned the vessel in a desperate bid for survival. Yet, it was too late. With a thud, the serpent's head erupted from the riverbed, launching the boat into the air, accompanied by the sound of splashing water. He plunged into the depths, landing face-first in the water about 7 or 8 meters from the shore. The impact stung painfully, but fortunately, the height was not great, and he sustained no serious injury. Fragments of the shattered foam rained down around him, scattering across the river's surface. However, he had no time to dwell on the debris. He fought fiercely to swim towards the bank. The sound of something slicing through the water drew nearer behind him. With all his might, he continued to propel himself towards safety. His companion, the dog named Hazy, barked furiously at the pursuing serpent, its voice spirited and seemingly unfazed by the chaos. Finally, he reached the shore, but in his frantic haste, he failed to notice an iron rod jutting from the ground. His leg grazed the sharp end, tearing his pants with a ripping sound. Nevertheless, he did not look back and continued to sprint away. After covering more than 30 meters from the riverbank, he paused to glance behind him. To his relief, he saw the massive serpent merely raising its head above the water, flicking its black forked tongue. After locking eyes with him for a few seconds, it let out a splash and disappeared beneath the surface, swiftly vanishing from sight. Panting heavily, he felt as though his heart might leap from his chest as he sank to the ground, gasping for breath. Within mere moments, he hastily unfastened his pack and checked on Hazy, who appeared unharmed aside from being slightly damp. Only then did his anxiety truly dissipate. Hazy barked insistently, eager to be freed. Silver unzipped the backpack, relieved to find it waterproof. Despite the small hole created by the previous encounter with the water, the brief exposure had not caused significant damage, thanks to Hazy's head blocking the opening. What a monstrous creature. The enormity of such a colossal serpent left him questioning the nature of this world. Yet, he was surprised that the creature did not pursue him from the river. He understood one crucial fact. Had the serpent emerged fully from the water, his fate would have been sealed. He called out to the black dog and ran towards the wound on his thigh, beginning to lick it. It was only then that he realized his right leg was not only torn at the pants, but also had a large, grievous wound, a gash approximately 20 centimeters long on his thigh. Blood was gushing out uncontrollably, and he knew that if this continued, he would surely succumb to excessive blood loss before the day was out. He glanced at the tool that had inflicted the injury and discovered it to be a rusty iron rod. Damn. Silver lamented that there was no tetanus medication in his bag. However, there was no turning back now. He had no choice. Silver pushed the black dog aside and retrieved alcohol and medical cotton from his bag to clean the wound. The entire process was excruciating, yet he had to endure it. Ultimately, he took out a bandage from his bag and, gritting his teeth against the pain, wrapped the wound to staunch the bleeding. Once he had tidied everything up and placed the black dog back into the backpack, he shouldered it once more and continued along the path ahead. At that moment, his right foot was in excruciating pain, causing him to walk with a pronounced limp. Yet, after barely an hour, he found himself drenched in cold sweat, his mind beginning to swirl in dizziness. Just ahead lay Haejeong County, and he could see some tall buildings in the distance. However, his consciousness was fading rapidly. Thud. Eventually, he collapsed onto the ground, unable to muster any more strength. Just as he was about to close his eyes, he heard the distant roar of a motorcycle. Chapter 29, ends Part 2. The plague. The sound of the motorcycle roared like thunder. The surroundings swayed violently. Silver opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was the round moon in the sky. He looked around and noticed several animal traps nearby, as well as a dead wild boar. He realized he was lying behind a tricycle. Woof woof. The black dog, seeing Silver awake, hurried over with a wagging tail to lick his face, displaying great joy. Silver struggled to sit up and, upon looking ahead, saw that the driver was a slender man dressed in a short-sleeved shirt. "Oh, you're awake." The man's voice was thin and melodious. From the rearview mirror, Silver could barely make out that the man wore glasses, but his face remained unclear. "Fortunately, you had a dog. Otherwise, I wouldn't have considered rescuing you." Silver surveyed his surroundings and realized the tricycle was traversing a pitch-black highway. "Is this Haisha County?" he inquired. "What else could it be?" The man chuckled lightly. I apologize, but I rummaged through your bag while you were unconscious. After all, I didn't want to encounter any unsavory characters. Judging by the contents of your bag, are you a traveler? I suppose so, Silver replied. Anyone who carries a full bag of food in this day and age must be someone extraordinary, at the very least not the kind of scum that would rob me. Why? Because I am impoverished. I spoke with conviction, then inquired, where did you acquire that dog? I found it, came the reply. To have the leisure to care for a dog indicates you possess a good nature. Not necessarily, he countered. I have always been quite discerning in my judgment of character. A confident smile appeared on his face as he introduced himself. By the way, my name is Ans. Do not be misled by my appearance. I am actually a doctor. Where are we headed? To my home, a modest clinic. What happened to your foot? I was snagged by a metal rod while crossing a river. You will need a tetanus shot. Once we arrive home, I shall administer one. Thank you. It is merely a small favor. By the way, are you allergic to that medication? Not at all. That is good to hear. As he spoke, the vehicle came to a halt in front of a small clinic. Bain, supported by Ans, alighted from the vehicle and was subsequently led into the main hall. Ans flicked on the lights, prompting Bain to exclaim, do you still have electricity here? You are overthinking it. Ans chuckled, and it was then that Bain discerned his features. He was a scholarly man in his early 30s, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses that imparted an air of profound knowledge. I have my own private generator, but I find it too noisy, so I keep it in someone else's basement. Are you the only resident here? Bain settled onto the sofa. Apart from my daughter and me, there are no others, he stated, stepping outside to retrieve a small wild boar from the tricycle. As he entered, the diminutive figure struggled under the weight of the boar, which was half his size. With a thud, he tossed the boar into the kitchen, then emerged, breathless, to gulp down a glass of water from the dispenser. Following this, he approached the door and secured it from the inside. Where is your daughter? Bain inquired. She is unwell and resting in her room. I noticed a lack of zombies while we were in the city. Where have they all gone? A significant plague swept through Haisha County a year ago. Did you not see it on the news? I seem to recall something of the sort. Bain reflected on the major event from a year prior. Indeed, there had been reports of a county afflicted by a peculiar plague. The government had organized personnel to relocate the local populace to a newly constructed hospital for treatment. It had been a considerable undertaking. Did you not leave at that time? My daughter and I were delayed by certain matters. And just as we were finally ready to depart, the zombie outbreak occurred. What a stroke of luck. So, to put it another way, are you the only two left in the entire county? It is not quite that simple. Occasionally, a few wandering zombies drift in from other regions. A year has passed, and I estimate there might be a few hundred by now. However, it is not a significant issue. I have set up some iron mesh traps around. The only route that leads to me is along the road. As I spoke, the tetanus medication was already prepared. Ans approached and asked, how is it? Do you trust me? Bain murmured while lifting his arm. If you intended to harm me, you would have acted from the very beginning. Not necessarily, Ans replied, inserting the needle into Bain's arm. Perhaps I merely wished to deceive you into returning before taking action. In that case, it would have been prudent to drug me from the moment you first saw me, perhaps with anesthetics or something similar. Haha, indeed. The needle was withdrawn, and Ans went straight to the kitchen. You are fortunate. Just as you arrived, I was able to procure some good ingredients. You should know that even I haven't enjoyed fresh meat for several days. He busied himself in the kitchen, the sound of chopping meat echoing through. Do you need my help? No, you should focus on recovering first. Do you primarily sustain yourself through hunting? Not exactly. I mainly go elsewhere to pilfer. How should I put it? To acquire some modern industrial food items. For example, instant noodles. As for hunting, it is merely to occasionally enhance my diet. After all, being surrounded by mountains, it would be a shame not to take advantage of it, wouldn't it? Sigh, let me tell you, a few days ago, I managed to capture a rare animal, one that could lead to imprisonment. Of course, I ultimately released it. Are you afraid of going to jail? Not really. That creature had very little meat. Don't let my appearance fool you. I do have an awareness of protecting endangered wildlife. After all, I am a father and must set an example for my daughter. Although now, I wonder if it has any real value. The two engaged in light conversation, and Bain could tell that Ans enjoyed chatting. Perhaps it was due to the lack of peers suitable for conversation in this place. Of course, Bain was not Ans's peer. However, compared to his daughter, he was undoubtedly a more comprehensible conversational partner. May I ask, how old is your daughter? She just turned 10 last month. Her name is Yaya. And her mother. She passed away during a difficult birth. It has been 10 years now. I am sorry. It's nothing to apologize for. 10 years have passed, and I have long since grown accustomed to it. How did you fare during last year's plague? Were you both all right? Of course, if we had been unwell, we would have perished long ago. What else could it have been? The sound of meat boiling filled the air, and soon, a delightful aroma wafted from the kitchen. After approximately half an hour had passed, it was finally time to dine. At the table, the meal consisted of rice and a large bowl of stewed pork in the center. However, Ans only set the table for two, omitting his daughter, Yaya. Chapter 30. Ans Perspective 3. The disappearing meat. Are you not calling your daughter to eat? He was asked. She is unwell. We can take her food once we finish. Ans replied. He was quite talkative at the table, expressing a keen interest in Bain's experiences, continuously inquiring about them. Bain shared what he could, especially recounting stories of battling zombies, which stirred Ans' excitement. In Ans' own words, even during peacetime, he seldom ventured beyond the confines of Haisha County. And after the outbreak of the undead, it was even more impossible to leave. However, there was a silver lining. The only survivors in the entire county were him and his daughter. The resources within the town were more than sufficient for the two of them to live comfortably. Once the meal concluded, Ans led Bain to an empty room adjacent to the staircase. Inside, a bed had been prepared. This would be designated as Bain's room moving forward. Ans emphasized, even after your injuries heal, you may continue to reside here. I would greatly appreciate having someone to converse with. Bain did not ponder this deeply and simply lay down early to rest. In the dead of night, strange sounds emanated from the room above. Bain could hear footsteps, likely belonging to Ans. The footsteps descended the stairs and reached the first floor, which was expected since Ans' room was also located there. Is he worried his daughter might kick off her blanket, hence checking on her in the middle of the night? What a devoted father, Bain mused. However, the subsequent sounds from above left him distinctly bewildered. There was a peculiar smacking noise, as if someone were chewing on something, and it sounded rather odd, as though they were gnawing on something particularly tough. Ans had already gone downstairs, meaning that the source of the noise from above could only be his 10-year-old daughter, Yaya. Yet, one must wonder, do ordinary young girls make such strange sounds while eating? The noise was reminiscent of someone gnawing on uncooked flesh. Despite the unsettling thoughts, Bain found it prudent to dismiss such musings. The one certainty was that Ans had saved his life. He should not judge him harshly. Suddenly, a notification echoed in his mind, announcing the system's task. Task issued. Eliminate Yaya to obtain the anti-zombie ability. Anti-zombie. Immune to zombie infection. Is immunity to zombie infection truly a remarkable ability? However, without a doubt, this task can be deemed as an utter act of ingratitude. Bain is acutely aware that one should not embody a saint in the apocalypse. One must be ruthless for their own sake. Yet, he is even more cognizant that no circumstance should serve as justification for such ungratefulness. To act ungratefully? That would make one a wolf in sheep's clothing. Bain despises such creatures, especially when they have saved his life. With a resigned sigh, he acknowledges that despite the allure of immunity to infection, he will forego this task. What he did not anticipate, however, was the system presenting him with 2 additional quests. Ding. Task issued. Ensure Yaya's safety for the next half-month. Enable Heisey to acquire the ability Anti-Zombie. Anti-Zombie. Immune to zombie infection. Ding. Task issued. After half a month, let Ans personally slay 10 zombies, allowing him to gain the ability Zombie Companion. Zombie Companion. Not attacked by zombies. After relinquishing the first task, 2 new ones emerged as if the system could read Bain's innermost thoughts, presenting him with new choices. If the previous task was an act of ingratitude, then the latter 2 tasks are undoubtedly acts of gratitude. Bain would certainly opt for the latter 2 tasks, for they promised the luxurious reward of granting Heisey immunity to zombie infection. Bain has always believed that Heisey's safety holds greater importance than his own, simply because Heisey is too frail and requires greater abilities to safeguard himself. Reading minds, perhaps? If the system has added new tasks due to its awareness of Bain's thoughts, does that imply that had he accepted the first task from the outset, the subsequent 2 tasks would never have materialized? Of course, Bain could wait until he completed the latter 2 tasks before dealing with Yaya, thereby ensuring his own immunity to zombie infection. However, that remains merely a fleeting thought. Bain has no interest in acts of ungratefulness. Since you can hear my thoughts, why not engage in a conversation with me? He muses. After all, do not systems and novels possess the fundamental ability to converse? Why has it turned mute in his case? With these grievances, Bain gradually succumbs to slumber. The ensuing days passed in serene tranquility. During this time, Bain and Heisey accompanied Ans on hunting expeditions, where the amusing and delightful incidents along the way felt akin to a spring outing. Under the adept care of Ans, Bain's thigh injury healed remarkably swiftly. By approximately the 14th day, it was nearly entirely recovered. However, despite the passage of 2 weeks, Bain had yet to encounter Ans' daughter, Yaya. Occasionally, peculiar sounds would emanate from Yaya's room, but none contained coherent syllables. Indeed, not only had he never seen her, but Bain had also never heard a word spoken by Yaya, leading him to suspect she might be mute. On the evening of the 14th day, Enz was busily engaged in the kitchen when, suddenly, a sound akin to a person tumbling down echoed from Yaya's room upstairs. Enz paused momentarily, then hurriedly exited the kitchen. As he ascended to check on his daughter, he called out to Bayin, who was peeling garlic in the hall, "Keep an eye on the pot. I need to see what is happening with Yaya." "Understood," Bayin replied, turning his attention to the pot of wild chicken that was nearly devoid of water. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to the large refrigerator nearby. Bayin distinctly remembered the first time he met Enz. He had hunted a wild boar. Yet, the remnants of that boar still lingered, appearing sporadically at the table. However, many parts were missing from the pot. For instance, he noted the absence of the internal organs and the head. Bayin hesitated, glancing out of the kitchen, noting that Enz was taking an unusually long time. He ultimately decided to open the fridge. Just as he was about to touch the refrigerator door, a thought struck him, prompting him to retrieve a pair of gloves from his pocket as a precaution. He donned the gloves and opened the top section of the fridge. Nothing out of the ordinary was found, just wild chickens, hares, and canned goods. The pork must be in the lower compartment. He then opened the freezer below, only to discover that it contained merely 4 pigs' feet and half a piece of pork hindquarters. Where could the rest of the meat have vanished? Chapter 31. En's Perspective 4. The unexpected visitor that night. As Bayin lay in bed, he found himself unable to sleep for an extended period. Logically, given that it had only been he and Enz consuming the pork these past few days, they had barely dented the quantity of the wild boar. Yet the refrigerator now housed only 4 pigs' feet and half a hindquarter. Furthermore, the heart, kidneys, and other internal organs were completely missing. Could it be that the meat had been discarded? This seemed somewhat implausible. In this modest clinic, aside from himself and Enz, the only other individual who could consume food was Enz's daughter, Yaya. But how could a 10-year-old child possibly consume? Moreover, he had not witnessed Enz secretly cooking or preparing a separate meal. How, then, had his daughter managed to consume that raw meat? A bold hypothesis began to form in Bayin's mind. Yet, upon reflection, he fervently shook his head, dismissing the notion. Never mind all that. More importantly, today marks the 14th day. If we can safely navigate through tomorrow, my task will be accomplished. Knock, knock, knock. Bayin intended to retire early for the night, but was taken aback by a sudden rapping at the door. Simultaneously, a woman's voice called out from outside. "Is anyone there? Can someone help me?" Her tone was tinged with desperation, revealing her to be a young woman. Bayin frowned slightly and hastily rose from his bed. Upon opening the door and stepping out, he encountered Enz, who was emerging from the room across the hall. Their eyes met, and with a shared nod, an unspoken understanding passed between them. "Did you not turn off the lights?" Bayin inquired in a hushed voice. Enz replied quietly. "I was just about to sleep and hadn't gotten around to it." "No wonder. I assumed you left your light on, which is why she came over here." "What should we do?" Enz asked, a hint of anxiety in his voice. After a brief moment of contemplation, Bayin responded, "Just to be safe. I'll take Heisey to the basement to hide for a while. Be careful, and don't act impulsively. Your life is paramount." "All right." With that, Bayin returned to his room, quietly gathering his belongings before leading Heisey to the concealed basement. "Is anyone there? Can someone help me?" The woman outside continued to pound on the door, her voice laced with despair. Taking a deep breath, Enz reluctantly opened the door with a creak. He was met with the sight of a disheveled young woman, perhaps around 25 or 26, gaunt and weary. Upon seeing Enz, she became visibly excited. "Thank goodness. Someone is here. I've finally found a living person. Please, could you spare me some food?" Her pleading demeanor was heart-wrenching. Enz hesitated for a moment before allowing her entry, subsequently locking the door securely behind her. He proceeded to the kitchen to prepare a meal for her. And as he set a steaming bowl of noodles on the table, she eagerly devoured it with great haste. Throughout this, Enz remained silent, simply observing. After finishing her meal, a look of satisfaction crossed her face, and she shyly remarked, "Thank you, kind sir. I haven't even asked your name." "I am Enz, and you?" "My name is Jean Xiao. I found myself wandering here alone." "Well, you're quite fortunate. There are not many zombies in Haisha County. With a bit of diligence, you should be able to secure a decent living." "Really? Then I must have come to the right place." The girl chuckled lightly, and then asked, "Are you alone?" "No." This response caught her off guard, and she became somewhat wary. At that moment, Enz added, "I also have a cat, who is currently sleeping upstairs." Ding dong. Coincidentally, a sound of something dropping resonated from Yaya's room at that moment. Enz seized the opportunity, remarking, "See, that cat is rummaging through things again." The woman sighed in relief, and then said, Big brother, may I stay here with you? I am quite capable, and can do anything." Her eyes were filled with pleading, appearing rather pitiable. Enz let out a sigh and replied, "If you wish to stay, then stay. It just so happens that I am alone, and could use someone to talk to." "Thank you, big brother." The woman's face lit up with joy, though a glint of satisfaction flickered in the depths of her gaze. The woman soon took a shower and emerged wearing Anne's clothes, a shirt and jeans. She was quite beautiful, with black wavy hair. Though somewhat slender, her figure was appealing. However, Anne's had no interest in being chivalrous. He merely tossed a pillow and blanket onto the sofa and stated, "Is it all right for you to sleep on the sofa?" "Yes, that is fine," she responded readily. But internally, she felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. She had anticipated that he would be captivated by her beauty, perhaps allowing her to sleep in the bed while he took the sofa, or even suggesting they share the bed. In any case, the notion of her being relegated to the sofa was unexpected. But what could she do? He was the master of the house, a male. And she was merely a defenseless woman. She had no choice but to comply. The woman quickly settled onto the sofa. Meanwhile, Enz returned to his room, but did not truly fall asleep. Instead, he held a compound bow in his hands, an item typically reserved for hunting, and his sole means of distant protection. In stark contrast to Bain, the woman made Enz feel quite uneasy. Although Bain was a lad of 17 or 18, he often exuded a mature and somewhat cunning demeanor. Throughout the days spent together, Enz had never sensed any discomfort from Bain. Their interactions were harmonious, unlike those with this woman, who felt particularly insincere. Around 2:30 in the morning, Enz was stirred by the sound of the woman rising from the sofa. The creak of a door followed, the front door of his home being opened. He heard soft footsteps, more than one pair. Indeed, it seemed Bain's suspicions were correct. The visitors bore ill intentions. Enz quickly knocked an arrow onto the compound bow and stood quietly at the door. The lights in the hall were illuminated, and soon the soft whispers of a woman conversing with a man could be heard. After approximately half a minute, the woman approached Enz's door and knocked. Bang, bang, bang. "Ngo, are you asleep? I'm cold. Could you lend me another blanket?" She knocked persistently, yet there was no response from within. After glancing back at the man behind her and summoning her resolve, she decided to open the door. Ngo? The door was unlocked, and she turned the handle. Immediately, she beheld Anne's, poised with a compound bow, aiming directly at her. "Please, don't do that, Ngo." The woman quickly raised her hands, her face etched with fear. Behind her stood two men, one stout and the other slender, both in their 20s. Chapter 32, Anne's Tale 5. The cuckoo occupies the nest and stepped out of the room, bow in hand, while the woman and the two men retreated in haste. Please, don't be impulsive." All three raised their hands, expressions betraying their unease, and shouted, "You three, get out immediately." Bang. Yet, before he could finish his command, one of the men struck him on the forehead with a blunt object. In that fleeting moment before he lost consciousness, Enz realized that there was another accomplice lurking nearby. When Enz regained consciousness, he found himself bound with rope to a sofa. In front of him, four individuals were feasting on freshly cooked pork, indulging heartily. Besides the woman and the stout man, there was a robust middle-aged man in his 40s, completely bald, who had stealthily attacked Enz from the shadows. This man was also the leader of the group. "Ah, you're awake," the bald man exclaimed, savoring a piece of pork while greeting Enz with smug delight. Enz remained silent, casting a cold glare at the quartet. Don't hold it against us. We are merely acting in self-preservation. We didn't intend for this to happen. Yet, we've shown some mercy, haven't we? We didn't kill you." And sneered contemptuously, "Spare me the theatrics. What do you want?" "Well, it's quite simple," the bald man chuckled. "I find your place appealing, with electricity and a scarcity of zombies. So we intend to stay here for a while. You won't mind, will you? Is this how you treat your host when borrowing their space? Come now. Don't be upset. After all, when you brandished that weapon at us, it was only natural for us to feel fear. Wouldn't you agree? I noticed your fridge is stocked with plenty of game. Are you perhaps a hunter?" Enz remained silent, and after a prolonged pause, he reluctantly replied, "It's merely a pastime." "That is quite remarkable. Being able to consume fresh meat under such conditions is not something everyone can achieve. At least, for us. It seems impossible. Alas, my friend, would you be interested in joining our ranks? What are the benefits, one might ask?" Enz smirked sarcastically. "There are indeed advantages. Firstly, we can offer you protection, ensuring that you remain unharmed by others. In this damned world, it is essential to have some semblance of support. Secondly," he glanced at the woman and continued, "do you not wish to indulge your desires? In these times, finding beautiful women is no easy feat." Upon hearing this, the woman cast a flirtatious glance towards Anne's, yet what he perceived was merely a reflection of her coerced predicament. It was evident that her acting skills were woefully inadequate, suggesting she had been compelled to this juncture by three imposing men. Enz held no interest in the woman. Yet he understood that remaining in this stalemate was not a viable option. Therefore, he inquired, "On what grounds should I trust you? How can I be certain you are not deceiving me?" The bald man, sensing an opportunity, eagerly fanned the flames of persuasion. "We have no reason to mislead you. Ultimately, we lack hunting skills and require someone capable of procuring fresh meat. For this reason alone, You are a valuable asset to our group. If I agree to join you, will you then release me? Ans questioned. That is not a feasible arrangement. The bald man chuckled heartily. We understand your skepticism, but we cannot fully trust you just yet. It seems you reside here alone, and I suspect you have hidden away quite a bit of food. If you willingly disclose its location, we will consider placing our trust in you. The food is not here, it is elsewhere. Ans retorted. No matter, we can accompany you there tomorrow. However, for tonight, you must endure remaining as you are. Very well, Ans replied, somewhat resigned. I do enjoy conversing with someone as astute as you. The bald man laughed, retrieving a piece of pork and assisting Ans to rise from the sofa. Care for a bite? Ans, unreserved, opened his mouth and chewed the meat hastily before swallowing. Upon my joining, you must agree to one condition. Speak, he urged. If anyone else arrives here, particularly women, I should have the first choice. Of course, but only this once. We cannot allow you to select first every time. Agreed. Suddenly, a loud clatter resonated from the second floor, startling Ans momentarily before he regained his composure. What was that noise upstairs? The bald man inquired, furrowing his brow. Ans endeavored to compose himself and calmly stated, It is nothing, merely my cat. At that moment, the woman behind him interjected, Indeed, just a cat. Only to be met with a fierce glare from the bald man. He merely pointed to the second floor and commanded the woman, You, go upstairs and take a look. Reluctantly, she set down the pig's trotter she had been holding and ascended to Yaya's room. Throughout this process, Ans' heart was lodged in his throat. The woman approached the door to Yaya's room and noticed a rustling sound within. Without a second thought, she twisted the doorknob and opened the door. The room was shrouded in darkness. She attempted to locate the light switch. However, before she could, a sound suddenly erupted behind her, something rushing toward her. Startled, she turned around. A chilling, mournful wail pierced the night sky, reverberating with a heart-wrenching intensity. This cry sent a shiver through everyone present, leaving them breathless. Upon hearing the sound, the bald man instantly became alert. What the hell is up there? He shot a furious glare at Ans before seizing his compound bow and striding upstairs. You too, follow me. The stout and lean men trailed behind him. A trio of imposing figures ascending the staircase, clearly intent on bloodshed. No, don't go, come back. Don't harm her. Witnessing the unfolding scene, Ans grew frantic, shouting desperately, attempting to halt the three men from their impending actions. Yet, what was the use of mere cries? They continued toward Yaya's room. At that moment, Ans felt as though his heart had been seized in a vice. A profound sense of helplessness and despair surged within him. He had already lost his wife and was left with only one daughter. Yaya was his sole motivation to endure. Should anything befall her, Ans knew he would not survive. Thus, he shouted with all his might, his voice tinged with a plea. Don't harm her, spare her, I beg you. His voice gradually broke with emotion, a sound of desperation he'd never before exhibited. Just as he teetered on the brink of despair, a glimpse of the bald man's coat draped over the sofa caught his eye. Within its pocket lay a dagger. Chapter 33, Ans Perspective 6. Yaya. The sound of something being chewed echoed in the pitch-black room. The darkness enveloped everything, silence reigning supreme. As the bald man, armed with the compound bow, approached the door with the two others behind him, his initial bravado began to wane. He inhaled deeply several times before suddenly lunging toward the door. Aiming the bow inward, he bellowed, Do not move. Yet, there was nothing but silence. The room was engulfed in darkness, and that voice had emanated from the shadows. Suddenly, it ceased. At the threshold illuminated by the staircase light, a pool of blood was visible, seeping forth from the depths of the darkness. Fatty, turn on the light. The bald man held the bow firmly, directing it towards the obscurity, ever vigilant. Meanwhile, Fatty fumbled beside him for the switch. Ding. To no avail. In fact, with that single press, the entire house plunged into utter darkness. Just moments ago, someone had cut the power to the entire building. What's happening? Thin man stammered, panic evident in his altered tone. Don't shout. Bald man frowned, but in an instant, bang. A hefty object swung from the side, aiming directly for his head. A rush of air brushed past him as he was struck, knocking him unconscious. Thud. Bald man collapsed, lifeless. Thin man and Fatty gasped in horror. In the next moment, whoosh. Something lunged from the darkness, pouncing upon Fatty and sinking its teeth into his neck. Fatty screamed in agony, but silence fell in an instant. Help. Please, don't kill me. Thin man's mind shattered, fear gripping him as he turned to flee up the staircase he remembered. Curse you. However, he was met halfway by Ans, who kicked him down from the second floor. A cacophony of sounds echoed from below, followed by an ominous silence. Yaya. Ans called out, frantic for his daughter. He hesitated, contemplating whether to restore the power at the staircase. He had managed to cut through the ropes with a dagger from Bald Man's coat. Then, in a swift motion, He dashed upstairs and turned off the power. Yaya? He called again, and from her room came a familiar sound of chewing. Exhaling in relief, Ens found solace in the sound of his daughter's munching amidst the eerily silent night. He restored the power at the staircase, and as light flooded the room, gripping the dagger tightly, he proceeded towards his daughter's room, eager to ascertain her condition, to see if she had been struck by the compound bow or harmed in any way. Tentatively, he approached the doorway, when suddenly, hey, my God! A shadow suddenly emerged from the room, startling him. In his moment of instability, the dagger slipped from his grasp and clattered to the ground. This left Bain utterly speechless. Are you truly so timid? Bain held a baseball bat, which he had discovered in the basement. Upon recognizing him, Ens finally exhaled in relief. A fright can indeed be fatal, my brother. With Bain present, Ens could surmise the situation inside to some extent. He patted his chest and hurried into the house. The lights within had been turned on. Ens immediately recognized his daughter, who was gnawing on the corpse of a bald man at the doorway. She was a little girl, a zombie, clad in a white dress stained crimson with blood. Her right foot was shackled by an iron chain, the other end of which was fastened to the corner of the room. The chain was of just the right length, allowing Yaya to reach the door. It seemed the person who had chained her had merely intended for her to remain in this room. In the corner beside the bed lay a woman's corpse, unrecognizable from the gnawing it had endured. Additionally, there were two more bodies on the floor, those of a stout man and the bald one. The stout man had a significant portion of flesh missing from his throat, unequivocally deceased. As for the bald man, he had been bitten in the throat after losing consciousness, and Yaya was currently feasting on his flesh. Yaya was indeed a zombie, yet her hair was remarkably well kept, indicating she was often groomed. Her eyes lacked the distinction of sclera and pupil, appearing as a seamless shade of black, in stark contrast to other zombies, who were often emaciated or decomposed. Yaya's skin was a pure dark gray. Despite the unusual hue, she did not emit the stench of decay. Rather, one might be led to believe this was her natural complexion, reminiscent of a healthy individual. She was a little girl with hair that cascaded down to her waist. Aside from her bloodied visage and the gruesome act she was engaged in, she was indeed quite a lovely child. It's all right, it's all right. Daddy loves you, Yaya. Seeing that his daughter was unharmed, Ens felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him. He then crouched down to caress her silky hair. Yaya bit off a large chunk of flesh from the bald man's arm, then extracted it from her mouth to offer it to Ans. He merely smiled gently, waving his hand to indicate it was unnecessary. Yaya resigned, placed it back into her mouth, and continued her meal with gusto. She truly wouldn't bite you. Bain's voice suddenly resonated from behind, accompanied by the sound of the baseball bat being dropped with a thud. You seem rather unfazed. Ans forced a wry smile, to which Bain replied nonchalantly. After all, the strange noises emanating from upstairs each night had led him to suspect something. Was all the missing pork in the refrigerator consumed by her? It appears I have overestimated the soundproofing of this house. Zombies only consume flesh. Just as he spoke, a sudden realization struck him, and he paused. Wait. Did you come out of my daughter's room? How did you manage to climb in through the window from outside? After all, hiding in the basement wouldn't ensure your daughter's safety. I know, but why didn't Yaya bite you? Well, Bain shrugged. You might find this hard to believe, but zombies have no interest in me, hence they do not attack. After saying this, he stepped into the room, crouched down, and extended his hand towards Yaya. See? She won't bite. Oh no. Unexpectedly, Yaya lunged at him, but thankfully, Bain quickly withdrew his hand just in time to avoid being bitten. Yaya merely glared at Bain with hostility, emitting a series of growls, and upon seeing Bain's lack of further movement, she returned to eating her food. Look, she won't bite me at all. That was purely a protective instinct over her food, not hostility towards me. A slight sheen of cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and his smile was awkward and forced. Ens chuckled lightly before saying, Care for a midnight snack? Would you like to join me for a drink? Chapter 34. Ens' narrative. The thin man was dead, but he did not meet his end by being pushed down the stairs. After all, it was merely the second floor. It would require considerable effort to kill someone by such means. The thin man died of fright. While Ans was in the kitchen busy preparing a late-night snack, Bain crouched down and poked at the thin man's face, which was contorted in terror. It seems this fellow died of fear. Shall we let your daughter eat him? A voice from the kitchen responded with exasperation. Please, do not speak of such dreadful things. Just dispose of him. Very well. Bain opened the front door and casually discarded the thin man's body in a nearby spot outside. Upon returning indoors, he went to the basement to retrieve his bag, along with letting out the eagerly wagging black dog. What a good boy. He doesn't bark when told not to. Like a child. He scooped him up and settled on the sofa, scratching the little black dog's belly. In the midst of this, he glanced at the corridor on the second floor. The sounds of chewing from Yaya's room had ceased. Did your daughter ever eat a person before? Bain suddenly inquired, curious, directing his question towards the kitchen. I told you not to use such horrifying language. Ens replied, somewhat speechless, but he answered earnestly, there was one instance. I went hunting, and when I returned, I found a man's corpse in Yaya's room, utterly unrecognizable. A thief? I suspect it was a violent criminal, given that he was armed with a knife. Was everything all right that time? Indeed, Yaya was unscathed. It appears she seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack while that individual was distracted. It seems that once a person transforms into a zombie, their offensive capabilities surge dramatically. Yaya is not a monster. I didn't mean it in that sense, ultimately. She was compelled by circumstance, altered by the inherent nature of the undead. Yet, here you are, watching your daughter consume human flesh, and still have the audacity to stroke her hair. You are the true monster, are you not? I hardly believe someone who remains so composed at the scene of the crime has the right to cast judgment upon me. The table occupied by the bald man has been cleared away. Meanwhile, the new dishes on the table consist of stir-fried game hen and rabbit, accompanied by wild vegetables. Additionally, there is a generous plate of peanuts. As for the staple, a small bowl of noodles is provided. Ens opened a can of beer for himself, while Bain, who prefers not to drink alcohol, poured herself a glass of Sprite. After procuring a plate, she loaded it with several chunks of meat still attached to the bone and set it beneath the table for Heisey to gnaw on. Then, she initiated the conversation. Let us talk, considering I've kept my mouth shut for so long. Bain took a bite of the meat. Ens gulped down a mouthful of beer, burped lightly, and chuckled. I do appreciate a guest like you, who lives under another's roof yet remains so principled. Unlike those meddlesome fools in movies, who always snoop around behind the hostess' back. Are you referring to the plot of a horror film? How many protagonists fare well in such tales? Furthermore, I am merely recuperating. Why should I concern myself with your affairs? True enough. With that, he clinked his beer bottle against hers, and they both took a sip. You don't strike me as an ordinary person, despite your youth. Your demeanor lacks the vitality typical of your age. I had intended to inquire about this from the start. However, considering I too harbor secrets from you, I refrained from voicing my curiosity. But now that you are privy to my secret, I shall boldly ask. Would you mind revealing what you did before? Don't act as though I am the one exposing your secrets. You are the one who has laid bare your past, and I merely assist in the transaction. Is it truly so difficult to divulge? I'd rather not discuss it, but you may take a guess. A killer? I think assassin sounds more appealing. That's too cliché. Killer is more fitting. But it matters little now. It seems my guess was not far off. Sigh, why doesn't my daughter bite you? Can you explain? Didn't she just try to bite me? Although she missed. You know what I mean. Before learning of another's secrets. Shouldn't you also reveal a bit of your own? Ah, very well. And sighed. Then continued. You've heard of the plague that swept through a year ago, haven't you? Indeed, my understanding is rather limited. At that time, the head of the newly established hospital was my mentor. From him, I gleaned various testing methods and information regarding the disease. Early treatment of this affliction is relatively straightforward, manageable in its intermediate stages, yet utterly hopeless in the advanced phase. During that period, everyone in the county flocked to the hospital. But my daughter and I chose not to. Can you guess why? We hid away? Indeed. Ens took a substantial gulp of his drink. Utilizing the methods taught by my mentor, I conducted a blood test on myself and found no issues. Subsequently, I tested Yaya as well, and what do you think happened? She was already in the advanced stage. Thus, you chose to seclude yourself, to be with your daughter in her final moments? Yes. Otherwise, Yaya would have to languish alone in a cold hospital room, awaiting her demise. At that time, the county had become a desolate city. Even if we stayed, we would not have troubled anyone. Weren't you afraid of being infected by your daughter? Heh. Ens could only manage a bitter smile. Taking another large sip. If Yaya cannot survive, what purpose is there in my existence? And then what happened? Then, the zombie outbreak occurred, and chaos engulfed the world. One day, Yaya inadvertently wandered too far, and when I found her, a zombie, its origin unknown, was chasing her. The little girl was crying profusely, which terrified me. I scooped her up and returned home, finally evading the zombie, only to discover scratch marks on her foot. Yes, she had been infected. Gulp. I finished a can of beer and opened another. Due to the plague, Yaya had at most a few days left to live. Yet, despite that, my heart ached for her infection. I initially thought that at the very least, Yaya should leave this world with dignity. After she passed, I planned to bury her and join her immediately. But guess what? The next day, Yaya transformed into a zombie. Amazingly, even after many days, she continued to thrive. She was still alive. In that instant, it dawned on me. Although the plague was terrifying, leading directly to death in its later stages, becoming a zombie allowed one to defy fate and continue living. Though she was a zombie, she could still move. She was still my daughter, wasn't she? Did she ever attack you? Yes, Initially, she would bite me upon seeing me. Thus, I was compelled to chain her up extensively. And her attire was far less revealing than it is now. And now? Perhaps it relates to the conversations I shared with her daily, during that period. I feared she would grow bored, so I spoke with her each day. Chapter 35, Anne's Perspective, Part 8, Father. Yaya is unlike any other zombie. I can sense it. I cannot quite articulate that feeling, yet I firmly believe she still remembers me. Moreover, while other zombies either decompose into mummified forms, living for an extended period, or decay rapidly until they perish, Yaya is different. Initially, her body did indeed show signs of decay. However, after I fed her copious amounts of raw meat, this condition began to subside. Had I not provided her with anything else before? Of course, but she refused to eat cooked food or vegetables. She turned her nose up at all of it. It was only raw meat that she consumed, and in great quantities. Does that mean she also? Cough, cough. Anne shot a sideways glance at Bain, a look of exasperation crossing his features. I don't mind the mess, but please refrain from prying. Very well, my apologies. Bain picked up a piece of chicken, but some unpleasant thoughts crossed his mind, compelling him to set it aside. Before that vivid image could completely fade from his mind, he merely sipped his drink in silence. In any case, after consuming raw meat, Yaya's body ceased to decay, and the foul odor had dissipated. She was evidently on the mend. During that time, I captured several other zombies and offered them raw meat as well. Unfortunately, the outcome was disheartening. They showed no change whatsoever. At that moment, I felt a surge of gratitude, as if fate had smiled upon us. Thankful that Yaya had transformed into a zombie, a chosen one, even as a zombie. But you still haven't explained why she doesn't bite you? I believe it may be due to her recovering some of her memories. Initially, she did exhibit aggressive behavior towards me, shouting and displaying a strong desire to attack. Yet, as I continued to bring her food and engage her in conversation day after day, after approximately 6 months, she spoke. Can you guess what she said? Daddy? Yes. I heard it clearly. She called out to me, and it was certainly not a mere coincidence or misinterpretation. Do you know how elated I was? A grown man, crying for half a day. At this point, Anne's eyes sparkled, as if the scene from that day was still vividly etched in his memory. He downed nearly half a can of beer in one go, revealing a look of contentment. From that day forward, she no longer harbored any aggression towards me. Though infrequent, she would occasionally call me daddy. Furthermore, under my guidance, she has relearned how to use the toilet, make her bed, and tidy up her room. Naturally, I have not dared to let her outside, fearing for her safety. Thus, I fashioned a makeshift toilet for her. I carefully unshackled each chain binding her, leaving only one remaining. I intend to wait a little longer, until she has regained more of her strength, before I remove the final chain. Let her explore the world outside. Do you think she can ever return? Enz shook his head, a hint of resignation in his demeanor. Yet a smile lingered on his face. I have not been naive enough to hope she would revert to humanity. However, for her, who can continue to exist as a zombie, I find myself quite content. Moreover, she still calls me father, and her cognitive abilities are gradually returning. I do not expect her intellect to reach that of an ordinary person, as long as she can engage in simple exchanges with me. Allowing me to understand her thoughts and how I might assist her, I will be thoroughly satisfied. May your dreams come true. Bain raised his glass, and Enz clinked it with his. I appreciate your kind wishes. He downed the remaining wine in one gulp and opened another can, stating, my circumstances are rather similar. Now it is time to discuss yours. Why are you not attacked by zombies? This, I cannot disclose. However, as long as you refrain from probing too deeply, I have a method to ensure you are spared from zombie attacks, just like me. Really? Is that true? Enz displayed visible skepticism, wearing an expression that suggested disbelief. Bain remained unperturbed. In 2 days, I will possess a way to make you like me. Of course, this means merely avoiding active attacks from zombies. Not being immune to their infection, this distinction is crucial. Fine. If you can truly achieve that, I shall call you Big Brother. It's a deal. The following day, the 15th day, marking the half-month as mentioned by the system. Today's task was none other than to tidy up Yaya's room. According to Anne's, it was summer now, although the latter part of the night was quite cold. However, after a night, the flesh of the corpse had deteriorated, and Yaya would be prone to stomach issues if she consumed it. Thus, it was imperative to address this matter during daylight hours. The entirety of their day was consumed with transporting the corpse from Yaya's room and cleaning up. In short, the process was both chaotic and repugnant. From the moment they stepped inside, Bain was assailed by a foul, acrid odor. Yet Anne's, accustomed to the stench, exhibited no signs of discomfort and began organizing with ease. By the way, you should consider covering the windows. Alternatively, it might be wise to relocate underground to prevent attracting any ill-intentioned individuals with the light next time. Understood. I have already contemplated this issue. In a few days, I will attend to the basement. The two continued their cleaning while conversing. Tearing sound. On the windowsill were the footprints from last night. Bain intended to clean them, but as he pulled back the curtain, Yaya, nestled beneath the blankets on the bed, emitted a series of warning howls. Thus, she remained ensconced in her cocoon of covers, with only her head visible. The sunlight streaming through the window appears quite bothersome. Draw the curtains, Yaya doesn't tea like the sun, Ens advised, prompting Bain to comply, while he remarked, at this point, I would believe you if you told me your daughter was a vampire. As Bain tidied the table, he eventually stumbled upon a crayon drawing. He had not noticed it the previous evening. It must have been created this morning. The artwork was rather crude, yet its subject was discernible. It depicted a little girl holding hands with a bespectacled man, both wearing expressions of sheer joy. Beside them lay a bed, with a plate drawn adjacent to it, featuring 3 figures, a woman, a bald man, and a chubby individual. Above their heads were wavy lines, suggesting that they were delectable foods. Bain also found himself represented in the drawing. A door with a faceless man standing silently before it. A large question mark adorned the man's visage, adding an air of mystery. Bain gazed at the drawing for an extended period. When he turned to look at Yaya, he found her intently staring back at him. Whether it was merely his illusion or not, Yaya's eyes held not only caution but also a hint of anticipation. Bain offered a faint smile and said, It's quite a lovely drawing. Upon hearing this, Yaya silently turned her head away and quickly buried her exposed face in the blanket, lost in her thoughts. Observing this scene, Ens could not help but chuckle, remarking, She is shy. Chapter 36. Ens perspective. Farewell Ding. Task completed. Successfully protected Yaya for half a month. Ding. Blackie has acquired the anti-zombie ability. From this moment onward, it shall be immune to zombie infection. On the morning of the 16th day, as Bain awoke, he received the system notification regarding the completion of the task. He gazed down at Blackie, who was sprawled on his chest, panting and wagging his tail. Unable to resist, Bain lifted him up while yawning, saying, now that you're fine, let us see when I will be like you. Today was the day to fulfill his promise. Bain had vowed to make Ens as impervious to zombie attacks as himself. When Ens brought this matter up, Bain replied bluntly, All you need to do from now on is to slay 10 zombies, and you will be just like me. Huh. Ens wore an expression that suggested he thought Bain was underestimating him. Nevertheless, after Bain's repeated insistence, he reluctantly agreed, albeit with skepticism. The task was not particularly difficult. It simply involved heading to the nearby barbed wire traps to find those zombies that had been ensnared or caught in the traps, and swiftly dispatched 10 zombies, then remarked, And then, I failed to perceive any difference. At that moment, a voice in his mind, belonging to the enigmatic Bain, indicated a nearby zombie and suggested, Approach it, and see if it pays you any heed. Ens, filled with skepticism, cautiously drew nearer. To his astonishment, he noticed that the previously aggressive zombie, which had lunged at him, now seemed oblivious to his presence, exhibiting an eerily tranquil demeanor. Glancing around at the other zombies, he observed that they had transitioned from their earlier chaotic, aggressive behavior to a state of indifference, each engrossed in its own pursuits. How is this possible? Ens exclaimed, bewildered yet elated, casting a questioning glance at Bain. Bain, with an air of mystery, simply smiled and replied, I told you, it's a secret. With his injuries healed and no lingering attachments, Bain expressed his intention to depart. Ens, reluctant to see him go, attempted to dissuade him, but Bain declined. Would you like a ride? I can arrange for one. Ens offered, his intentions noble, yet Bain, who suffered from motion sickness, could only smile wistfully and refuse, stating he preferred to walk. After their final exchange, the two parted ways. As Bain embarked on his solitary journey into the unknown, he felt a pair of eyes upon him from behind. Turning back, he noticed the curtains of Yaya's room on the 2nd floor of the clinic thrown wide open. Despite her aversion to sunlight, the young girl was bathing in its glow as she gazed at him. Having bathed the night before, Yaya was now adorned in a different purple dress. From this angle, Bain could not discern her expression, yet he smiled and waved at her. Yaya, however, offered no response, merely drawing the curtains shut with a swift motion, retreating from view. Bain chuckled softly, shouldered his pack containing the black child, and continued on his way. Behind the curtains, Yaya peeked through a gap. Upon witnessing him turn and depart, a flicker of disappointment crossed her face. Goodbye, she strained to utter the 2 syllables, then, separated by the curtain, waved her small hand in farewell. Ens Tale, and Chapter 37. Bayou, Chingy County. This was Bain's next destination. However, this county lay quite a distance from his current location. The journey involved traversing a lengthy stretch of desolate highway, flanked by overgrown weeds, where dilapidated vehicles could be spotted at intervals, often revealing the withered corpses of their drivers within. Throughout the journey, Ens encountered little in the way of novelty. However, The atmosphere of wandering the road with one person and one dog, reminiscent of a leisurely journey, is something that Bain quite enjoys. Of course, it would be even more delightful if the blazing sun were absent. To be honest, he is already feeling a bit overheated. The weather is simply ghastly. Strolling beneath the scorching sun is quite an ordeal. At noon, he could no longer resist finding a withered tree by the roadside to rest. He poured a bowl of water for Hazy and prepared a small portion of food. As Hazy wagged his tail, drinking and eating, Bain downed the remaining water from the bottle in one go, lacking any appetite. The withered tree is a colossal giant, with a large hollow in its trunk, resembling a tiny abode. This inevitably reminded Bain of the bear's hollow den in the animated series Bears on Patrol. Of course, it is far from that size, but not significantly smaller. The heavens have shown no mercy. This infernal weather is as stifling as a furnace. Don't you think so, Hazy? Woof woof. Hazy barked a couple of times, munching and barking simultaneously. Bain found it amusing and pointed at the sky, saying, "Come on, Hazy. Let us curse together. The heavens are blind. The sun is scorching. It's deadly hot. Woof woof, woof woof, woof woof, woof woof woof." The two of them, like madmen, howled at the sky. After about half a minute, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted from above. Both were startled. Suddenly, the skies darkened, and thunder and lightning erupted. In the blink of an eye, a torrential downpour descended as if it were free of charge. A fierce wind howled, akin to a ghostly wail. Bain and Hazy were forced to seek refuge in the tree hollow to escape the rain. Outside, the wind howled ferociously. Inside the hollow, however, it was relatively peaceful. Being shielded from the wind and situated at a higher elevation, only a trickle of rainwater managed to seep through the entrance, leaving the inner recesses quite dry. It seemed that this rain would not cease anytime soon. Bain settled into a corner on the left side of the hollow, the most sheltered spot from the wind. He retrieved a candle from his bag, lit it, and placed it on a nearby stone. This illuminated the suddenly dim world considerably. Hazy, the heavens are truly stingy, aren't they? While spreading a mat on the ground, he conversed with Hazy. Woof woof. Hazy responded in his usual manner. Bain sometimes wondered if he genuinely understood or was merely humoring him. In any case, after producing a blanket, he draped it over himself and Hazy. The next moment, he took out his copy of Robinson Crusoe. Opening the pages, he murmured, "Last time, where did we leave off?" Thunder rumbled outside the tree hollow. Robinson ground the wheat. Inside the tree hollow, the warm candlelight flickered as the youth read aloud to the curious puppy nestled in his arms. The towering tree formed a barrier, separating two entirely contrasting worlds. This sensation, akin to the outside world crumbling while he and the little black dog remained in a secure yet confined space, was, to be honest, quite pleasing to Silver. In the realm of human experience, there exists both joy and sorrow. Some find contentment in the status quo, while others are compelled to struggle relentlessly for survival. Chingy County is a modestly sized town. Here, 6 months after the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse, a sanctuary emerged, established by the survivors. Currently, over 100 souls reside within its confines. Unlike in peaceful times, the authority here is not held by the government, but rather by a band of ruthless men. The ruling class consists of a dozen or so individuals, while the remainder can be deemed laborers. The rulers have instituted a system of regulations, which, to put it plainly, entails a weekly rent. Every week, one must supply certain resources to the upper echelon, resources that require venturing outside the sanctuary into the desolate buildings infested with zombies. This arrangement is akin to renting an abode. Failure to pay the rent results in expulsion from the sanctuary by the ruling powers, devoid of any humanitarian concern for one's life or death. For those accustomed to peaceful times, such practices are undeniably cruel. Yet, for the vast majority of survivors in this apocalypse, acceptance is the only recourse. Despite the ruler's often despicable demeanor, this sanctuary indeed offers protection against the undead. Moreover, as long as the weekly rent is paid, one can receive a meal each day from the authorities. Although the food is far from palatable, it sustains life. Bayou, a 12-year-old girl, stands at a mere height of approximately 1 meter and 30 centimeters. Her petite frame is complemented by hair that is malnourished, split, and yellowed. Dressed in filthy rags, she resembles a beggar. Yet, each time she washes her face, a charming visage emerges, albeit lacking vitality. Bayou is a cripple. Her right foot was rendered useless due to an accident during the early days of the zombie outbreak. In the chaos, medical attention was a luxury she could not afford, as she focused solely on fleeing with her parents. Consequently, treatment was delayed, and her right foot became permanently impaired, causing her to walk with a noticeable limp. After the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse, Bayou fled with her parents for over 3 months, traversing from one place to another. One night, in a state between slumber and wakefulness, She heard the sound of helicopter blades cutting through the sky, accompanied by her parents conversing with someone about a northern refuge known as City B. However, overwhelmed by fatigue, she did not rise to ascertain the situation, drifting back into a dreamlike state. Yet, when dawn broke the following day, she awoke to find her parents mysteriously absent. To her dismay, their belongings had vanished as well. Bayu searched the vicinity desperately, but her parents were nowhere to be found. A sense of dread enveloped her, fueled by the fear that they had been taken by the helicopter from the previous night. She could barely recall the faint mention of the northern refuge, City B, and she became convinced that her parents must have been captured and taken there. If only she could reach this elusive City B, she believed, she would surely reunite with her family. Unbeknownst to her, the location of City B remained a mystery. Thus, she wandered aimlessly, struggling to survive in the perilous world overrun by zombies, eventually arriving in Chingy County. There, she lingered for an extended period in this relatively safe city. Preparing for her journey to the distant City B, Chapter 38. Exile. The relentless downpour brought with it a singular advantage, a reprieve from the water shortage. 7 days had elapsed since her last weekly rent payment. In other words, once the rain ceased, Bayu would be compelled to procure new supplies to meet her rent obligations. Failing to do so would result in her expulsion from the sanctuary. The world outside was a terrifying realm rife with zombies, and Bayu was reluctant to venture out. Thus, her only recourse was to utilize the tempestuous weather to collect water. Typically, water could serve as a substitute for supplies when paying rent. Consequently, on the dilapidated rooftop of the shelter, Bayu gathered numerous containers. Once filled, she transferred the water into empty mineral water bottles. Thus, she toiled throughout the day until her backpack brimmed with water. By the time her labor concluded, it was the dead of night. Exhausted, Bayu placed the water-filled backpack in a corner of the rooftop and covered it with a few planks. She resolved to lower it with a rope the following day and deliver the water to the rent collector. Soon after, fatigue overtook her, and she returned to her modest room for rest. The room was sparsely furnished, with straw strewn across the floor, some tattered cloth, and an abundance of mineral water bottles. The walls were bare concrete, unpainted, a testament to the fact that this building was an unfinished shell even before the outbreak of the zombies. The next morning, Bayu awoke later than usual. She was awakened by a sudden outburst of weeping. However, she had no inclination to indulge in the spectacle. Upon noticing that the day had fully dawned outside, she felt a jolt of alarm and inwardly lamented her misfortune. She needed to hasten with the water, otherwise it would be discarded. Bayu hastily ascended to the rooftop, her heart racing. Yet, the first sight that met her eyes was a burly, bald man in his 30s. Shouldering his bag, the man, with a visage marked by ruggedness, paid her no mind as he began to descend the stairs. "Stop! That is my water!" Bayu exclaimed urgently, extending her arms to block his path. The bald man sneered, his eyes narrowing. "Just because you say it's yours, does that make it so? Is your name written on it?" "It is. The tag on the bag bears my name." "Return it to me," Bayu asserted, her voice rising with conviction. The man, taken aback by her determination, nevertheless had no intention of returning the bag. Growing increasingly irritated, he snapped, "Get lost," and forcefully shoved her aside. Bayu let out a pained cry as she tumbled to the ground. Just as the man prepared to leave, she clutched his thigh desperately. "Give it back to me. That is my water," she insisted, her agitation resembling that of a frenzied kitten. The bald man, now thoroughly annoyed, seized her by the hair. As Bayu instinctively grasped his hand to alleviate the sharp pain, he retaliated with a swift kick to her abdomen. Bang! Bayu was propelled several meters away by the force of the blow. The searing pain caused her to curl up on the ground, momentarily silencing her cries. "Damn it! You bring this upon yourself." The man spat contemptuously before resolutely descending the stairs with his bag. Within moments, he vanished from sight. Coughing violently, Bayu remained on the ground. "That was mine, my water." Her voice trembled with unspoken grievances and a quavering sob. Tears glistening in her eyes, yet refusing to fall. In times of peace, a child could wail amidst a crowd, and numerous kind-hearted strangers would rush forth to offer assistance. Whether out of genuine compassion or mere appearances, the age-old adage that a crying child receives milk seemed an immutable truth. Yet, this principle did not hold in the face of desolation. Bayu had wept before, many times, but rather than receiving help, she found herself mired in trouble. Some would scold her to silence, others would feign comfort only to slap her in return, and some would resort to outright violence. In the direst of circumstances, she risked attracting the attention of the undead. Everything, it seemed, was merely superficial. The tears of this era hold little value. The time when one could merely weep and receive assistance has long since vanished. No, it cannot be. There is an obsession in her heart. Bayu refuses to let her water be taken away. She is at a loss as to what to do. At this moment, All she desires is to pursue the matter. It cannot simply be dismissed. After lingering on the ground for 2 or 3 minutes, she finally rises. She limps down the stairs, her pace hurried, albeit not swift, yet certainly more urgent than that of an average person. Upon reaching the base of the first floor, she encounters a middle-aged woman weeping while clutching a tattered bag. Several other women stand nearby, offering her comfort, their expressions filled with helplessness. "Oh, once I step outside, how shall I survive?" the woman cries, her sorrow akin to a rain-soaked pear blossom. Yet, regardless of her lamentations, it does not alter the impending tragic reality. Baiyu understands all too well that the woman's tears stem from an inability to pay her weekly rent. Such individuals are commonplace, and their plight has long since lost its novelty. Preoccupied with her own troubles, Baiyu has no inclination to intervene. She hastens, limping towards the place where the ruling class collects their dues. It is a quaint 2-story villa. At this moment, a lengthy queue of over a dozen people has formed outside. Surrounding them are the enforcers of the rulers, armed with machetes and axes. Their presence a means to maintain order within the shelter. Among the queue, each individual carries supplies, be it food or salt for seasoning. All are items scavenged from the ruins, intended solely for the payment of rent. Baiyu, at the forefront of the crowd, spots the bald man. She rushes forward, exclaiming, "Thief, return my water." The bald man offers no response, merely glancing back before flashing a smug smile and entering the building. Baiyu is intercepted by a man wielding a large machete, who bellows, Hey, this is a rental queue. No cutting in line." However, Baiyu pays him no heed. Her only desire is to reclaim her water. Overwhelmed by emotion, she attempts to lunge forward. Slap! She is struck to the ground by the man's hand. "What? You can't understand plain speech. Looking for a fight?" The man brandishes the machete menacingly before Baiyu. The gleaming blade terrifies her, rendering her motionless. She merely clutches her swollen right cheek, feeling aggrieved. The man scrutinizes her for a moment, then, tilting his head, asks, "Have you brought the rent?" Baiyu hesitantly gestures towards the direction the bald man had taken, stammering, I have. He stole it. Isn't that equivalent to having forgotten it?" The man, with a dismissive glance, swung his arm and pointed toward the exit of the shelter, saying, "Will you leave on your own, or shall I escort you out?" Chapter 39. Unforeseen circumstances. The exit of the shelter was a large iron door, guarded by a robust middle-aged man. Upon seeing the dejected Baiyu approaching, he remained silent and simply opened the door for her. After she stepped outside, he did not hastily shut the door. Instead, he observed a few anxious individuals nearby, contemplating that they too would soon be expelled. Thus he need not rush to close the door. Having been evicted after her rental period expired, Baiyu lingered just outside the exit, gazing longingly at the scene within. She did not wish to stray too far from the shelter, as that would significantly heighten her chances of encountering zombies. She silently watched others queue to pay their rent, her eyes filled with envy. "Get lost, enough already." Suddenly, a furious shout erupted from within the payment area, suggesting a quarrel had ensued. Following the sound, she saw a man drag out the bald figure who had snatched her belongings. He then kicked open the door of the adjacent room, shouting, "Damn it. We collected a whole room's worth of water yesterday. Do you see any shortage now? Are you satisfied?" The man was seething with rage, while the bald man wore an expression of forced smiles and desperation, pleading, "Brother, please, just give me one more chance. I promise next time get lost. If you don't leave, I'll kill you." As the man spoke, he reached for the knife at his waist, prompting the bald man to flee hastily from the shelter, leaving his bag of water behind. He had no mind to retrieve it, for many had already used water as rent the previous day, saturating the available resources to the point where they were now unwilling to accept more. "Damn it. Wasting my precious time," the bald man grumbled as he exited the shelter. He understood well that hiding within was futile, for soon a thorough sweep would commence, and those who had not paid their rent would inevitably be expelled, possibly facing violence. Just the other day, someone had been killed over such matters. Upon exiting, the first thing the bald man noticed was Baiyu not far away. Whether or not he truly saw her clearly, he felt an inexplicable sense that she was reveling in his misfortune. "Damn it," he cursed loudly, charging toward Baiyu. She was taken aback, instinctively attempting to flee. But as a limping individual, how could she possibly outrun him? Indeed, in a mere few strides, she was seized by the bald man, who hoisted her over his shoulder and strode towards a nearby building while uttering menacing words. "Let me go? Release me." Baiyu struggled desperately, unleashing futile punches and kicks against the bald man's shoulder. However, her feeble strength offered little resistance. The bald man merely smirked coldly and declared, "It's your fault for provoking me. You shall bear the consequences. I intend to enjoy myself at your expense." With that, he hastily carried Baiyu away. Baiyin arrived in Qingyi County that morning, standing atop a high-rise building, surveying the shelter below with a commanding view. This so-called shelter was merely a designated area surrounded by a newly erected, towering concrete wall constructed to fend off the undead. Though the method was simplistic, it proved undeniably effective. Woof woof. Heisey, his loyal companion, stood at Bai Yin's feet, barking excitedly at the shelter below, wagging his tail vigorously. Hush! Keep your voice down. Bai Yin crouched down and lifted Heisey into his arms. Do you wish to explore that place? Woof. Absolutely not. There are too many people there. And one can never be certain that someone wouldn't fancy a dog meat hot pot. With that, Heisey's ears drooped, and his tail ceased its wagging. Bai Yin gently placed him back in his bag, contemplating a brief respite before embarking on his next destination. As for the shelter, Bai Yin resolutely dismissed the idea. The rationale was simple. The crowd would evoke a sense of insecurity. What if they conspired to rob him? Or worse, what if they had their eyes set on Heisey for a meal? Bai Yin was an assassin, primarily engaged in covert operations, not a tank warrior. The notion of confronting a multitude alone was not one he would entertain lightly. Suddenly, a familiar call of the undead echoed behind him. Bai Yin turned to see an elderly zombie emerging from the rooftop door, presumably drawn by Heisey's barking. Upon reaching the rooftop, the old zombie halted in its tracks upon witnessing Bai Yin and the dog within his bag, clearly perplexed about its next move. Bai Yin understood this feeling well. It was akin to a famished cat, having heard the sound of a mouse after many days, only to discover that the source was merely a plastic toy, utterly useless. To the zombie, Bai Yin and Heisey appeared thus, though, of course, their shared kinship as friends of the undead rendered them an intriguing sight. Is there something you need? Sir? Bai Yin inquired, but the elderly zombie remained unresponsive. With a palpable sense of disappointment, he turned and walked away. TSK. Bai Yin clicked his tongue, feeling at a loss for words, and simply followed the old man downstairs. Suddenly, a piercing scream from a girl echoed from below. Woof, woof, woof. Blackie barked furiously, and after a moment's hesitation, Bai Yin dashed towards the sound. Ultimately, he arrived at a room on the first floor, where he beheld a bald man assaulting Bai Yu. The bald man was desperately tugging at Bai Yu's clothing, but due to his lack of understanding of the garment structure, he was unable to tear it apart. Woof, woof, woof. Bai Yin appeared suddenly at the door, with Black Z in his bag barking incessantly at the scene inside. Upon hearing the commotion, the bald man abruptly halted his actions and turned around, confronted by the peculiar duo of a man and his dog. Scum. Engaging in sexual assault against a minor is punishable by over 10 years in prison. The severity of the crime could lead to life imprisonment or even the death penalty. Aren't you afraid? Bai Yin earnestly attempted to enlighten the bald man about the law. Yet, the man merely shot him a menacing glare and retorted. If you don't want to die, then scram. Be careful, or I'll chop off your head and your dog-s and use them as a ball. Oh. Bai Yin squinted, shaking his head with a look of disappointment. There's no hope left. Let us just go straight to the death penalty. With that, he swiftly sidestepped to the side. Pretending to be clever. The bald man, seeing that Bai Yin had vanished from sight, felt a sense of smugness wash over him. However, just as Bai Yin stepped out of his line of sight, an elderly zombie appeared at the doorway. This was the very same zombie that had been drawn to Bai Yu's cries. Chapter 40. Refusal. A sudden jolt of fear gripped the bald man. No matter how arrogant he had been moments before, faced with a zombie, he found himself instantly intimidated. It wasn't about whether he could overpower the creature. It was about avoiding even a single blow from it. In a desperate situation, he could easily confront an old man, but this was a zombie, and he was unarmed. The slightest scratch could spell disaster. The bald man was terrified, scanning his surroundings for anything that could be of use. At that moment, the elderly zombie glanced at him, then at Bai Yu, ultimately deciding that the bald man had more flesh to offer. Without hesitation, it lunged towards him. My God! The bald man shrieked, delivering a powerful kick that sent the old zombie sprawling to the ground. Then, he scrambled and bolted out of the room. Tap, tap, tap. He sprinted with remarkable speed, nearly darting out of the building's corridor. Unexpectedly, a foot extended from the side, tripping him and sending him crashing face first into the ground. The bald man, startled and somewhat neurotic, quickly scanned his surroundings. Ultimately, he spotted Bai Yin, who was observing him with an absurdly humble smile not far ahead. Damn it, it's you. Upon recognizing Bai Yin, the bald man was instantly filled with rage. However, he had no desire to linger in this perilous place. Instead, he spat out a fierce threat. You wait and see. I will eventually take you down. Is that so? Then I suppose I must ensure you do not escape. Bai Yin replied. After all, eradicating the root of the problem is the wisest course of action. Humph. The bald man sneered. You'd better have the capability to do so. With that, he turned to flee. However, to his shock, a female zombie, who had appeared behind him without his notice, lunged at him the instant he turned. She sank her teeth into his neck. Mug. The bald man widened his eyes, and before he could resist for even a few seconds, his body fell limp to the ground, never to move again. What followed was a scene of the female zombie, savoring her feast. Bayin, indifferent to the spectacle, simply turned around and walked towards the room where Bayu had been. He wondered if the young girl was still alive, but even if she had perished, it mattered little. After all, it was not his doing. When Bayin arrived at the door of that room once more, he found Bayu huddled in the corner, trembling. The old zombie, meanwhile, lay on the ground, emitting weak sounds as it struggled to move. Upon approaching, Bayin noticed a significant dent in the old man's abdomen, as if his spine had been shattered, rendering him immobile. Does it hurt? Bayin inquired softly, slowly drawing the axe from his waist. Allow me to grant you release. With a swift motion, he struck the old zombie's head with his axe. Once the old man lay still, Bayin sighed in relief. After casting a final glance at Bayu in the corner, he departed. Bayin resolved to find a building farther from the shelter to rest. Given that the exit corridor was occupied by zombies indulging in their meal, he chose not to venture that way, fearing an attack. What if it was an exceptionally territorial zombie, mistaking his approach for an attempt to seize its food, and in that misunderstanding, he met with disaster? That would be a regrettable outcome. To ensure his safety, Bayin opted to exit through the back door of the building. As he stepped out, the sound of rustling echoed around him, and he walked a short distance down the path. Forever sensing a shadow trailing behind, Silver turned to confront it, only for the figure to abruptly hide away. Unfortunately, its attempt at concealment was rather inept, as a foot could be seen protruding from behind a stone. Hey, don't follow me, he warned before hastily departing. When Bayu peeked out again, she discovered that Silver had vanished without a trace. Silver had found a small villa at the outskirts of Qingyao County, its doors standing wide open, revealing a chaotic interior. A zombie boy was stationed at the entrance, gnawing on a freshly caught mouse. Upon noticing Silver's approach, he assumed the newcomer intended to snatch his food and quickly darted away with the rodent in his mouth. Silver ventured inside, searching high and low but finding no zombies. Ultimately, he ascended to the rooftop, where he spotted a bare-bottomed zombie boy standing at the edge, hands on hips, seemingly lost in thought. Silver strode over, uttering an apology before delivering a swift kick that sent the boy tumbling off the fourth-floor ledge. The zombie boy let out a cry as he plummeted to the cement ground below, landing in a mangled heap, motionless thereafter. Such actions were regrettable but necessary. Silver required the building as a temporary refuge, and he could not allow any zombies to inhabit his new abode. Once he had eradicated all the zombies in the villa, he finally remembered that the door on the ground floor had yet to be secured. He had initially planned to dispose of any zombies he encountered by throwing them out the door, but now that the premises were clear, it was imperative to lock it tightly. As Silver descended to close the door, he was greeted by Bayu standing forlornly outside. The young girl hesitated, her eyes brimming with unspoken pleas, as if she wished to say something. Silver, wary of succumbing to sympathy, resolutely slammed the door shut before she could utter a word. Disheartened, Bayu settled down on the steps leading to the villa, feeling an acute pang of hunger. Her thoughts drifted away, and she began to entertain the notion that perhaps waiting here to be consumed by zombies might offer her some form of release. Slowly succumbing to sleep amidst her disappointment, Bayu lingered outside, while Silver sought out a room for rest within. Don't blame me. Had you encountered me earlier, perhaps things would have been different, Silver mused. He no longer required companionship to alleviate his loneliness, for he had already found Black. He pondered that had the girl crossed his path before he met Black, he might have been inclined to lend her a hand. But now, it seemed unnecessary. He would not lower his guard simply because she was a child. He swiftly located the former owner's bedroom in the villa and retrieved a quilt from the wardrobe. After a brief arrangement, he lay down with Heisey after their meal. The rain had only ceased in the latter part of the night, and Bayin had embarked on his journey once the downpour subsided. He had traveled almost the entire night, compounded by his restless slumber in the hollow of a tree. Consequently, he found himself exceedingly fatigued, in dire need of repose. Thus, he embraced Heisey and drifted into slumber. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted. Upon awakening, he discovered that torrential rain was pouring outside, accompanied by relentless thunder. Bayin drew back the curtains, only to find the world beyond shrouded in darkness. Chapter 41. Weeping in the rainy night, Bayin retrieved a flashlight for illumination and lit a candle, placing it upon the bedside table. He then drew the curtains closed and extinguished the flashlight. Situated on the outskirts of the county town, far from the shelter, he felt assured that the inhabitants of the refuge would not venture here. After all, any rational individual would dread the possibility of being snatched away by a zombie mid-journey. This very concern underpinned Bayin's decision to rest in this secluded spot. Speaking of rational individuals, Bayin couldn't help but recall the girl who had been following him. She possessed a remarkable audacity, daring to trail him from the shelter to the edge of the city. Yet, it appeared that fear had ultimately driven her back, likely to meet her demise at the hands of the undead. Bain could fathom no other outcome. However, in this apocalyptic world, who truly cares for the fate of a stranger? Bain retrieved a loaf of bread from his bag, tearing off a piece for Heisey. He took a portion for himself and settled on the edge of the bed to savor it slowly. The outside world was engulfed in darkness, with howling winds, torrential rain, and the crackle of lightning. In stark contrast, the interior was a sanctuary of peace and warmth, illuminated by the flickering candlelight, two worlds so fundamentally opposed. Another thunderous clap resonated, growing ever louder. Bain's chewing slowed as the night's thunder evoked unsettling memories. Woof! Heisey's bark suddenly pierced the silence. Bain assumed Heisey was still hungry and instinctively offered him half of his bread. However, upon glancing down, he noticed that Heisey's portion remained largely untouched. The little creature merely gazed up at him with innocent, watery eyes, its cheerful barks seeming to offer comfort. It is said that dogs possess an innate sensitivity, capable of sensing their owner's sorrow and attempting to uplift their spirits with joy. Rest assured, I am well, Bain chuckled softly, bending down to stroke Heisey's head. As the other party once again bowed their head to nibble on the bread, Bain found his appetite waning. After handing the remaining piece of bread to Heisey, he reclined back onto the bed, devoid of any desire to read, instead lost in a stupor as he gazed at the ceiling. Mommy, I want my mommy. A 3-year-old boy cried out in the rain. It was a tempestuous night, filled with flashes of lightning and rumbling thunder. Not long ago, the boy, having been drugged into unconsciousness, finally awoke, only to find his mother absent from his side. His last recollection of her was in a cozy room where she had brought him a warm cup of milk. The boy adored milk and, without a hint of hesitation, drank it all in one gulp. Shortly thereafter, his head grew heavy, spiraling him into oblivion. When he regained consciousness, he discovered himself beneath the eaves of an orphanage's walls. Mommy, wah, I want my mommy. The boy wept with a heart-wrenching sorrow. Yet, his gentle mother did not return. Just when fear and anxiety overwhelmed him, a chilling voice pierced the air from behind. I no longer want you. Bain suddenly jolted awake, sitting upright in bed. Only after taking in the layout of the room did he realize that he had merely been ensnared in a dreadful dream. Damn, he cursed under his breath. That cursed nightmare had not plagued him for many years, yet tonight's stormy weather had summoned it once more. He glanced at the candle on his desk, noting that it had burned down significantly. Pulling out his pocket watch, he saw that it read 3:20 a.m. A soft murmuring emanated from his right. Looking down, Bain discovered Heisey, lost in the realm of dreams, unaware of what visions danced in his mind. Boom. Outside, a tremendous clap of thunder reverberated. This infernal natural phenomenon further darkened Bain's mood. He hesitated, raising his hand only to let it fall back. He contemplated rising, but succumbed to the bed once more. It seemed he wished to voice something, but faltered. In the end, he merely lay back down, covering himself and Heisey with a blanket. Boom. The thunder crashed again. Damn, Bain muttered, this time decisively rising from the bed. He slipped on his shoes and grabbed a flashlight. Illuminated by its beam, he made his way towards the exit on the first floor. Creak. The front door of the villa opened. Bain shone the flashlight outside for a considerable while, but failed to catch sight of anyone he sought. Ultimately, he glanced down. A realization dawned upon her that the person she sought was both distant, yet close at hand. At that moment, Bayu was crouched in the corner of the steps by the door, thoroughly drenched and shivering. The glaring beam of the flashlight instinctively made her squint, and she shielded her eyes with her hands. Bai Yin's tone was neither warm nor cold. We shall leave as soon as the rain ceases. With that, he retreated indoors. Bai Yu, left outside, momentarily thought she had misheard. She stood there, momentarily dazed. Once she regained her composure, a flicker of joy welled up within her, prompting her to rise. However, as soon as she attempted to stand, a wave of numbness enveloped her legs, accompanied by a dizzying sensation. Suddenly, with a thud, she collapsed to the ground. When Bai Yu awoke, her eyes first fell upon a candle flickering on the desk ahead. Woof! A small black dog was licking her face. Startled, she sat up to discover she was lying on a bed. Though the discomfort was palpable, her clothes were completely soaked. In this state, she had been carried to the bed and covered with a blanket. Awake? Bai Yin's voice drifted from across the room. She turned to see him seated on the sofa, engrossed in a book of indeterminate title. The rain had ceased, and the dawn light began to filter through. Bai Yu recalled Bai Yin's earlier words. We shall leave as soon as the rain ceases. She opened her mouth, hesitated, and ultimately managed to stammer, Teach, thank you. She then prepared to leave the bed, but Bai Yin interjected, wearing wet clothes will surely lead to a cold. Why not take a shower on the rooftop? Bai Yu was taken aback. Such a suggestion had not crossed her mind. She noticed a few fresh garments laid out beside the bed. All right, fine. She acquiesced, taking the clothes to the rooftop. Despite her confusion about how she would shower now that the rain had stopped, she discovered upon reaching the rooftop that 2 buckets filled with water awaited her, alongside shower gel, shampoo, and towels. Phew. Bayou had ascended to the rooftop, while Bayin, still reading, let out a sigh. The image of Bayou huddled in the corner lingered vividly in his memory, evoking unpleasant childhood recollections. Chapter 42. Will you join me? A daily act of kindness? Seeing oneself reflected in another? Bayin was unaware. He only knew that extending a hand brought a slight alleviation to his heart. In the realm of psychology, there exists a phenomenon where one finds solace when witnessing another endure the misfortunes they themselves once faced. It is inevitable that one may extend a hand out of empathy. The reason is simple. It offers the individual a fleeting illusion of rescuing their past self. Yet, the past remains immutable. This is merely a means of self-healing. In truth, when Bayin carried the drenched Bayou to bed, he contemplated removing her wet garments, for such attire could easily lead to a cold. However, upon reflection, he realized that she was, after all, a young girl, likely on the cusp of adolescence. Thus, he deemed such an action inappropriate, and chose to refrain from intervening. If she were to catch a cold, so be it. It would not be the end of the world. Consequently, he did nothing further. While Bayou was bathing, Bayin took the liberty of changing the sheets and blanket, as they had become soaked. Coincidentally, the villa was devoid of food and drink, yet was replete with an abundance of blankets and clothing. Even the garments Bayou required for her bath were unearthed by Bayin from the wardrobe, and they appeared to fit her quite well. 30 minutes later, when Bayou finally emerged from her bath, she had taken her time, fearing that Bayin would ask her to leave once she was done. Thus, as she descended the stairs clad in a short-sleeved shirt and denim shorts, she moved with a trepidation akin to walking on thin ice. However, Bayin did not hasten her departure. Instead, he merely gestured towards the desk where 2 pieces of bread and a bottle of mineral water awaited her. Have your breakfast, he said, returning his focus to his book. Bayou, somewhat taken aback, hesitated before approaching. Once seated at the desk, she took her first bite of bread, and soon thereafter, her appetite overtook her, leading to an uncontrollable frenzy of consumption. Alas, the consequence of such haste was a sudden choking sensation, prompting her to hastily twist open the bottle of water and gulp it down. As the food finally went down, a look of relief washed over her face, and she began to moderate her pace, eating significantly slower than before. Suddenly, a solitary tear fell, unexpected and unbidden. Subsequently, she continued to eat while discreetly wiping her tears, suppressing any sounds of distress. Observing her quietly weeping form, Bayin felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. For a fleeting moment, he had entertained the notion of taking Bayou away with him, but upon seeing her hobble off the bed, he had to abandon this naive thought. He was ill-equipped to care for someone who could barely walk. Such a person would serve only as a burden. After finishing her bread, Bayou sat motionless on the stool, seemingly at a loss for what to do next. Noticing her stillness, Bayin remarked, "If you're tired, feel free to rest on the bed." Bayou obediently climbed into bed, wrapping herself tightly in the blanket. At the moment she turned to lie down, Bayin noticed the girl's tear-streaked eyes. "What is your name?" Bayin inquired. "Bayou. Are you alone?" "Yes, for now." "And your parents?" "They were taken away." "Taken away?" "Yes, by the helicopter from City B." "City B?" Bayin asked, surprised and curious. "Could you elaborate?" The girl complied without hesitation, recounting her experiences in detail. It had been a long time since she had found someone willing to listen. Although he was merely a stranger, Bayou yearned to share her story. After listening to Bayou's ordeal, Bayin fell into a contemplative silence. According to her words, her parents had indeed been taken by the helicopter from City B, much like He Li, He Hua, Zhang Yu, and Zhang Xiaoxue, who had all been rescued by helicopters. Yet in Bayou's narrative, it had transformed into a distorted fact that her parents had been captured. Bayin was no fool. With a moment's reflection, he discerned the underlying truth. Bayou's parents had not been taken but rather had abandoned her, viewing their disabled daughter as a burden. Bayou's plight evoked memories of Bayin's own childhood. Before entering the orphanage, he had belonged to a single-parent household. His father had long been absent, and his mother, always forcing a smile, had raised him until he was 3. At that time, he must have also been perceived as a burden by her. Bayin did not harbor resentment toward his mother for abandoning him. He merely wished for her happiness. At the very least, he hoped she was happier than when they had been together. Suddenly, a notification from the system broke his reverie. Beep. A new task has been issued. Beep. Task. Eliminate Bayou to gain the ability Anti-Undead. Anti-Undead. Immune to zombie infection. What a cruelly whimsical task. This was Bayin's initial impression of the mission. His gaze instinctively drifted to the knife at his waist. He reached for it. Yet, just as his fingers were about to make contact, he withdrew his hand. "I refuse to let a cold, unfeeling system dictate my life. Nobody can force me to act. Bain chose to decline the task. He was not living to appease the system. Almost simultaneously, another task appeared. Task released. Take Bai and locate her parents to acquire the anti-zombie ability. Anti-zombie. Immune to zombie infection. This mission is even more troublesome than the previous one. It would be far easier to simply eliminate the target altogether. This was the initial thought that crossed Bain's mind upon seeing the task. Subsequently, he inquired, I happen to be heading to City B as well. Would you like to accompany me? Bai sprang up from the bed, utterly taken aback by Yin's proposal. Instantly, her excited face revealed an uncontrollable glimmer of joy. Forget it, no, I will go. Bai nodded fervently, akin to a chick pecking at grains. Yet unexpectedly, cough, she could not suppress a fit of coughing. She had been ill for some time, but had refrained from coughing in front of Bain. Bain remained unfazed and simply remarked, You must first recover from your cold. Once you are better, we shall set off. All right, thank you. Rest well. With a sweet smile, she burrowed back into the covers. At that moment, Bai's face radiated with joy, as if she had never endured any previous hardships. In contrast to the girl's elation, Bain was preoccupied with the rationale behind his decision not to harm her. He continuously reminded himself, this is merely for the mission. The reason I refrain from killing her is solely for the sake of Kuro's well-being. It is certainly not due to any sense of sympathy or recognizing my own reflection in her. Chapter 43. The old man and the dog Bai's cold would likely take a few days to heal. Coincidentally, these days coincided with relentless torrential rain. Initially, it was manageable, but soon it grew increasingly cold. In such frigid weather, having some warm, cooked food would undoubtedly be the best option. Therefore, relying solely on the bread and dried provisions in his bag was not something Bain particularly endorsed. I will step out for a moment. You stay home and keep Kuro company. Do not open the door for anyone, and refrain from making too much noise that might attract attention. Bain was putting on the rain boots he had just found while advising Bai on a few precautions. Bai, cradling Kuro in her arms, spoke with a hint of unease. Do you want me to come with you? I can help. Bain glanced at her without providing a direct answer, merely stating, I will take you to find City B, I promise. With that, he took an umbrella and stepped outside. A loud bang soon echoed from the front door. After Bain left, Bai exhibited a look of relief. Following that was a sweet smile that stemmed from a genuine feeling of good fortune. Bai was engulfed by fear, fearing that Bain would deem him a burden and cast him aside. Hence, he felt an urgent desire to assist, hoping to demonstrate his worth. Undoubtedly, this anxiety did not escape Yin's notice, prompting him to utter certain words that brought a modicum of solace to Bai's heart. Albeit just a slight comfort. Bain possessed the key to the front door of the villa, having discovered it beneath a mat inside. Therefore, Bai need not concern himself with opening the door for him. Any knocking at the entrance would certainly signal the presence of others. Bain ventured to a nearby department store. After a prolonged search, he managed to procure only a few milk candies. In truth, he yearned to find staples such as noodles or rice, for he was in dire need. On the third floor, Bain stumbled upon a large travel bag, albeit with a gaping hole that did not hinder its capacity to hold items. He rustled about, placing some of the spices and candies he had just found into the bag before continuing his exploration upwards. As he traversed the fourth-floor corridor, a mouse suddenly darted past him, closely pursued by 3 zombies, their outstretched hands reminiscent of a dying person reaching out from a sickbed. The trio of zombies soon followed the mouse, while Bain retreated in the opposite direction. The presence of mice suggested that food still lingered in this place. The path ahead was shrouded in darkness, attributed to the absence of windows, as this area lay at the heart of the department store. Ever since the power outage, it had remained enveloped in shadows. Fortunately, Bain had brought along a compact flashlight. He switched it on and strode into the obscurity, ultimately arriving at a warehouse. A sign read, Restricted Area, Unauthorized Personnel Keep Out. Bain attempted to twist the doorknob to gain entry, but it refused to budge. The warehouse was likely locked from the outside or secured internally. From his waist pouch, Bain retrieved a lock-picking tool. Crouching down, he fumbled with it for a considerable time, until at last, he heard a satisfying click, and the door swung open. As he pushed the door ajar, he was greeted by a pristine white expanse. The warehouse was illuminated by numerous windows, dispelling the darkness within. Bain entered without closing the door, wary that should he shut it, a zombie might pass by just as he attempted to reopen it, resulting in an unfortunate encounter. The warehouse was modest in size. As Bain wandered about, he discovered it filled with washing machines and other such items. As he stood by the window, admiring the scenery below, a faint rustling sound suddenly caught his attention from the corner of the warehouse, behind a cardboard box. A mouse, perhaps? Curious, Bain approached the source of the sound. and upon reaching the corner, he was met with the sight of a frail old man in his 70s, cradling a black mutt in his arms. The old man was emaciated, his hair completely white, resembling a mere skeleton. The dog in his embrace was equally pitiful, little more than skin and bone, yet still clinging to life. Apart from moving its eyes and breathing, it was incapable of any other action. The old man, upon seeing Bain, displayed no surprise. He seemed like one who was aware of his impending demise, choosing to quietly pass away in this corner with his beloved dog. Kind-hearted soul. The old man rasped, his voice hoarse and feeble, struggling to form a smile that was more painful than sorrowful. His eyes were deep and dark, as if capable of seeing through everything. Could you spare us some food? Bain retrieved a piece of milk candy from his pocket and asked, would you like this? Yes. Yes. The old man trembled as he accepted it, tearing open the wrapper and bringing it to the dog's mouth, but the dog remained motionless. With a sigh, he reluctantly placed the candy in his own mouth, and a look of sheer delight washed over his face, reminiscent of a drunkard savoring the finest spirits. Throughout this exchange, neither spoke further. Bain, having said little, turned to leave. Wait. However, he had scarcely taken a few steps when the old man called out to him. Bain turned back, asking, is there something else? I have a few items. Would you be willing to trade some food from your bag? The old man longed to give his dog a hearty meal before its end. That depends on what you have. Good stuff. I have cigarettes and liquor. The old man gestured towards a nearby box. Bain opened it, and indeed, found a backpack inside. He pulled it out and unzipped it, discovering it filled with fine cigarettes and liquor. Can these be exchanged for some food? The old man's face bore a pleading expression, his eyes filled with hope. Yet, Bain's response was rather cruel. I can trade, but I have no food in my bag. Oh, I see. The old man, disheartened, lowered his head with a bitter smile, saying, then you may have these items. I shall not enjoy them any longer. Thank you. Bain squatted down, placing the backpack into his travel bag. After zipping it up, he remained crouched, maintaining eye level with the old man, and said, there is a shelter not far from here. Are you aware of it? Yes. Do you know how much food you could exchange for these items? He inquired. Well, I've heard rumors. Then why don't you go there while you still possess the strength to gather such quantities of tobacco and liquor? In response to this query, the old man merely offered a resigned smile, stating, I simply refuse to allow my dog to be consumed by others. And that is why I do not go. You cannot even fend for yourself. Why should a vagabond concern himself with such matters? I may be a vagabond, but my dog is not a stray. Chapter 44. The transaction. As the old man spoke these words, a smile graced his face, yet his demeanor was remarkably earnest. This dog held immense significance for him, having been rescued 15 years prior. At that time, his partner had passed away, and his son, upon winning the lottery, squandered his winnings to emigrate abroad, neglecting his father entirely. During that bleak period, it was this dog that remained by his side, providing him with a semblance of comfort. For the old man, this dog had long since become his only family. He understood well the implications of bringing a dog to a shelter, even if his pet appeared emaciated. To some, it would merely represent a pot of broth. Hence, the old man dared not venture to the shelter. Furthermore, with the old dog's health deteriorating day by day, he remained close, apprehensive that if he stepped away, the dog might perish in his absence. 15 years of companionship had granted the old man a profound understanding of his dog's temperament. He knew that should he leave, the dog would become anxious and bark in distress. However, such a response was unacceptable as it would surely attract the attention of the undead. Thus, he chose to remain by his dog's side, resigned to the notion of meeting his end in this desolate locale alongside his companion. As for the bulging backpack filled with tobacco and alcohol, it was, amusingly enough, the result of his subconscious collection. Yet, the old man would never barter these items at the shelter for food. Why? Because he was not foolish. He recognized the frailty of his aging body. Even if he managed to procure sustenance at the shelter, it would likely be seized by others on his way back. There was a real chance that he could be killed in the ensuing struggle. This was the deadlock he faced. When Bain came to this realization, he understood just how naive his earlier question had been. A bitter smile crossed his lips, and after a brief moment of hesitation, he said, I'll go to the shelter and exchange your belongings for food. Upon my return, I shall share half with you. Without pausing for a response, he slung the pack over his shoulder and departed. The old man, taken aback, hastily wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, repeatedly murmuring, a good man. A truly good man. With a resounding thud, Bain closed the door behind him, ensuring it was securely shut, his movements as gentle as possible. A good man, indeed. As he descended the stairs, the old man's words echoed in his mind. Bain found himself pondering. Was he truly a good person? He glanced at the dagger and axe at his waist, a self-deprecating smile creeping onto his face as he murmured to himself, Is there such a thing as a good assassin? Approaching the shelter, Bain wished to avoid drawing attention to himself, so he rolled on the ground several times. Once he deemed himself disheveled enough to blend in with the others, he shouldered his bag and drew closer. Upon nearing, he spotted several individuals weeping at the entrance of the shelter. These were the unfortunate souls unable to pay their monthly rent, now cast out, their faces streaked with tears, embodying despair and helplessness. Among them were men, women, the elderly, and children, approximately a dozen in total. As Bain approached with his backpack, several pairs of eyes fixed upon him. He quickened his pace and reached a young man at the entrance, inquiring, "Excuse me, is it possible to exchange items here?" His expression was one of eager friendliness. The young man, noticing a new face, asked, "Haven't seen you before. Are you new here?" Yes, I just arrived yesterday." Bain replied. "Did you bring anything?" "A few cigarettes and some liquor." "Oh." The young man's eyes sparkled as he spoke with the gravity of a seasoned veteran. "Well, we haven't had much of that lately." I understand, my friend." Bain quickly pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and discreetly handed it to the young man. He grinned, pocketing the cigarettes with an appreciative look. "Not bad. Kid, you've got the hang of it. Follow me." He led Bain to the room of their leader. The head of the shelter was a robust, middle-aged man with a prominent scar running down his face, known to all as Scarface. When Bain entered, Scarface was engaged in a card game with 3 other men. "Boss, someone wants to exchange items," the young man announced, but Scarface didn't even glance up. "What trash is it now?" "It's not trash, it's cigarettes and liquor." Catching the attention of all present, Scarface raised an eyebrow. He extended his hand. "Show me what you've got, kid." Without hesitation, Bain opened his bag, revealing its contents filled with cigarettes and liquor. "Look here, big brother." Not bad at all." Scarface took the bag, opened it, and an expression of delight spread across his face. He quickly unwrapped a pack of cigarettes, lit one, inhaled deeply, and exhaled a cloud of smoke, his face radiating satisfaction. As for the others, they instinctively leaned in to inhale the secondhand smoke exhaled by the scarred man, each of them wearing an expression of eager anticipation. In truth, this group had not indulged in smoking for quite some time. Thus, at the sanctuary, tobacco had become an exceedingly rare commodity. "Brother, what do you think these items are worth in terms of food?" Bain rubbed his hands together, adopting the demeanor of a petty merchant. The scarred man, with a glint in his eye, cleared his throat twice and replied, "Cough, cough, the cigarettes are fine. And so is the liquor." I'll be generous and offer you 5 pounds of food." Upon hearing this, the others were momentarily taken aback. 5 pounds. That seemed rather excessive. Yet, no one dared to voice their thoughts, as they were not foolish enough to offend the boss over a mere outsider. From the expressions on the faces around him, Bain could glean a sense of the underlying tension. However, he had no desire to squander time in this place. 5 pounds would have to suffice. After all, he had never intended to barter for much food in the first place. Thank you, boss," he exclaimed, feigning gratitude while internally berating himself as he was led away by a young man stationed at the entrance to the supply room. The key to the supply room was in the possession of the scarred man, so the young man retrieved it directly from him. On the way to the supply room, the young man initiated a conversation. "Hey, since you've just arrived, you might not fully grasp our situation. Do you have any plans moving forward?" Not yet," Bain stammered. "See, I knew you wouldn't." The young man responded with an air of presumption before continuing. "Considering that pack of cigarettes you just traded, I advise you to stay here. Share some of your supplies with my brothers, and we'll look out for you. It's far safer than going out alone with so many goods. You noticed all those beggars outside when you entered, right? Just wait. The moment you step out, they'll snatch everything from you. Thank you for the warning, but I have no choice. My brother is still outside. I cannot abandon him." Chapter 45. Brother, hey, I've given you my advice. How you choose to act is entirely up to you. The young man waved his hand dismissively, embodying the wisdom of the saying that those who ignore the counsel of elders will soon find themselves in trouble. Before long, he led Bain to a basement warehouse guarded by several individuals. Upon opening one of the rooms, he ushered Bain inside. The warehouse was illuminated, with a generator humming above on the ceiling. Before them lay numerous wooden crates, each filled to the brim with food supplies, occupying nearly half the room. On the floor nearby rested an electronic scale, presumably for weighing the food items. Bain began to sift through the various supplies, selecting food for his needs. During this process, the young man was rummaging through the boxes, curious to see what treasures lay within. Is it just you and your brother now?" he suddenly inquired. Bain nodded and replied, "Yes, he is ill and malnourished, so I must bring back something nutritious for him." "You are truly kind to your brother." The young man discovered a box of ham sausages, took out a few, and discreetly tucked them into his trousers. This scene did not escape Bain's notice, leaving him somewhat astonished. The young man shot Bain a glance and remarked, "What are you staring at? Just take your own." Oh. Bain continued his search, while the young man's heart began to race. He hesitated and said, about the cigarettes you gave me. Please don't mention it to anyone. And don't tell anyone about my taking things without permission. As a trade, you can take a little more. Thank you." Bain resumed his quest for food. Seeing Bain so accommodating, the young man felt a sense of relief. As they rummaged through the boxes, he shared, "I once had a brother. We were very close, but then he left." Left? Yes. Not long after the zombie outbreak, he was killed. Can you guess how he died? Was it a fight with someone? No. An accidental death? Neither, alas. You would never guess. The young man took a deep breath and continued, "He was eaten. I had intended to stay close to him, but I went out for a few days. Those days were hectic, so I didn't return home. I left him some food and instructed him to stay put and not go anywhere. But when I came back, I found he was gone, leaving only a room full of bones and some, well, never mind. I wouldn't want to disturb you." As he spoke, the young man's previously light tone turned somber. He fell silent thereafter. Bain asked how old was he? 10, a year younger than me, my family's second child. What about your parents? They passed away long ago, dying in a car accident the day before the outbreak, leaving just the two of us. I'm sorry. It's all right. It's all in the past. I've come to terms with it. But had he truly? If he had, how could he have brought up such a tragic topic upon hearing about Bain's brother? You are a good brother, unlike me. Therefore, you must not leave your brother alone for too long. Otherwise, it could end up like my situation. As he spoke these words, a self-deprecating smile lingered on the young man's face. I shall take good care of him. Bain had chosen the provisions, which included canned meat noodles and 2 saltwater duck delicacies. When he placed these items on the electronic scale, he discovered that they weighed a staggering 15 pounds. Oh. It seems I may have overdone it. Bain offered a wry smile to the young man. The young man barely reacted, simply stating, "It's fine. It's not excessively over." With that, he tossed a bag of dehydrated vegetables to Bain, saying, "Take this as well. It can be cooked in soup, providing good nutrition that will help your brother recover more swiftly." "Thank you, brother." Bain accepted the bag and stowed it in his pack. He then zipped it up and slung it over his shoulder. "I'll be on my way." "Yes, just wait for me for a moment. I'll accompany you." After handing the keys to Scar, the young man led Bain to the exit. Along the way, he took special care to remind him, "Once you step outside, run straight ahead without looking back. Make sure they don't snatch your belongings. Those individuals are merely malnourished and lack the strength, so they shouldn't be able to catch you." "Understood, I will." The young man halted as he delivered Bain to the exit, his gaze lingering on him. As Bain emerged, he could distinctly feel all eyes shifting toward the pack on his back. Even those who had been weeping moments before fell silent. The atmosphere turned eerily quiet in an instant. He quickened his pace for a while, and then, without warning, he broke into a full sprint. Initially, the pursuers had been following him at a leisurely pace, but upon witnessing Bain's sudden dash, they hastily armed themselves with sticks and other weapons, fervently chasing after him. Before long, they had cornered Bain within a cluster of buildings, completely out of the young man's sight. Phew! The young man exhaled deeply, murmuring to himself, "I wish you luck." Despite their weakness from hunger, individuals in dire straits will exert every ounce of strength to survive. Thus, those malnourished individuals, as described by the young man, were not as feeble as he portrayed. Indeed, their stamina was lacking, but their numbers were formidable. Ultimately, in a concerted effort, a group of over a dozen cornered Bain against a rental building towering over 20 meters. Bain found himself on the rooftop, pursued relentlessly. Panting heavily, the hunters ascended the staircase one by one, encircling Bain and herding him into a corner of the rooftop. A middle-aged man wielding an iron rod pointed menacingly at Bain, declaring, "Listen, if you wish to survive, hand over your possessions, otherwise, we shall end your life." Silver leaned against the rooftop wall, glancing back, calculating that a jump from such a height would undoubtedly lead to his demise. While the dozen or so individuals encircled him momentarily hesitated to advance, he calmly picked up a wooden stick from the ground. Pointing it at the television dish receiver nearby, he declared, "If you dare approach me again, I shall strike this contraption with great force, attracting the zombies." The utterance sparked evident trepidation among the more timid members of the group. However, a middle-aged man, exuding confidence, merely sneered, "You wouldn't dare, for that would seal your own fate." "Oh, really?" Silver replied with a faint smile. In the next instant, before the eyes of all present, he struck the dish receiver with a resounding thud. The immense noise sent a shiver down the spine of every onlooker. Chapter 46. The Hunter or Prey. While this group pursued Silver, they assumed the role of hunters. Yet, the moment Silver dashed into the rental building, their positions had irrevocably shifted. Inside the building lurked zombies, a fact Silver had observed multiple times during his ascent to the rooftop. Yet, blinded by their greed, these marauders failed to notice the lurking dangers in every corner as they ascended the stairs. Perhaps they were merely gambling, for without the supplies, they faced certain death. The only distinction lay in whether they would perish sooner or later. As all had reached the rooftop, several zombies, attracted by the commotion, were already making their way up the stairwell. With Silver desperately striking the dish receiver, the cacophony only summoned more undead from within the building. You've lost your mind. Silver's desperate gamble took everyone by surprise. They had intended to seize the goods swiftly and escape, but now the situation was clearly spiraling into a perilous nightmare. A chilling wail from the stairwell announced the arrival of the zombies, causing every body to tremble in fear. Stop this at once, the middle-aged man shouted in desperation, lunging forward to snatch the stick from Silver's grasp and seize the bag as well. He thought to escape while the zombies attacked the others. However, as he approached, Silver delivered a powerful kick, sending him crashing to the ground, his face contorted in pain. Silver seized the opportunity, striking the pot lid receiver with fervor. The resounding clang echoed ominously, sending ripples of unease through the crowd. Stop! Please stop! An elderly woman's voice quavered, laced with despair. Just then, a woman at the back of the throng emitted a piercing shriek. The cause was evident. The zombies, drawn by the cacophony, had emerged from the stairwell onto the rooftop in alarming numbers. In the blink of an eye, several lunged at the masses below. An elderly man, slow to react, was immediately brought down, his throat savagely torn. The remaining crowd soon followed suit, falling victim to the relentless onslaught. Help! Help me! A portly man seized the moment, dashing into the hallway, only to be confronted head-on by the advancing zombies, meeting a gruesome fate in the stairwell. Yet, the horde of zombies continued to swell, ultimately amassing over 20. The rooftop transformed into a scene of brutal carnage, with the living being mercilessly overwhelmed and devoured by the undead. Standing at the edge of the rooftop, Silver exhibited no emotional fluctuation as he watched the last standing individual succumb to the ravenous horde. In that moment of despair, he chose to quietly withdraw from this hellish scene. As he passed a certain spot, a bloodied hand suddenly grasped his ankle. Looking down, he recognized the middle-aged man from earlier, his face smeared with blood, his lower half being violently torn apart by two zombies, eyes wide with panic and pleading. Help! Save me! The man's demeanor had transformed drastically, starkly contrasting with his earlier aggression. All right, take my hand. Silver offered a slight smile, extending his hand in assistance. In that fleeting moment, hope flickered in the man's eyes. He released his grip on Silver's leg, attempting to grasp the proffered hand. However, as soon as he let go, a swift kick from Silver struck his head. The man felt a momentary disorientation. When his vision cleared, he saw Silver walking away. Back turned. Don't go, save me. His voice, a hoarse whisper, echoed with despair. Yet, what awaited him was not Silver's return, but rather another zombie, Jaws Agape, lunging for his neck. A chilling scream pierced the air, sending shivers down spines. Soon after, the mangled body lay still. The loss of countless lives transpired in mere minutes. Silver, as agreed, ventured to the old man's abode. As he meticulously laid out the provisions before him, a rare, heartfelt smile illuminated the old man's face. Tears streamed down his cheeks as he expressed his gratitude, repeatedly exclaiming, "What a good person, what a good person." Silver left half of the food behind and took his leave, of course, all of it being ready-to-eat meals, while refraining from giving any noodles or similar items. Upon exiting the building, he sought out some dry twigs, filling his bag until it was brimming, before deciding to return home. At that moment, a light drizzle fell from the sky, yet his umbrella was nestled at the very bottom of his bag, momentarily inaccessible. Fortunately, the rain was gentle, alleviating any concerns about the contents of his bag getting wet. By the time Silver returned to the villa, it was already noon. After ensuring that he was not being followed, he unlocked the door with his key and subsequently secured it from the inside. As he entered the bedroom, he found Bayou engrossed in a book on the bed. It was Robinson Crusoe, a title Silver often read. Keezy was perched on her shoulder, curiously gazing at the text, merely there for company. The two appeared to be enjoying each other's presence splendidly. "Welcome home," Bayou exclaimed, sitting up promptly upon Silver's return. "Woof woof." Keezy leapt off the bed, wagging his tail exuberantly as he circled around Silver. "All right, I'll go prepare some food," Silver replied with a nod. Heading to the kitchen with Heezy in tow, Bayou quickly descended from the bed to follow. "Is there anything I can assist with?" she inquired. "No. Just rest comfortably in bed," he insisted. "But I'm only slightly ill. It's not that serious," she protested. "However, I have nothing that requires your assistance, unless you are an adept cook." A silence enveloped her, for indeed, cooking was not within her skill set. A look of discomfort crossed her face, revealing a blend of guilt and anxiety. As Silver tossed his bag into the corner and began gathering bricks to construct a makeshift stove, he noticed Baiyu standing nearby, looking utterly bewildered. Recognizing her unease and understanding its source, he finally said, "Could you please help me arrange the sofa? I will be sleeping there tonight. The blankets are all in the wardrobe, is that all right?" "Yes, of course," Baiyu replied, her heart swelling with joy, before hastening to attend to the task. Chapter 47. The vow. By the time Baiyu returned after 10 minutes, she had successfully prepared the sofa. Upon her arrival, Silver had already set up the stove and was tending to the flames. "Is there anything else you need me to do?" she inquired. Baiyu approached and inquired, while Baiyin gestured towards the nearby table and chairs. "Let's clean up." "All right." Baiyu hurriedly went to the rooftop to fetch water, intending to bring a basin down to wipe the table. However, as she descended the stairs, her foot inadvertently slipped, causing her to fall hard and spill the entire basin of water onto herself. Splash! The commotion startled Baiyin. As he ascended the stairs, he caught sight of Baiyu attempting to rise from the floor after removing the basin. He approached her and extended his hand, but Baiyu, seemingly misunderstanding the gesture, instinctively shielded her head. This was clearly a defensive posture, an involuntary reaction to prevent being struck. Indeed, those days spent in the shelter had ingrained in Baiyu a natural wariness towards others' proximity. Baiyin's earlier action led her to think not of being assisted, but rather of an impending slap. She remained in this protective stance for a while, and upon noticing that Baiyin did not strike her, she felt a twinge of surprise. When she instinctively looked up, she found that his posture had not changed, though his expression bore a hint of helplessness. It dawned on her that she had misjudged the situation. She quickly grasped Baiyin's hand, seeking his assistance to rise. Following this, she offered an apology. "I'm sorry, I thought." "It's fine," Baiyin replied nonchalantly, adding, "Go to the wardrobe and change into something else. I'll call you when it's time to eat." Okay. Her tone was laced with disappointment, akin to a schoolchild who had committed a grave error. As she walked away, Baiyin perceived only her overwhelming sense of inferiority and guilt. "It's really nothing significant," he murmured to himself, then headed straight to the kitchen to busy himself. The rain began to intensify once more. The only silver lining was that the water barrels on the rooftop could store ample resources. Baiyin prepared a large pot of noodles, adding half a salted duck to the mix. Once he filled 2 sizable bowls with noodles and set them on the freshly wiped table, he made a trip to the bedroom. "It's time to eat." Baiyin endeavored to keep his voice low. At that moment, in the bedroom, Baiyu sat on the edge of the bed, lost in thought. Upon hearing Baiyin's voice, she felt a surge of anxiety. "Oh, okay." She followed behind him with her head bowed. Even when seated at the table, she kept her head down, silent, and consumed her noodles quietly, seemingly still burdened by self-reproach. "You actually, what's wrong?" Baiyin had just begun to speak when her reaction was so intense that it startled him. Phew, Baiyin sighed, transferring the duck wings from his bowl to the other s. "I've had enough. No need for this." He waved his hands repeatedly, yet Baiyin paid no heed. After placing the duck wings into Baiyu's bowl, he earnestly stated, "Let us have a conversation. Talk about what." Baiyu assumed Baiyin intended to reproach her, her voice faltering as she instinctively lowered her gaze. Baiyin cut to the chase, saying, "To be honest, I seldom interact with women. Thus I am not entirely aware of their thoughts. However, you, uniquely, are transparent to me. Are you, perhaps, overly cautious of me? Or do you fear I might consume you?" "And no," Baiyu hastily waved her hands. I am just concerned that I am a burden. Worried that I might abandon you." Midway silence ensued, yet it was evident that he had touched upon her true feelings. Baiyin spoke plainly, "To be frank, even if you assist me, it would be a burden, for I have no need of your help." Upon hearing this, Baiyu lowered her head even further. "However, that is of little consequence. I do not mind. Just as I do not care if Heisey can be of assistance to me. The reason I keep it is that its presence alleviates my boredom and soothes my spirit. This can be deemed a form of emotional support. In contrast, you remain perpetually on guard with me, always exhibiting a deeply ingrained inferiority complex, which adds to my own frustration. Do you realize that such negativity can be contagious?" "Yes. I am sorry. I was wrong. If you truly believe you are in the wrong, then you should not apologize." Baiyin struck the top of her head with his palm. "Ouch!" Baiyu exclaimed in pain, tears welling in her eyes. "See, you feel wronged again." Baiyin sighed, ultimately putting down his chopsticks, raising his right hand to the heavens. "I swear by the heavens, I shall not abandon you until I find your parents. Otherwise, I would face divine retribution, with no place to rest in death. So cease this anxiety and do not display such a heart-wrenching expression." With that, he lowered his hand, silently consuming his noodles, his demeanor remarkably calm. In stark contrast, Baiyu, upon hearing his words, could not help but burst into tears. Plop! She lowered her head, each tear falling into her bowl of soup. Thus, she cried silently, shoveling mouthfuls of food into her mouth. Midway, Bain offered her more meat. Yet the more he did so, the harder it became for her to stop the tears. She continued to eat while weeping. Minutes passed in a fragmented manner, and gradually, emotions began to stabilize as she wiped away her tears with the sleeve of her garment. With reddened eyes, she gazed at Bain and asked, "May I know your name?" "Bain, the silver of gold and silver. Can I call you brother?" The girl hesitated, realizing that it was not customary for girls to casually designate someone as a brother. So she added, "It's better to just use your name." After a moment of awkwardness, she took a deep breath and continued, "Well, Bain. Could you share what happened to you today? Do you really want to hear?" That would require quite a lengthy tale. Thus, Bain began to recount the events of his day, particularly emphasizing the incident involving the old man and the dog. Throughout the storytelling, Bayu occasionally interjected with questions, demonstrating her earnest effort to forge a connection with Bain. The two spent several days together in the villa, and as their interactions deepened, Bayu gradually lowered her guard against Bain. Eventually, she no longer felt fear or unease around him and began to exhibit a more lively demeanor. As they prepared to leave Qingyao County for their next destination, Bain took a moment to visit the old man at the department store. However, what met his gaze were merely two cold corpses. The old man held the aged dog in his arms, his expression serene in death, bearing a gentle smile. Both the old man and his dog had succumbed to their excesses, having consumed all their provisions, leaving only scraps and empty wrappers behind. It was evident that this was a deliberate act. "Are the old man and his dog doing well?" Bayu inquired as they departed Qingyao County, holding Bain's hand. Bain merely chuckled and replied, "They have gone to a shelter, where there seems to be a caretaker, presumably the old man's son." Chapter 48. Bai County, a quaint little town, which was their next destination. To take a shortcut, they needed to traverse a mountain, once a popular tourist attraction. At the summit, there stood a temple. As they reached the top, the sky unleashed a torrential downpour. Reluctantly, they sought refuge within the temple, passing through the abandoned hall. They observed numerous statues, among which was one resembling the dog-headed figure of Anubis from Western mythology. The reason for its presence there remained a mystery. "Bain." "Yes?" Upon seeing the statue, Bayu suddenly tugged at Bain's sleeve. He turned to her, noticing her pointing at the dog-headed statue. "What is it?" he asked. "Why do you think such a statue would appear in a temple?" The little girl, curious by nature, furrowed her brow as she pondered the question. "What is so strange about that? This place was once a tourist attraction, not a professional temple. In plain terms, it serves merely as a tool for monetary gain. Designed to please the masses. One need not mention Anubis. Even if they were to offer a water monkey, I would not find it surprising." As I pondered this, a sudden realization struck me, and I muttered softly. Upon seeing this statue, I recalled the tale of the three-headed hound of hell, though the specifics elude me now. That is a Western legend, but if we speak of canines in the context of hellish folklore, the East has its own narratives. Perhaps the tale of the listening dog from Journey to the West? Not quite. I recall a tale from my childhood, told by an elderly woman. Would you share it with me? Certainly. As I reminisced, I began to recount the essence of that legend, while the details are somewhat hazy. It goes something like this. It is said that after death, one descends to the underworld. Upon crossing the Niha Bridge, there lies a narrow path, guarded by a large dog of blood-red hue. Countless ferocious dogs lurk along the sides of this path. If one had cared for a dog for 10 years in life and treated it as family, that dog, should it pass first, will wait at the crossroads. When the person arrives, the dog will follow, shielding them from the agony of being torn apart. Conversely, if the person dies first, the dog will wait at their grave. As the person approaches this path, the dog will howl incessantly, warning the nearby vicious dogs. This person has shown kindness to dogs and should not be repaid with malice. Once the person traverses the path, they will part ways with the dog forever. If there are family members yet to pass, the dog will return to the crossroads, awaiting the next departed family member. After escorting all known kin, the dog will be reincarnated, becoming a human in this life, transformed into a family member. Such individuals are steadfast and loyal, relishing communication with others. In ancient times, they were rare loyal subjects, even daring to offend emperors for their masters. This is also the reason why dogs and dragons are in opposition within the 12 zodiac signs. Well, that is the gist of the story. As we spoke, the two of us discovered a small room. I pushed the door open and walked straight in. Behind me, Bayu instinctively remarked, "So, the old man and his dog will become family in the next life, right?" I paused for a moment, glancing at Bayu's expression. Noticing that there seemed to be no suspicion, I replied, "Yes, undoubtedly." At this point, it was approximately 5 in the afternoon. It was evident that darkness would soon envelop the sky. The two decided to rest here for the night. Bayu prepared the bedding inside, organizing the sleeping area. while I ventured outside to assess the surroundings for any zombies. Fortunately, there were none near the temple. The mountain offered significantly more safety compared to the valley below. That night, the two of us enjoyed a rare and restful sleep. As dawn broke on the second day, they set off down the mountain. The descent was far more manageable than the ascent, though this held true only for the average person, due to issues with her legs. Baiyu found the journey downward to be even more arduous than the climb. Consequently, their pace slowed considerably, and they ambled along, stopping intermittently. Ultimately, they reached the base of the mountain by 11 o'clock. After traversing a meandering path for half a day, they finally arrived at their next destination, Bai County. Historically, though a small county, Bai was a bustling tourist destination. Thus, following the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse, it became inundated with a substantial population of the undead. The density of zombies in Bai County rivaled that of the larger cities. Even so, long before they approached the county seat, the ever-alert Hey Z began barking incessantly in a particular direction, sensing something amiss. Both individuals turned their gazes toward the source of his agitation. Before long, they beheld a dissonant, apocalyptic scene. In the distance, atop a 20-story building, hung a colossal advertisement. Originally a massive digital screen, it had reverted to a natural black backdrop due to the city's power outage. The black billboard bore a message in bold yellow letters: "Survivors, please come to the 20th floor. We will provide food and shelter." Survivors? Bai mused, taken aback by the unexpected kindness still lingering in such dire times. "Shall we investigate?" Baiyu inquired, tilting her head. Bai was about to dismiss the idea for safety's sake, deeming it unnecessary to engage. However, at that moment, the system issued a notification. Ding. Task assigned. Investigate the truth of the 20th floor. Reward: Zombie Lure Potion Recipe. The Zombie Lure Potion, capable of emitting an aroma detectable only by zombies in a short span of time, could attract all nearby zombies. A horde of zombies? The potion immediately conjured images of iconic scenes from science fiction films in Bai Yin's mind. A horde, after all, referred to a mass of zombies converging upon a specific direction or target. It was akin to the monsters besieging a fortress in games. If one needed a clearer analogy, one could simply envision the bustling scene at a school cafeteria during lunch hour. In Bai Yin's estimation, the zombie lure potion seemed to hold the potential to summon a horde under extreme circumstances. At the same time, she couldn't help but internally scoff at its rather sinister nature. The system entrusting her with the recipe made her feel as though she were destined to become the ultimate antagonist. Nevertheless, thoughts aside, having a unique skill was undoubtedly preferable to being utterly helpless. Bai Yin resolved to accept the task, not for any other reason, but to secure a recipe for the potion that might one day provide her with a haven in this chaotic world. Imagine, if one were to choose a place to settle down in the future, but the area was overrun by zombies. One could simply employ a lure to draw the zombies away, thus establishing a sanctuary in peace, wouldn't he? In response to Bai's inquiry, he replied, "Let us go take a look, but do remain cautious and refrain from consuming food offered by strangers. I hope they possess even half the kindness they claim in their advertisements." With that, the two made their way towards the towering edifice. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but Bai felt an unsettling silence enveloping their path. Chapter 49. The Peace Zone on the 20th floor. Bai paused after walking for a while. "What's wrong?" Baiyu inquired. As Bai approached a corridor, Baiyu followed closely behind, and soon they encountered an iron gate obstructing their passage. Bai exited the corridor, seeking alternate routes. Ultimately, he discovered numerous barriers in various locations. Not only were the narrow corridors blocked, but even some roads had been obstructed. Baiyu noted this as well, yet she could not comprehend the reasoning behind it. "Have you not noticed the scarcity of zombies?" Bai remarked. Baiyu nodded. "Indeed. There are fewer, but I don't understand." She shook her head in confusion. Bai pointed towards the debris blocking the road ahead, stating, "It's not just here. There are many other places, including those we encountered earlier. These obstacles have been deliberately erected to prevent zombies from entering this area. The intention? To enhance the survival rate of the inhabitants here, intentionally diverting the zombies elsewhere. Why? Because there exists a safe haven on the 20th floor. I suspect it was the owner of the 20th floor who orchestrated this, making considerable efforts to ensure the safety of those who seek refuge with him. Thus, he must be a good person, right?" Baiyu pondered. "Not necessarily. Let us investigate further before drawing any conclusions." She agreed. The two then proceeded towards the building. Surrounding the main entrance of the edifice was a rough, artificially constructed cement wall, towering high, complemented by a sturdy iron gate. The gate was secured with a substantial combination lock, similar to those found on luggage, albeit crafted from iron. A sign hung on the gate, inscribed with the words, "Password 1234. Please ensure to lock the door again upon entry to prevent zombies from entering." Bai turned the dial to 1234, and with a creak, The door swung open. Entering, he followed the instructions on the sign, securing the door behind them before ascending the stairs with Bayou. As Bain had anticipated, from the 1st to the 19th floor, not a single zombie could be found in the corridors. Upon reaching the 20th floor, the atmosphere shifted, and the adventure continued. At first glance, one is greeted by a formidable metal door, upon which rests a solitary button. Bain attempted to push the door open, but to no avail. Scrawled in yellow paint were the bold words, "Please press the button." Bain complied, pressing the button, and was met with a cheerful chime from within. Shortly thereafter, the sound of hurried footsteps approached, followed by a creaking sound as the door swung open. The figure that emerged was a genial middle-aged man, adorned in an apron that starkly contrasted with the apocalyptic attire one might expect. He appeared to be in his 40s, tall and robust, with a friendly and honest demeanor. His apron was stained with grease, projecting an air of earnest simplicity, reminiscent of a humble chef from the countryside working in the city. Upon seeing the situation outside, the man paused momentarily before breaking into a broad smile. He grasped Bain's right hand with palpable excitement, exclaiming, "Hello, hello. You must be new here. Please, come in. We're all family now." The man's enthusiasm was almost overwhelming as he ushered Bain inside. Bain, feeling a twinge of caution, glanced around and noted the peculiar architecture of the floor. What initially appeared to be a standard hotel had seemingly been transformed into a residential area. Indeed, from one of the rooms ahead, the sounds of cooking could be heard, accompanied by the tantalizing aroma of food wafting through the air. "Everyone come out. We have a new friend," the middle-aged man bellowed with gusto. Moments later, the commotion in the kitchen ceased, and a serene, middle-aged woman emerged. People began to filter out from various rooms and corners, until a lively crowd of over a dozen surrounded Bain. Upon scrutinizing their attire, Bain observed that they were all impeccably dressed, predominantly young, with no elderly individuals in sight, a stark contrast to his preconceived notions of shelter refugees. Just as he pondered this discrepancy, the middle-aged man initiated a vivid introduction. "Ah, young man, what is your name?" "Bain." "Excellent. Bain, my young brother. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Gene Z. You may call me Brother Gene. This place is my creation. Rest assured, it is quite safe. You can stay here comfortably with the others. I promise you will not go hungry." Gene Z spoke with an air of pride, akin to a benevolent figure offering sustenance to the needy. Bain inquired, "Will I need to pay rent? For food or anything else?" "Oh, there is no need for such formalities." Gene Z waved his hand dismissively. "Everyone is in the same boat, so we should support one another while waiting for the government to come to our rescue. Rest assured, you too can reside here without a care. Alas, young lady, why don't you introduce yourself?" Gene Z turned his gaze towards Bayou, who appeared somewhat flustered and stammered for a while before finally saying, "Hello everyone, my name is Bayou." Once the introductions were concluded, Gene Z found someone to escort Bain and the others to their accommodations. The guide was a young man in his early 20s, sporting black-framed glasses. He had a slender build and his hair was dyed a striking shade of gray. The locals referred to him as White Hair. Noticing that the two remained silent behind him, he wore an expression that suggested he saw through it all and remarked, "Big brother Gene Z is rather foolish, isn't he?" "I think so too. But don't take it to heart. He's not a bad person. It's fortunate for you both to have found your way here. So, you truly intend to wait for someone else to rescue you? Only a fool would believe that." White Hair rolled his eyes and continued, "Earlier, did you catch sight of a plump man in the crowd? The one with the beer belly weighing around 200 pounds? I remember. That fellow used to be a big boss in a certain conglomerate. He may not possess many skills, but he sure knows how to manipulate people. To be honest, the idea of waiting for the higher-ups to come and save us is a naive notion he concocted. Ironically, it seems there are indeed fools who buy into it. That fat man uses this to deceive others, claiming that once all this is over, he will gift each of them a house, since he is quite wealthy. Huh. A bunch of fools unwilling to face reality. At this point, what good is money?" From Whitehair's words, it was clear he had no fondness for the plump man. Bain then inquired, "How long have you all been here?" "Well, it's been a mix of long and short. I've been here for about 3 months, while some others arrived before me and some after. Has food been sufficient all this time?" "It's manageable. Brother Gene is quite resourceful. He often takes his wife out to scavenge for supplies. In any case, we won't starve." Chapter 50, The Broken Lock. In other words, "Are all of you relying entirely on that couple for sustenance?" Bain asked, to which White Hair nodded. "One could say that. But there are some with a sense of responsibility, like myself, who occasionally lend a hand. I am fully aware that we cannot return to the world we once knew. Therefore, it is better to seize this opportunity to assist and ingratiate ourselves with that capable couple. However, there are also some imbeciles, particularly those led by the plump man. Their days are spent merely indulging in food and drink, purely existing as waste-producing machines. As they would put it, Once all of this has passed, one ought to express sincere gratitude to that couple. At that juncture, one might even consider compensating them with double or even multiple living expenses. How absurd. It is truly remarkable that those foolish individuals are willing to believe such things. The white-haired individual, feeling a pang of indignation, cast a glance at the silver-haired one. Alas, as someone who has been through it all, I must offer you a word of caution. Just in case, do not emulate that rotund fellow. Otherwise, when food becomes scarce and people must be turned away, you will undoubtedly be among the first to be dismissed. Understood. Thank you for the warning, big brother. No need for concern. I am quite pleased to have a diligent companion. With that, he led the two to an empty room. Which of you shall occupy this room? The other one is a bit distant. Discuss amongst yourselves. No, we shall share one room. My sister is quite fearful alone. She is accustomed to my company. Oh, I see. Very well then. You two may tidy up the room yourselves. With that, the white-haired individual departed. However, as he passed by the silver-haired one, he lowered his voice to impart, being overly pampered is not advisable. His tone resembled that of a seasoned elder imparting wisdom to a younger generation. Yet, in the eyes of the silver-haired one, he merely appeared to be someone with a pronounced desire for attention. The two then entered the room, discovering that the suite was not particularly dirty, merely dusted, suggesting it had been cleaned recently. Yet, this was indeed peculiar. In a post-apocalyptic world, what purpose would there be in diligently maintaining a room that is seldom occupied? Could it be that the couple truly treated this floor as a hotel during peacetime, striving to please their guests? Woof woof. Setting down their bags, they released Heisey from the pack. Heisey sprang forth, joyfully dashing around the spacious suite like a wild stallion. Just then, a sudden knocking echoed from outside the door. Silver opened the door to find a portly middle-aged man standing before him. Indeed, he was the very individual the white-haired one had mentioned, weighing around 200 pounds. Can I help you? Silver inquired. The hefty man chuckled. Hey there, still in the mood for dog ownership? What is up? Nothing much. Just wanted to ask if that dog is for sale. Oh, how much are you offering? 100,000. Once this outbreak is over, I will pay you immediately. What do you want a dog for? Hee. I haven't had dog meat hot pot in ages. If you're willing, we could. Get lost. With a resounding bang, the door was slammed shut. The sudden closure of the door caught the man's nose, causing him pain and nearly bringing tears to his eyes. Darn it. If you're not selling, then why get angry? The stout man grumbled as he covered his nose and walked away. Meanwhile, on the other side of the door, Bayou, who was tidying up the bed, couldn't he help but inquire out of curiosity. What happened? It's nothing. Just that fat guy who wanted to buy Heisey, replied Bayou. Does he also like dogs? Yes, the familiar kind. Bayou was momentarily speechless, and after a few seconds, he revealed a look of disdain. People like that are truly disgusting. While Bayou was organizing the bed, Bayou was inspecting various corners of the suite. Water was still running in the bathroom. Surprisingly, the building's water supply had not yet been cut off. Of course, there was no gas, so one could only take cold showers. The room had electricity, primarily due to the commotion from the 15th floor. When Bayou and the others ascended, they had already noticed the noise emanating from that level. It was the sound of a generator. Bayou intended to take a closer look, but the door to that floor was secured with numerous locks. Bold yellow paint on the door read, Generator Zone. No entry for unauthorized personnel. Unable to proceed, Bayou resigned to abandon the idea. Other areas of the house posed no issues. However, Bayou discovered something peculiar about the exit door. He opened it and turned the knob to the locked position. Under normal circumstances, the door should remain secured, preventing access from the outside. However, when Bayou twisted the doorknob from the outside, click. With just a slight effort, it opened. Indeed, if the door were not defective, it had certainly been tampered with. If Bayou hadn't been attentive, a typical person might not have noticed this anomaly so swiftly. The door could only close, but could not be locked. Those outside could easily open it. So Bayou had no choice but to install a new lock from the inside. What is the matter? Bayou noticed Bayou's actions with the lock. This door won't secure properly, so I'm putting on a new lock, just in case. Bayou replied. At that moment, a knock sounded from outside, accompanied by the voice of the stout man. Bro, it's time to eat. No, it's fine. We just ate, Bayou responded. Oh, alright then. The stout man's footsteps gradually faded away. Just a few steps later, the door behind him suddenly swung open. He turned back to see Bayou. What is up? Nothing much, just wanted to ask, can your room's door lock? No, it can't. It seems many rooms on this floor have broken locks. Sigh. Are you installing a lock? Can you give me one? The stout man took a lock from Bayou, fiddling with it in his hands, looking quite pleased. His words only deepened Bayou's growing suspicions about this place. In the afternoon, Bayou were tidying up the house. While Bayou went to the bathroom to take a shower, a loud knocking echoed from the door. Bayou opened the door to find the visitor was Aunt Wong. a middle-aged woman clad in an apron, whom everyone referred to as Aunt Wong. She was carrying a tray with 2 large bowls of noodles. Bai-yin was taken aback and asked, "Aunt Wong, what brings you here?" Aunt Wong, with a hint of complaint, replied, "I've said it before, we are family now. Although you two are new here, we cannot maintain such formality. Food is essential. Missing a meal can leave one feeling famished. What will you do if you grow weak from hunger? Come now, take the tray." "But Aunt Wong, we truly have already eaten." Bai-yin protested. Still being polite, are we? Must you treat us like outsiders?" Aunt Wong seemed a bit irked, and Bai-yin, in resignation, could only smile wryly as he accepted the tray. With that, Aunt Wong beamed and hummed a tune as she left. Just as she departed, Bai-yu emerged from the bathroom. "What is going on?" she asked. Bai-yin pointed to the noodles on the table, saying, "Aunt Wong brought us some. Should we eat them?" Bai-yu inquired. Bai-yin shook his head, expressing his unease. "Let us just dispose of them in the toilet later." Chapter 51. 2 forces. A knock resounded at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. "Who is it?" "It's me. I'm here to collect the bowls," came Aunt Wong's voice. Bai-yin glanced at the 2 empty bowls on the table. Half an hour earlier, he had poured the entire contents of the bowls into the toilet. Bai-yin deliberately picked up a chopstick and dabbed a bit of broth at the bottom of the bowl to his lips, spreading it out gently. He then went to open the door. "Thank you for your trouble," he said as he swung the door open and promptly turned to hand the tray and empty bowls to her. Aunt Wong noticed the sheen of oil at the corner of Bai-yin's mouth and smiled widely. "Not a trouble at all. Remember to come for dinner tonight. We have a delightful feast prepared. Actually, I have something to discuss regarding that." Bai-yin hesitated. Aunt Wong sensed his discomfort and quickly asked, "What's wrong? Do share with me." "Well, Aunt Wong." Bai-yin glanced back toward the inner room, feeling helpless. "My sister suffers from severe autism. She is very afraid of interacting with strangers, so she might not be able to join us at the table. What shall we do then? We can't let her go without a meal, can we?" Aunt Wong expressed her concern. Bai-yin reassured her, "It's not a major issue, if necessary. We can bring her portion back separately. That should be acceptable." Aunt Wong nodded, then sighed, saying, "What a wonderful child she is. Why must she endure such a condition? As an elder brother, it is imperative that you spend more time with her. Never let her be alone." Lost in her own thoughts. "Ah, speaking of which, my son was once a patient of autism." "Your son? Is he here as well?" "Alas, no." Aunt Wong sighed, waving her hand in resignation. "Long ago, when the infectious disease first emerged, he got separated from us. I have no idea where he is now, or if he has found salvation. I hope the government will locate him." Aunt Wong's expression bore a hint of helplessness, and the concern etched on her face seemed genuine. When she departed, her silhouette appeared somewhat forlorn, reminiscent of a solitary elder guarding a desolate estate, profoundly melancholic. In the afternoon, to be precise, during dusk, Bai-yin voluntarily went to the kitchen to lend a hand. At that moment, Aunt Wong was washing vegetables, remarkably fresh produce cultivated on the rooftop. That space had become the couple's private vegetable garden, which they tended to with utmost care, serving as their sole source of greens. When Bai-yin entered the kitchen, it coincided with the commencement of the cooking. Apart from Jinzi and Aunt Wong, Bai Mao was also assisting in the kitchen. Bai-yin's willingness to help was met with warm welcome from Bai Mao, a joyful acknowledgement of camaraderie. Within the survivor circle on the 20th floor, aside from Jinzi and Aunt Wong, the remaining survivors were largely divided into 2 factions. The first group, led by the optimists among the heavier-set individuals, believed that the zombie outbreak was merely a contagious disease. They maintained that if they waited long enough, the government would eventually come to their rescue. The second group, represented by Bai Mao, comprised pessimists who held the view that this world had perished, choosing instead to approach life with caution in the present. Most of the optimists had arrived early at the refuge, having been under the care of Aunt Wong and Jinzi for quite some time. Others, who had endured little suffering since the outbreak, still harbored a naive sense of hope. Conversely, the pessimists were largely newcomers who had already faced significant hardships in the apocalypse, rendering them less optimistic. Ironically, despite the majority of survivors having experienced hardship, most chose to align themselves with the faction led by the heavier-set individual. Consequently, among a dozen survivors, Bai Mao's faction comprised merely 2 individuals. Of course, with the addition of Bai-yin, the number reached 3. Why is that? Could it be that those who have suffered truly possess such optimism? The answer is a resounding no. Ultimately, it stems from their unwillingness to toil, preferring to reap without sowing. They aspire to be like the heavier-set individual, promising, once the infectious disease subsides, "We shall repay you handsomely," a mere empty assurance. They wish to indulge as guests, feasting and drinking at the expense of Jinzi and Aunt Wong, asserting that, in their words, everything would ultimately be settled in due time. Certainly, it is imperative to wait until the infectious disease has passed. The individual aligned with the white-haired figure is his younger sister, a charming girl named Hua. At the tender age of 16, she sports 2 playful pigtails, stands at a modest height of 1.50 meters, and possesses a hint of baby fat, making her exceedingly adorable. Currently, she is tending to the vegetables on the rooftop alongside Jeansy, and it seems they will not descend for quite some time. Silver observed the entire cooking process for dinner with keen interest. His presence in the kitchen was not merely to assist, rather, it was a deliberate attempt to oversee the culinary proceedings, ensuring there was no possibility of poisoning. However, after closely watching the preparations, he discerned that tonight's meal posed no apparent threat. Silver had yet to uncover anything amiss. Upon the completion of the meal, the group arranged the dishes upon a grand round table. Jeansy, having just returned from the rooftop, called out exuberantly, "Hey, hey, hey, dinner's ready, everyone. Come out and eat." Before long, the other survivors lazily emerged from their respective quarters to join the table. The spread included several plates of stir-fried vegetables, with the majority comprising reheated canned goods. While this fare could not compare to the meals of peacetime, it was, under the circumstances, quite commendable. Silver first packed a portion from the kitchen for himself before carrying it to his room. As he passed a corner in the hallway, he noticed a plump figure lingering at his door, surreptitiously peering through the keyhole. "Hey!" Silver frowned and called out. The stout individual jumped in surprise, quickly rising to his feet. Upon realizing it was Silver, he appeared somewhat embarrassed. "Ahem, I heard strange noises inside, so I was just taking a look." After hastily uttering his excuse, the plump man hurried away, but Silver distinctly caught him casting a furtive glance in his direction as they brushed past each other. Is he attempting to steal something? Silver speculated, then approached his door and knocked. "Bayou?" A moment later, Bayou's voice resonated from within, followed by the sound of the door opening. Silver presented the food, saying, "Here, eat up, these should be safe." "Hee, thank you," Bayou replied, appearing quite cheerful as she accepted the offering with a natural smile. Silver glanced into the room and unexpectedly spotted a bottle of Nutritional Express, raising his eyebrows in surprise. "What's this Nutritional Express?" Bayou turned to look and explained, "Oh, that plump uncle gave it to me while you were helping in the kitchen. You unlocked the door?" "Yes, I figured there was a lock inside, so I opened it. The new lock in the room has a chain. As long as the key isn't used to unlock it, the door only opens a crack. Outside, people can send items through the gaps, yet they themselves cannot enter." Bayou expressed concern and inquired, "Have you had anything to drink?" "Of course not," came the reply. "I'm not foolish enough to consume something from a stranger." Chapter 52. The disappearance. Bayou remained in the room, dining with Hazy. Bayou had brought an ample portion of food, more than enough for both her and Hazy. He himself had joined the dining table, immersing himself in an atmosphere he found rather unappealing. Aunt Wong had arranged the seating in advance, yet despite this, there was still an empty chair at the lively table. "Is someone missing?" Bayou quietly asked the white-haired individual seated beside him. The white-haired one nodded, glancing towards Aunt Wong, who stood holding a bowl. "Aunt Wong, have you seen Xiao'er? Why hasn't he arrived?" Aunt Wong looked at the vacant seat and shook her head. "I didn't see him. Wasn't he perfectly fine during lunch?" With that, she placed her bowl on the table. "I'll go check his room." He headed directly to Wong Er's quarters. At that moment, Jeansy approached from the kitchen, carrying a bowl of soup. "This is the last dish. By the way, where's Aunt Wong?" As Jeansy stood there, serving himself, it seemed that the couple always preferred to eat standing rather than joining others at the table. The white-haired one replied, "She went to find Wong Er." "Oh, I see." Jeansy nodded, and then recalled, "Speaking of which, Xiao'er mentioned this morning that he intended to step out for a bit, seemingly to seek some inspiration." "Inspiration?" Bayou questioned, to which the white-haired one elucidated, "Wong Er is an artist. His greatest passion lies in painting. Unfortunately, he has never gained any recognition. Let alone now." "I understand." Bayou nodded in comprehension. Before long, Aunt Wong emerged from the corridor, her expression unsettling. She gestured frantically at Jeansy, clearly flustered. However, Jeansy remained oblivious, saying, "Why are you making all those faces? Is there something wrong with your eyes? There's no one else here, just speak plainly." His tone carried a hint of irritation, and a nearby woman chimed in. "Yes, Aunt Wong, just tell us what's the matter. If there's a difficulty, we can resolve it together." Aunt Wong surveyed the group, glanced at everyone, swallowed hard, and said, "I just went to Xiao'er's room. But I found it empty. I searched elsewhere as well, but there was still no sign of him." The others continued enjoying their meal, seemingly indifferent to the artist's absence, save for Aunt Wong and Jeansy. The portly one interjected, "Has that fellow been to your room?" Everyone shook their heads, indicating they had not encountered him. The expression on Jeansy's face grew somewhat solemn, yet he still spoke to everyone in a reassuring tone. "It's all right. It's all right. Xiao'er is not a child anymore. He must be off somewhere seeking inspiration. After all, this building is free of zombies, so there's likely no danger. Once we finish our meal, I shall go look for him." The underlying intent of his words was to alleviate the collective anxiety, to prevent everyone from feeling uneasy. However, it seemed as if he had said nothing at all. No one cared about the whereabouts of the reclusive artist. They merely continued to serve themselves from their bowls. The rotund one couldn't help but scoff. With such peaceful times at hand, why venture out to seek some worthless inspiration? Even if he were to meet his demise, it would serve him right. Indeed, the outside world was fraught with peril, and yet he dared to wander out heedlessly. With such a mindset, it was no wonder that lad had never found success before. Was he out of his mind? Many began to echo the rotund man's sardonic remarks. Amidst this exchange, Bai noticed that Bai Mao had visibly furrowed his brow, seemingly disapproving of such an atmosphere. Ultimately, it was Aunt Wang who stepped in to mediate, saying, "Let us refrain from speaking too harshly. Wang Er is a good child. He simply doesn't speak much. When he returns, we must all coexist peacefully and not bully him." "Oh dear, we understand. Only you, Aunt Wang, can be so saintly," came the perfunctory replies, laced with a hint of impatience. Nonetheless, Aunt Wang's face was persistently adorned with a smile, devoid of any trace of anger. She resembled an exceedingly good-natured elderly woman. "Since Wang Er is absent, please, Aunt Wang, take a seat. You've worked hard today?" Bai Mao gestured towards Wang Er's seat. Just as Aunt Wang was about to respond, Jinzi, still standing, jested, "Oh, what is this? Am I not working hard? Are you all only concerned about Aunt Wang and not about me?" "Oh." Aunt Wang narrowed her eyes, giving Jinzi a stern look. "Then you should sit." Ha ha ha, I was just joking. Please, dear wife, you sit down. It's best that you sit, my esteemed lady." Jinzi quickly backtracked with a smile. In an instant, the atmosphere at the dining table lightened, as if the disappearance of Wang Er had never existed. Once dinner concluded, the guests hastily vacated the table and retreated to their rooms. Ultimately, the only ones who remained to clear the table were Bai Mao, and Bai Mao's sister, Hua. Jinzi had left to search for Wang Er after finishing his meal. Bai Mao insisted that Aunt Wang take a rest, noting that she had been tired all day, and assured her that the task of tidying up could be managed by the three of them. As Hua was busy wiping the table and sweeping the floor, Bai Mao and Bai were in the kitchen washing the dishes. Noticing that they were alone, Bai cautiously probed, "You seemed a bit upset just now at the table. Didn't you?" The white-haired individual cast a sidelong glance at the silver-haired one, chuckling softly. "Have you noticed?" she inquired. "Considering you sit beside me, it would indeed be strange if you didn't." With a sigh, she continued, "Alas, it's the scornful remarks from those lazy souls that irk me. Yet, I have grown accustomed to it." "Accustomed? Has this happened before?" "Well, since my arrival, there have been several instances. Disappearances? Some have vanished, while others have met their demise. Is it truly that dramatic? What transpired? Let me think." The white-haired girl began to reminisce, then recounted. "There was a fellow who had an argument with someone and, in a fit of rage, left and never returned. Another brother apparently succumbed to a food allergy. There were also those who recklessly ventured out for adventure, alongside others who, unable to bear their circumstances, took a leap off a building. In such a milieu, fatalities are hardly surprising. I, for one, have yet to acclimate. It is unbearable. Yet, that lazy lot seems to have accepted it swiftly. Some even uttered, 'Fewer people means less food consumption.' Can you believe it? Is that even human? They are quite selfish, indeed." "Exactly. You feel the same, don't you?" "Yes." "May I pose a question?" "Go ahead." Casting a glance outside the kitchen to ensure no one was within earshot, the silver-haired one asked, "What became of the bodies of the deceased? Do you know? Or have you witnessed their demise firsthand?" "Well, I haven't seen it myself. But Aunt Wang mentioned that Brother Jean took the bodies away to bury them. Did anyone witness this? Who would want to watch a burial? It would surely haunt them in their dreams. Why do you ask? Are you perhaps considering a future in forensic science, hoping to practice with a few corpses?" "Oh, it's nothing, just a casual inquiry." Chapter 53. The trap. The room contained only a single bed, thus the silver-haired one opted to sleep on the sofa. Furthermore, due to Baiyu's fear of sleeping alone, she moved the sofa beside Baiyu's bed, allowing her to sleep close. Once the sofa and bed were properly aligned, Baiyu suddenly had an epiphany. Why not just share the bed? With righteous conviction, the silver-haired one replied, "It is improper for males and females to share such intimacy. You are of an age where you should be mindful of these matters. But I'm only 12. Such things are still far off. An early maturing little imp. While you may think it premature, nefarious individuals do not regard your youth. Have you forgotten that bald pervert in the shelter?" "Ah, no. How could I forget?" Baiyu laid down on the bed, pulling the blanket over herself, yet unconsciously shifted closer to the sofa. Turning onto her side, she gazed at the silver-haired one, who was engrossed in reading. A silly grin spread across her face. "What madness have you succumbed to again?" "Not at all." Baiyu elongated her tone and continued, "I merely realized that you are quite handsome." At such a tender age, one ought to focus more on pursuits like dance. Especially the captivating performances of the ballet. That film hasn't graced our screens in ages. Nowadays, I only indulge in the enchanting world of Balala the Great Demon Fairy. At that moment, Heisey, who lay beside Bain, suddenly whimpered. His voice was filled with sorrow, as if he were ensnared in a nightmarish dream. Bain hurriedly stroked his head, attempting to soothe him. After nearly 10 seconds of gentle caresses, Heisey's distress finally subsided, allowing him to drift back into slumber. You are truly kind of Heisey, Bain remarked, seemingly in awe. What else would I be? He is my only family. And me? You? Bain cast a sidelong glance at Bayu. You are merely a little rascal who inspires no worries. Humph. Bayu turned over to gaze at the ceiling. Does Bain aspire to be the villain? If it's that line about how villains don't mind your youth, then I doubt I could ever embody such a role. After all, starting from 10 years old, a misstep could lead to a death sentence. Would you like me to enlighten you on the law? I'd rather not. And besides, I'm a middle school student, not an elementary one. It's all quite similar. What type of person does Bain favor? Compatible adults. I meant in terms of love. So did I, he replied. What if it's a man? Do you like them too? Mr. Lu Sun once stated, you are drawn to women simply because you have yet to encounter a man who stirs your heart. I'm not joking. I'm serious. I have no intention of discussing such topics with a mere child. Who knows, your parents might eventually blame me, claiming I led you astray. Isn't that the case with many parents nowadays? Every fault of their children is conveniently attributed to others, with no accountability on their part. Games, anime, novels, films, it's all about reporting misconduct. Their own parenting is undoubtedly flawless. What a vexing dilemma. Such is the reality that adults must contemplate. I don't want to grow up. Just a fleeting thought. When we arrive in City B, after locating my parents, must we part ways? Bayu hesitated as she posed the question. Bain, however, responded with a hint of indifference, simply pressing the switch by the bedside. With a chime, the room was plunged into darkness, enveloping the world in shadows. Rather than this, you ought to be more concerned about your own safety. It's quite remarkable that a girl in such an environment is fretting over trivial matters. Only you possess such a carefree spirit. Isn't it you? You will protect me, right? As your bodyguard, I must caution you. That hefty uncle who brings you water during the day makes me quite uncomfortable. You should be wary of him. Don't worry. I am not that foolish. As for that bottle of nutritional drink, I disposed of it in the toilet and threw the bottle in the trash. The following morning, at breakfast, the artist's absence was still palpable at the table. In a state of exasperation, Jinzi announced to everyone that he had searched around the building until midnight, but had yet to find Wang Er. Both Aunt Wang and Jinzi appeared deeply disheartened. However, the group of hefty individuals remained unfazed, continuing to indulge voraciously in the food before them. Although Bai Mao found this perplexing, he had grown accustomed to such behavior. That morning, while Bai Mao and Bain were washing dishes in the kitchen, the hefty man unexpectedly approached them to greet them. He held out 2 cartons of breakfast milk, saying, "Gentlemen, how about a delightful drink after your meal, to aid digestion?" Bai Mao regarded him with a look of disbelief. "Hey, what's with you today, chubby guy? What kind of madness has compelled you to be so accommodating?" "Haha, not at all. I simply wish to foster a good relationship with you both. Additionally, I hope you might assist me with a small favor tomorrow." "What kind of favor?" Bai Mao frowned, while the hefty man flashed a sycophantic grin. "Heh, I can't disclose that just yet. Let us discuss it tomorrow. For now, please accept this small token of goodwill. If you choose not to help tomorrow, consider the milk as my treat." "Humph, look at your stingy demeanor." Adhering to the principle of not passing up a good deal, Bai Mao snatched both cartons of milk. One was peanut milk, the other regular milk. He inquired of Bain, "Brother, which one do you prefer?" "I'm indifferent." Thus, Bai Mao handed the regular milk to Bain. The hefty man, seeing that both had accepted the milk, left with a cheerful demeanor. After finishing the dishes, Bain and Bai Mao retreated to the sofa in the hall to converse. As Bai Mao sipped his milk while recounting tales of his past, Bain sensed a pair of eyes fixated on him from behind. Being an exceptionally perceptive assassin, he could deduce something amiss. Without turning around, he quietly unwrapped the straw from the milk carton and inserted it into his mouth. The two continued their conversation for a while longer. Bai Mao soon finished his drink and tossed the carton into the trash. Bain followed suit, the carton making a loud thud as it landed in the bin. They then engaged in some light chatter until Bai Mao, feeling drowsy, let out a considerable yawn. "I'm feeling a bit drowsy, likely due to a poor night's sleep. I think I shall take a short nap," he remarked, rising to return to his room. Bain nodded in agreement, stifling a yawn. "Speaking of which, I too feel somewhat fatigued. I shall rest for a while as well." Bain opted to recline on the sofa for a brief slumber, soon emitting soft snores. In the shadows, the portly man was elated to see Bain asleep. He swiftly approached Bayu's door and knocked. "Knock, knock. Who is it?" Bayu's voice resonated from within. The man cleared his throat, mimicking Jean Z's voice with urgency. It's me. Your brother is in trouble. He cut his hand in the kitchen. What? Bayu's alarmed reaction prompted her to fling open the door. However, before she could fully comprehend the situation, the man lunged forward with a damp towel, covering her mouth and nose. Initially, she attempted to resist, but soon her body felt weak, and she was rendered voiceless. Yet, her consciousness remained alert as she watched helplessly as the man, grinning lewdly, carried her away and closed the door behind them. He then proceeded towards the bed. Chapter 54. Pursuit. The man had not been with a woman for quite some time, marking this as a novel experience in his previously affluent life. Prior to the outbreak, he was wealthy and influential, surrounded by women who willingly sought his affections. However, with the onset of the apocalypse, all that had changed. His former wealth and connections were rendered obsolete in this new era. Devoid of resources and lacking in physical allure, he found himself devoid of female companionship. While there were indeed women on the 20th floor, most were already taken, and those who remained were far from desirable. Given his history of interactions with beautiful women, he held little interest in the remnants. Even if he were to find someone appealing, they often exhibited aggressive and mercenary traits, likely to turn against him the moment they felt threatened. In such circumstances, he could only set his sights on those who would remain silent about any transgressions. The younger sister of the white-haired man, Hua Hua, was an appealing option, yet her brother was formidable and protective. Moreover, Hua Hua seemed to confide everything to her brother, which posed a risk of exposure. Thus, he reluctantly abandoned this target. Ultimately, Bayu emerged as the only viable option. His interest in Bayu stemmed from overhearing Aunt Wang mention that the girl suffered from autism. In his perception, individuals with autism were often characterized by their inability to seek help from others. In simpler terms, even if he were to violate her, he believed that with sufficient coercion and persuasion, she would remain silent. As a child with autism, one is often reluctant to voice the events that transpire within. Even an elder sibling may find it difficult to articulate such experiences. The overweight individual, consumed by obsession, meticulously devised a plan to achieve his nefarious goals. In truth, he had already administered a sedative in the 2 cartons of milk given to the silver-haired girl that morning. Upon observing her slumbering on the sofa, he recognized that his opportunity had arrived. He harbored a peculiar obsession with coercing women, deriving a twisted satisfaction from witnessing their resistance and despair. Thus, the cloth he had soaked in a narcotic was of a nature that rendered one utterly powerless to call for help, yet their consciousness remained unclouded. Upon placing the terrified yet voiceless girl upon the bed, he swiftly discarded his clothing, leaving only his undergarments. Just then, a sudden bark resounded from within the house. The vigilant dog, having sensed an intruder, rushed forth. The man's heart sank as he realized he had forgotten about the dog. In a moment of rage, a malicious intent to eliminate the creature surged within him. At that instant, the front door was forcefully kicked open, shattering the locks with a singular, powerful blow. Startled, he turned to see the silver-haired girl standing ominously at the threshold. The dog, upon spotting her, dashed towards her and took refuge behind her, barking furiously at the intruder. As she assessed the room's dire situation, she approached, seizing a nearby stool. The absence of an axe was due to its unavailability at that moment. I assumed you merely intended to steal a dog. It seems you harbored ulterior motives. With that, she swung the stool with formidable force. A scream escaped his lips as the stool splintered upon impact, transforming his head into a grotesque tableau of blood. Seizing the opportunity while he was dazed, she struck him again with the stool's leg. In the next moment, before he could escape, she revealed a concealed dagger from within her clothing. The blade gleamed ominously as it was drawn, instilling a chilling fear in him, compelling him to momentarily regain composure in the face of imminent death. Then, he unleashed his full potential, executing a roll that allowed him to narrowly evade her strike. Another individual, in a state of distress, arose and began to dash around the room, evading the relentless pursuit of his assailant, Bayin, akin to the classic maneuver of King Qin circling the pillar. Bayin was not one to relent easily, and pursued him without hesitation. However, the plump man, driven by the instinct for survival and propelled by his full potential, was not slow either. As he fled, he cried out in desperation, "Help! Murder! Murder!" His voice grew hoarse, desperate to ensure that others were aware of the commotion. Indeed, fearing for his life, the man had no choice but to raise his voice. The earlier commotion from Bayin kicking the door had already attracted considerable attention. Now, coupled with the plump man's frantic cries, those who had initially disregarded the noise began to gather. When the crowd arrived at the scene, the first sight that greeted them was the sight of the plump man, clad only in his undergarments, fleeing in a state of utter disarray. Everyone was momentarily taken aback. Seeing the crowd had gathered, the plump man plunged into the throng to escape. "Damn it!" Bayin exclaimed, brandishing a knife as he pursued. However, he was swiftly intercepted by Jean Z, who seized him by the waist. Hey, don't be impulsive. Young brother, put down the knife. Jean Z, tall and robust, effortlessly restrained Bain. Unable to break free, Bain shouted, Brother Jean, you must not interfere. I am determined to slay that beast today. Calm down. Calm down. Let us discuss this and understand what has transpired, Jean Z replied, glancing into the room. Upon seeing Bayu lying motionless on the bed and the scattered clothing on the floor, his pupils briefly widened in shock, but quickly masked his reaction. Bain, appearing frantic, declared, that perverse individual attempted to assault my sister and nearly succeeded. Brother Jean, would you be able to overlook such a thing if it were you? The moment these words were uttered, the onlookers exchanged glances, followed by a chorus of reproach and ridicule directed at the plump man. At this juncture, Aunt Wong interjected. Of course, one cannot simply overlook such a matter. Who could tolerate it? She first expressed agreement before offering her counsel. However, young brother, despite the plump man's faults, you cannot resort to murder. Such an action would only ruin your own life. It is unworthy of your time and energy. Instead, let us engage with him and seek some form of compensation for you. Yes, young brother, we understand your feelings, but killing is not the answer. Moreover, if you take a life, we cannot allow you to remain here, they urged. So, why not take a moment to calm down? Allow us to handle this situation for you. Jean Z continued to persuade him, holding on tightly, clearly indicating that he would not release his grip until Bain relented. Chapter 55, Seeking Peace. All right. I shall extend a favor to Brother Jean on Aunt Wong's behalf and grant him a temporary reprieve. However, I implore you to convey to that wretched pervert that this matter shall not be dismissed so easily. After ushering the group out of the room, the door was slammed shut with a resounding bang. Due to the earlier damage inflicted upon the door, a chair was deliberately placed to obstruct it. Observing the situation had quieted down, those in the corridor began to disperse. Aunt Wong, trailing at the back, furrowed her brow as she glanced at Jean, only to find him visibly agitated. Damn it, Jean muttered under his breath, expressing his frustration. That pig may consume excessively, but now he only adds to our troubles. In that moment, he appeared as a stark contrast to his usual endearing demeanor. Meanwhile, after ensuring everyone else had departed, the previously irate and imposing Bain turned on his heel, instantly transforming into his customary calm and indifferent expression, as if the boy who had just pursued the rotund figure with a knife was an entirely different person. He lowered his gaze to see the little black dog wagging its tail and circling around him, seemingly oblivious to the recent events. Sighing in resignation, he approached the bedside, casting a glance at Bayu, who lay there, unable to move, tears streaming down her face, her expression one of profound grievance. How dare you weep? Bain remarked, incredulous, as he took a seat beside her and struck her lightly on the head. I had warned you not to open the door for anyone, yet you refused to listen. Look what nearly befell you. He picked up a damp handkerchief from the bedside table, sniffed it briefly, and then carelessly tossed it onto the obese figure's clothing on the floor. It's merely a new type of sedative. You'll be fine after a little rest. Rising, he retrieved a chair and settled down beside the bed, leisurely engrossed in a book, disregarding Bayu's pitiful expression completely, leaving her to languish in solitude. Approximately half an hour later, as the effects of the sedative began to wane, Bayu regained some mobility and could produce faint sounds. I'm sorry. Her first utterance was an apology, her voice frail. Bang. Bain promptly closed his book, observing Bayu curled up on the bed, her feet together, her face buried in her knees. Speak, what transpired? He inquired. I heard Brother Jin's voice, he said. He said you cut your hand in the kitchen, so you panicked and foolishly opened the door? Yes. I truly am foolish, she replied, her remorse evident. I am sorry. Her voice grew increasingly aggrieved, tinged with a hint of tears. What more could Bain say? This mischievous girl had impulsively opened the door out of concern for her. Fortunately, she had merely feigned drinking milk on the sofa, the straw untouched. Otherwise, she would have truly fallen into that fat man's trap. Woe is me. Startled, Bayu began to sob softly. Bain wore an expression of detached amusement. How long do you think someone can cry if left unattended? I wager half an hour at most. After all, one tires of weeping, and the tears eventually dry. Besides, children look particularly unappealing when they cry, and they often end up with snot running down their faces. Shall I fetch you a mirror? At that moment, the other's cries abruptly ceased. She looked up with a face full of grievance, her tear-filled, doe-like eyes fixed pitifully upon Bain. Do you truly have the audacity to glare at me? It is you who causes me endless trouble. I wasn't he glaring at you. Bayu turned her face away, her voice laced with reproach. Consequently, Bain gave her a light slap on the back of her head. Ouch! Bayu cried out in pain, cradling her head and gazing at Bain with a woeful expression. What was that for? That was a lesson for you. Let us see if you dare to feign pity next time. But I was just worried about you, and it was an accident. Huh. So you regret it now? How could I not regret it? But at that moment, he said you had cut your hand. I was merely a bit concerned for you. Forget about cutting your hand. Next time, even if someone claims I'm dead, dragging my arm and head to find you. You are not to open the door. In this regard, Hazy is far better at protecting himself than you. Are you telling me you are even inferior to a dog? I understand. I was wrong. Bai lowered her head silently, her voice faint and subdued. Knock, knock, knock. At that instant, a knock sounded at the door. Since the lock was broken, Aunt Wong managed to open the door slightly with just 2 knocks. She gently pushed it further, peeking in with a smile. Mom. Little Bai, can we talk? Baiyin stepped out into the corridor. Aunt Wong wore an awkward smile. I initially intended to tell you that the sedative preventing your sister from moving isn't a big deal. She just needs to rest for a while. But it seems that it's no longer necessary, huh? The fat man informed you, right? Where is he? He returned to his room. I spoke with Jean Z about him. We now have a solution. It's up to you whether you wish to accept it. Is he considering a vasectomy or a laparotomy? Sai, how could you think that? Aunt Wong tried to reassure her. Dear brother, we now live in a society governed by the rule of law. Although the pandemic has thrown the world into disarray, it is imperative that we eventually restore order. Is it not? Thus, the notion of extrajudicial punishment is unequivocally unacceptable. You might as well confess that you accepted his money in exchange for leniency. Bai Yin's words began to carry a sharp edge. Aunt Wong opened her mouth, only to let out a resigned sigh. If you insist on saying it that way, I find myself at a loss for further remarks. However, I still believe you ought to consider his proposed solution. Money? Indeed, a sum of 10 million. Aunt Wong raised a finger, resembling a professional salesperson promoting a product. That is a staggering 10 million, my dear. The hefty man has assured that should you agree, this matter will be laid to rest. Once the pandemic has passed, he will hand you the 10 million. My child, heed Auntie's advice. What could you not do with 10 million? Would it not be delightful to take your sister on a world tour to lift her spirits? Furthermore, your sister is still. Not yet, you know. Trust Auntie, just accept it. After the pandemic, you both will still need to live, will you not? Even if not for yourself, you must consider your sister's future. In summary, Aunt Wong continued to prattle on, even mentioning that she and her husband possessed leverage over the hefty man, so they need not fear he might renege on his promise. Consequently, Baiyin ultimately adopted a stance of compromise, stating, very well, for your and Brother Jin's sake, let us consider this matter settled. However, let me be clear, should he dare to repeat this, I shall not hesitate to eliminate him. Upon witnessing Baiyin's concession, Aunt Wong's face immediately lit up with a look of contentment. Chapter 56. The performance. Did Baiyin truly let the hefty man off the hook? Absolutely not. What was his motivation? Was it the 10 million or the hope for the pandemic to vanish? Anyone with a modicum of intelligence comprehends that the world can never revert to its former state. Even if it could, it would merely be reshuffled. Baiyin simply wished to maintain the balance until the task was accomplished. After all, he needed to remain in this place. Thus he had to afford Aunt Wong some respect. As for the hefty man's fate, once the task was complete, Baiyin had ample means to deal with him. Subsequently, the atmosphere on the 20th floor gradually returned to tranquility. The hefty man, apart from constantly avoiding Baiyin, exhibited no significant changes in behavior. It was only later that Bai Mao learned of these developments. At the time, he had consumed drug-laced milk and succumbed to slumber. Upon hearing the full story from others, he cursed the hefty man for an extended period. Ironically, within just a few days, this incident felt as if it had never transpired. The hefty man's social circle remained unchanged, and Baiyin even overheard a man conversing with the hefty man. The corpulent individual was indeed rather careless. Had that man taken matters into his own hands, he would undoubtedly have succeeded. Truly, they are cut from the same cloth. Baiyin observed the rotund figure and the man he was conversing with from the shadows, refraining from intervening. However, one thing was certain. The sphere in which the corpulent man moved was decidedly distasteful to him. Days passed in a tranquil manner. Yet the corpulent man transitioned from taking detours to approaching Baiyin, seemingly convinced that retribution was not forthcoming. Thus, he grew increasingly self-assured, behaving as if nothing had transpired. Ultimately, he even approached Baiyin to extend a greeting, though Baiyin chose to ignore him. During these days, Baiyin meticulously monitored the activities of Aunt Wong and Jean Z, discovering that their lives followed a strict routine. In addition to rising early and tending to the needs of many, Jean Z ventured out each evening after dinner. According to Bai Mao, Jean Z went to the 15th floor to refuel the generator and conduct a brief inspection. This daily ritual was unbroken. Baiyin inquired whether Bai Mao had ever been to the 15th floor and what it was like inside. Bai Mao expressed disdain, stating that it was likely just a mess of black oil and other debris, suggesting there was nothing worth seeing in such a dilapidated place. That night, Bai-yin resolved to investigate the 15th floor. After reminding Bai-yu that under no circumstances should the door be opened, lest the new lock be compromised, he set out at 2:30 in the morning. The eerie silence of the 20th floor was unsettling, yet as he reached the lobby, Bai-yin sensed something amiss. He felt as though something was watching him from the entrance. His heart raced as he swiftly took precautionary measures, feeling along the wall for the switch. With a click, the lobby was illuminated as brightly as day. Instantly, he spotted Aunt Wong seated on the sofa by the entrance, her eyes tightly shut, appearing to have inadvertently fallen asleep there. Startled, Bai-yin's expression mirrored that of a ghostly encounter. Aunt Wong seemed to awaken at the sound of his voice. Her eyes fluttering open, still heavy with sleep. Bai-yin hurried over, exclaiming, "Aunt Wong, you startled me. What are you doing asleep here?" "Oh, little Bai. What brings you here?" She yawned, rubbing her eyes. "Well, Bai-yu was hungry, so I thought I would come to the kitchen for a snack. But what about you? Why are you asleep here without turning on the lights? You nearly gave me a fright." "Ah, my apologies. I was just trying to save a bit of electricity," Bai-yin replied sheepishly. Aunt Wong chuckled, her face radiating warmth and gentleness, before continuing her explanation. "Oh dear. The generator on the 15th floor has encountered some issues. And Jinzi mentioned he would go to repair it. I assumed he would return swiftly, so I waited for him here. However, to my surprise, he has yet to come back. Alas, what time is it? It must be nearing 3 o'clock. You truly are remarkable. One would not discern that you two have been together for so long, with your relationship still so harmonious." Bai-yin wore a mischievous grin, causing Aunt Wong's face to flush with embarrassment. He swiftly changed the subject. "By the way, Aunt Wong, I have some understanding of the generator's principles. Perhaps I could assist Brother Jean. It seems he has not yet returned, likely encountering some technical difficulties." "Oh no, no need for that." Aunt Wong's expression flickered with a moment of panic, quickly masked by composure. "Jinzi is quite obstinate and possesses a strong sense of pride. If you were to offer help, he might perceive it as condescension. Just leave him be. Ah, speaking of which, isn't Bai-yu hungry? Why not come to the kitchen and lend me a hand? I too am feeling peckish. Let us prepare a late-night snack together." With that, she ushered Bai-yin into the kitchen. Aware of his failure that evening, Bai-yin decided to relinquish any further attempts at subterfuge. After toiling in the kitchen for a while, he emerged with 2 bowls of noodles, standing before his room's door. Knocking gently, he waited for a considerable time before Bai-yu's muffled voice finally resonated from within. "The code. Heisey is a dog. The code is correct." Bai-yu opened a small crack in the door, confirming that it was indeed Bai-yin outside before unlocking the door and swinging it open. Just as he was about to inquire how Bai-yin had returned so quickly, he noticed the bowls of noodles in Bai-yin's hands, somewhat taken aback. "What is this?" "Aunt Wong prepared a late-night snack for us. Are you hungry?" You could simply state that your endeavor was unsuccessful. Bai-yu was somewhat speechless. In contrast to Bai-yin's intentions, Bai-yu felt that something was amiss, particularly after Bai-yin mentioned potential issues on the 15th floor and the disappearance of certain individuals. She began to follow his line of thought. Of course, she was unaware of the matters concerning the system, as Bai-yin had yet to discuss them with anyone. She merely supported Bai-yin's every action, instinctively offering her unwavering assistance. Though the operation had faltered, it had nonetheless yielded some valuable intelligence. That night, as Bai-yin lay in bed, he earnestly reflected on the earlier scene. Just moments ago, he had distinctly felt someone observing him from the shadows. That person could only be Aunt Wong. Yet, upon turning on the light, she appeared to be asleep on the sofa. Clearly, it was a facade. Just like Bai-yin at that moment, their performances were equally matched. Bai-yin speculated. Aunt Wong seemed to be intentionally stationed by the sofa, presumably to prevent anyone from venturing to the 15th floor during the night. She must be concealing something. There must be some underlying issue on the 15th floor at night. Bai-yin resolved to revisit the 15th floor, even if it were during the day. However, one must say, that couple truly endures considerable hardship, rising early and retiring late to sustain such a group of idlers. What could they possibly gain from this? Could it truly be the empty promises spoken of by the hefty man? Bai-yin did not share this belief. He merely pondered what would happen if that couple continued to exhaust themselves to the point of damaging their health. Yet, shortly thereafter, fate indeed played a cruel jest upon him. Chapter 57. Arrogance Boom. Perhaps it was the next day, which was marked by a severe downpour. The torrential rain descended abruptly at 5 in the morning, while no one had yet risen. A loud clatter echoed, reminiscent of something being blown away from the rooftop. This disturbance roused Aunt Wong from her slumber, startled by the thunder. Upon listening more intently, she discerned the unmistakable sound of the rooftop's metal covering being dislodged. This was indeed a calamity for the vegetables sheltered beneath that metal. Gold, gold. Aunt Wong hastily flicked on the lights, dressed, and rushed out of bed, while simultaneously delivering a couple of sharp slaps to Gold. Drowsily, Gold opened his eyes, feeling a stinging pain across his face, somewhat displeased. What on earth is going on? Wake up, it's pouring. The metal cover on the rooftop has been blown away by the wind. Oh my goodness. Gold instantly became alert, hastily donning a coat to join Aunt Wong on the rooftop. Upon their arrival, they discovered the metal sheets scattered all over the rooftop, blown about by the wind. Furthermore, the plant's supplemental lighting and wires were also in disarray, having fallen into the vegetable patch. The couple, braving the torrential rain, hurried to salvage the situation. By the time they managed to address the immediate issues and clear the rooftop drainage, it was already 8 in the morning. Looking at the vegetable patch, now washed away by the relentless rain, the couple felt a sense of helplessness. However, given the circumstances, they could only wait for the rain to cease before reinforcing the area once more. Today, the hefty man awoke earlier than usual, stirred by a pressing need to relieve himself. After visiting the restroom, he made his way to the hall, only to find the round table, which should have been laden with food, completely bare. By this time, several others had risen, idly seated on the sofa engaged in conversation. The hefty man inquired, "Where's the food?" A young woman replied, somewhat irked, "How should I know? Perhaps they simply overslept?" Overslept? The overweight man furrowed his brow and made his way to the kitchen. Indeed, there was nothing there, nor was there any trace of a fire. Damn it, he muttered as he exited the kitchen, complaining, "I paid such a high price, and now I can't even get a meal. This couple really knows how to run a business." A man chimed in, "That is indeed the case. I've paid as well. But keep your voice down. It wouldn't be good if they overheard. What's so bad about it?" The overweight man retorted defiantly, "I paid for this. I am a customer. Have you ever seen a restaurant refuse to serve a guest? Damn, 2 lazybones." Just then, the restroom door in the hall creaked open. A cold-faced man with white hair emerged, speaking with a harsh tone, "If you want to eat, why not cook for yourself? What's with all the complaining so early in the morning?" The overweight man shot him a glare. "What business is it of yours? I paid my dues. And now that I haven't eaten, I have every right to voice my displeasure. Oh, forgive me, forgive me. You two must be so poor that you can't possibly understand the feelings of someone wealthy like me. You'd best watch your mouth," the white-haired man replied, advancing towards him and grabbing the collar of his shirt. The overweight man quickly protested, Hey, I warn you, this is a society governed by law. If you dare to hit me, I'll make sure to hire the best lawyer and sue you for intentional injury." "Oh, then let us see you try," the white-haired man retorted, raising his fist. However, midway, someone behind him seized his hand. Turning around, he was surprised to find it was Bai-in. "Let go, brother. I must teach this pig a lesson today." The white-haired man was disgruntled, but Bai-in merely said, "Don't do this. It will only make things harder for Aunt Wong and the others." "Exactly. Little brat, you should learn from your friend here and see how he conducts himself." The overweight man wore a smug expression, thinking that money truly was omnipotent. He believed Bai-in was helping him, considering the verbal promise of 1 million. Just then, Aunt Wong Jinzi returned from the rooftop. Upon seeing the white-haired man gripping the overweight man's collar, she immediately screamed, like a grandmother hastily trying to mediate a family dispute. She rushed over. "What's going on? Isn't life supposed to be going well? Why resort to violence?" Aunt Wong forcibly pulled the white-haired man's hand away from the overweight man's collar. The overweight man, visibly displeased, said, "Aunt Wong, you really need to keep a close eye on this child. I didn't provoke him at all this morning, and he is trying to hit me." "You didn't provoke him? Who was it that was making a fuss and complaining first thing in the morning? Damn, now you're playing the victim, huh? I can't believe this." Enough. Please cease this bickering." Aunt Wong urgently intervened, addressing the two who were hurling insults at one another. "For my sake, let this matter pass without further dispute, shall we? What is the point of all this noise? The fact that we are together is a blessing. Did we not agree to coexist harmoniously like a family? Very well, for your sake, I shall not pursue this matter," the stout man proclaimed with an air of magnanimity, only to follow with a pressing question, "But Aunt Wong, where is our meal?" "Indeed, Aunt Wong, why is there no food today? If there is no food, we shall have no choice but to deduct from your pay." A chorus of agreement echoed from those lounging on the sofa. Aunt Wong, somewhat embarrassed, apologized, "I sincerely apologize. Everyone, this morning's torrential rain devastated the rooftop garden. You can see the evidence of my wet clothes." She continued, "Allow me to change into dry attire, and I shall prepare your meal post-haste. Do hurry, we are famished," the crowd urged, as if such service were their due. Aunt Wong maintained a constant smile, her demeanor submissive, as though she owed them a debt. At this moment, the stout man deemed it necessary to firmly remind Aunt Wong of her obligations, akin to how he would manage his subordinates. "While I appreciate your hard work, Aunt Wong, rules are rules. We had an agreement. I provide the funds, and you ensure my meals and lodging. Today, I have not been served breakfast, and thus I must deduct from your payment. Let us not make it excessive, 10,000 should suffice, and I trust this is a one-time occurrence. Aunt Wang's expression reflected her concern, yet the stout man, embodying a leader's demeanor, turned and left with a flourish. Hurry with the meal, Aunt Wang, lest we need to deduct more funds, quipped a man in a teasing tone. Aunt Wang could only smile in response. Very well, I shall attend to it immediately. She retreated to her room to change into fresh clothing, then, with weary determination, made her way to the kitchen. Unable to bear the sight any longer, the white-haired individual stepped in to assist. After a moment of contemplation, Bai also joined in the kitchen's tasks. Feeling somewhat aggrieved, the white-haired one recounted the stout man's earlier remarks about Aunt Wang's worth, reminiscent of a child reporting grievances to their parents. Aunt Wang could only manage a wry smile, a mix of resignation and understanding. Chapter 58. Aunt Wang falls ill. Thank you for your support, but one must never resort to violence. It is essential to remember that the stout man is wealthy. Offending him could lead to dire consequences. Once the epidemic has passed, he may seek retribution against you. We are all struggling souls. It is vital to prioritize peace and keep our distance from such individuals. We find ourselves living together only out of necessity, she consoled, hoping to ease Bai Mao's troubled heart. However, Bai Mao harbored a hint of irritation in her heart and remarked, to be honest, Aunt Wang, if I were in your position, I would toss those freeloaders out to feed the zombies. Alas, such thoughts were inappropriate. Aunt Wang cast an unsatisfied glance at Bai Mao. At that moment, Bai noticed that Aunt Wang's hands trembled slightly while she cooked. Unbeknownst to Bai Mao, who continued to grumble reluctantly, she said, Aunt Wang, have you heard of Notre Dame Cathedral? What do you mean? Didn't it burn down recently? That's why you're out here. Hey, you little rascal. The two shared a light-hearted banter, much like a mother and her child. Bai then suggested, how about I take over the cooking, Aunt? You should rest for a while. Oh, it's quite all right. I can still manage the cooking. But your hands are trembling. It would be best to take a break if you're fatigued. Upon hearing Bai's words, Bai Mao also noticed her weariness and hurriedly said, yes, Aunt Wang. You should take a break. We'll handle things here. No. Aunt Wang simply wore a humble, kind smile and replied, thank you for your concern. But everyone is accustomed to the dishes I prepare, and I fear they might not be as satisfied with yours. What is the need for that? Bai Mao said, somewhat speechless. What if you wear yourself out? I'm perfectly fine, really. My health is good. She always wore a sincere and friendly smile. Despite the persistent pleas from the two, she remained unwilling to leave the kitchen. Reluctantly, the two decided to assist her in other areas. While preparing to add salt to the pot, Aunt Wang discovered that the salt container was empty. She then said to Bai, Xiao Bai, could you fetch a bag of salt from my room? Just ask Jean Z. Sure, Bai replied, and off she went. Knock, knock, knock. After tapping gently on the door, a voice from inside called out, come in. Bai pushed the door open, and what met her eyes was Jean Z applying medicine to a fresh 10-centimeter long wound on his calf. He was seated on the sofa, his leg crossed as he used a cotton swab to clean the dark blood from the surface. Brother Jean, what happened? Bai asked in surprise. Jean Z chuckled helplessly and replied, I accidentally fell while on the rooftop and got scratched by some metal. Do you need tetanus medicine? I have some. No. I have it here. Oh, by the way, did you need something from me? No, the kitchen ran out of salt. Aunt Wang sent me to get some. Over there. Jean Z pointed to a large wooden box in the corner. It's in that box. Bai approached the chest and opened it, discovering it filled with a myriad of spices. He extracted a packet of salt and closed the box, initially intending to leave. He was captivated by a photograph resting on the desk of the balcony. The image depicted a family of 5, including Jean Z and Aunt Wang. At the center stood 2 children, one a boy of about 8 or 9 years, bearing a resemblance to Jean Z and Aunt Wang, presumably their child. The other child, a girl of the same age, alongside a man whom Bai had encountered not long ago, was indeed in Zhe and his daughter Yiya. In the photograph, Yiya was not yet the ashen-skinned zombie she had become. What is it? Jean Z inquired, noticing Bai Yin's lingering gaze on the photograph. May I ask about the relationship between the man and girl in this photo and Brother Jean? Bai Yin inquired. They are my brother and his daughter, my niece. Why do you ask? Jean Z responded. Oh, it's nothing. I happened to see them not long ago. You've seen them? Jean Z appeared visibly surprised, his expression suggesting disbelief. Bai Yin smiled gently and said, the man is named Nze, and his daughter is called Yiya, correct? At this revelation, Jean Z's eyes reflected a complex mix of emotions. After a moment of hesitation, he asked, are they well? They are doing quite well. Occasionally hunting and cooking. Life is manageable, Bai Yin reassured him. And what about that child, Yiya? Jean Z inquired, his tone hesitant. Bai Yin noticed him stealthily placing his hand behind his back, as if preparing to retrieve something. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Bai Yin replied, that child is recovering well, although her condition had been somewhat precarious. However, she is indeed showing significant improvement. You might find this hard to believe, so I shall refrain from elaborating," he added, a mysterious smile gracing his face. Jinzi chose not to press further, appearing relieved as he remarked, "That's good to hear. So there is hope for that illness after all. The lad had said it was a late-stage plague, nearly giving me a heart attack." As he spoke, he discreetly returned his hand, ostensibly scratching his back, as if the prior gesture was merely an innocent act of alleviating an itch. To sustain a large group of people, one must cultivate crops and manage a generator, rising early and toiling late to cater to the needs of a cadre of indolent souls. Though typically manageable, any unforeseen events could lead to a complete breakdown. Just the following day, Aunt Wong fell ill. Jinzi lamented that she had contracted a severe cold, compounded by her excessive toil, necessitating a period of rest. Consequently, she took over all of Aunt Wong's usual duties, which only added to her fatigue. By the fourth day, while preparing dinner, Jinzi, in a daze, mistakenly miscalculated the seasoning proportions, resulting in a feast that was overwhelmingly salty. "What in the world is this wretched taste?" exclaimed the portly man. "Did they kill the salt merchant?" He was exceedingly displeased and promptly spat the food onto the table. Feeling unwell that day, he seized the opportunity to vent his frustrations. With a crash, he hurled his bowl to the floor, scattering shards and rice everywhere. He pointed an accusatory finger at Jinzi, scolding her without reserve. "Brother Jean, this is utterly unacceptable. We pay you, yet you serve us this swill? Do you even care about our money?" It was true. The meals had been lacking in flavor for days. Though unspoken, the group had refrained from voicing their discontent out of respect for the couple, only to find their patience tested further. Chapter 59. The disappearance of the portly man. Complaints abounded, as many expressed their dissatisfaction with Jinzi's cooking. The incident of the portly man spitting his food on the table had completely dampened everyone's appetite. They rallied behind him in their criticisms of Jinzi. Bai Mao, unable to bear the scene any longer, was about to rise to defend her when Bai Yin pressed down on his thigh. Bai Mao cast a frustrated glance at Bai Yin, who merely shook his head, urging him to refrain from acting impulsively. He whispered, "If you escalate this, you'll only harm both of them." Left with no choice, Bai Mao fell silent, his heart simmering with indignation. Meanwhile, Jinzi incessantly apologized to the group, her face adorned with an ingratiating smile that betrayed her deep humility. "I'm so sorry, everyone. I've been utterly exhausted these past few days. Truly, I apologize. Rest when you're tired. Don't you understand the balance of work and relaxation?" Yet, her words fell on deaf ears as the complaints continued unabated. The portly man slammed the table and declared, "To hell with this. Only a pig would consume this slop." With that, he departed, following his lead. The others rose from the table, grumbling in agreement. Despite this, Jinzi continued to smile apologetically at their retreating figures, saying, "I'm so sorry, truly sorry. I promise to prepare a wonderful meal for everyone tonight." With the portly man's faction gone, only Bai Mao, Hua Hua, Bai Yin, and Jinzi remained. Bai Yin picked up a piece of stir-fried greens, chewing thoughtfully before taking a bite of rice, stating, "It's not so bad when paired with rice. You should give it a try." Observing this, Jinzi could only manage a faint, bittersweet smile. He set aside all the dishes that had been tainted by the fat man's recent bout of nausea. Then he sat down at the table and began to eat with the remaining three. "Brother Jean, what is the necessity of this?" Bai Mao sighed, expressing his bewilderment. Jinzi merely chuckled lightly. "For the sake of money, there's no shame in that. But what if there is no money? What if this world never returns to what it once was? Are you planning to support those ingrates for a lifetime?" "It will return," Jinzi replied with a wry smile. "Everything will revert. The epidemic will surely pass." As he spoke, there was a glimmer of expectation in his eyes, which Bai Yin perceived was not a longing for the world to return to its former state, but for something else altogether. That evening, Jinzi prepared a large pot of delectable instant noodles, generously adorned with ham and Odin. The dinner was quite palatable, prompting no further remarks from anyone. "Now this is the right flavor." The fat man savored the meal like a connoisseur, giving a thumbs up to Jinzi, who was anxiously standing by the table. "Not bad. This is how it should be. As long as you keep up the good work, once the epidemic is over, I will certainly give you a raise." His words echoed with the authority of a lofty boss. Jinzi let out a sigh of relief, then forced a smile. "Thank you, boss." Though his words were polite, the moment he turned toward the kitchen, his usual amiable demeanor vanished, replaced by a dark and displeased expression. The following morning, everyone noticed the fat man was missing. At first, no one paid it any mind, assuming he was simply indulging in a lazy slumber. However, by lunchtime, his absence began to raise eyebrows. Jinzi remarked, "Hey, why hasn't Brother Fat come for lunch yet? Someone should check his room." "I'll go," Bai Mao boldly volunteered, scouring the fat man's room, but finding nothing amiss. When he returned to relay this information, Jinzi, sensing something was off, quickly inquired, "Has anyone seen Brother Fat today?" Everyone shook their heads in unison, indicating they had not. Jeansy muttered, "This is peculiar. He usually arrives for meals well ahead of time. How could he be completely absent today?" His confusion was palpable. Just then, Bain interjected, "Yesterday, the fat man mentioned he intended to take some time to find a few sets of mahjong to play. He might have gone out for that." Bai Mao scoffed. "Has that lazy pig finally grown bored and decided to get into trouble?" Others wore expressions of understanding, showing no doubt regarding Bai Yin's words. Only Jean, somewhat astonished, regarded Bai Yin, seemingly taken aback by his unexpected vocalization at that moment, thus eliciting a sense of surprise. Bai Yin, in turn, noticed Jin's gaze and approached him, meeting his eyes with a friendly smile. Observing this interaction, Jean could only respond with a smile of his own, albeit one that appeared rather forced. "Is it true that the fat one has gone out to seek mahjong?" The answer, of course, is in the negative. This was merely a fabrication by Bai Yin, intended to extricate someone from an impending predicament. Within his mind, Bai Yin harbored his own speculations and calculations. And if his assumptions held any truth, it was likely that the fat one would not be returning. That night, Bai Yin took action once more. Upon hearing the loud creak of the hall's door in the dead of night, he stealthily followed. During Aunt Wang's illness, Jean had shifted his oiling schedule from after dinner to midnight, as Aunt Wang's absence left him with an abundance of tasks to attend to. By the time he finished, it was nearly midnight. Occasionally, Aunt Wang would guard the hall to prevent anyone from sneaking out at night. However, today was an exception. Following a heavy rain yesterday that had caused a sudden drop in temperature, Aunt Wang's condition had worsened, rendering her increasingly unable to rise from her bed. Thus, as Bai Yin conducted his usual midnight surveillance of the hall, he found no sign of Aunt Wang, nor could he hear even a whisper in the darkened space. Instead, the door leading to the stairwell was ajar, with the moonlight filtering in through the crack, casting an enticing glow. Bai Yin decisively made his move, stepping outside. Cautiously, he soon arrived at the 15th floor. At this hour, the 15th floor had been unlocked, with all the usual locks disengaged. Jean was indeed inside. Bai Yin entered, slowly approaching the generator's roar emanating from the depths of the darkness. Ultimately, he laid eyes on Jean, who was intently tinkering with the generator in the power room. The room was brightly lit by a solitary bulb, illuminating the space, while the air was thick with the unpleasant scent of machine oil. Amidst this foul odor, Bai Yin distinctly detected a hint of decaying flesh. He cautiously navigated in the dark, wielding a flashlight, following the scent. He refrained from illuminating the windows, directing the beam only at the ground to avoid reflecting light that might increase the risk of detection. Finally, after passing a pitch-black storeroom, Bai Yin heard sounds within that resembled an animal gnawing on something. Chapter 60. The boy in the cage. The warehouse door was unlocked, and the sound of chewing echoed within, reminiscent of someone gnawing on tough, raw flesh. Bai Yin cautiously pushed the door open, only to discover another door at the far end of the room. The rustling sound originated from behind that very door. Initially intending to stride over and enter, he was suddenly startled by a shout emanating from the darkness on his left. Directing his flashlight towards the source, he soon recognized a familiar figure. It was a large cage, within which a person was bound, an overweight man. He lay disheveled on the ground, appearing exceedingly weak, much like an exhausted old bull. Beside the cage stood several large refrigerators, all connected to power, and adjacent to that was a butchering table reminiscent of those found in meat markets, adorned with numerous cutting tools. The table bore the stains of dried blood, much of which had turned a deep, lifeless black on the floor. The eerie scene bore similarities to a horror game centered around butchery, inevitably invoking thoughts of a crime scene. Bai Yin approached the iron cage, and as he neared, the man on the ground spoke in a feeble voice. "Help, help me." The generator on the 15th floor roared loudly, drowning out the man's fragile pleas, which would be completely obliterated once he exited this room. Bai Yin surmised that the man had likely been drugged with a substance that rendered him powerless. He found it rather ironic and remarked, "The administer of the drug suffers its repercussions. How fitting this narrative is. By the way, how did you know I am not gold?" he inquired. Gold typically would illuminate the room directly. Realization dawned upon Bai Yin. He had assumed the man recognized him by the moonlight as he opened the door, not realizing that the room was indeed lit. "Help, get me out. I'll give you money, a lot of money, whatever amount you desire." The voice was laced with desperation and pleading. Yet, Bai Yin remained unmoved, merely offering a hollow glimmer of hope. "I'll save you shortly. I need to ascertain what is happening here first. Don't delay, hurry. I fear gold will return." The man nearly broke into tears at these words. As a lamb waiting for slaughter within the cage, he lacked Bai Yin's fortitude. "Be quiet. If you keep rambling, I shall disregard you," Bai Yin retorted, uninterested in the man's plight, and casually opened one of the large refrigerators. The moment he did, The light from within illuminated a horrific scene. The refrigerator was filled with various meats. Besides a few skinned rats, the remainder consisted entirely of dismembered human torsos. Despite having prepared himself mentally, Bain could not help but gasp in astonishment at the sight before him. He switched off the first refrigerator and proceeded to open the others. As anticipated, they were all filled with human remains. The 5 refrigerators were not entirely full, yet the dismembered body parts were distinctly categorized. The first refrigerator contained limbs, the second housed internal organs, the third held heads, and the fourth. In summary, everything was meticulously organized. It was evident that the perpetrator exhibited remarkable attentiveness in orchestrating such a gruesome act. This also implied that the killer maintained an unsettling calmness while dismembering the bodies. Bain could not help but mutter to himself, with such a mindset, he might as well consider a career as an assassin. However, one could argue that this individual could only be deemed a novice. Far from being a master of the trade, Bain strode directly towards the grand door at the end of the room. Without hesitation, he pushed it open, driven by the conjectures forming in his mind. He stepped inside, directing his flashlight towards the source of the gnawing sound. Soon, he beheld a larger cage, within which was confined a zombie boy of approximately 10 years. Bain felt a sense of familiarity regarding the child. A moment's reflection reminded him of the photograph in Jean Z's room. Thus, the pieces of the puzzle fell into place. The motive behind Jean Z's aunt's murderous actions was to nurture her own child. Unfortunately, they were not Anne's, and this child was certainly not Yaya. Indeed, this was another extreme, an erroneous extreme. As the boy in the cage gnawed on a male arm, he exuded an aura devoid of any semblance of humanity. He was a zombie, albeit a quintessential one. A pure zombie, stripped of any vestiges of humanity, in stark contrast to Yaya, who possessed a semblance of human form. The beam of the flashlight illuminated the boy, yet he displayed no further reaction after an initial moment of curiosity. Zombies possess excellent nocturnal vision. It was likely that he had spotted Bain the instant he entered the room. Coupled with Bain's innate ability to attract the undead, the boy soon lost interest. Returning to his gnawing on the arm he clutched, Bain redirected the flashlight beam elsewhere, soon discovering a bed and an array of children's toys within the expansive cage. However, they were mostly shattered, as if trampled by careless passers-by. They bore no signs of having been played with earnestly. What were that couple anticipating? Undoubtedly, they hoped for their child to return to normalcy, yet regrettably, their child was not Yaya. Everything is merely a one-sided wish within the realm of desire. Suddenly, a series of knocks resounded from outside the door, where the corpulent figure was confined. Bain quickly discerned that it was the fat man attempting to alert him. Presumably, Jean Z was approaching. This entire scenario hinged upon the false hope Bain had just instilled in the fat man, were it not for Bain's promise of rescue. The fat man would not have been knocking at this critical moment. Such is Bain's nature. Even when he contemplates the demise of another, he seldom acts with absolute finality before the deed is done. He perpetually dangles a facade of hope before others, seeking to maximize his own advantage. In essence, there is no need to force the other party into a corner from the outset, for desperation may provoke them to retaliate, resulting in one's own folly. The true strategy lies in numbing the opponent, thereby achieving one's objective subtly, akin to a silent serpent lurking in the shadows. Bain swiftly extinguished his flashlight and concealed himself in a corner. Moments later, the sound of a door creaking open echoed from the adjoining room. Jean Z illuminated the space with the flick of a switch and approached the fat man, his expression one of displeasure. What are you banging on about? Do you want me to give you a drum? The fat man, unable to meet Jean Z's gaze, lowered his head and meekly protested. I'm hungry. I want to eat. Bah, you useless swine, wasting air alive and land in death. What do you want to eat? Jean Z spat contemptuously upon the fat man. He then made his way to the slaughtering platform, brandishing a large knife as he headed toward the inner room. The fat man felt a jolt of fear and hastily resumed knocking on the iron cage. Jean Z turned sharply, glaring at him with menace, warning, knock again, and I'll have you chopped up right now. The fat man promptly ceased his actions, refraining from further provoking his fate, all the while fervently praying, kid, I can only assist you to this extent. You must ensure his demise to rescue me. Creak. Jean Z pushed open the door to the inner room, fumbling to turn on the light. Instantly, his gaze fell upon a son gnawing at a human arm within the cage. Under ordinary circumstances, Jean Z would have leaned in for a closer inspection, but today, he refrained, instead scanning the corners of the room with acute vigilance, his grip tightening around the knife, clearly sensing something amiss. Meanwhile, Bain remained hidden behind a pillar, clutching his axe tightly in hand. However, what perplexed him was that Jean Z seemed to have fallen silent after entering the house. Bain, astonished, stealthily extended his vision to observe. Yet, what greeted him was the desolate scene of an empty doorway. Bain was bewildered, pondering whether Jinzi had exited. Yet, that seemed improbable, as he had not heard the door open or close again. Just as his mind raced with thoughts, a sudden whoosh pierced the air behind him, as if a blade had sliced through the wind. Instinctively, Bain spun around to defend himself, swiftly raising his axe. With a resounding bang, the large knife clashed against the axe blade, the impact nearly causing Bain to lose his grip. He quickly leaped back and rolled away, creating a distance of 4 to 5 meters between himself and the suddenly reappeared Jinzi. Rising to his feet, he chuckled. Is it truly necessary to come at me with lethal intent right from the start? Jinzi merely snorted coldly, less chatter. With that, he charged forward with his knife. In that moment, Jinzi resembled a butcher relentlessly pursuing his prey, starkly contrasting his usual image of simplicity and honesty. He swung ferociously at Bain, who deftly dodged and retaliated with a swift kick aimed at Jinzi's wounded thigh. A cry of pain escaped Jinzi's lips, and he fell to the ground, quickly halting his descent as if to consider something. Nonetheless, his face was unmistakably contorted in agony. Bain noticed that Jinzi was missing his shoes, clad only in a pair of socks. Glancing towards the doorway, he discovered Jinzi's shoes hidden behind a pile of clutter. No wonder he hadn't heard any noise earlier. It appeared Jinzi had removed his shoes upon entering. How clever. Bain couldn't help but chuckle, realizing he had been outsmarted by such a trivial ruse. Jinzi, unsteadily rising from the ground, found his wound had reopened due to Bain's earlier kick, fresh blood oozing forth. A wise man. I harbor no ill will towards you. Perhaps we could engage in a civil discussion, he suggested. Discuss? Jinzi scoffed disdainfully. Are you suggesting we include my son in this conversation? You must be dreaming. With that, he limped towards Bain, determination etched on his face. This time, Bain did not evade. He met Jinzi head-on. The collision of the axe and knife reverberated through the air. Though Bain's strength was slightly inferior, his reflexes were undoubtedly quicker. Without hesitation, he delivered another kick to Jinzi's already injured thigh. A sharp cry erupted from Jinzi, as the excruciating pain propelled him several meters away. In that fleeting moment of lying on the ground, Golden cast a glance at the cage, yet he forcibly sealed his lips, ceasing his lamentations. The stout figure outside, upon hearing the commotion within, felt an overwhelming surge of joy, thinking to himself that salvation was finally at hand. Meanwhile, Silver, unperturbed, picked up the knife that had fallen to the ground when he had exited with the gold, nonchalantly sheathing his axe at his waist. Did he not wish to maintain his composure before his son? Truly a commendable father. Golden attempted to rise from the ground, but the agony in his foot was excruciating. After several fruitless attempts, he realized it was futile. As beads of cold sweat formed on his brow, he quickly scanned his surroundings, hoping to find something for a desperate counterattack. Look all you want. By the time you strike back, I will have already ended you. Silver approached, placing his blade against Golden's neck. Golden's eyes brimmed with resentment. Yet, upon witnessing Silver's calm demeanor, he understood that this adversary was not to be trifled with. Deflated like a punctured balloon, he uttered, "You may take my life, but please spare my wife and child in exchange. I possess a stash of provisions that I can offer you. I have no need to support a multitude of idle mouths. Why would I require such abundant supplies? I merely wish to converse with you. It was you who, without understanding the situation, chose to attack me. Therefore, is it not reasonable for me to retaliate? What is there to discuss?" Golden's expression conveyed his suspicion of Silver's intentions. More than that, I am curious about your earlier remark regarding bringing your son into the conversation. What did you mean by that? Humph, such pretense. Golden's laughter was laced with contempt, while Silver, adopting a demeanor of humility, urged, "Do share. Perhaps there has been a misunderstanding between us?" A misunderstanding? Golden's face registered disbelief. What misunderstanding could there possibly be? Are you not aware of your own actions? What have I done? Merely served your wife 2 bowls of noodles upon my arrival. Is that truly worthy of such an escalation? Silver responded, perplexed. Golden retorted, "Fine. If you're going to feign ignorance, I shall ensure your demise, cough. Or rather, let you understand your situation." Golden, having inadvertently misspoken, felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Did you not mention encountering my brother and my niece?" "Indeed. And what of it? Since you have encountered them, you must be aware of what has transpired with Yaya, correct?" "I am aware, plague and zombies. Yet is she not recovering quite well?" "Precisely, it is the plague, and the—" Golden was suddenly struck dumb, pondering if this fellow had indeed confessed so readily. You know? Of course, as I mentioned, I encountered them previously, so naturally, I am informed." After uttering this, Silver's expression transformed to one of sudden realization. "Oh, so. Did you think that upon discovering Yaya's transformation into a zombie, I would simply execute her like an ordinary person? And once Yaya is dead, Ans would undoubtedly seek vengeance. Did you assume I had slain both Ans and Yaya? allowing me to safely approach you? After all, a normal individual would naturally be at odds with zombies. And you believe I am unaware that you already know of Yaya's condition? Therefore, it stands to reason that I, along with that father-daughter pair, could only survive one of us, correct? Chapter 62. The reason absolutely correct. Everything unfolds precisely as Bain has articulated. When Jinzi and Ans parted ways, it was not before the outbreak of the zombies. Quite the contrary, it occurred after Yaya had transformed into a zombie. Thus, they were certainly aware of the circumstances surrounding Ans. Hence, when Bain claimed to have come from Ans's direction, Jinzi instinctively felt that Ans had met with misfortune. Is this not apparent? What can a normal person do when confronted with a zombie? They either flee or eradicate it. Since Bain knows the names Ans and Yaya, it indicates an acquaintance with them, implying that he did not flee. Therefore, the only possible conclusion left is that he must have killed the other. With Yaya's demise, Ans would certainly not let it go unpunished. If Bain wishes to extricate himself, he must eliminate Ans as well. Following this line of reasoning, Jinzi naturally concluded that Ans and Yaya had already perished. As for Bain's audacity to openly admit he came from Ans, that merely reinforces the notion that he had preconceived ideas, unaware of Yaya's circumstances. After all, a rational person would not assume that they had parted ways only after the outbreak of the zombies, for that defies logic. Jinzi's thoughts were thoroughly encapsulated by Bain. Momentarily speechless, Bain continued, "Did you think I killed that father-daughter pair, and thus upon learning of your situation, I would not spare you? Because your son is a zombie? How banal. Your predicament is entirely self-inflicted. Why not have discussed this with me earlier? What do you mean? What could it possibly mean? Do you believe I would lie about not having killed Ans and Yaya? Why should I trust you? I have no reason to deceive you at this moment. I could easily dispatch you, then eliminate your zombie son, followed by Aunt Wong. In doing so, I could manipulate the remaining fools at my leisure. Do you not wonder why I have refrained from such actions? Bear in mind, you just attempted to kill me. A normal person would not exhibit such leniency. Why? You might ask. Why indeed? Is it not simply because I owe Ans a debt of gratitude?" He casually tossed the knife to the ground and remarked, "If you don't believe me, I can pick it up now and we can have a duel. This should show you my sincerity, right?" Glancing at the knife before him, Jinzi hesitated, extending his hand in an attempt to retrieve it. At this distance, he could potentially inflict a severe blow by throwing the knife. Yet, he ultimately chose to withdraw his hand, staring at Bain in confusion. What on earth is going on? Bain merely chuckled lightly, then took 2 steps back to roll up his pant leg, revealing a dark scar on his right thigh. "Do you see this? I got it while escaping. It was from a metal rod. I collapsed in the wilderness back then. If Ans hadn't rescued me, I reckon I would have bled to death out there," he concluded, pulling his pant leg back down. Jinzi's expression shifted to one of realization, yet doubt lingered. But his daughter, Yaya, is a zombie. How can you? His daughter being a zombie has nothing to do with his saving my life, right? Am I supposed to overlook his life-saving grace just because his daughter is a zombie? Do you think I'm someone from some democratic nation? Only scoundrels would act that way. Do I look like a villain to you? Yes. They exchanged silent gazes for several seconds. Bain's tone gradually grew exasperated. All right. I admit I'm not a good person. But let us change the perspective. Why are you hiding your son? Because he is a zombie, right? Yaya is also a zombie. What are zombies? Enemies of humanity. Unequivocally the epitome of terrifying villains, correct? I'm a villain. Zombies are also villains. Therefore, assisting a zombie and siding with them makes us kin. Given this, doesn't it prove that I have no reason to harm the zombie Yaya? This seems to make sense. Jinzi's expression reflected this revelation. The logic was sound, and he began to relax. Bain then inquired, "Why haven't you all been living with Ans?" Jinzi offered a bitter smile. "We fear him, or more accurately, we fear his daughter, so we left. Initially, we intended to return to our hometown, but then your son got infected, and you couldn't leave, so you stayed here?" "Yes. In a big city with so many people. Do you wish to emulate Ans?" "Yes. How long has your son been trying to improve your life?" "About half a year. Has it been effective?" Sudden silence enveloped the room as Jinzi cast a glance at his son, gnawing on his hands within the confines of the cage, his expression laden with helplessness. After a prolonged pause, he finally spoke. "Yaya has shown some effects. We once believed, but your son is ultimately not Yaya. Yaya had experienced a peculiar plague prior to this. However, your son has not, correct? To be honest, while one cannot entirely dismiss the possibility, it is virtually infinitesimal. If I were in your position, I would consider having another child altogether." "I have contemplated it," Jinzi replied, a bitter smile the only semblance of emotion he could muster. He sighed deeply, continuing, "I married at the age of 20, the same age as my child's mother. Yet, we have remained childless for years. Initially, we suspected a physical ailment on one of our parts. After consulting with doctors, We were assured that our health was intact. It was merely a matter of incompatibility, which we could only strive to overcome. Such cases are rare, yet they befell us. We put forth tremendous effort, and by the time we finally conceived, we were already in our 30s. We cherish this child dearly, especially his mother, who regards him as her very essence. Given our circumstances, the prospect of attempting for another child is exceedingly daunting, hence we placed all our hopes on this one. But for the past 6 months, there have been no signs of recovery, have there? I am aware. Jinzi's gaze bore into the cage, his eyes swirling with complexity as he uttered. I had anticipated this and mentally prepared myself. However, his mother refuses to accept it. Do you know what she did when I told her the child might not return? What? Jinzi's bitter smile deepened. She attempted to take her own life. Fortunately, I returned home early that day, preventing a tragedy. So what else could I do afterwards? I continued to deceive her. Despite my current demeanor, I was once a doctor, and my words hold weight with her. I had no choice but to assure her that, while the chances are exceedingly slim, recovery remains a possibility. Only then did she regain her composure. Do you intend to deceive her for the rest of your life? What other option is there? If she dies, I shall not survive either. Chapter 63. Task completed. The primary distinction between Aunt Wong and Anne's lies in their choices of sustenance. Anne's opts to hunt in the mountains to procure meat for Yaya, while Aunt Wong, constrained by the urban environment, lacks suitable hunting grounds, thus resorting to humans. Moreover, the initial phase of raising prey demands considerable effort. So, you gathered so many people for this. But why endure such hardship? Surely, alternative methods exist? Reflecting on how Aunt Wong had fallen ill to appease those individuals on the 20th floor, Bayin expressed her bewilderment. Upon this reflection, Jinzi couldn't help but smile. Do not be deceived by the current state of the child's mother. Her heart was once as tender as a dove's. As she often expressed, the more meticulously she tended to those people, the less anguish she would feel when the time came to take their lives. Can you fathom the torment that plagues a person with a conscience after committing such an act? Especially when one is burdened by an overwhelming sense of guilt. Our actions stem from a desire to alleviate our own suffering. Although we are acutely aware that taking a life is inherently wrong, we find solace in the self-deception that grants us a semblance of peace. It is akin to the slaughter of a fattened pig. When I brought it in, I felt naught but disgust. Thus, it stands to reason that if a life must be extinguished, it is wiser to choose a path that we can accept with some measure of rationality. As Jinzi spoke, he adjusted his pant leg, unwrapping the bandage to tend to his wound, which had reopened due to the harshness of Bayin's earlier actions, necessitating a fresh dressing to stem the bleeding. Jinzi chuckled wryly. In this era, particularly in these sprawling metropolises, how many of the youth and slick-faced magnates are anything but worthless? Having lived their lives in an era of peace, what skills do they possess? How many could operate a generator? How many could cultivate vegetables? How many understand the intricacies of nutritional balance in meals, or possess even the most basic knowledge for survival? Indeed, in times of peace, they may have thrived. But now we are amidst an apocalypse, teeming with the undead. It is a marvel that such burdensome creatures manage to survive at all. Their demise is merely a matter of time. Since death is inevitable, might it not be preferable for it to occur at our hands, thus allowing us to contribute in some way? At least they would depart this world having been well fed and clothed, rather than facing the daily torment of escape and starvation like so many others. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. By choosing comfort, they must bear the consequences, especially those insufferable souls who act as though the world owes them something. I recognize the immorality of our choices, yet we harbor no regrets. As for the white-haired siblings, were they not delightful? Indeed, we had no intention of bringing harm to them from the outset. Speaking of that brother and sister, Jinzi smiled again. They are good children, often lending us a hand. It is precisely because of their assistance that we can find moments of respite amidst our toil. We would welcome more such kind souls and would never dream of turning against them. But what if the truth were to come to light one day? Should the secrets of the 15th floor be uncovered one day, what course of action do you intend to take? Is this not a form of retribution? Jinzi, swaying unsteadily, rose to his feet. A murderer must possess the awareness of being killed. If the day ever arrives when our affairs are laid bare and our family finds itself in peril, we shall undoubtedly fight with every ounce of our strength to resist. Yet, if resistance proves futile, we shall have no choice but to accept our fate with grace. There is nothing more to discuss. It is all self-inflicted. Our moral compass has not deviated to the point of seeking justifications for our deliberate acts of murder. Such reasoning would only serve to repulse ourselves further. As Jinzi stood, he wobbled precariously, nearly losing his balance. Bayin hurried over to support him. Thank you. Bayin assisted Jinzi as they exited. During this exchange, Jinzi inquired, by the way, what exactly did you do before? Reluctant to disclose, Bayin replied, you may take a guess. An assassin? Jinzi mused. I prefer the term killer. It sounds more fitting, although it matters little now. This conversation felt oddly familiar. With a creak, the two pushed the door open. Upon seeing Bain aiding Jinzi, the rotund man's expression transformed from anticipation to disappointment. He had overheard the sounds of struggle within, believing Bain had decisively subdued his opponent, perhaps even leading to their demise. Hope ignited within him, yet as he observed their condition upon exiting, confusion clouded his face, laden with questions. In that moment, Bain and the rotund man shared a brief gaze. The latter's eyes were filled with uncertainty, a clear expression of bewilderment. Conversely, Bain nodded reassuringly, conveying with his eyes, "Trust me, I have it under control." The rotund man fell silent, but with the situation as it was, he could only place his hopes in Bain. He watched helplessly as the two departed, their footsteps fading into the distance, ultimately drowned out by the sound of the generator. Even in his final moments, he clung to the hope that Bain would miraculously appear to rescue him. Alas, such aspirations were nothing more than a facade, a mere illusion of hope. After assisting Jinzi to the 20th floor, Bain returned to his room. Upon his return, Bayu was already asleep, while the sudden illumination startled Heizi, who awoke from his slumber. Upon recognizing Bain, Heizi wagged his tail vigorously from his position on the sofa. Bain shed his outerwear and reclined on the sofa. During this process, a faint rustling sound emerged. Bayu was roused by the noise, rubbing her eyes with a drowsy expression as she sat up. "Are you back? What happened?" "Nothing much." Bain chuckled lightly. "The 15th floor had nothing. It was merely a misunderstanding on my part." "I see. That's a relief." With that, she lay back down and quickly fell asleep once more. Bain turned off the lights and settled down, while Hazy rested on the sofa beside her. He tucked in the blanket snugly. Ding! The system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Task completed. Successfully uncovered the truth about the 15th floor. Unlocking the formula for corpse attractant. Corpse attractant can release a significant quantity of scent detectable only by zombies in a short period. It will draw nearby zombies towards it. The formula is as follows: mammalian blood, mouse brain matter, zombie brain, eggshell, and zombie caudal vertebra. Each component must comprise no less than 10. Chapter 64. Sourcing materials. The so-called material proportions were, in reality, simpler than Bain had anticipated. To be honest, he was taken aback when the system announced the materials. He quickly got up, switched on the light, and retrieved a pen from his bag. By the time he had extracted the pen, the formula had already been fully disclosed. However, it was merely 5 components, making it relatively easy to remember. Still, Bain worried he might inadvertently forget, so he decided to jot them down. Once he had recorded everything, he gazed at the 5 materials listed in his black notebook and seemed to recall something. He murmured, "What were the materials again? Could you repeat that?" Subsequently, the system's voice resonated in his mind once more. Corpse attractant formula is as follows: mammalian blood, mouse brain matter, zombie brain, eggshell, and zombie caudal vertebra. Each component must comprise no less than 10. Bain finally remembered. Although the system usually ignored him, it would repeat information related to tasks. In other words, there was no necessity for him to take notes. Looking at the formula in front of him, Bain fell into contemplation. The zombie brain and caudal vertebra were not difficult to find. After all, zombies were abundant on the streets, and he could easily capture one. Mammalian blood was also attainable. With a bit of effort, he could procure it. If all else failed, aren't humans mammals as well? A little bloodshed wouldn't be a problem. As for the eggshell and mouse brain matter, well, he might as well seek some eggs from the market. The mouse brain matter. There were skin mice in the refrigerator on the 15th floor. He would gather some eggs in the morning. First, he would concoct a few doses of corpse attractant and then test the efficacy. Once the testing concluded, it was time to depart for the next destination. With this mindset, Bain gradually drifted into slumber. The following morning, he was roused by the cheerful barks of Heizi. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed it was already 8 o'clock, time for breakfast. Bayu was amusing the dog on the sofa. Bain rose and donned his coat, asking, "Why didn't you wake me?" He yawned widely. Bayu replied, "You returned so late last night. I thought I'd let you sleep a bit longer." As he approached the door, a series of knocks echoed from outside. Upon opening the door, he found Aunt Wong standing there, her expression somewhat awkward, as if she were harboring a secret. After all, Jinzi had already informed her of last night's events, making Aunt Wong unsure of how to face Bain. "Xiao Bai, it's time for breakfast," she said with a forced smile. Bain, however, appeared quite at ease. He chuckled lightly. "Aunt Wong, weren't you unwell? How are you feeling now?" "Oh, I'm much better since I got up today," she replied, still a bit nervous. "Well, you should take care of your health. It's important," he advised. "Why, yes, absolutely," she stammered, still tense. "There's no need to be so anxious, Aunt Wong. We're not that different." Let us just continue to coexist peacefully as before. With that, he walked ahead towards the hall, while Aunt Wong sighed in relief, watching his retreating figure. During breakfast, Bai Mao noticed Jinzi walking with a slight limp and couldn't he help but inquire, Jinzi, what happened to your foot? Oh, it's nothing. I just had a little fall this morning. Jinzi quickly responded, casting a glance at Bai, as if to say, you didn't go easy on me back then. With the absence of Fatty, the seat was now occupied by the limping Jinzi, who lamented while using his chopsticks. This morning when I went to the first floor, I saw Fatty's body. He fell to his death. This revelation stunned everyone momentarily, but soon they resumed eating without much concern. Bai Mao, however, wore a satisfied expression and remarked, he had it coming. He probably slipped while searching for Mahjong, bringing about his own demise. Others chimed in, indeed. He only has himself to blame. Didn't he often say that fewer people would save on food? Now that he has gone, we can save enough for several people's rations. Yes, I've never liked that pig of a man. The discourse is rife with negative complaints, and not a single kind word is spoken for the overweight individual, despite his prominence as a leading figure in the realm of infectious diseases, whose opinions are generally endorsed. Upon his abrupt departure, scorn is all that greets him. In truth, he has not passed away. He remains confined within a cage on the 15th floor. However, those on the 20th floor have readily accepted his demise, ensuring that no one will conduct any so-called investigation into his death, thereby extinguishing any hope he had for life. It is silver that ultimately propels him towards the gates of the afterlife. After washing the dishes in the morning, Silver ascended to the rooftop to assist Gold with his vegetable garden. During their conversation, he inquired, Brother Gold, could you procure a few items for me? Oh, what do you need? Eggshells, mouse brain matter, and the blood of a mammal. What do you need these for? That's not for you to ask. I have my uses. Well, all right then, Gold acquiesced. The two toiled on the rooftop for the entire morning. At lunchtime, Gold did not appear. Aunt Wong mentioned he had gone out, taking provisions with him. By the time Gold returned, it was already 2 in the afternoon. He summoned Silver to his room and promptly retrieved several items from a bag he carried. One was a paper-wrapped bundle, about the size of a palm. Gold explained that he had salvaged the eggshells from a trash bin, which were initially discarded, but he retrieved them at Silver's behest. The other item was a small white plastic bottle, originally intended for medication, now containing mouse brain matter. The bottle was not tall, perhaps the length of half a Waha milk bottle, but of similar girth. Silver unscrewed the cap, revealing the reddish-white brain matter within, which filled only about a quarter of the bottle. Noticing Silver's scrutiny of the contents, Gold felt a twinge of embarrassment and remarked, there's not much I could do. There were hardly any mice left in the fridge, just this little bit. But I have plenty of this blood. He then produced a 1.5-liter bottle of mineral water, the kind that typically costs 3 yuan. To Silver's astonishment, the bottle was completely filled with bright red blood. Upon receiving it, Silver discovered that the blood was still warm. Instantly comprehending its origin, did he say anything? Silver inquired. Gold nodded and replied, that fool kept cursing you, but it's all good now. Damn it. That pig was covered in grease when I dealt with it. All right, let us not dwell on it. We might get censored if we continue. Silver quickly interjected, silently requesting a black bag from Gold. Chapter 65. Farewell. In the afternoon, Silver ventured out alone. He ventured out under the pretext of disposing of the trash. Yet the dark bag concealed the ingredients for the zombie attractant. Alongside, there were several glass vials intended for gold extraction. After departing the building, he sought a more secluded location to conduct his experiment. Ultimately, he settled upon a spacious plaza. At that moment, the plaza was sparsely populated by 4 or 5 zombies. An elderly zombie was in pursuit of a juvenile zombie, the latter clutching a dead cat in its mouth. The juvenile zombie fortuitously ran in his direction, swiftly brushing past him. Just as the elderly zombie was about to pass by him as well, he discreetly extended his foot. Thud! The old zombie fell to the ground in a most undignified manner. Before it could comprehend the situation, he delivered a decisive blow to the back of its skull with an axe. The elderly zombie lay utterly still thereafter. With utmost caution, he utilized both his dagger and axe to cleave open the zombie's cranium, extracting a sufficient quantity of brain matter. After exerting considerable effort, he also procured a small segment of its coccyx. He then found a suitable stone and began to pulverize all the materials with the axe handle, subsequently placing them into the vials. A miraculous occurrence transpired at this juncture. As he poured the blood into the vials according to the recipe, the contents astonishingly transformed into a transparent liquid indistinguishable from water within mere seconds. He brought the vial closer to his nose, detecting no scent whatsoever. To all appearances, it bore no difference from water. Yet, he knew all too well that this was indeed the zombie attractant. He merely capped the vial and proceeded to concoct more of this elixir. This time, he intentionally refrained from crushing the coccyx and the other components. However, upon introducing all the materials into the vial, the previously solid substances astonishingly melted away, leaving only the transparent liquid behind. Just as the capacity of a barrel is determined by its shortest stave, the quantity of zombie attractant produced is entirely contingent upon the scarcity of the mouse brain. After laboring for a considerable duration, he ultimately managed to concoct 7 vials of the attractant. He first utilized less than he had in the experiment, pouring half a vial in the center of the plaza. Shortly thereafter, a resounding rumble echoed as the surrounding zombies converged, and the scene quickly swelled with a throng of over 100 undead. He ambled about, surveying the area for any additional zombies, and eventually discovered a limbless zombie. Its movement was sluggish, requiring him more time to approach. After circling around, he determined that the radius of the half-vial's effect was approximately 500 meters. He then sought another location and poured an entire vial at that spot. Subsequently, a horde of zombies surged forth, their numbers vastly exceeding those from earlier, totaling over 1,000. Yet, like the zombies in the square, they appeared disoriented upon arrival, uncertain of their next course of action. They aimlessly surrounded the site where the medicine had been dispersed, lingering stubbornly. Bain surveyed the area and discerned that the effective radius of a single vial was approximately 1 kilometer. He relocated to a different spot and poured out 1.5 vials. However, the ultimate result of his experiment revealed that the effective range remained confined to 1 kilometer. It seemed that the medicine possessed a specific effective range, with 1 vial maximizing its effectiveness. Any excess would merely be squandered. The experiment utilizing the lure potion consumed 3 vials, leaving him with 4. Bain cautiously tucked this substance into the inner folds of his clothing before meticulously gathering the remaining experimental materials. He crushed the eggshells and vertebrae, which required minimal storage space. However, the 1.5 liters of blood proved to be excessive. He carelessly poured some into a small bottle originally intended for storing mouse brain matter, discarding the remainder. After a busy afternoon, twilight approached. On his way back, Bain conceived a new experimental idea. He uncorked a vial of the lure potion and placed it on the ground, concealing himself in the shadows. Before long, a zombie was drawn to the scent and, without hesitation, picked up the vial and began to consume its contents. As the glass container shattered upon impact with the ground, the zombie ingested the entire potion. In less than 5 minutes, a harrowing scene unfolded. A rumbling echoed as the surrounding zombies converged upon the point where the potion had been spilled. Before Bain's eyes, they devoured the zombie that had consumed the potion, tearing it apart as if it were not one of their own, but rather a living human exuding an enticing aroma. In Bain's understanding, zombies should not consume their own kind. Bain circled the epicenter, peering around to ascertain that the effective range still hovered around 1 kilometer. It appeared that even after ingestion, the scent emanated from within the body. Conversely, when contained securely within a vial, there would be significantly fewer complications. Bain could not help but ponder, what if a human were to accidentally ingest this potion? The human constitution should differ from that of a zombie, potentially masking the scent more effectively. Yet, what would the ultimate truth be? Who could truly elucidate such matters? After all, the very notion of a system was inherently unscientific. Thus, the unscientific system provides unscientific remedies. Even if these remedies could indeed permeate the human body and emit a fragrance, it would hardly be surprising. Upon returning to the 20th floor, the night had completely enveloped the surroundings. The return of Bain coincided perfectly with mealtime. After washing the dishes that evening, Bain encountered Aunt Wong on the balcony, who was busy rearranging her flowers. Bain informed her of his impending departure the following day. Aunt Wong's initial reaction was one of surprise, as she attempted to persuade him to stay. However, Bain candidly expressed his intent to travel to City B to seek out Bayu's parents. Consequently, Aunt Wong refrained from further discussion. At 6 o'clock the next morning, Bain roused Bayu and Heizi from their slumber. His motivation was to avoid being seen by others at the moment of his departure, not from any sentimentality, but rather from a desire to remain inconspicuous. As the trio descended to the first floor, they were taken aback by the sound of a familiar voice. It was Jeanzy, accompanied by a pedal tricycle. "Hey, I knew you would leave at this hour. I came to take out the trash and thought I would see you off. Come, take a look at this vehicle." Bain approached and noticed a bundle of items tied to the back of the tricycle. "What is this?" he inquired, puzzled. Jeanzy chuckled. "Aunt Wong left this for you. Some food, as a token of our friendship. What do you think of the tricycle? You mentioned you couldn't drive and get motion sickness. You're not well versed in this area, so I found you a tricycle. It's pedal-powered, simpler than a bicycle. Would you like to give it a try?" "Well, all right. Thank you." Bain's expression was somewhat complex, yet he soon helped Bayu into the back seat, stowed Heizi in the bag, and effortlessly began to ride. "Well then, we shall be off." As they headed towards the road, attempting to embrace the moment of farewell, Jeansy suddenly waved his right hand and called out, "Hey, if you happen to see my brother again, be sure to greet him." Bain waved back, smiling, though his smile bore a trace of helplessness. As a merciless butcher, Jeansy's thoughtful gesture seemed excessively kind-hearted. Moreover, considering the living conditions of this couple, one couldn't help but ponder whether they truly had a future. Bain gazed into the distance, where the horizon began to shimmer with the first rays of dawn. Chapter 66, The White Serpent. Part 1. Wulong County. The next destination is a place known as Wulong County, a coastal city. The subsequent target within Wulong County is Bain's ultimate destination, City B. The journey to Wulong County will take approximately 7 days, traversing an extraordinarily long and absurd highway. Fortunately, the journey thus far has been remarkably tranquil, with no significant issues arising. Upon arriving in Wulong County, Bain was taken aback by the scene that unfolded before his eyes. Unlike any city he had encountered previously, Wulong County was a chaotic ruin, seemingly ravaged by a cataclysmic earthquake that had toppled numerous large structures, leaving the area in disarray. This medium-sized town, once a thriving urban center, was expected to be bustling with people. However, as Bain entered, he was met with an eerie absence of zombies, none at all. The atmosphere was decidedly peculiar. While cycling, Bain scanned his surroundings and eventually discerned a troubling detail. It was likely around the city center when he spotted an astonishingly large pit in the ground, clearly man-made. This site had once been a substantial artificial lake, now devoid of water. The lake bed was littered with plastic debris and, to his dismay, a multitude of zombies. The pit was quite deep, approximately 7 to 8 meters. The bottom was teeming with zombies, densely packed. In the center of the pit stood a large concrete pillar, about 7 meters tall, just short of protruding above the surface. Without a closer inspection, one would have been oblivious to its presence. Atop the pillar hung 3 corpses, human remains. 2 had already desiccated into mummies, while the third was in the slow process of decomposition, likely having been recently suspended. Oh. Now it makes sense. Bain began to grasp why the rest of the town was devoid of zombies. They had all been lured into this vast pit. As for the bait, it was undoubtedly the corpses on the central pillar. However, relying solely on this tactic might not suffice. There must be additional methods at play. As Bain looked up, he noticed a grand bridge spanning the lake's surface. It seemed probable that the bodies had been cast down from this bridge, suggesting someone was attempting to consolidate the zombies within the city. Suddenly, a booming voice erupted from behind him. "Hey, you over there. Who allowed you to come here?" Bain turned to find an imposing middle-aged man brandishing a large machete, advancing aggressively. The man halted about 5 meters away and exclaimed, "Do you not realize this is our territory? Get out." As he spoke, his gaze involuntarily drifted toward the supplies strapped to Bain's tricycle. Without waiting for a response, he let out a sharp whistle. In an instant, an off-road vehicle barreled onto the scene, carrying 5 young individuals who howled like wolves, dressed in a riot of colors reminiscent of tribal savages from a post-apocalyptic film. Simultaneously, he brandished either an axe or a broadsword, embodying the quintessential image of someone enraptured by a post-apocalyptic frenzy. The all-terrain vehicle swiftly approached the middle-aged man, prompting several young individuals to hastily disembark. A gaunt figure with a sharp chin revealed his long-neglected yellowed teeth as he exclaimed, "Ah, look, some fish have come to bite. How rare. And you've brought along a lass?" He licked his lips, a lewd grin spreading across his face. Another rotund fellow fixated on the black dog, saying, "And there's a dog too. Perfect. It's been ages since I've had dog meat." It was abundantly clear that this group harbored ill intentions. Bain stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Bayou, who was clinging to the black dog in fear. "What do you intend to do?" he inquired. The middle-aged man sneered. "What do we want? Leave your belongings behind, and then you can go." The others chimed in, "Yes, yes. And the girl must stay too. The dog as well." Their intentions were unmistakably to rob. Bain replied, "You may take the belongings, but the people and the dog are non-negotiable." The gaunt man scoffed, his expression suggesting that Bain had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. "Do you believe you possess any leverage to negotiate?" Bain narrowed his eyes. In an instant, a dagger flew forth. The blade sliced across the gaunt man's face, leaving a shallow wound that caused his pupils to dilate and beads of sweat to form on his brow. Next time, it won't merely be a scratch. Bain silently retrieved an axe from his waist, casting a cold gaze upon the startled and wary group. "If a conflict ensues, I may not prevail against your numbers, but I assure you, I can take a couple of you down with me. What do you say? Care to test that?" With his right hand gripping the axe, his left hand deftly reached for the dagger at his waist. The group hesitated, and ultimately, the middle-aged man relented. "Fine, we'll let you off this time. Leave your belongings in the vehicle, and then be gone." The insincere gratitude in his tone was palpable. As Bain maintained his watchful gaze on the group, he gestured for Bayou to set down the black dog. Upon noticing Bayou's limping gait, the group erupted in laughter. Look, you've brought along a cripple. Why keep such a burden? We'd be happy to take her off your hands and lighten your load. They jeered, their taunts rife with vulgarity. Bayou lowered her head, visibly torn between fear and anger, but Bain merely shielded her as they moved forward. The road stretched northward towards the city. Upon witnessing a group of individuals transferring supplies from a tricycle to an off-road vehicle, Bain promptly turned on his heels. He then crouched down and urged, climb on. Bayou, astonished yet swift, embraced Heisey and ascended onto Bayin's back. Without hesitation, Bain accelerated, carrying Bayou away. He needed to flee this place of chaos urgently. However, they had not ventured far when the anguished howls of their pursuers erupted behind them. A glance over his shoulder confirmed his fears. The treacherous lot had caught up, brandishing their weapons while howling menacingly. In desperation, Bain darted toward a nearby building. Go. Yet, just as he was about to enter the complex, a thin man from the vehicle hurled a brick that struck Bain squarely on the head. Instantly, he was engulfed in dizziness and collapsed to the ground, feeling a warm liquid trickling from his scalp. The mournful cries of Heisey echoed in his ears. It seemed the fall had injured the little creature. Chapter 67, The White Serpent, Part 2, Escape. Bain, are you all right? Bain. Bayou's voice trembled with fear as she hurried to help him up. The sound of a vehicle halting was soon followed by the frantic descent of the assailants. Hey, I'm going to be the first to enjoy this. The leading thin man brandished his axe, clearly intent on eliminating the only threat to them. Bain. I'm fine. Bain, with blood streaming down his face, had no time for sentimentality. He swiftly rose to his feet, glancing back to see the group nearly 10 meters away. Quick, take Heisey and get on. Bayou hastily retrieved Heisey and climbed back onto Bain's back. With her secured, Bain bolted toward the cluster of buildings. Damn it. He can still run. Let us see how far you go. The thin man exclaimed, hurling a knife that missed its target, crashing instead into a utility pole. Bain, however, had already dashed into an alleyway, sprinting with all his might. Stop. The pursuers accelerated in hot pursuit. Bain, fueled by desperation, continued his frantic escape. Eventually, he reached a rough heap of rubble, forming a long barrier approximately 4 to 5 meters high, effectively severing this side from the world beyond. It was evident that this obstruction had been deliberately constructed. Without a moment's hesitation, Bain boldly ascended the ruins, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of the barrier. Upon glancing down, he realized he was standing atop a 5-meter-high concrete wall. This structure was, in fact, a towering, coarse cement wall, with a heap of rubble on the inner side that facilitated an easy climb. In stark contrast, the outer side was bare and entirely vertical, resembling a right-angled triangle, one side offering a slope to reach the summit, while the other necessitated a ladder or some other means of ascent. Without a hint of doubt, Bain leaped from the top. Thud! The moment he landed, a tremor coursed through his feet, leaving him momentarily numb, but fortunately, he sustained no significant harm. Without pausing, he dashed toward the cluster of buildings ahead. Meanwhile, the pursuers, having scaled the wall, also came to a halt. Damn it, how can he run like that? The thin one cursed, glancing down at the 5-meter drop, seemingly searching for a way down. The heavier one felt a pang of regret, lamenting. I thought today I'd feast on dog meat. What a pity. Alas, let us retreat and check what treasures lie in those 2 bags in the car. Thus, the group turned back, ultimately opting to abandon the chase. This decision was hardly surprising, when faced with the perilous world outside teeming with zombies. They certainly preferred the comfort of their own safe zone. After running for a while, Bain noticed an absence of commotion behind him. Turning around, he found that the group had departed, leaving only an endless stretch of the abrupt concrete wall that segregated the city. He surmised that beyond this barrier lay the territory of those pursuers. For the time being, he deemed himself safe. However, just as he exhaled a sigh of relief, he spotted a zombie, lacking its lower half, crawling towards him. Its singular target could only be Bayou. Without hesitation, Bain knew he had to vacate the area swiftly. Carrying Bayou on his back, he eventually reached the entrance of a clinic. The roll-up door was ajar, suggesting it was not locked. He gently placed Bayou down, then with a loud clatter, yanked the door open. The cacophony immediately attracted the nearby zombies. Hurry inside, he urged. Bayou, clutching Heisey, dashed in. However, when she glanced back, she noticed that Bain had not followed. What about you? She called out, met only with the sight of the partially lowered roll-up door. Bain had not entered. Be careful, I'll be in shortly, he replied. Surrounded by a horde of zombies, they initially sought the source of the sound. However, upon encountering Bain standing at the entrance, their interest waned, and they dispersed with a hint of disappointment, resuming their former activities. Seizing the moment, Bain crouched and entered the clinic, gently lowering the door to diminish the noise. The interior was shrouded in darkness, prompting Bain to illuminate the space with his flashlight. He handed it to Bayu, requesting her assistance in lighting the way. Subsequently, he tore off a strip of his sleeve and fashioned it into a makeshift bandage for his head to staunch the bleeding. The next task was to explore the clinic's interior, which spanned 3 chaotic floors, mercifully devoid of zombies, and with running water still available. On the second floor, in a bedroom, they discovered a medical kit containing alcohol, bandages, and various everyday medications. With Bayu's help, Bain tended to his wounds, applying the bandages despite having sustained a minor injury from a fall. However, Bayu's demeanor was notably despondent as she wrapped his wounds. "I'm sorry," she uttered. And upon glancing at her, Bain noticed tears streaming down her cheeks, her face etched with guilt. "Why are you crying? I haven't shed a tear." "There's no reason for you to," he remarked as he applied a band-aid to his finger, which had been scraped during his fall. "If it weren't for me being such a burden, you wouldn't have," she sobbed, her expression one of deep grievance. Bain couldn't help but cast her a disapproving glance. "Are you insinuating something about Hazy?" "Not at all," she retorted, wiping her tears. "Then stop crying. Today has been unfortunate enough. Your tears will only add to the distress." "I'm sorry," Bayu murmured, lowering her gaze, her lips pouting in a manner that conveyed her sense of injustice and discomfort. "Honestly, sometimes your mindset is worse than that of a dog. Look at Hazy. He remains so cheerful," Bain said, glancing down at Hazy, who was wagging his tail at him. However, the smile on his face quickly faded upon noticing something odd with Hazy's left front paw. "Hazy?" Bain called out twice, and the dog limped toward him. In an instant, Bain understood. It was likely that during his fall, he had inadvertently injured Hazy's paw. He quickly picked up the dog and examined its front paw. Fortunately, it was only scraped, and with some rest, it would heal. Bain let out a sigh of relief, passing Hazy to Bayu, who accepted him while dabbing at her eyes. "Don't be upset. It would be best if you both spare me some worry. Instead of wallowing in guilt, why not help me clean up Hazy's wound?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Bayu's stomach growled, and his face immediately flushed a deep crimson. Chapter 68, The White Snake. Part 3. Survivors in the hospital. "I'll go find something to eat. You take care of Hazy's injuries. Please be careful." Bayu's voice still carried an indescribable sense of loss. Bain, unable to bear the sight, grasped both sides of Bayu's face and stretched it. "It hurts. Bain, it really hurts." Bayu immediately pleaded for mercy, his face contorted into various shapes, resembling dough being kneaded. "Am I wrong?" Bain inquired. Yes, I was wrong. It hurts." "Where did you err? I shouldn't have cried. I shouldn't have been so negative. I was wrong. It genuinely hurts." "Will it happen again?" "No, it won't happen again. It hurts. It really hurts." "Now that is more like it." Bain finally released his grip. Once he let go, Bayu's cheeks had swollen noticeably, and he wore an expression of utter disbelief. After giving a few simple instructions, Bain stepped outside. Moments ago, he had been relaxed and cheerful within the confines of the room, but upon turning away, his expression shifted to one of calm detachment. "A pack of beasts," he muttered to himself, the image of Hazy's injury lingering in his mind. This matter could not simply be overlooked. Sooner or later, he would have to eliminate those individuals. He needed to retrieve his bag, especially the small black box within. The contents were of utmost importance to him. Of course, the immediate priority was to find some food to bring back. Ultimately, Bain set his sights on a supermarket. However, upon entering, he discovered that there was nothing edible left. Instead, he encountered 2 zombies standing idly. Bain ventured to other locations, encountering numerous zombies along the way. In summary, the environment was in stark contrast to his initial arrival in the city. It seemed that the territory occupied by those beasts was distinctly walled off. The zombies within the walls had been lured into the lake pit. As a result, the area they controlled was currently the safest in the entire city. The question remained, how many of them were there? Bain searched extensively, but ultimately found no food. Thus, he arrived at the seaside adjacent to Wulong County. Along the coast lay a villa area, beside which stood a towering department store. Bain resolved to try his luck in the department store. Fortunately, his luck was relatively favorable this time. He found himself in the warehouse on the 4th floor of the department store. Due to the presence of numerous zombies on that level, very few dared to approach. Within the warehouse, Bain discovered an abundance of unopened food items. Though many had already surpassed their expiration dates, yet he still discovered an abundance of non-perishable items, including remarkably long-lasting biscuits, bread, and canned goods. Bain procured a backpack, filling it to the brim with provisions. Though considerable time was spent, today was indeed a fruitful venture. Upon exiting the department store, a paper airplane suddenly fluttered to the ground at his feet. Bain, taken aback, glanced around. Finally, he spotted a disheveled little girl on the rooftop of the adjacent hospital, gazing intently at him, seemingly around 7 years of age. After locking eyes with Bayin, the girl crouched down, hiding from view. Shifting his gaze towards the hospital's entrance, Bayin noticed a tall iron gate that was securely locked. He surmised that this might be the stronghold of scavenger survivors, and the locked gate was likely intended to keep the zombies at bay. In other words, it was plausible that the hospital harbored no undead. However, what relevance did this hold for him? Without lingering further, Bayin retraced his steps. Just then, a commotion erupted at the hospital's main gate, coinciding with the sounds of a lock being turned. Bayin turned to see a young man in his 20s emerging from the hospital, beckoning him over. The young man looked gaunt and evidently malnourished. Fearing the attention of zombies, he refrained from calling out to Bayin. Instead, he continued to wave, hoping to entice him closer. Bayin hesitated, contemplating that he might glean information about those beasts from the young man, and ultimately decided to approach. He halted 3 meters away, brandishing his axe. "Please, don't misunderstand me. I mean no harm," the young man exclaimed, startled by Bayin's demeanor. He quickly emptied his pockets, indicating that he bore no dangerous items. "Do you need something?" Bayin inquired. The young man glanced around, noticing a zombie lurking not far off, oblivious to their presence, and swallowed nervously. "This place isn't safe. May we speak inside?" "Fine, lead the way." Bayin acquiesced, and the young man brightened, stepping forward. However, as Bayin followed him inside, the young man attempted to lock the door. Bayin's axe swiftly found its way to his throat. "No need to lock it. We can talk here." All right. The young man relented, hesitantly asking, "Do you have food in your bag?" "And if I do?" Bayin replied, "Could you spare some? I can trade you for something." "Like what?" "Candles, alcohol, or perhaps some medicine." "Sorry, but I don't find those items particularly useful." Bayin expressed his refusal, and the young man's expression instantly turned to one of helplessness. "Oh, is that so? I apologize for the intrusion. Well, goodbye." Goodbye." The young man could only watch Bayin depart. And after he left, he suddenly said, "There are no zombies in the hospital. If you have no safe place to go, you can come here. There are many people, and you won't be bored." This remark was merely a subconscious utterance. However, unexpectedly, Bayin halted his steps. The young man was taken aback. But upon seeing Bayin turn back, a flicker of hope ignited within him. "Do you want to trade something with me?" "No, I would like to inquire about something." The young man's expression immediately drooped, yet he managed a wry smile and asked, "What do you want to know?" Bayin could tell that this young man was a relatively sincere fellow. He pointed towards the back and asked, "Do you know that group of people beyond the wall? Are you referring to the peace zone?" "Of course, I know them." The young man sighed, then continued, "That area used to be a shelter, built by a group of construction workers. Originally, they were repairing it for us refugees who had nowhere else to go. But then, a group of young people fleeing from other cities entered the peace zone. Initially, everyone got along well, but one day, those young people quarreled with the construction workers. They killed the builders and took over the leadership of the shelter. Then, they drove us out. Now we are all hiding in this hospital." As he recounted this, the young man's face was persistently etched with a bittersweet smile, as if to say that this world had lost all hope. Chapter 69. The White Serpent, Part 4. "The blue whale. How many people do you have here?" Bayin inquired. "Including the elderly and children, there are 73 of us." "And how many are there?" "Over 40, though I'm not entirely sure at the moment." "Over 40 is not particularly many." Bayin noted a detail. When he asked the young man about the number of people in the hospital, he immediately provided the precise figure of 73. This indicated that the young man was someone who cared about the collective, deeply concerned for his companions. A self-centered individual would certainly not remember such details so clearly. "Are you the leader here?" Bayin asked. I suppose so, as I have many things to consider." "What is your name?" "Blue Whale." "Do you understand the structure of the shelter and the tendencies of those bandits? If you wish to go in and do something, we indeed have people here who know more about that place." "Very well, please wait for me." Silver briefly departed, only to return shortly thereafter. However, upon his return, the backpack he had been carrying was conspicuously absent. "Could you kindly take me inside to see your situation?" "Of course." The Blue Whale graciously escorted Silver to the hospital, first traversing the front yard, then the central plaza, and finally arriving at the residential area at the rear. Most of the survivors resided within this building. As they passed through the corridor, Silver happened to see an elderly gentleman pushing an elderly lady in a wheelchair out to bask in the sun. Both were gaunt, their skin stretched tightly over their bones. Upon seeing the Blue Whale, they both smiled and waved. The Blue Whale returned the gesture with a smile as they brushed past the two elders. Along the way, they encountered several children engaged in playful antics, most of whom also exhibited signs of malnutrition. As the Blue Whale guided Silver around, he explained their current predicament. In summary, life here was harsh. Out of 73 inhabitants, 53 were either children or the elderly. The remaining 20 consisted of 17 men and 3 women. Originally, there had been more women, but when that group of robbers had forced them out, the more attractive women had been retained by the captors due to their looks. Even some women who were released were deemed undesirable by their captors. However, due to the extreme hardships faced in the hospital, many could not endure and sought refuge elsewhere. As for their fates, the blue whale recounted that some remained where they were, while others had met a grim end, being killed and hung up to attract zombies. In addition to the women, some young men had also chosen to join them. Initially, they welcomed a few, but as their numbers reached a saturation point, they ceased to accept more, as further attempts could only lead to their demise. In essence, the residents of the hospital and those in the shelter were entirely different breeds. The bandits occupying the vast, peaceful territories were able to enjoy the remaining resources, while the refugees expelled from the hospital had nothing. They could only cultivate a meager amount of vegetables within the hospital and occasionally risk themselves in search of supplies amidst the lurking zombies. It was evident that their food expenditures were woefully inadequate, leading to many succumbing to starvation. Are you not afraid that I might be one of those bandits sent to infiltrate your ranks, if you lay bare your circumstances to me? Silver inquired. The blue whale could only offer a wry smile in response. As you can see, we have nothing left. Who would be interested in that pitiful patch of vegetables? When Silver departed, the blue whale personally escorted him to the hospital entrance, simply stating, "If you find yourself with nowhere to go, feel free to come to us. We would be more than happy to welcome you." Silver said nothing in reply, merely suggesting they collaborate again when the opportunity arose. He departed for a while, and as the blue whale turned to return to the hospital, he came back once more. Alas, moments later, through the imposing iron gate, Bain tossed a bag of items inside. The blue whale turned just in time to see something hurtling towards him and hurriedly caught it. Only upon feeling the weight in his hands did he realize it was a bag brimming with biscuits and bread. Thank you. He felt somewhat flustered. Yet when he looked up, the other party had vanished without a trace. Bain swiftly made his way back, frequently glancing over his shoulder, wary of being followed. However, it was evident that he was merely being overly cautious. The only figures behind him were a group of aimless zombies. As he passed a certain spot, he thought he heard the faint cry of a baby. Yet, when he halted to confirm, the sound vanished instantly. Had he misheard? Bain looked around but detected nothing amiss and continued straight to the clinic. During mealtime, Bayou brought forth good news. The gas tank in the kitchen still had fuel, sparing them the need to rely on firewood for cooking. Bayou had boiled a kettle of water before Bain left, alleviating their immediate concerns regarding the lack of clean drinking water. While dining, Bain recounted his morning's experiences to Bayou. Upon mentioning the presence of numerous children in the hospital, Bayou's eyes sparkled with excitement. Shall we go there? No, we shall not. Bayou's face fell instantly upon receiving that answer. Then, as if to console himself, he remarked, "Indeed, who knows if those people are truly benevolent? It is best to understand that one should never trust others easily." "Yes, I know." He nodded, deciding not to dwell on unnecessary thoughts. Instead, he inquired, "What do you think of the bandaging I did for Hazy's wound?" Bain glanced down at Hazy, who was consuming canned food on the floor. The injured paw was adorned with a white bandage tied into a charming bow. Isn't it lovely?" Bayou beamed with pride, while Bain remained indifferent. "I hope he doesn't get bored and tear it off." "He wouldn't. Hazy is the most obedient, right?" Upon saying this, they turned to Hazy. "Woof woof." The pup merely wagged his tail joyfully. In the afternoon, Bain set out. He intended to seek out the blue whale at the hospital to inquire about someone knowledgeable about the shelter. If possible, he wished to obtain a map, which would facilitate his movements. Alas, as he passed a certain location, he once again heard the persistent cry of a baby, and this time, the sound lingered without fading away. Though light, it was nearby. Bain glanced around, and ultimately fixed his gaze upon an underground mall. Hesitant, he still approached. Descending the stairs into the pitch-black depths of the mall, he turned on his flashlight, only to discover that the entrance had been obstructed by numerous stones. Clearly a deliberate act, presumably to prevent zombies from entering. Bain climbed over the stones, following the sound of a baby's cries deeper into the darkness. The further he ventured, the more he sensed the desolation and decay of this underground mall. Perhaps due to an earthquake, many areas had succumbed to ruin. Chapter 70, The White Snake. Part 5, The Infant. After the earthquake, several columns had collapsed. Even as he looked up, he could occasionally spot crumbling concrete and stone precariously hanging overhead. Should a passerby inadvertently trigger their fall, the consequences could be dire. The baby's cries grew increasingly closer as Bain traversed several hundred meters into the darkness. When he surmised that the infant was in a room at the end of the shadows, a sudden sound of heavy breathing heightened his alertness. Bain swiftly directed the beam of his flashlight toward the source of the noise. In the corner to his left, he beheld a man, perhaps in his 30s. gaunt and emaciated, his lower half trapped beneath a slab of concrete. He must have been struck by the falling debris while passing through this place. Aware that the owner of the flashlight had discovered him, the man spoke up. "Friend, could you help me? In return, I can offer you all the food from my home." His voice was feeble, marked by exhaustion and weariness. Beside him lay a black bag, likely filled with the supplies he had scavenged. "You don't have any weapons on you, do you? If you suspect our encounter may turn into something akin to the farmer and the snake, feel free to take my life at the first sign of trouble. As you can see, cough, cough, I present no threat to you." He coughed violently, appearing quite distressed. "Very well, considering the food," Bain said. Moving closer, he illuminated the man with his flashlight, confirming the absence of any weapons before placing the flashlight in his mouth. With immense effort, he finally managed to shift the stones off the man. Once freed, the man staggered to his feet, his gratitude evident. Thank you. However, his walk was marked by a pronounced limp, suggesting one of his feet had been severely injured. Each step was laborious, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. Yet, despite his agony, he clutched the black bag and continued toward the sound of the baby's cries. Ultimately, he unlocked a door leading to the basement. Immediately, a bright light emanated from within, the glow of an incandescent bulb. Upon the door's opening, the cries of an infant grew louder. The man hurried inside, lifting the baby from the stroller. He then sat on the bed, attempting to soothe her. There, little one, do not cry. Daddy is here. Daddy is here." Despite the excruciating pain in his feet, he maintained a cheerful demeanor in front of the child in his arms. The weeping infant ceased her cries upon seeing her father, replacing them with delightful laughter. This was a father and son duo residing deep within the basement. The infant, nestled in the man's embrace, was no more than 6 months old. The room was modest in size, with the bathroom adjacent to it. Its layout was quite simple: a single bed, beside which stood the stroller, and in the corner was a table housing a gas canister and stove, along with a kettle and baby bottles. As for the room's illumination, it appeared to be one of those small lamps powered by batteries. A trendy product from a year ago, characterized by its ample light source and dual charging options of batteries or solar power. After coaxing the baby into laughter, the man gently placed her back into the stroller. He then limped toward the corner while clutching a black bag. As he passed by, he offered a pained smile filled with regret. The woman inquired, "Is it just the two of you living here?" "Yes, indeed. What about the child's mother?" "She passed away. She died in the shelter. In truth, she had been killed by a band of marauders. At that time, the rebels had just successfully revolted, and the man's wife had been selected as a sacrificial victim to intimidate others into leaving, as the inhabitants of the shelter were initially reluctant to depart. Thus, the marauders resorted to killing a few individuals to frighten the rest away, and the man's wife was one of those who perished." "I'm sorry, it's nothing." The man opened the black bag, revealing 2 cans of formula inside. Other than that, there was nothing else. The woman silently observed every movement of the man, watching as he fed the child and lulled her to sleep. Each action was executed with remarkable skill and familiarity. Once the child was asleep, the man withdrew a box from beneath his bed. He opened it, revealing all of his possessions. "This is all I have. I hope you do not find it lacking." The box contained 7 or 8 loaves of bread and a bag of flour. Beyond that, there was nothing else. This was the entirety of the man's provisions. Not far away lies a hospital, where numerous survivors akin to yourself reside. Are you not inclined to venture there? This way, your child would have someone to care for them. "No, in fact, I just emerged from that very place." "Why?" Bain inquired, perplexed. "Because those children, they perpetually pilfer my formula." The man merely smiled wryly, feeling helpless. It then dawned on Bain that the children in the hospital did not appear particularly young. At the very least, they were around 5 or 6 years old, a stark contrast to the infants who genuinely require formula. Sometimes, reality unfolds in such a manner. When one perceives a multitude as pitiable, there is an instinctive tendency to assume that all within that group possess benevolent qualities. Yet, this is not the case. While the refugees in the hospital are undeniably unfortunate, it does not imply that they are devoid of flaws or irksome traits. After all, reality has never been a matter of black and white. The binary mode of thinking, although gratifying, is hardly advisable. "Why reside here? Surely there must be better places?" Bain queried. The man elucidated, "This location is quite concealed, making it arduous for others, be they humans or zombies, to discover." Indeed, had it not been for Bain's keen hearing, he might never have stumbled upon this place. Moreover, the man's quarters are several hundred meters from the surface exit. Even if his child were to wail, the sound would diminish significantly during transmission, thereby mitigating the risk of detection by others. Ultimately, had the man not been struck today, preventing him from returning home promptly to soothe his child, the infant's cries would have surely gone unheard. With a sigh, Bain exhaled and subsequently turned to depart. The man, taken aback, quickly asked, "Do you not want these items? You may keep them for yourself. I am a carnivore, and your meager provisions hold no appeal for me," he replied, illuminating his path with a flashlight as he hastily exited, leaving the man behind with a complex expression. Yet, a subtle smile emerged on the man's face as he whispered, "Thank you." Chapter 71. The White Serpent, Part 6. The artificial zombie tied upon returning to the hospital. It was nearly 2 in the afternoon. Bain sought out Blue Whale, hoping he could find someone to draft a map of the shelter for him. Blue Whale warmly escorted him to the room of a middle-aged man. The man was bald, missing his left hand, and bore a candid expression. Upon learning of Blue Whale's intentions, he promptly retrieved a pen and began sketching on the table. "Uncle, what happened to your left hand?" Bain inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. The man merely smiled ruefully and explained, 2 months ago, I ventured into that gang's territory to pilfer some supplies and was apprehended. Fortunately, I managed to escape with my life." The man possessed a remarkably composed demeanor, speaking of the matter as if discussing others. He inquired, "Ah, young brother, what do you require that map for?" With a chuckle, Bain replied, "Oh, it's nothing, merely to retrieve something. Have you been robbed?" "Indeed, as a newcomer. I was unfamiliar with this place and unfortunately encountered a rather unsavory group. As someone who has been through it, I must advise you against being impulsive. Unless you have a foolproof plan, it is best not to take risks. Fear not, I am well aware of what I am doing." After saying this, he cast a glance at the telescope on the man's desk. "Uncle, may I borrow this telescope?" "Certainly." He consulted the man regarding the habits of the shelter's residents. With the meticulously hand-drawn map in hand, Bain proceeded towards the shelter. The map was exquisitely crafted, adorned with numerous annotations. According to the words of Lan Jing, that man had once been an art teacher. Upon returning to the outer wall, a sudden downpour engulfed the sky. Bain had no choice but to seek refuge in a nearby shop. Fortunately, luck was on his side, for he discovered a black raincoat within. Donning it, he continued on his journey. The wall surrounding the shelter loomed high, and Bain sought a relatively lower point. There was a gap in the wall, approximately 3 meters in height. Stepping back a few paces, he executed a swift leap, effortlessly clearing the barrier. With a thunderous roar, the skies rumbled, and the rain intensified into a torrential downpour. Yet, the very deluge provided Bain with an advantage, making his infiltration less detectable. He first ventured towards the pit teeming with zombies, then sought refuge in a dilapidated building to escape the rain. He retrieved the map, carefully scrutinizing the annotations. According to the map, the stronghold of the bandits was situated adjacent to the zombie pit, within a nearby villa district. Bain ascended to the 3rd floor, peering through the window towards the villa district opposite. As expected, many houses there had illuminated their lights, for the torrential rain and thick clouds had shrouded the world in darkness. The villa district was not far from the pit, merely 100 meters at most, granting Bain ample maneuvering space. He exited the building and made a beeline for the villas. Along the way, he encountered no one, likely because everyone had retreated indoors to escape the rain. Bain identified an obviously abandoned villa and made his way to the rooftop. This structure stood approximately 20 meters tall, the highest in the vicinity, allowing for a clear view of all that transpired below. However, due to the earthquake, the building had suffered significant tilting, rendering it uninhabitable. Gazing at the cheerful lights of the nearby villas, he could even see individuals cooking through the windows. It is worth noting that Bain has encountered a familiar face, Shou, one of the individuals who had previously robbed him. His residence lies just ahead on the left. Through the glass of the window, Bain observes Shou seated in the hall, engaged in a game of cards with several others, who happened to be none other than the very group that had assaulted him earlier that morning. What a remarkable coincidence. Silently, Bain retrieves a vial of corpse lure from the inner pocket of his clothing. Although he is uncertain whether this concoction will be effective in such inclement weather, he is nonetheless inclined to give it a try. He hurls the vial towards the villa before him. With a resounding crash, the glass vial shatters upon impact, its transparent liquid immediately mingling with the rainwater on the ground. Bain turns to the opposite end of the rooftop, eager to witness the zombies in the pit react. However, after a full 5 minutes of watching, he sees no signs of movement from the undead. Indeed, it seems that using such a substance in the rain was overly optimistic. Although unfortunate, it is hardly surprising. Bain decides to descend and seek shelter from the rain, intending to make another attempt once the downpour ceases. Just then, a sudden reaction from the zombies in the pit. It was as if a switch had been flipped. They transformed from a state of lethargy to one of frenzied activity. A cacophony of growls erupted as some zombies tore at their throats while others raced chaotically within the pit. Yet, the most striking sight was the multitude of zombies clustering around the walls of the pit, desperately attempting to climb. Unfortunately, The height of 7 or 8 meters proved too daunting, rendering their efforts futile. As Bain pondered whether these zombies could indeed ascend, a chaotic scene unfolded. The zombies encircled the edge of the lake, striving to climb upwards. The frontline zombies found themselves unable to ascend, while those behind pressed forward with relentless determination. This resulted in the formation of a human ladder. The zombies in the forefront were soon trampled by those behind them. The accumulation of undead at the lake's edge grew increasingly substantial. Their corpses quickly formed a makeshift ramp, enabling the subsequent zombies to scale upward. Suddenly, a horde of zombies emerged from the depths of the lake, scattering in all directions in a frenzied dash. Meanwhile, another group of zombies at the lake's bottom executed an action Bain could never have anticipated. Numerous powerful zombie figures began to ram against a concrete pillar situated in the center of the lake. After several attempts, the pillar came crashing down, crushing a multitude of zombies beneath its weight. Some zombies scrambled to seize the fallen corpses, ravenously consuming them, while others opted to lift the massive pillar. They hoisted it to the edge of the lake and then released it. With a resounding crash, a stone pillar struck the wall, forming a rough, slanted bridge. A horde of zombies attempted to ascend towards the lake's surface, using the tilted stone column as their means of ascent. Despite the considerable distance, the sheer abundance of their fleshly mass posed no challenge. Thus, a multitude of zombies emerged from the depths of the lake, their appearance starkly transformed. If they were once akin to languid, intellectually limited elders, they now resembled frenzied madmen, intelligent madmen. A chilling howl resonated among the zombies. Bain turned to see a towering, 2-meter-tall, bald zombie, whose physique resembled a wall. At his howl, many of the zombies turned their gaze towards him. The hulking figure pointed towards the illuminated windows, much like a conductor directing an orchestra. With his gesture, the other zombies surged towards the brightly lit buildings, initiating a terrifying assault on the doors. Chapter 72, The White Serpent, Part 7. Invasion. The bald zombie's reaction was entirely unexpected for Bain. He commanded the horde like a maestro, issuing orders to his fellow undead before charging towards the ground floor entrance of a nearby building. A thunderous crash reverberated as the door was forcefully breached, followed by an unrelenting stream of zombies flooding inside. Regarding the corpse-attracting serum, Bain only knew that it heightened the zombies' aggression. Whether it also enhanced their intelligence remained uncertain to him. All he was aware of was that the serum's effects would last no more than a day, as he had observed the dispersed zombies at the experimental site upon leaving the previous county. What transformations occurred among the scattered zombies thereafter was beyond his knowledge, and the system had never indicated any additional effects of the serum. Thus, Bain preferred to believe that the massive bald zombie was a unique product of independent evolution, with his serum merely serving as a catalyst to draw him from his languid state at the lake's bottom. After all, he truly embodied the stature of a mini-boss. The rain continued to pour, intermittently accompanied by the piercing sound of thunder. Even so, the group that had attempted to rob Bain sensed something amiss. A deafening crash erupted as something struck the ground floor door, the noise overwhelming even the sound of the rain. What was that? The slender figure exclaimed, perplexed. Could it be that old 3 has gotten drunk again? He glanced at the portly man beside him, who was engaged in a game of cards, and said, Fatty, go check it out. All right then. The corpulent man rose from his seat and began his descent down the stairs. However, he had barely made it halfway when a horde of zombies suddenly emerged, surging up the staircase. Startled, he froze in terror, but before he could react further, one of the undead lunged at him, sinking its teeth into his neck. The sound of his body thudding against the staircase echoed, as he was immediately overwhelmed by the ravenous mob of zombies. Not all the zombies remained at the scene. Those behind, seeing that the feast had begun, rushed eagerly to the upper floors. The thin man and his companions, engaged in a card game on the second floor, sensed something amiss with the commotion from the staircase and grew alert. But before they could fully comprehend the situation, an overwhelming wave of zombies charged up the stairs. Chaos erupted in an instant, transforming the spacious bedroom into a nightmarish hell. One zombie lunged directly at the thin man. Though he was startled, he maintained a level of composure that starkly contrasted with the panic around him. He swiftly grabbed a nearby middle-aged man, who was paralyzed by fear, using him as a shield against an oncoming attack. As the middle-aged man was brutally overwhelmed and torn apart by the zombies, the thin man seized the opportunity to leap through the window. With a thud, he landed awkwardly on the ground, but there was no time to lament his predicament. He quickly scanned his surroundings, only to find the streets swarming with zombies. Nearby buildings had also succumbed to the relentless assault of the undead, filled with the chilling cries and screams of others. The scene before him was beyond anything he could have fathomed. How could this once peaceful refuge suddenly become besieged by such a multitude of zombies? Yet, he had no time for contemplation. His immediate priority was his own survival. A group of zombies had already singled him out and began to converge upon him. Drawing on every ounce of strength, he sprinted towards a nearby large tree, scrambling like a monkey to reach its branches. He thought he had found safety, but to his dismay, with a resounding crash, a hulking zombie collided violently with the tree trunk. Each impact sent tremors through the branches, and the number of zombies surrounding the tree steadily increased. More and more were drawn to the spectacle of the tree being battered. With each collision, the tree swayed dangerously, and it became increasingly apparent that it was on the verge of toppling over. Gazing upon the monstrous entities lurking beneath the tree, the pallor of the thin man's face turned ghostly white. Despair enveloped him as horrifying images of being dismembered and devoured flooded his mind. Just as he was on the verge of tears, a thick hemp rope suddenly fell before him with a swish. Startled, he looked up but could not discern what lay above. Yet, faced with no other alternatives, he felt an exhilarating surge of hope as he hastily began to ascend the rope. It had been cast down from a fifth-floor window, summoning every ounce of strength. He climbed upward. Though he did not know who had thrown the rope, it undeniably ignited a flicker of life within him. As he neared the window, only a meter away, a head unexpectedly protruded from within. It belonged to a man clad in a black raincoat, his head bandaged. The thin man instantly recognized him as the youth he had struck with a brick earlier. "Do you remember me?" The man inquired in a tone neither warm nor cold, silently placing the blade of a dagger against the rope. The thin man was struck with terror and quickly begged for mercy. "Brother, spare my life. I was wrong this morning. I'm a wretch, not even worthy of being called human." His face was a mask of sincere regret, his expression deeply earnest. The man in black simply replied, "Where's my stuff? Tell me where it is, and I shall grant you clemency." "Thank you, brother. Once I'm up, I promise to be your servant," he pleaded. "The items are in the bedroom on the second floor of the villa behind me." "Really? I swear on my conscience, I wouldn't deceive you at this point," he continued desperately. "We hardly touched your belongings. Why should I trust you?" came the cold retort. "I truly am not lying to you." His voice quivered, tinged with a sob, his expression one of pitiable urgency. "Very well, I shall trust you this once. I will not sever the rope." The man in black sheathed his dagger. Thank you, brother." The thin man, overwhelmed with gratitude, hastened to climb. Yet, scarcely had he ascended half a meter when the man in the room gently tugged the taut rope. In an instant, the thin man, along with the rope, plummeted to the ground. Thud! He had no time to react before his body impacted the unforgiving earth, silencing any scream that might have escaped his lips. The surrounding undead swiftly tore him apart, the scene drenched in blood. Calmly observing from the window, the man in black spoke with an unperturbed demeanor. "I did not deceive you. I truly did not sever the rope." Chapter 73, The White Snake. Part 8, The Great Serpent. Below, the throng of corpses was chaotic, reveling in their feast. Occasionally, one can hear piercing screams reverberating from all directions, particularly those of women, which are especially jarring. It can be surmised that these are the cries of those women who, in their desperate quest for survival, are compelled to remain within the confines of the shelter. Are they innocent? Perhaps they are, for their sole desire is to attain a better existence. Yet, what fate awaits them? Their grim end is to be devoured alive by the undead. Who is to blame? The culprit is none other than Bain, the architect of this calamity. Does this weigh heavily on Bain's conscience? The answer is a resounding no. His hands are stained with the blood of the innocent. As he has always known the nature of his actions from the very beginning, Bain harbors no regrets for his deeds, for he has meticulously unraveled the chain of events leading to this dire situation. Indeed, he will not seek excuses for his transgressions. Right is right, and wrong is wrong. There is no need for a black and white dichotomy. A killer must be prepared to face the consequences of their actions. Thus, even should he find himself cornered one day, he would accept his fate without uttering a word of complaint. He can be wicked, can forsake his humanity, but he must never be hypocritical. This is the fundamental principle Bain imposes upon himself. The once secure shelter has now transformed into a hunting ground for the undead. As the fervor of the zombies below dissipates, Bain decides to linger upstairs for a while longer. After all, he has no desire to become an unintended victim amidst the throng of corpses. Yet, just as he prepares to leave the window and retreat to the inner room, a white shadow suddenly flits by in the distance. Bain, taken aback, gazes intently. There, atop the shelter's outer wall, a long, white creature is visible. He hastily lifts the borrowed binoculars for a closer inspection. What unfolds before his eyes is an astonishingly large white serpent, roughly the girth of a van, with a pair of menacing green eyes. And as for its length, it stretches an impressive 100 meters. Bain stands frozen in place. Could this monstrous creature be the very serpent that had attacked him during his crossing? He bears the scars on his thigh as evidence. Had it not been for Anne's, he would have succumbed to blood loss. What brings it here? Bain's pupils dilate in realization. Could this creature be stalking him? Or perhaps it is merely another of its kind. After all, serpents of the same species tend to share a striking resemblance. Moreover, in Bain's recollection, these serpents are not known to stray far from water. So how could it? Thunder roars, and in that moment, Bain comes to a profound understanding. Gazing at the torrential downpour outside, he finally grasps the underlying reason. The torrential downpour rendered the surroundings scarcely distinguishable from being submerged in water. Just as Bain contemplated seeking refuge, a notification echoed in his mind. Task initiated. Rescue the tyrant, ensuring his survival amidst this deluge. The tyrant is currently located in the villa's underground garage to the left. What in the world? Bain was utterly perplexed by this assignment. A tyrant? Was he to venture into ancient times to save some irate emperor? To be honest, the nature of this task left him utterly flummoxed. Meanwhile, a distant hiss heralded the approach of a colossal serpent, racing towards his location with alarming speed. In less than a minute, the great snake arrived on the scene, its gaping maw voraciously devouring the zombies before it. The ground trembled as it passed, leaving chaos in its wake. Trees were uprooted, and a nearby house bore a significant dent from its careless passage. Like a ravenous vacuum, it greedily consumed the zombies, rapidly swallowing a substantial number in mere moments. Hiding on the 5th floor, Bain hastily drew the curtains, peering through the gaps to observe the unfolding chaos below. Praying that he would not draw the creature's attention, he watched in disbelief as the zombies transitioned from frenzied aggression to sheer terror, scattering in all directions and seeking refuge within nearby buildings. Their fear of the serpent mirrored that of humans in the face of zombies. What transpired below was a one-sided massacre, a monster preying upon another horde of monstrosities. Yet, Bain could not fathom why the serpent had chosen this location, nor how it had managed to navigate here despite the torrential rain. It seemed as though some unseen force was beckoning it. Wait, beckoning? A realization struck him. Given the serpent's affinity for water, it had likely remained in the sea until now. The journey from the coast to this spot would take only about 10 minutes at its speed, yet the rain had been falling for several hours. The serpent had not surfaced until this moment. In other words, it had not intended to come here at all, but had suddenly made the decision to emerge after receiving some signal. That signal could only be the corpse-luring potion. Indeed, the potion had been discarded merely 10 to 20 minutes prior, and shortly thereafter, the serpent had surged forth. The timing was uncanny. The range of the corpse-attracting potion is approximately 1 kilometer, and the distance to the seaside here exceeds that by a considerable margin. However, this assumption holds true only for the zombies of the human race. The sensitivity of serpents to scent surpasses that of humans by an immeasurable degree. It is highly probable that the white snake was lured here by the potion. Yet, is the corpse-attracting potion not solely effective on zombies? Why then does this serpent exhibit a response? There can only be one explanation. This snake is also a form of zombie, albeit a rarer variant. While observing the giant serpent hunting from a crevice in the window, Bain noticed a detail. There was a faint crack in a scale atop the serpent's head. He recalled that the last time he nearly fell victim to a white snake, it bore a similar mark, albeit a more pronounced one than the creature before him. This is troublesome. Bain was nearly certain that the enormous serpent downstairs was the very one that had attacked him previously. As for why the crack appeared shallower now, one could only surmise that it had healed well. Bain's thoughts were in disarray. He could not fathom why this serpent had materialized here. Although the river indeed connected to the sea of Wulong County, there were numerous tributaries. How fortuitously had it arrived in his vicinity? Could this monster be trailing me? The thought sent a shiver down Bain's spine. Just as he hesitated, pondering his next course of action, the white snake suddenly turned its gaze upon him. In that instant, their eyes locked, and despite the curtain between them, a chill ran through Bain's core. Chapter 74. The White Snake, Part 9. Tyrant. The white snake flicked its black, forked tongue, as if enchanted. Moving towards the 5th floor window, it first leaned closer to inspect, then thrust its sharp tail inside, creating a gaping hole in the window. After a few deft maneuvers, accompanied by the sound of shattering glass, the entirety of the 5th floor windows was swept away. The colossal serpent retracted its tail and peered through the window. Discovering that the floor was completely vacant, it extended its tongue to sniff, clearly detecting a familiar scent. With a resounding crash, the serpent decisively swept away an entire floor of the villa's top level. It then craned its neck to survey the interior. Finding no target, it proceeded to demolish another layer, much like a child dismantling a blockhouse, each level removed in pursuit of its quarry. As the white snake methodically tore down the structure, Bain had stealthily made his escape from the villa. He now found himself positioned directly behind the giant serpent. Silently, Bain stealthily made his way towards the underground garage of the villa to the left front. The proximity of the house was one reason. The other was his curiosity to discover what the tyrant in the system mission truly was. Bain swiftly dashed into the dimly lit garage. The darkness enveloped the space, prompting him to draw out his flashlight and scan the surroundings. Soon enough, he spotted a target in the corner. It was a robust zombie, towering over 2 meters, with a muscular build and a bald head. Crouched in the corner, it trembled, clearly terrified by something. "Hey," Bain called out. The hulking zombie slowly lifted its head. Upon recognizing its features, Bain was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't he this the commander? He vividly recalled the scene where this formidable creature had led other zombies in an assault on the villa. At that moment, he had sensed that this zombie was different, evidently of a more intelligent breed. To call it an evolved type would not be an exaggeration. How could this once mighty figure now be reduced to such a pitiful state? Could it be that the arrival of the white serpent had instilled such fear in him? Given the current circumstances, it seemed the only plausible explanation. "Are you just waiting to die here?" Bain attempted to communicate, but the creature merely stared blankly at him, confusion etched on its face. Its eyes were entirely black, lacking any distinction of sclera or pupil. Under the beam of the flashlight, Bain noted the grayish-black hue of its skin, distinctly different from other zombies. This creature's skin tone resembled that of Yaya, and there were no signs of decay, as if it had been born in such a shade. Bain was certain that this entity was undoubtedly a mutated type, akin to Yaya, while he could not ascertain if their mutations followed the same trajectory. One thing was clear, it was far from an ordinary zombie. His mind raced to process the information at hand. Suddenly, the tyrant before him emitted a startled sound, lowering its head once more and trembling. What was happening? Bain was puzzled, yet at that moment, he heard a hissing sound behind him, reminiscent of a snake's flicking tongue. Cold sweat instantly drenched his back as he realized how eerily quiet it had become outside. Normally, the giant serpent would create a substantial commotion while demolishing structures, yet now, apart from the sound of rain, there was an unsettling silence. With a hint of hesitation, Bain turned around, only to be met with the sight illuminated by his flashlight, a massive white serpent's head, mere 3 meters away, fixating its gaze upon him. The enormous creature continuously flicked its tongue. At the moment when Bain locked eyes with the enormous serpent, a sudden, piercing hiss echoed through the air. The colossal creature opened its maw wide and lunged at him. Cursing under his breath, Bain swiftly sidestepped, rolling across the ground and positioning himself before the tyrant, narrowly evading the attack. With a thunderous crash, the serpent's head collided with the wall, sending debris flying in all directions. As the creature struggled to extricate itself, Bain seized the opportunity, scrambling to his feet. He pivoted and delivered a powerful kick to the trembling zombie in the corner, striking it squarely in the face. "If you wish to survive, follow me," he exclaimed, unperturbed by the creature's response as he dashed towards the exit of the underground garage. The tyrant, momentarily taken aback by Bain's kick, quickly regained composure. However, as the massive serpent's head began to emerge, Bain continued to flee, desperately pursuing the silhouette of the retreating figure. With a resounding crash, the instant Bain exited the garage, the serpent's head thrashed wildly within, causing the entire structure above to collapse. Had the tyrant delayed even a moment longer, he would have been crushed into oblivion. Bain sprinted into a narrow alleyway, while the speedily advancing tyrant soon caught up. Just then, the serpent extracted its head from the debris of the garage, scanning the surroundings, but failing to spot Bain or the tyrant. Instead, the wreckage revealed a horde of zombies lurking behind the rubble. Without hesitation, the serpent opened its gaping maw and consumed the zombies along with a few scattered stones in one swift motion. With a guttural sound, it raised itself once more, towering above, flicking its tongue as it searched for its elusive prey. Meanwhile, as the serpent surveyed the area from above, Bain stealthily slipped into a nearby supermarket. Barely had he entered when the tyrant followed closely behind. Both were left breathless and disheveled upon stepping into the store. That was terrifying. Bain exhaled, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. He shone his flashlight around, discovering that the small supermarket specialized in toys. On the shelves, he spotted a toy helicopter and narrowed his eyes, formulating an idea. He hurriedly disassembled the helicopter, only to find it powered by size 5 batteries. However, this aligns perfectly with the intentions of the white serpent. On the shelf, it discovered an unopened pack of size 5 batteries. He installed them in the remote control in the helicopter. Subsequently, he attempted to maneuver it and found that the aircraft was functioning well, still able to soar. Indeed, he was fortunate that the batteries retained some charge. With the helicopter in hand, he rushed to the 4th floor, just one level below the rooftop. The windows on the 4th floor were tightly shut, adorned with curtains. From this vantage point, only the right half of the white serpent's body was visible. Yet that was sufficient. Chapter 75, The White Serpent, Part 10, A fruitless endeavor. Silver opened the left window, even when ajar. This side presented a blind spot for the colossal serpent, rendering it completely unaware. He endeavored to fly the helicopter through the rain. Upon realizing he could control it beyond the window and into the tempest, he hastily withdrew it. In the next moment, he retrieved a vial of corpse-attracting powder, securing it to the remote-controlled aircraft with a length of string. He then guided the helicopter towards the horizon. Throughout this endeavor, the tyrant stood nearby, gazing in a state of bewildered curiosity. Silver was uncertain of the helicopter's remote range, but he held no illusions about the quality of this subpar device, powered by size 5 batteries. He would be grateful if it managed to fly 200 meters. But to his surprise, the remote's range extended far beyond his expectations, reaching an impressive 700 to 800 meters. As the helicopter soared past the giant serpent, the creature exhibited no interest in the minuscule contraption. It was not until the aircraft reached the maximum distance, losing connection with the remote, and subsequently plummeted, scattering the corpse-attracting powder on the ground, that the giant serpent abruptly turned. It charged towards the location where the powder had fallen. The freshly scattered powder emitted its most potent aroma, undeniably alluring to the undead, and the giant serpent was no exception. While the serpent raced toward the crash site, Silver sprinted down the staircase, desperately fleeing in the opposite direction. He continued at full speed for approximately 2 kilometers before finally seeking refuge in a grocery store. Throughout this ordeal, the tyrant followed closely behind, ensuring that as Silver collapsed onto the sofa in the back room of the store, gasping for breath, the tyrant settled onto the bed, though his panting was far less severe. They should be safe now. All that remained was to wait for the rain to cease. Although the giant serpent could detect the scent of the corpse-attracting powder from a considerable distance, this was merely an issue of the powder itself. As a human, Silver had run so far, and with the relentless downpour, it should struggle to track him by scent alone. Silver directed his flashlight towards the tyrant, saying, "What is your name? Can you speak?" Yet the other party merely stared blankly at him, still wearing a look of utter confusion. "Damn it. I must be unwell too." Bain rubbed his eyes, feeling a sense of exhaustion enveloping his body. He rummaged through his bedroom and ultimately discovered some candles and a lighter. He decided to light the candles and place them on the desk, immediately filling the room with a warm, golden glow. The curtains in the bedroom were made of excellent blackout material, ensuring that even with candles lit inside, nothing could be detected from outside. Bain felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, but sharing a room with the tyrant, he found it difficult to drift off to sleep. He merely said, "I wish to rest for a while. Could you step outside?" He initially expected no response, yet to his surprise, the tyrant truly understood him. He rose from the bed and exited the room, closing the door with a resounding bang behind him. The tyrant's reaction was something Bain had not anticipated. However, he was too weary to dwell on such thoughts. He lay back on the sofa, overtaken by fatigue. He thought to himself that once the rain ceased, his task would be complete. Wait, task? Bain suddenly realized something. Was there something missing from this task? "Excuse me, system, could you please reiterate the tyrant's task?" Bain inquired, knowing that the system would tirelessly repeat the details concerning the task. Soon, the voice of the system resonated in his mind. Ding. Task issued. Save the tyrant. Ensure his survival during this torrential downpour. This time, the task did not include a specified location, which made sense since the tyrant had already fled from the underground garage. However, the one constant remained. There was no reward. Yes, this task shockingly lacked a reward. Bain then realized the peculiarity of the task. "Where's my reward?" He questioned the system, but it offered no response. "You scoundrel. This is exploitation. This is oppression. This is the despicable capitalism that thrives on filthy blood." Nevertheless, regardless of how much he complained, the system remained unresponsive. Frustrated yet weary, Bain succumbed to his exhaustion and fell asleep. When he awoke again, he checked his pocket watch and saw that it was already 9:30 in the evening. The sound of rain outside had ceased. He drew back the curtains and beheld the mischievous moonlight, which cast a frosty sheen over the world outside. The candle on the desk still had half of its wax left. Bain then opened the door to his bedroom. The robust tyrant sat idly on the nearby stairs, lost in thought. Upon noticing Bain's emergence, he cast his signature bewildered expression in her direction. Bain ignored him and proceeded straight out of the grocery store. The torrential rain had ceased, and the tyrant had survived unscathed. In other words, this free task had reached its conclusion. Ding. Task completed. Successfully protected the tyrant. The notification echoed in her mind. Bain felt that the system was both showcasing its prowess and mocking her. However, with matters as they stood, she could only pretend that nothing had transpired, considering it a mere act of kindness on her part. Bain retraced her steps, intending to ascertain whether the colossal serpent still lingered. She deliberately turned off her flashlight, for the moonlight provided ample illumination this night. It was not merely a matter of conserving energy. Rather, it was a choice made for stealth and safety. Rustle. Bain moved ahead. Tap tap. The tyrant trailed behind her. Rustle rustle. Bain began to quicken her pace. Tap tap tap. The tyrant opted to keep close. Eventually, Bain halted and turned to face the tyrant, who had also come to a stop. Why are you following me? Now that you are safe, you should be off to do whatever it is you wish. Chasing after me. What's the meaning of this? I am not your source of emergency syrup. Go on. Do as you please, she exclaimed, delivering an unceremonious dismissal before swiftly turning to leave. Tap tap tap. Yet the tyrant continued to follow, resembling an unshakable stray dog. Bain spun around, drawing the axe from her waist and pointing it at him. She endeavored to adopt a fearsome expression. If you keep following me, I swear I'll cleave you in two. However, her words trailed off abruptly. Boom. The reason for her sudden silence was that the tyrant, mimicking her earlier demeanor, had uprooted a nearby utility pole. He brandished it in her direction, vocally expressing himself in a fervent, albeit unintelligible, manner. Although Bain could not comprehend his words, it was evident that this clumsy giant was attempting to imitate her. Aware that her axe was no match for the utility pole, she reluctantly sheathed it. TCH. Not that impressive. Chapter 76, The White Serpent. Part 11, Departure, The White Serpent Saga, concluded. Under the moonlight, the shadows of the houses slanted. Bain continued her stealthy passage through the darkness, striving to remain concealed from the lunar glow. Tap tap tap. The tyrant remained steadfastly at her heels, much like a shadow. For the moment, Bain paid him no heed, directing her focus toward the villa district where the incident had occurred. She concealed herself in the shadows, observing intently for a considerable time. Yet she saw not a trace of the immense serpent. The scene was strewn with the remnants of destroyed buildings, a chaotic sight. With a sigh of relief, Bain thought the great serpent had likely departed. The rain had ceased, and without the nourishing water, it must have returned to the sea. Bain walked directly towards the villa, discovering his three-wheeled vehicle intact in a corner on the first floor. After a brief glance, he ascended to the second floor. Intent on retrieving his bag, the tyrant had followed him closely, remaining by his side until they entered the bedroom on the second floor. In the corner of the bedroom, Bain found his backpack. Aside from some food and water that had mysteriously vanished, the other miscellaneous items remained largely untouched. It seemed the bandits had not had the time to thoroughly investigate. Bain opened the secret compartment at the bottom of the bag and retrieved a small box. Relieved to find its contents unharmed, he carefully repacked everything. He then prepared to descend. However, he hesitated when he noticed the tyrant staring at him vacantly from the doorway. Ultimately, the tyrant was a zombie, and a rather large one at that. Bain could not risk bringing him back. Who knew if he might suddenly go berserk and devour Bayou? Thus, he simply stated, I am going to sleep. You may leave. The tyrant responded with a grunt and obediently exited, even remembering to close the door behind him. Bain decisively opened the bedroom window and leapt from the second floor without a moment's hesitation. After carefully pushing the three-wheeler out, he pedaled swiftly towards the clinic where Bayou was. As for the tyrant on the second floor, although he heard strange noises emanating from the window, he merely turned his head in curiosity. Unfortunately, he could see nothing through the door. Ultimately, he settled on the floor by the door, staring blankly at it like a dazed patient, pondering when it would open again. Upon returning to the clinic, it was already 11 o'clock at night. He entered through the back door, careful not to disturb anyone inside. When he reached the bedroom, he found candles flickering low, and Bayou was nestled in slumber. Cradling Heisey, Bain left his bag behind and proceeded to the bathroom for a shower. When he finished and returned dressed, he found Bayou awake, sitting at the head of the bed and yawning. Was the water too loud? Bain asked, drying his hair with a towel. Bayou rubbed her eyes and replied, Not really. Why are you only back now? I had a few matters to attend to, but thankfully, I retrieved my bag. Have you eaten? Yes, I have. What about you? On my way back, I had a bite to eat. You should rest early. Tomorrow we shall head to City B. Indeed, as I nodded emphatically. A glimmer of anticipation appeared on Bayou's face upon hearing the mention of City B. Bain, on the other hand, reclined on the sofa, stretching lazily while ensuring the blanket was snugly in place. The sofa was prepared by Bayou, cushioned with thick blankets, making it wonderfully warm. Bain, may I pose a question to you? What question? What is your purpose for going to City B? Are you asking that again? Bayou had inquired this more than once, yet Bain had never given a direct response, merely stating it was a secret. Curiosity is natural. Sighing, Bain replied, Fine, considering your persistence, I shall indulge you. I have a sister who resides in City B. A sister? Yes. I met her in the orphanage during our childhood. But eventually, we were taken in by different families. How old is she? Is she beautiful? She is of my age, and I suppose she is quite lovely. Come to think of it, we haven't seen each other in about 7 years. 7 years apart. What is there to pursue? Bayu's tone was tinged with a hint of bitterness. Perhaps she has completely forgotten you. Oh, Bayin chuckled lightly. Regardless, we shall see what transpires upon our reunion. What is her name? Does she share your surname? Not at all. Her surname is Hei, and her name is Heiyu. Just hearing that name feels incompatible with mine. Perhaps, considering your names are opposites. However, black symbolizes malevolence while white embodies righteousness. Thus, I am undoubtedly superior. Enough of your banter. Instead of pondering such matters, you ought to contemplate how to face your parents. My parents are quite wonderful. Bayu's tone lacked conviction. Bayin simply gazed at the ceiling. Though you are indeed a child, I seldom perceive you as one. Let us speak of something that may discomfort you. Bayu, have you ever considered that your parents might be, I suddenly feel drowsy. Let us cease this conversation. It's time for sleep. We must rise early tomorrow. Bayu chose to evade, seemingly unwilling to entertain that line of thought. Bayin refrained from pressing further, quietly closing his eyes. After a brief moment, Bayu's faint voice emerged from the bed. If that were the case, what should I do? Have you ever considered acknowledging a father figure? Perhaps someone like me. Certainly not. Bayu turned over, enveloping himself in the blanket. At the break of dawn the following day, Bayin rose early. Having casually prepared a meal, Bayin tidied up his belongings and set off. Their next destination was City B, the final stop for both of them. Bayin rode his tricycle directly towards the northern highway. Suddenly, just after departing, a few zombies emerged behind him, drawn by the sound. These creatures showed no interest in Bayin but were clearly fixated on Bayu, who was riding in the back. They relentlessly pursued, emitting guttural sounds as they chased after her. Fortunately, their speed was rather slow. Upon noticing the zombies trailing behind, Bayin, recognizing their sluggishness, chose to ignore them and accelerated, determined to shake them off completely. After about half a minute of riding, he suddenly heard a series of thuds from behind. Turning to look, he found that the zombies had vanished without a trace, leaving him utterly perplexed. Moreover, the surrounding environment was eerily quiet, a stark contrast to the earlier commotion caused by the zombies. Despite his confusion, Bayin opted to focus ahead, aware that curiosity could lead to peril, and continued to pick up speed, soon leaving the area far behind. Little did he know, however, that in a shadowy corner behind him, a pair of eyes was fixated upon his retreating figure. It was the tyrant, standing over several zombies that had just moments ago pursued Bayin. Their bodies lay crushed, with only one still clinging to life. This half-destroyed old zombie trembled as it raised its right hand. The tyrant, seeing this, mercilessly crushed its skull underfoot, splattering dark matter everywhere. As the tyrant observed the distant silhouette of the tricycle fading from view, a hint of melancholy washed over him. At that moment, a roaring sound pierced the air as an off-road vehicle suddenly burst into the city. The tyrant noted that there were 3 men and 1 woman inside. They were newly arrived survivors. The vehicle halted a short distance in front of him. In response, the tyrant silently picked up a nearby concrete utility pole and began to stride toward them, gradually increasing his pace, his gaze lingering on the vehicle's steering wheel. Whitesnake Arc. End. Chapter 77. Sisters Arc 1. The Promised Brother, please don't go, the 10-year-old girl pleaded, her tear-filled eyes gazing up at the young boy, filled with distress and reluctance. I don't want to leave either, but it's not my decision to make, the boy, of the same age, replied with a bittersweet smile, his face etched with helplessness. As an elder who has spent 7 years in the orphanage, the youth is acutely aware of the true nature of the institution's director. To put it bluntly, the children here are merely powerless commodities. For the right price, even a dog could adopt one of these unfortunate souls, let alone a formidable underworld figure seeking a child. Yet, I cannot bear to part with you. The girl, feeling aggrieved, collapses into the boy's embrace, weeping fervently. I will never see you again. How could that be? The boy replies with a wry smile, gently stroking her hair. She is a head shorter than him, petite and endearing. If given the chance. No, I will undoubtedly return for you. When? The girl looks up, her tear-streaked face a picture of sorrow. Soon. How soon is soon? This. Once I regain my freedom, I will come for you at the earliest opportunity. But doesn't that mean you must wait until you are an adult? They say only adults can do as they wish. That seems to be the case. In that event, I shall wait until I am of age to seek you out. Conveniently, I am but a month older than you. On the day you come of age, I will certainly return. Really? Truly? Then it's settled. Let us seal it with a pinky promise. Yes, pinky promise. Pinky promise. And if we break it, 100 years of hanging, no changing. Boom. Bayin is jolted awake by a rumble of thunder. As he opens his eyes, he hears the sound of rain pattering outside. They are in an abandoned village, having fortuitously stumbled upon this place for the night. Fortunately, the village is quite affluent, allowing Bayin to find a rather pleasant villa to rest in. At this moment, the candle in the bedroom is nearly burned out. Bain rises from the sofa and takes out the pocket watch from his pocket. It reads 3 in the morning. He glances at Bai and Hazy, who are soundly asleep on the large bed, though they have kicked off their blankets. Bain gets up to cover them with the blankets again. Afterward, he goes to the bathroom for a brief respite. Upon returning to the sofa, he finds himself unable to sleep. Bain has reached adulthood. Indeed, it was during the time with Jean Z and the others. It has been more than half a month. Bain has no habit or necessity of celebrating birthdays. Hence, he never discusses the matter with others, let alone harboring any expectation of receiving gifts. Counting the days, his sister Heyu's birthday is in about 12 days. At this rate, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he should be able to arrive in B City in time to celebrate her birthday. However, 7 years have elapsed. Does the other party still hold any regard for the promises made back then? Sigh. Bain exhaled deeply. For a fleeting moment, he found it somewhat ironic. After being adopted, Heyu had gone to a relatively affluent family, no doubt transformed into a pampered princess. Her family must be exceedingly harmonious and blissful. In stark contrast, what about himself? A wretched creature, his hands stained with blood, having embarked on the path of an assassin since the tender age of 10. Did he truly possess the right to intrude upon her radiant existence? Though he was loath to contemplate it, their divergent upbringings were undoubtedly worlds apart. One was an angel from heaven, while the other was a demon from hell. Even if he were to reunite with her, what could he possibly offer? A fresh beginning? Or a definitive conclusion? Bain felt a throbbing headache, unable to resist rubbing his weary eyes. Perhaps it was best to let it go. He murmured to himself, a hint of self-deprecation gracing his smile. Just as those who genuinely do good deeds do not concern themselves with the perceptions of others. A virtuous person does not act with the expectation of reward. What Bain needed to do was simply uphold the promise he had made. As for whether she still remembered him or what feelings she harbored towards him, those were secondary. He simply needed to go with the flow. A soft rustling broke the silence in the room, drawing Bain's gaze. He spotted Hazy, who had unknowingly awakened, leaping from the bed. Hazy, wagging his tail and still half asleep, staggered toward him. Then, jumping onto the sofa, he nestled against Bain's arm. After a yawn, he resumed his slumber. Witnessing this scene brought a rare smile to Bain's face. Hazy offered him a warmth he seldom experienced. They would arrive in City B approximately 10 days later. From a distance, a tall and extensive wall could be seen surrounding the city ahead. That must be the sanctuary of City B. Riding a tricycle, the trio, 2 humans and a dog, entered the city. Surprisingly, the number of zombies encountered along the way was exceedingly few. City B had once been a renowned research city, with a prominent institute at its center. The shelter established after the outbreak of zombies was built around this very institute, encircled by the expansive walls. The walls were substantial, forming a vast circular concrete barrier that occupied about a quarter of the city, rising to a height of 10 meters. It was evident that a significant investment of manpower and resources had gone into constructing this sanctuary. It was thus far the largest and most respectable refuge Bain had encountered. The clattering sound echoed. The group was supposed to continue their journey into the city, but unexpectedly, a helicopter soared overhead. The aircraft noticed the trio on the tricycle below and hovered in midair. A man in his 30s emerged at the helicopter's doorway. Lowering a rope ladder, he brandished a loudspeaker, exclaiming, "Come aboard. Danger lies ahead." Silver observed that several individuals inside the helicopter were clad in tattered garments, leading him to surmise that they were the survivors sought by the helicopter. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately decided to board. He instructed White Feather to ascend first, followed by himself, burdened with a backpack, and Blackie trailing behind. As for the tricycle, it seemed destined to remain there for the time being. Once the trio had successfully climbed the rope ladder, the occupants of the helicopter worked together to hoist it up. Unfortunately, for White Feather, who had a limp, her pace was exceedingly slow. After Silver was finally pulled aboard, the crew swiftly retracted the ladder and secured the door. The man pointed to a corner, directing Silver and White Feather to take a seat. He then inquired, "Where do you hail from?" "A city," Silver replied. "A city?" The man exclaimed in surprise. "That is quite a distance. What brought you here?" "We heard that there is a sanctuary in B City, so we came." "I see. You are indeed fortunate. The city is currently in need of more people." Chapter 78, Sister's Tale 2, Refugee Zone. The rescue helicopter was a large model, capable of accommodating nearly 50 individuals. Presently, there were about 20 souls aboard, indicating that survivors from the outside world were not easily found. The other rescued survivors were mostly in ragged attire. Their gazes involuntarily fixated on the backpack carried by Silver, or scrutinizing the two of them. The clean appearance of Silver and White Feather elicited jealousy and disdain from the others. Silver discerned that the newly rescued survivors felt a profound sense of imbalance. After all, in this apocalypse, mere survival had been a struggle, leaving no time for personal grooming. They were all refugees. What justified the pristine appearance of the two? Moreover, they seemed to have the leisure to care for a dog. In summary, even before any interaction began, Silver realized that forging a connection with these individuals would prove challenging. White Feather, feeling the piercing stares of the group, instinctively shrank behind Silver, clutching his arm. "It's all right," Silver whispered reassuringly, his gaze drifting towards the window. Outside, the helicopter was about to pass over a wall, and Silver noticed numerous zombies wandering around its perimeter. "No wonder I didn't encounter any zombies upon entering the city. It appears they have all congregated around the shelter." The helicopter eventually landed at the outer perimeter of the shelter's helipad, adjacent to several newly constructed small cabins. These concrete structures, interspersed with transparent glass, were furnished with numerous benches, resembling enclosures for observing animals. After discharging the refugees, the helicopter took off. Shortly thereafter, a group of individuals clad in white uniforms approached, resembling doctors and nurses, yet distinctly not so. "Move this way," split into two lines. The leader of the group, a middle-aged woman wearing a mask, directed the refugees to divide into two factions. As she approached, intending to pull Bayou from the Silver team to the other side, Bayou quickly concealed herself behind Silver. "Oh dear, you child," the woman began to admonish, but her gaze froze upon Silver, captivated by his striking appearance, causing her irritation to dissipate in an instant. "Is this your sister?" Her tone softened considerably. "Indeed," Silver chuckled, his smile quite charming, which only delighted the woman further. She glanced at the backpack on Silver's back and noticed Hazy peering out, but chose not to comment further. "Very well then, since you're together, let us conduct the examination collectively." Without forcibly separating the trio, she personally led the 10 individuals from Silver's side towards one of the concrete glass houses. "Follow me." She beckoned, leading the way. Silver gently inquired, "Sister, what are we going to do?" The term sister nearly melted the woman's heart. It was quite effective. She cheerfully pointed to the concrete glass house ahead, saying, "Oh, it's nothing. Just stay inside for a while. We must observe you for 4 hours to ensure you haven't been infected by zombies. It's a routine check. Everyone undergoes this upon arrival." "I see, thank you, sister." "Oh, it's nothing." The woman's face blossomed with joy. After ushering all 10 individuals into the glass house, she went off to attend to other matters. Once the door of the glass house was closed, several armed law enforcement officers stationed themselves around, observing the interior through the glass. Silver noticed that these officers were armed, primarily with blades, and one held a crossbow. It was likely that upon detecting any lurking zombies within the observation room, they would immediately shoot an arrow to eliminate the threat. The 10 individuals remained in the glass house, each finding a seat. The ensuing 4 hours of inactivity proved to be exceedingly dull. Thus, the group swiftly engaged in conversation. A lean middle-aged man approached Bayou, grinning as he remarked, "Brother, your dog is quite charming. I once owned one just like it." With that, he reached out his hand to pet the dog. Yet his gaze lingered on the zipper of the backpack. "Oh really? What a coincidence." Bayou brusquely swatted the man's hand away, though the man displayed no embarrassment. "What do you have in that bag? It seems to be moving. Allow me to take a look." He extended his hand once more. "Get lost." Bayou retaliated by kicking him to the ground. In the next moment, he drew the axe from his waist and pressed it against the man's throat. "Are you tired of living? Are you trying to rob me?" Bayou glared menacingly at the lean man, the blade of the axe pressing firmly against his neck. The man, pale with fear, waved his hands in protest. No, I didn't mean to." At that moment, an observer outside hurriedly intervened. "What is going on? No fighting, or you'll be thrown out." Seizing the moment, Bayou shot a fierce glare at the lean man. "Scram. All right. The man quickly got to his feet and retreated to a corner, sitting quietly. From that moment on, those who had been casting covetous glances at Bayou began to temper their demeanor. Bayou surveyed the room, noting how everyone averted their gaze, none daring to meet his eyes. Observing this, Bayou felt a measure of relief. Sometimes, one must assert their authority. If you don't establish a presence, who knows what troubles may arise later. While being low-key is not inherently a flaw, in certain situations, it only invites greater complications. Thus, it is often wiser to be forthright from the outset, warning the oblivious that one is not to be trifled with. 4 hours can stretch interminably. Initially, the occupants of the glass room continued their chatter, but before long, they opted to sleep. Bayou and Hazy, finding themselves bored, leaned against Bayou and dozed off. Throughout this time, Bayou chose to rest with his eyes closed, appearing to slumber while remaining vigilant of his surroundings. At last, the 4 hours came to an end. It was now midday. The guard at the door opened it, allowing 10 individuals to emerge from the glass room one by one. In the next moment, a middle-aged man, axe at his side, stepped forward and announced, "Follow me. I will take you to your accommodations." The so-called accommodations were not far from their current location, situated in a section of rental housing outside the shelter. Upon entering the neighborhood, they were greeted by the dismal sight of litter strewn about at the entrance. The scene unfolds with people leisurely playing cards and idly passing the time throughout the community. A multitude of young individuals is present. As Bain and his companions entered, they were met with unfriendly glances from the group. Instinctively, Bain sensed that this place was likely chaotic. Chapter 79, Sister S Tale 3. Relocation. This place guarantees you food and accommodation, with 2 meals a day, and if fortune smiles upon you, arrangements for work may also be made. Just settle in comfortably here. Initially, such words are often sweetly spoken. However, Bain was not naive enough to believe in the existence of a free lunch in this world. He instinctively felt that this was not a good place. So he quickly approached, pulling a pack of fine cigarettes from his pocket and offering a smile. Brother, smoke? Though Bain did not smoke, he understood the nuances of human relationships. The man's eyes lit up as he saw the pack of cigarettes Bain extended, for they were quite expensive. You young lad, have quite the knack for socializing, the man remarked appreciatively as he tucked the cigarettes into his pocket. Now, speak your mind. What do you wish to do? Bain endeavored to lower his stance, maintaining a smile as he softly inquired. Is there a better place? My sister is unwell and not suited for this environment. Could you possibly assist us? The man glanced at Bain, who was limping behind Bain, and spoke in a tone of weary familiarity. You certainly have it tough. As an elder brother, it is your duty. Very well. There are indeed better places, but they do not cover food and accommodation, and you would need to pay rent each month. If you wish to eat in the cafeteria, that would require a separate payment. However, given how cleanly you both are dressed and your apparent care for a dog, you must possess some capabilities. I suggest you try your luck at securing a job. If you are fortunate enough to be selected, you might indeed become part of the establishment, and then your rent and cafeteria fees would naturally be waived. Thank you for the advice, big brother. Once we settle down, I shall attempt to seek my fortune. Bain continued, about this rent and payment. What does that entail? Oh, I've gotten accustomed to saying it. Essentially, it means trading valuable items as a form of payment. It could be food, cigarettes, liquor, or even quality weapons. In any case, what is most useful now is what holds the greatest value. Of course, medicines are also acceptable. Those with courage often venture outside the city to scavenge. Veteran scavengers might even be promoted to positions within the establishment. Is that so? Bain nodded and then said, I still have some food in my bag. If possible, I would greatly appreciate it if you could guide us to a better living environment. I trust that the initial rent will not be a concern. As a token of gratitude, I have a bottle of fine liquor. Oh, it's merely a small matter. There is no need for such formality. The man's face instantly blossomed with joy, and he quickly lowered his voice, inquiring, what kind of liquor? 5 Dad's liquor. All right, this matter is on me. He confidently patted his chest, then added, however, I must first ensure that this group is settled. You all wait for me here. I will take you over once I return. All right, thank you. We'll wait for you at the entrance of the community. With that, he took Bain's hand and headed in the opposite direction toward the community exit. He had no desire to linger in a place that made Bain quite uncomfortable. The middle-aged man led the newcomers to the inner side of the community to settle them. Bain and Bain quietly sat at the flower bed by the community entrance, waiting. At that moment, 3 young men, dressed like thugs, approached. Hey, buddy. New around here? Why are you alone? Their eyes were fixated on the backpack on Bain's back, and Bain instinctively hid behind him. Bain cast a cold glance at the trio and said, scram. However, the 3 young men were unfazed. The leader chuckled, why so hostile? But I understand. You just came from outside, so being fierce is quite normal. To be honest, we used to be like that too. After all, dealing with zombies. Being gentle one tea keep you alive. But it's much better now. This place is quite safe, and everyone has returned to being civilized. He continued, is this your sister? She's beautiful. You might be able to make a fortune off her. You know there are many. Bang. He was abruptly kicked away, soaring 4 to 5 meters before crashing to the ground, followed by a series of agonizing wails. The remaining 2, witnessing this scene, were visibly perturbed, yet Bain had already drawn the axe from his waist, bellowing, if you keep blabbering, I swear I'll chop you 3 to pieces. His fierce glare and the conspicuous dark stains of blood on the axe blade were enough to instill fear in the 2 young men, who had been gradually succumbing to despair after residing here for some time. They dared not utter another word and resignedly carried away their wailing companion. Ding ding ding. In less than half a minute, a sudden flurry of ringing echoed through the community. As the sound resonated, people around began to rise and head into the community, some hurrying while others ambled nonchalantly. Bain glanced at his watch, noting it was precisely 12:30 p.m. He surmised that the ringing was a signal for meal time at the dining hall. Hadn't that middle-aged man mentioned that meals and accommodation were provided? It was highly likely that the dining hall had opened. Are you hungry? Bayin inquired, and Bayu nodded slightly. Bayin opened the bag and released Heisey. Simultaneously, he took out several pieces of bread, and the trio, 2 humans and a dog, made do with their meal. Shouldn't we be a bit frugal with our food and save more for the rent? Bayu expressed some concern regarding their future livelihood. Bayin chuckled. You're about to meet your parents. Why worry so much? Rest assured, I am far more capable than you think. A simple outing yields a bounty of supplies. Bayu nodded weakly, though his demeanor suggested he was not particularly joyful. He hesitated but eventually spoke. If it's possible, if I find Mom and Dad. Could you and Heisey live next door to us? Well, it depends on the situation, Bayin replied, not offering a direct affirmation, as the likelihood seemed slim. Should Bayu's parents truly accept him, their family would be reunited, leaving Bayin to bid farewell to the young boy entirely. Bayin was not fond of intruding upon others' families, especially considering the stark differences between himself and Bayu's parents. Perhaps he had already sensed the impending separation, which is why Bayu appeared somewhat melancholic. Bayin said little, merely reaching out to gently pat the boy's head. As he wiped the grease from his hands onto Bayu's hair while eating the bread, Bayu finally noticed something amiss. He looked at Bayin, a speechless expression adorning his face, his lips puckered like a goldfish. Bayin, with a mischievous grin, could not help but laugh. Throughout this exchange, Bayu's mood noticeably improved, dispelling the earlier gloom. The middle-aged man emerged after about half an hour, carrying a bag containing 2 gray buns. As he approached, munching on a bun, he handed the 2 to Bayin. You must be hungry. The cafeteria just opened, and I grabbed these for you. Thank you. But we just ate, Bayin replied politely, though the man insisted. If you can eat, then do so. You won't find such coarse grain elsewhere. After saying this, he led the way, with Bayin and Bayu following behind. Bayin shared 1 bun with Bayu, and they both simultaneously took a bite, only to reveal expressions of distaste. The taste of the buns was, how shall I put it? Quite unpalatable. It had a bitterness reminiscent of spoiled porridge mixed with moldy cheese. Bayin forced himself to swallow the mouthful, then offered the remaining portion to Heisey, who was perched on his back. He sniffed and quickly turned his head away, a look of disdain on his face. Hee, it must taste terrible. The middle-aged man seemed to have anticipated this reaction from Bayin. However, he had grown accustomed to such flavors. There was no other choice. The cafeteria in the outer refugee area was of such quality. Naturally, the cafeteria where I am is far superior, serving food suitable for ordinary people. Have you ever lived in a refugee area? Bayin took large bites of the steamed bun, making an effort not to chew slowly. Bayu followed suit. Feeling that wasting food was a poor behavior, grimacing as she ate, her expression somewhat comical. I spent nearly half a year in a refugee area. Fortunately, I later found luck, entered the system, and have since moved to the middle circle. Middle circle? Indeed, the middle circle. The man explained meticulously. This area is divided into 3 zones. The outer circle, which is the refugee area, is the outermost layer. The middle circle, which is the central layer, is generally where people within the system reside. Of course, there are a few outsiders like you who pay rent, but their numbers are quite limited. Finally, there is the inner circle, the innermost layer. Those who reside there are mostly significant figures from the shelter. Research institutes, high-end hospitals, and such are all located there. The security, environment, and cafeteria in that place can be considered the best around. After all, the higher-ups of the shelter all live inside. The system referred to by the man is not what one would traditionally consider a national-level system. Rather, it is purely based on the shelter as a whole, specifically referring to the refugee system in City B. What is termed as the system actually refers to the official personnel of the shelter, essentially the insiders of the shelter. I see, I have learned something. Bayin expressed great politeness. Ah, I still don't know your name. I am Bayin, Bayin as in gold and silver. Bayin, that is quite a nice name. You'll surely prosper in the future. I am called Shir Lahu, and the young folks all call me Uncle Shir. All right, Uncle Shir, may I ask you a few questions? Feel free. About the outer circle of the refugee community, how is the living environment? Is it safe? How could it possibly be safe? Shir Lahu chuckled self-deprecatingly. Since you don't plan to live there, I'll be honest with you. When I lived there, I often encountered theft and trouble. In short, that place may not cultivate much else, but it certainly breeds a bunch of disheartened ruffians. Fights break out daily. Moreover, the meager rations provided at the cafeteria, they don't fill you up at all. If you want to satisfy your hunger, you'd have to find private jobs. But life is far from satisfying. Private jobs? Occasionally, the Research Institute conducts blood draws in the refugee area, offering food as a reward. This serves as a source of income for them, albeit limited by the number of participants. Alternatively, the authorities sometimes seek assistance from individuals, and such tasks are more frequently accepted. Additionally, there are some gray industries, such as gambling establishments and brothels. However, it is best not to dwell on that. Ultimately, This place is merely a refuge constructed by a handful of merchants. The refugees are, in essence, little more than lab rats and cheap labor. After all, if there is no one to work below, those above will inevitably face difficulties as well. Sigh, please do not disclose that I shared this with you. Ah, I understand. I understand. Bayin chuckled lightly. After all, if the flock does not bear lambs, the wolves will grow anxious, correct? Indeed, that is essentially the gist of it. Shilahu possesses a three-wheeled cart. He directly transported Bayin and the others to his small residential community. At the entrance, an elderly gentleman served as the gatekeeper. Shilahu took the time to explain the purpose of their visit to the old man, who nodded in understanding and led Bayin to an office. Inside the office, a young woman, likely in her mid-20s and wearing glasses, emanated a rather serious demeanor. Looking to rent? She inquired. Bayin nodded in affirmation. Shilahu interjected. Xiaohua. This child is my relative and intends to rent the apartment next door. Could you offer a discount? Shilahu began to plead for favors. But the woman merely shot him a knowing glance, smiling, as if I have the authority to make such decisions. While saying this, she retrieved a camera. You two step aside. She motioned for Bayin and Bayu to move, then snapped a photo of Bayin before doing the same for Bayu. Following that, she produced a notebook and a pen, asking Bayin for his name. Bayin, as in the silver from gold and silver. And the name of this young lady beside you? Bayu as in feather. Xiaohua quickly recorded their names in the notebook, and then said, come back tomorrow to collect your keys. I will be here during the day. Now, let us discuss the rent. What supplies do you have? Bayin set his bag down on the table across from her. This dog. No. This dog won't suffice. He extracted the black dog and handed it to Bayu, then proceeded to remove all the canned food, cigarettes, and alcohol from his bag. There were 2 packs of cigarettes and a bottle of liquor. Xiaohua immediately set her eyes on the bottle of alcohol. This is good stuff. Worth a month's rent at the cafeteria. Ah, no. Shilahu hastily snatched the liquor back. This belongs to me, right, young brother? Stone Tiger had not forgotten the promise made by Bayin. Bayin nodded with a light chuckle. Of course. Stone Tiger immediately burst into joy. Bayin turned to the somewhat speechless Xiaohua and asked, Sister, do you think these 2 cigarettes are acceptable? Xiaohua took the cigarettes, examined them carefully, and nodded. They are quite satisfactory. The 2 cigarettes were equivalent to a month's rent, plus meals for 2 for a month. What do you think? Absolutely. Bayin replied promptly, then began to gather her belongings. Accompanied by Bayu and Hazy, led by Stone Tiger, they proceeded to his soon-to-be residence. It was a lavish hotel, equipped with elevators and numerous vacant rooms. Bayin's accommodation was right next to Stone Tiger's, a remarkably opulent suite. In Stone Tiger's own words, there are indeed fine houses in the shelter. It's just that those in power prefer to leave them unoccupied rather than allow the lower classes to reside there. They would rather see those at the bottom struggle in the refugee zones. This maximizes their exploitation. Chapter 81, Sister's Tale 5. Heiyu's father, what does capital rule fear? It fears the unity and resistance of the oppressed. Thus, what do they seek to do? They incite division among the lower classes, ensuring that a conducive environment for unity is absent. As long as the lower echelons remain caught in their own internecine struggles, they can be continuously exploited. Only in this manner can their dominance be effectively fortified. This is, at least, how the structure of power within the shelter operates. Even if there are ample housing resources within the central and inner circles, they will not lower the conditions to accommodate those from the refugee zones. Those who have managed to escape the refugee area will also be reluctant to see the rules change easily. This reflects the so-called principle of getting on the bus first. Those who boarded the bus early invested considerable effort and resources to do so. Naturally, they do not wish for later arrivals to board with ease. They prefer to flaunt their status before those who have yet to board, satisfying their own vanity. This makes them feel that their past exploitation was worth it. Thus, they align themselves with the interests of capital. The upper echelons will not allow the desires of the lower classes to be easily fulfilled, for once those desires are met, the latter may become despondent, merely existing without creating value for themselves. Therefore, those in power only need to ensure that the lower classes do not starve, while offering a glimmer of hope. If circumstances allow, the ruling class of the shelter may impose additional hardships, akin to puppet masters of others' lives. However, the tragedy lies in the fact that even if all those below comprehend this reality, it remains futile. Why? Because of human nature. Ultimately, in many respects, human hearts are predominantly selfish. For instance, when someone inquires whether you harbor disdain for the voracious capitalists, how would you respond? Many would readily express their aversion. Yet, when presented with the opportunity to become one of those capitalists, would you join their ranks? Consider this scenario. You drift through life, an existence marked by mediocrity, struggling to make ends meet. You toil for much of your life, yet find yourself unable to afford even a modest home. Moreover, your body bears the scars of various ailments, and the future appears bleak. Lacking financial resources, you feel a profound sense of inferiority, even shying away from seeking companionship. In such dire circumstances, an opportunity to become wealthy presents itself, requiring only your allegiance to their cause. One must ponder how many could truly refrain from betraying their past convictions of justice. The answer is, indeed, some. However, they will always remain a minority. This is where the crux of the issue lies. The ruler's audacity is perpetually fueled by the mutual suspicion and discord among the lower echelons. Their intent is to repeatedly test the limits of those beneath them, finding no fault in crossing boundaries, for a mere expenditure can resolve matters. After all, the current environment of the sanctuary is precisely this way. That night, the neighbor, Shilahu, prepared a pot of hot pot and extended an invitation to Bain and others to join him for dinner. The meal itself was hardly extravagant, consisting merely of boiled vegetables and noodles, accompanied by some of Shilahu's long-preserved cured meats. When Bain arrived, he brought along a few cans as a gesture of goodwill. Shilahu was overjoyed, feigning reluctance but accepting the offerings without hesitation. Shilahu is a solitary man. As he recounts, his wife and children were devoured by zombies. He resides alone in a luxurious suite, albeit one that he does not particularly care to maintain. The arrangement of pots and pans is haphazard at best, transforming what should be a splendid dwelling into a dilapidated abode reminiscent of impoverished regions. At its worst, it bears a striking resemblance to a refugee camp. Bain and Bayu abstained from alcohol, so Shilahu provided them with a bottle of Sprite, while he himself sipped on an inexplicable cheap medicinal liquor. As for the bottle of wood-eye, Shilahu refrained from opening it, keeping it hidden away. Bain sought Shilahu's advice on how to venture out for supplies. Shilahu explained that once one obtains a permit, they can freely enter and exit the sanctuary. Each morning at 8 o'clock, a resounding bell tolls in certain areas of the sanctuary. When the zombies are drawn to that sound, scavengers can take the opportunity to slip outside. In essence, this sanctuary has been established for nearly a year, developing its own set of exclusive rules. A sanctuary resembles a nation. Within this microcosm, all laws from the bygone era of peace have been utterly dismantled. Every shelter has its own set of rules. To put it plainly, this is a realm governed by personal connections. Those who can converse with the higher-ups wield greater influence, even to the extent of determining the fate of others. Uncle Sure, I would like to ask for your assistance in finding a few individuals. Could you lend a hand? Bain gradually shifted the conversation to the main topic. Shilahu responded decisively. Speak. Who do you wish to inquire about? Bain glanced at Bayu, who was seated nearby, and noticed her gaze directed towards him. He merely smiled gently and patted her head. Turning back to Shilahu, he said, there is a couple I wish to locate. The man is named Baidahai, the one from the seaside. The woman is named Chun Xiaojun, with Jun meaning flower. I have not heard of them, Shilahu replied, but I can look into it for you tomorrow. He then retrieved a pen and a small notebook from his pocket, promptly jotting down the names. Is there anyone else? Yes, there is another. She is a girl of my age. Her name is Yu, and her father may be involved in some scientific research. Yu? Shilahu furrowed his brow, a habitual gesture when he was deep in thought. That name sounds familiar. Is there a photograph? Indeed. Bain had come prepared and produced a frame from his pocket. The photo within depicted Yu and her family of 4, the frame adorned with numerous bite marks. A testament to the mischief of Z. Bain handed the frame to Shilahu, who took it and upon closer inspection, visibly recoiled. Goodness, brother, are you serious? Oh, what do you mean? Bain inquired, puzzled. Shilahu pointed at the middle-aged man in the photograph, the bespectacled, refined gentleman. Do you know who this person is? Who? This man is the director of the research institute here, one of the major figures in the shelter. And look, isn't this his wife beside him? I saw them in the newspaper just a few days ago. Goodness, what is your relationship with the daughter of such a powerful figure? Shilahu lowered his voice out of habit, seemingly wary of being overheard, although there were only the 3 of them and Z, who was on the floor enjoying canned food. Even a dog could hear them clearly. Bain could only manage a wry smile as he replied. It's nothing of significance. She was my elementary school classmate. I stumbled upon the address of the B-City shelter at her home and thought I might take a chance to see if I could encounter her here. It has been 7 years since we last met. 7 years if you're hoping to ride on her coattails. That might be a bit far-fetched. Shilahu pondered seriously. Bain then asked, do you know how one might be able to meet her? Well, that is somewhat challenging. Her family resides in the inner circle, making it difficult for ordinary people to see them. Chapter 82, Sister's Tale 6. The key is there truly no way for us to meet? If all else fails, just provide me with an address, and I shall find a way myself. I advise against such a course of action. Shilahu's expression turned grave. The influential figures within the inner circle differ significantly from those in the outer circle. They are accompanied by numerous bodyguards, and moreover, they are armed. Armed. Indeed, firearms have become a rare commodity, and nearly all of them are in the possession of those in the inner circle. If you attempt to surprise her like in a television drama, it is quite possible that one of the bodyguards might inadvertently harm you, and they would bear no responsibility whatsoever. So, is there truly no way at all? Bain appeared somewhat troubled. Shirlahu fixed his gaze on him and earnestly inquired, "Brother, are you genuinely that eager to see her?" "Yes, if possible. I would like to meet her the day after tomorrow." "Why?" "Because that day is her birthday, and I had promised her that I would celebrate with her upon her coming of age." "Excellent." Shirlahu couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "Truly admirable. Even at this juncture, you are still committed to honoring your word." He downed the remaining medicinal liquor in his small cup and continued, "To be frank with you, brother, the inner circle has an event the day after tomorrow. Your classmate's father, the director of that research institute, is hosting an adult ceremony for her. It is said to be a grand banquet. If you wish to see her, this will be your only opportunity. Could someone like me possibly attend?" "Certainly not," Shirlahu replied decisively, then added, "But did I not mention? This is a society governed by personal connections. As long as you can provide sufficient resources, I can reach out to some acquaintances in the inner circle and find a way to get you in." "Resources? What exactly do I need?" "I must inquire about that. Here is the plan. After dinner, I shall make a trip to find out. Do not rush to sleep just yet." "Very well. I appreciate your assistance, Uncle Shir." After dinner, Bain returned to his suite, awaiting news with a sense of calm. Being a high-end suite, it featured more than one room. Bain and Bayu occupied separate chambers. In the living room, Bayu finished her evening routine and remarked, "I'm off to bed." Before departing, Bain settled onto the sofa, with Hazy resting beside him, for reasons unbeknownst to him. As he watched Bayu's departing figure, he felt an inexplicable sense of loneliness and melancholy emanating from the young girl. He glanced down at Hazy, who was also looking up at him with those large, glistening dark eyes. "Hazy, be good," Bain murmured softly, gesturing towards the room that Bayu had left ajar. Hazy was quite intelligent and quickly hopped off the sofa to follow. Just as Bayu was about to close the door, woof woof, Hazy wagged his tail and dashed forward. Bayu was delighted and welcomed Hazy inside. After shutting the door, she carried him to the bed. Just as she was on the verge of slipping into slumber, the girl, embracing Hazy, could not suppress her wistful murmurs. "Hazy, why is his sister not me? How enviable." Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the night at 11 o'clock. Bain hurried to answer the door. There stood the weary Shirlahu, glancing into the room. "The child is asleep, right? Well then, let us converse at my place." "All right." Bain accompanied Shirlahu to his home. The latter produced a note and handed it to Bain. "I inquired with that fellow, and he mentioned that if you wish to gain entry, you must at least prepare this level of provisions." Bain took the note and glanced at its contents. The list comprised exclusively of exquisite tobacco and spirits. The note also specifically indicated which brands of liquor and cigarettes were deemed acceptable. In essence, it conveyed that one should prepare no less than 20 fine cigarettes and over 10 bottles of premium liquor. Moreover, at least half of these fine cigarettes were to appease those tasked with facilitating the proceedings. "See, I told you it would be challenging," Shirlahu said, attempting to soothe with gentle words. He sensed Bain's disappointment. However, Bain proved to be more resilient than anticipated. He merely sighed and replied, "It's a bit difficult, but I shall do my best." "Brother, these matters are not to be trifled with. Are you certain you wish to proceed?" "Yes. I shall venture out tomorrow to test my luck. Honestly, I wanted to dissuade you, but given your demeanor, I doubt I could sway you." "Very well. I have no further advice. Just ensure you act swiftly, as appeasing others requires time. You only have until tomorrow, preferably returning by 6. "Understood, I will." "All right. I will escort you to the entrance tomorrow, as I'll be on duty there, waiting for you." "Okay, thank you." The following morning, Bain rose early. He first went to the office to collect a badge from Xiaohua. Then he returned home to brief Bayu on certain matters. There were 4 badges in total, 2 for each person. One was an identification badge for the shelter, while the other served as a meal card for the community canteen. Bain instructed Bayu not to visit the canteen today, as he was concerned for her safety. He advised her to stay home and watch over Hazy, suggesting that if she felt hungry, she could eat some leftover food. In any case, no one was to be permitted entry aside from himself. One must truly make good use of the cat's eye. After imparting this advice, Bain was escorted by Shirlahu on his bicycle to the entrance of the sanctuary. The sanctuary's entrance was a formidable iron gate, reinforced with numerous sheets of metal. Through the gaps, one could glimpse the world outside. However, if the zombies did not approach closely, it would be challenging to discern the living within. Ding! At 8 o'clock in the morning, the sharp sound of bells resonated from the loudspeakers surrounding the sanctuary. The zombies at the gate, drawn by the sound, began to swarm toward it. Seizing this opportunity, the staff in the surveillance room pressed the switch to open the gate. With a creak, the gate swung open, and a throng of scavengers, whose credentials had been checked beforehand, rushed forth. In less than half a minute, over 40 individuals had dashed out. With another creak, the gate was once again secured. The next opening would be at noon, followed by another at 6 in the evening. The gate would only open 3 times a day, and this routine would persist daily. Bain mingled among the scavengers, carrying Sher Laohu's old bag. Soon, he and the others dispersed in search of their respective paths. "Hey, brother." Unexpectedly, a man chose the same route as he did. This fellow trotted up from behind. Bain turned to see a young man in his early 20s, gaunt and disheveled, evidently having gone quite a while without washing. "What do you want?" Bain inquired. The man chuckled. "I know of a place brimming with treasures. How about we collaborate? We can split everything evenly." Chapter 83, Sister S. Tale 7, The Deception Scram. Bain decisively rejected the proposal, uninterested in the man's empty chatter. "Hey, don't be skeptical. There are indeed plenty of fine cigarettes and liquor." The man hurriedly pursued him, his tone earnest. Bain frowned. Yet the mention of fine cigarettes and liquor piqued his interest. He cautiously asked, "Where?" Just follow me." The man grinned, leading the way. After approximately half an hour, he brought Bain to the second floor of an abandoned small house. The front door was firmly locked, with only the windows accessible. Judging by the footprints inside, it seemed the man had visited this place numerous times. At the second floor window, Bain pointed to the balcony across. Through the window of the balcony, a study was visible. "What does this mean?" Bain inquired. The man replied, "What do you think it means?" "Wine. It's all fine wine. The last time I was in that room, I saw a plethora of cigarettes and liquor. However, I inadvertently attracted the zombies, thus I couldn't take anything with me. And then, I have been observing for several days. Now, only 2 zombies remain in that building, and I have deliberately closed the door to it. They are trapped inside. If someone could lure them away, I would be able to enter and retrieve all the cigarettes and alcohol. Do you want me to act as bait? Why don't you go yourself?" "Nonsense. Only I know where those goods are hidden, allowing me to extract them in the shortest possible time." "Brother, just tell me if you're in or out. To be honest, I am aware of another location, one with even more valuable items. If our collaboration goes well this time, I would be inclined to work with you long term." "Well, all right." Bain feigned contemplation before quickly agreeing. "If what this fellow says is true, then I am indeed curious about the other location. I will give it a try." Bain decisively approached the exquisite 3-story building. "Good luck." The man chuckled. Watching Bain's retreating figure, he momentarily revealed a look of disdain and triumph. Bain arrived at the door of the room in the small building, noticing a loop of iron wire around the door. He easily unfastened it and stepped inside. After a brief inspection of the first floor, he found no zombies. On the second floor, he spotted a zombie standing idly in the corner. The zombie turned to glance at Bain upon hearing the noise, but offered no further reaction. Based on his earlier deductions, Bain located the study's door, which was slightly ajar, and pushed it open. The left side of the study was dimly lit, while light streamed in from the window on the right, allowing visibility from the opposite second floor. As Bain stepped into the light, he realized the man from the second floor had vanished. After a moment's contemplation, he began to piece together the implications. How naive. Bain ascended to the third floor, where he discovered 3 zombies. In total, there were 4 zombies in the entire building. As expected, that scoundrel had deceived him. Bain silently returned to the second floor and cleared his throat. "Ah!" he suddenly screamed. The zombie on the second floor looked at him with a bewildered expression. The 3 zombies on the third floor, hearing the commotion, descended and joined him on the second floor. Upon realizing it was Bain who had made the noise, they resumed their stupor. Bain quietly approached the staircase on the first floor, quickly found a piece of paper, opened the vial of the corpse lure, and placed a drop on it before sealing it tightly again. The scent of the lure immediately stimulated the 4 zombies on the second floor, inciting them to charge toward Bain. Clutching the paper, Bain fled desperately toward the exit. The zombies pursued him relentlessly, rushing out behind him, and soon, he vanished from sight. This scene was clearly observed by the man concealed in the shadows. Initially, he had not anticipated that the silver would divert all the zombies. He merely hoped to distract 2 of them, believing he could then stealthily seize the items within. However, he was astonished that the foolish lad managed to lure all 4 zombies away, a truly unexpected boon. Indeed, the man had deceived. He was aware from the outset that there were 4 zombies in the room. Fearing that the silver might hesitate, he only disclosed half the truth. In reality, there had originally been 5 zombies, but just the day before, the man had similarly tricked a 15-year-old boy using the same ruse and assurances. The boy's fate was grim. He succeeded in luring 1 zombie from the room, but was swiftly overtaken and devoured. The man had intended from the very beginning to employ this baiting tactic to draw the zombies away, indifferent to the fate of the bait. His decision to change his observation point upon the Silver's entry into the house stemmed from a concern that the Silver, upon realizing he had been duped, might deliberately lead the zombies back to the place where the man had been. This was the fundamental reason for the man's shift in location. With the Silver having successfully drawn away all the zombies, the man was filled with exhilaration as he ventured into the house in search of cigarettes and alcohol. In truth, those items were not located in the study on the second floor, but rather in the bedroom. There was no way the man would reveal this reality to the Silver. Upon discovering the cigarettes and alcohol in the bedroom, the man's eyes gleamed with avarice as he greedily stuffed everything into his bag. Anticipating a swift return to the shelter to relish in his newfound treasures, he had already resolved that upon returning, he would vacate the refugee zone, aiming to settle in the inner circle, perhaps even finding a lovely wife with the remaining supplies. While the man's heart brimmed with joy, the Silver waited silently. He had discarded the paper, which was soon snatched up by the 4 zombies for consumption. The Silver then retrieved another piece of paper, placing it in his clothing pocket, and retraced his steps to the second-floor balcony of a building adjacent to the small house. Upon witnessing the man excitedly emerging from the first floor, the Silver produced the paper, allowing 3 drops of zombie-attracting substance to fall upon it. He then sealed the vial and crumpled the paper, tossing it down with precision. The paper landed perfectly in the crevice between the man's backpack and clothing. What followed next was the Silver's quiet observation of the unfolding events. Drumming his fingers in excitement, the man hastened his steps toward the nearest shelter, intent on finding refuge before noon struck. Once the door opened at 12, he planned to dash inside. However, just as he took a few strides, a zombie suddenly emerged ahead, charging towards him. Startled, he swiftly altered his course, fleeing down an alternate path. Yet, to his dismay, upon glancing back, he found that the solitary zombie had multiplied into a horde of 7 or 8. Chapter 84. Sister S. Tale 8. Backlash. The zombies, howling like banshees, relentlessly pursued him, their numbers swelling with alarming rapidity. Some of these undead were surprisingly swift, closing in on the man with every passing moment. Cursing vehemently, he wondered what misfortune had befallen him that day. It felt as though he were beset by a legion of the undead. Was he destined to perish before he could even savor life as pleasures? He resolutely refused to accept such a fate. With sheer determination, he sprinted for his life, convinced that he could ignite a miraculous surge of energy within him, akin to the protagonists of his favorite animated series, and escape this dire predicament. Yet, barely 5 minutes into his frantic flight, he felt his stamina waning. A glance over his shoulder revealed that the horde had swelled to over 20, and the nearest zombies were closing in rapidly. Realizing that if this continued, his end was inevitable, he climbed a large tree by the roadside. In a desperate bid for survival, he discarded his bag, which fell to the ground, its contents scattering in the dirt. An astute zombie promptly snatched up the paper and consumed it. For a fleeting moment, the zombies paused, as if bereft of purpose, resembling soulless machines. However, this stillness lasted less than 3 seconds before they spotted the living man perched in the tree. Instinct took over, and they began to encircle the trunk, groaning and shrieking. Among them, a particularly robust zombie charged at the tree, causing it to tremble with each impact. The man atop the tree was gripped by fear. Just as he found himself trapped and surrounded by the ravenous undead, a figure emerged from the shadows, Silver, who had been observing for some time. Calmly, he picked up the man's discarded bag before 2 zombies brushed past him, rushing toward the tree. The man watched this unfold with wide eyes. Why did the zombie not bite him? The man was bewildered, utterly astonished by the scene before him. Yet, amidst this unnatural occurrence, his foremost concern remained his own life. With a forced smile and a demeanor of desperation, he pleaded, "Brother, please lend me a hand. I can't get down." However, the response from Bain was neither warm nor cold. He simply opened his bag before the man and examined the quantity of cigarettes and alcohol within. "If you want to come down, why not just jump? Don't you have legs? Please, don't joke around, brother. I truly need your help. I will give you everything in this bag." The man insisted, but his focus shifted to another resource point. "You mentioned knowing another location." Yes, of course. Just save me, and I will tell you." His tone, filled with a wretched humility, betrayed an evident unease. Bain discerned that the man was lying. Those who lie are destined for hell. Prepare to meet your fate. His voice was as cold and indifferent as a machine. Bain proceeded to empty the man's bag into his own, acquiring 6 fine cigarettes, 4 bottles of quality liquor, and 2 additional packs of cigarettes, though of lesser quality. Yet, this was still preferable to having nothing at all. "Please, no. I truly know where the supplies are, I swear. It's just, The latter part of his sentence was abruptly cut off as the tree shook violently from the impact of a zombie. The man, caught off guard by his own agitation, lost his footing and fell from the tree. No, don't eat me. Help, please, no. Woof. What transpired next was a chilling scream followed by the gruesome scene of zombies feasting. Bain, having grown accustomed to such horrors, showed no interest in the spectacle. He merely slung the bag over his shoulder and continued his search for supplies elsewhere. Suddenly, a notification echoed in his ear. Bain initially assumed it was a new task, yet the subsequent message left him utterly speechless. Ding. Task completed. Successfully rescued the tyrant. Reward. Nearby hidden liquor stash. 300 meters ahead, Fortune Grand Hotel, 2nd floor. Room 305. Bain was left in a state of bewilderment. The task of saving the tyrant had been completed over 2 weeks prior, with no reward attached at that time. Now, the system presented him with this unexpected turn of events. What could this mean? A delayed reward? Or perhaps a malfunction in the system attempting to rectify itself? What's going on here? He pondered, unable to comprehend the situation. However, this reward undoubtedly proved advantageous for Bain. If that is the case, does it imply that even tasks devoid of rewards at the time would yield compensation afterwards? Moreover, the nature of this compensation aligns perfectly with Bain's current needs. If so, it would be wise to diligently undertake such tasks in the future, as they might very well save one's life in critical moments. Following the address provided by the system, Bain made his way to room 305. As anticipated, he discovered an abundance of fine wines within the bedroom of that suite, over 20 bottles in total. He carefully packed every one of them into his bag and continued his search for quality cigarettes. Unfortunately, luck was not on his side. Ever since acquiring the wines, he had not stumbled upon any tobacco products. Despite a whole afternoon of effort, he found nothing of value. Time slipped away, and soon it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Sighing in resignation, he decided to return and try his luck once more. Although his supply of cigarettes was indeed lacking, perhaps the surplus of wine could serve as a suitable substitute. At this moment, Bain felt a sense of gratitude towards the system. Were it not for the address it provided, he might have struggled to find even the wine, let alone the cigarettes. His day was destined for failure. With a backpack brimming with wine, Bain returned to the shelter where he and other scavengers resided in an abandoned house, waiting for the doors of the refuge to open. From the dozens of scavengers who had set out that morning, only about 10 remained. Some had returned by noon, while others were simply gone. Hey, little brother. You seem to have had a fruitful day. What treasures did you unearth? An elderly man with disheveled hair approached him, visibly pleased with his haul, which included a decent bottle of wine. Bain merely chuckled softly, replying, "Oh, nothing of note. Just some balloons, firewood, and half a bag of cement. Just enough to fix the toilet." "Well, that is not too shabby." The old man wandered off to inquire about the finds of others. At that moment, a sense of camaraderie enveloped the group. After all, no one truly knew what treasures lay hidden in each other's bags. As long as wealth remained concealed and no conflicts of interest arose, they were all in this together, sharing in both the hardships and the fleeting joys of scavenging. Chapter 85. The Reliable Teammate. Ding ding ding. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the bell rang out. Once the zombies were lured away by the sound, the door creaked open. All scavengers seized the opportunity to rush into the shelter. Subsequently, the gates close and inspections commence. The rules of scavenging dictate that one cannot simply acquire anything and expect to keep it. In fact, every venture outside necessitates the payment of a tax upon return. This is the shelter's decree. The tax is deducted directly from the items one brings back, typically not amounting to much, primarily depending on the quality of the collected goods. During these moments, a crowd from the refugee district gathers to watch, often out of sheer boredom, as there is a dearth of entertainment for those at the bottom of the shelter. For officials are responsible for the inspections and tax collection. 3 are diligently occupied, while the remaining one, a balding middle-aged man who appears to be the leader, engages in conversation with Shirlahu. The two seem to share a cordial rapport. The inspection area features a large table where scavengers are required to empty their collected items for the official's review. Only after the inspection and tax payment are completed can they repack their belongings and leave, making way for the next in line. Today, the line of scavengers has Bain positioned in the middle. Shirlahu spots him at once. After exchanging a few casual words with the balding man, he approaches Bain. "Hey, how's it going?" Shirlahu glances at Bain's bulging backpack with anticipation. Bain shakes his head. "There's enough water, but I haven't got half of the cigarettes." Here, water refers to alcohol, while cigarettes are the smokes. Shirlahu, not lacking in wit, comprehends the implications. He appears somewhat troubled, stating, "That poses a bit of a problem." "So, is there a sufficient quantity of water?" "Not too bad, 31 bottles. 31 bottles? Shirlahu exclaims in surprise. "Are they all good quality?" "Indeed. The finest kind." "Then there is no issue. I shall make arrangements for you tonight." "Much appreciated." "Not at all. However, about the surplus. I don't drink. So you can have it all. How bold. I admire your straightforwardness. Shirlahu chuckles heartily, and then proceeds to assist with the inspections ahead. The group of scavengers before Bain undergoes the inspection swiftly, as there is little of value to scrutinize. Soon, it is the turn of an elderly man ahead of Bain. As the old man pulls out several pairs of slippers, a few folding stools, and a piece of foul-smelling cured meat from his bag. A young inspector can no longer contain himself. Sir, this meat is so rotten, you might as well throw it away. The old man chuckles lightly, replying, no worries. I'll boil it and wash it, it can still be eaten. We are hardy folks, consuming such things poses no issue. However, regarding your meat. The young man was still eager to make an effort, but beside him, the old man, Stone Tiger, gently patted his shoulder. Let him pass. It's not easy for the elderly to scavenge a piece of meat. You haven't been to a refugee area, so you can't fathom the environment there. Reluctantly, the young man acquiesced and allowed the old man to proceed. Since there was nothing of value, no taxes were collected. Thank you everyone. The old man, pleased to have evaded taxation, cheerfully gathered his belongings and departed. The next individual to be inspected was the silver-haired youth. Bang! As the massive backpack was thumped onto the table, the sound of clinking glass bottles resonated through the air, instantly drawing the attention of onlookers. Allow me. Stone Tiger took the pack and unzipped it, revealing a bounty of fine wines and cigarettes that dazzled all present. Gasp! The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. What the hell? Did this kid rob a bank? Indeed, he struck it lucky. Where's the justice in this? Is he scavenging or striking gold? The spectators murmured amongst themselves. The inspecting staff, too, found their hands trembling as they assessed the contents. The bald, portly supervisor was drawn over by the commotion. Upon seeing the collection of exquisite bottles, his eyes gleamed with avarice. You, my friend, are quite fortunate today. The supervisor chuckled as he began to make his selections. His greed was palpable as he quickly set aside 4 bottles for himself, claiming them as tax. Typically, scavengers were expected to pay a tithe of 1/10 of their haul. Yet, faced with such a trove, the supervisor was clearly unsatisfied. Just as he reached for a 5th bottle, Stone Tiger's hand shot out, blocking the supervisor's greedy grasp. Furrowing his brow, the supervisor thought, why are you siding with a stranger? Stone Tiger leaned closer, whispering, enough is enough. This kid is a classmate of the director's daughter. Those wines are meant for the director. Tread carefully, or you might find yourself in hot water. Really? Is that true? The supervisor, astonished, seemed reluctant to believe it. Stone Tiger continued, does this young man look like an ordinary person? Can an average individual find so much fine wine in a single day? I've said my piece. If you choose to be reckless and ruin yourself, don't blame me for not warning you. With that, he retrieved the only 2 lesser quality cigarettes from the pile and placed them before the supervisor, quietly advising, add these too, and you'll have enough to enjoy for a few days. Heed my counsel, it's best to know when to stop. All right. The supervisor chose to relent. As a longtime friend, Shirlahu was willing to trust the character of his companion. However, amidst his compromise, a sigh of relief escaped his heart. What the hell? If you take it all, what will I eat? Such were Shirlahu's thoughts. After all, Bain had already stated that any leftover liquor from the business would be gifted to him. Naturally, he would strive to retain as many bottles as possible. The inspection concluded swiftly, with taxes paid on 4 bottles of liquor and 2 packs of cigarettes. As Shirlahu drove Bain along with the array of exquisite cigars and wines away, the onlookers gazed on with envy and resentment, their hearts brimming with a silent inquiry to the heavens as to why fortune had not favored them in a similar manner. Upon returning home, the trio and a dog enjoyed a meal at Shirlahu's residence. During the dinner, Shirlahu appeared exceedingly cheerful, announcing, once we finish dining, accompany me to the inner circle. Bring everything along. I shall introduce you to a friend of mine. The matter of the entry tickets should be resolved tonight. Thank you. Uncle Shir, came the reply. Oh, not at all. Shirlahu waved his hand dismissively, his expression suggesting that he ought to be the one expressing gratitude. Throughout the meal, Bayu remained sullen, her focus solely on her food, not uttering a word. Bain, believing the young girl was missing her parents, inquired, Uncle Shir, have you received any news about the couple I asked you to investigate? Shirlahu popped a peanut into his mouth, reassured her, rest assured. I have already entrusted this matter to an old acquaintance. Within 3 days, I will certainly have the information for you. He had anticipated that this answer would uplift Bayu's spirits. However, when Bain glanced at the young girl again, she remained despondent. Chapter 86, Sister S. Tale, Wong, Jean. After dinner, it was time to head to the inner circle. As Bain packed all the cigars and liquor for Shirlahu to inspect, he naturally extracted a few cigarettes from the bag. You keep the cigarettes. You still need to live, and after all, it's wise to leave some rice at home. To be honest, Bain was somewhat taken aback by Shirlahu's words. as he could have easily included those cigarettes as part of his connections offerings. By accounting for the cigarettes, the remaining liquor would naturally increase. Bain possessed 6 packs of cigarettes and 27 bottles of liquor. If he were to conduct his business solely with the liquor, the remaining goods would amount to 6 packs of cigarettes and 7 bottles of liquor, netting Shirlahu 7 bottles. Should he include all the cigarettes, the remaining goods would then total 0 packs of cigarettes and 10 bottles of liquor, resulting in a profit of 10 bottles for Shirlahu. However, he did not proceed with that course of action, indicating that he possessed a modicum of conscience. Bain declined Shirlahu's generous offer, stating that he had ample supplies and had no need for the cigarettes, nor did he smoke. Ultimately, after some polite refusals, he chose to accept the cigarettes. Since Shirlahu was a person of integrity, Bain felt compelled to treat him well. This was not out of any profound affection, but rather an understanding that such kindness would engender a sense of obligation in Shirlahu, prompting him to assist Bain with greater diligence. Of course, this approach was effective only with individuals of conscience. As for the ungrateful, a more forceful method would be more appropriate. That evening, as they departed, Bayu had already retreated to the bedroom with Hazy in her arms. Her silhouette, viewed from any angle, conveyed a sense of despondency. Bain lacked extensive experience with women, yet this did not imply he was naive. He could discern the underlying reasons for Bayu's negativity. However, he found himself unable to formulate a judgment or a plan. If Bayu's parents chose rejection and abandonment, should he allow this young girl, still unfamiliar with life, to step into his future? Bain endeavored to set aside this troubling question, opting instead to let events unfold naturally. That night, laden with a large bag of cigarettes and alcohol, Bain, under the guidance of Shirlahu's tricycle, journeyed to the inner circle. Bain harbored a disdain for modes of transportation. He suffered from motion sickness, whether in cars, planes, or boats. Even on a motorcycle, prolonged rides would induce nausea. Yet, in comparison to other public transport options, he found the tricycle more tolerable. It was relatively comfortable, as the open back offered some relief. Provided the journey did not exceed 3 hours, he usually fared well. The inner circle was rather small, occupying the central position of the shelter. Thus, despite the lower population compared to other circles, the density was relatively substantial. Shirlahu stopped the vehicle in front of an opulent villa and knocked on the door. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man in his 40s answered. Dressed in a white shirt and black shorts, he was tall and slender, with a somewhat pale, oval face. He appeared weary, sporting dark circles under his eyes, suggesting a lack of rest. Shirlahu exchanged a few words with the man before summoning Bain over. "Brother, this is Wang Jin, the owner of that hotel, the top man," Shirlahu introduced, as Bain promptly extended his hand. "Hello, Boss Wang, I am Bain." "Oh, hello. Shirtu has informed me about your situation. Please, come in," Wang Jin replied, shaking hands before gesturing for Bain to enter, leading the way. Wang Jin was a rather affable individual, devoid of any airs. Bain followed him into the spacious living room, only to glance back and find that Shirlahu had vanished, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. He entered, struggling under the weight of the package filled with cigarettes and alcohol. "Allow me, Uncle Shir." Bain hurried over to assist, and the two placed the items on the living room floor. "Uncle? You call him that?" Wang Jin, seated on the sofa, lit a cigarette and offered one to Bain. Bain declined, saying, "Thank you, but I don't smoke." He then added, "Indeed." Wang Jin passed the cigarette to Shirlahu, who naturally accepted it and lit it himself. "You two are quite amusing," one calls the other brother, while the other refers to one as uncle. What is the harm? Everyone has their own way of addressing each other. Now, let us discuss serious matters. Is this feasible? Given Shirlahu's casual demeanor during their conversation, it was evident that they shared a close relationship. Wang Jin cut to the chase. "Haven't I already stated that once the supplies arrive, everything will be taken care of? You still haven't changed your capitalistic attitude, have you? I once thought, considering our shared history as classmates, you might lend me a hand. Spare me the nostalgia. Wasn't he just last night?" Wang Jin shot Shirlahu a glare. "Which fool was it that smashed my window in the middle of the night? I've been struggling with insomnia. Finally managed to sleep, only to have you ruin it. Do you see these dark circles under my eyes? It's all you're doing. And stop with the talk of our shared past. Do you really think I have any real power as the head? I still have to watch that old man's face." The old man referred to Wang Jin's father. Their relationship was strained, primarily because his father opposed Wang Jin's marriage to his first love, whose family was impoverished, a fact that greatly displeased the elder. He resorted to unsavory tactics to forcibly separate them. In retaliation, Wang Jin had since refrained from pursuing any romantic relationships, let alone marriage. As long as the topic of heirs was avoided, they could coexist without conflict. However, any attempt to broach the subject could easily escalate into a confrontation. Wang Jin had no desire to inherit the family business, In fact, he was apathetic towards it. Yet, as the only son, his father imposed responsibilities upon him. The elder was reluctant to relinquish control, fearing that Wang Jin might act recklessly. Ironically, despite Wang Jin's outward position as the head of the hotel, if he wished to include Bai Ying in such a significant event, he would still need to grease the palms of his subordinates to keep them silent, primarily to prevent them from reporting to his father. Of course, there was another option. Wang Jin could directly explain the situation to his father, but he clearly preferred to avoid such an encounter. Shi Laohu opened the package, revealing the supplies within. Wang Jin leaned in for a closer look and nodded. The items are satisfactory. Will you give them all to me? Your aspirations are quite fanciful. Do reserve a few bottles of wine for me. Just look at your stinginess. With a dismissive glance, I retrieved all the cigarettes and alcohol from my bag. After a careful selection, I ultimately returned 6 exquisite bottles of wine to the bag. Bai Yin noticed that all 6 bottles chosen by Wang Jin were indeed the finest among them. Take the ones in the bag back, leave the rest here. The banquet is scheduled for tomorrow evening at 8 o'clock. I will do my utmost to ensure the invitation is delivered to you by noon. Chapter 87, Sister's Tale 11. The black feather. To attend the banquet, one must possess an invitation. In addition to numerous prominent figures in the inner circle who received invitations, some from the mid-circle are also permitted to attend. However, they typically acquire tickets at great expense, often under time constraints. The fundamental aim is to establish connections with those in the inner circle. To put it plainly, the invitations had long been distributed. Bai Yin's primary concern was time. Had he entered the scene half a month prior, he could have easily secured an invitation through donations, employing transparent methods. Yet, the invitations were now gone. To gain entry, he had no choice but to rely on connections. Thus, he had to depend on Wang Jin, who was tasked with amending the back-end records to include Bai Yin's name among those mid-circle individuals who had purchased tickets 2 weeks earlier. The following day at noon, Shi Laohu knocked on the door with a cheerful demeanor. As soon as Bai Yin opened the door, he presented 2 invitation cards. Hey, that lad works quickly. Bai Yin, surprised, accepted the 2 invitations, noticing the names inscribed were unmistakably his and Bai Yu's. Why are there 2? He inquired softly. Shi Laohu paused. Weren't you going together? He had assumed Bai Yin would attend with Bai Yu, so he had prepared for 2 individuals when discussing with Wang Jin. Naturally, the requests for cigarettes and alcohol were also for 2. Of course it's for both of you. That's settled then. Shi Laohu thought Bai Yin was jesting. Bai Yin went to his bedroom, where he found Bai Yu staring out the window in a daze. Bai Yu? Bai Yu jumped, turning to see Bai Yin. A forced smile graced her face as she asked, "What's the matter? Are you going to my sister's birthday banquet tonight? Can I go?" "Certainly, there are 2 tickets. Though, if you don't wish to attend." "Of course I want to go. Why wouldn't I?" Bai Yu retorted, her expression defiant. "Just as I was curious about the appearance of your sister, whom you have cherished for so many years. Remember to take a bath and change into clean clothes." At 6 in the evening, the 2 set off. Bai Yu donned a charming purple dress, while Bai Yin opted for a casual black outfit. Old Stone drove them to the entrance of the hotel and departed, simply wishing them a delightful evening. Upon their arrival at the hotel, 2 young women at the entrance immediately reached out to stop them. "Good evening. May I ask if you have an invitation?" Bai Yin presented the invitations for both of them. The young woman examined them for a moment, finding no issues, and allowed them to enter. However, they had scarcely moved further when Bai Yu could distinctly hear the disdainful murmurs behind them. A little brat bringing a cripple in. How ridiculous. Indeed, to have a person with a disability at such a prestigious event seemed to lower its caliber. Though their voices were low, Bai Yu heard them all too clearly. Her spirits immediately sank, and she could not help but lower her head. Bai Yin gently patted her head, offering comfort. "There's no need to concern yourself with the opinions of outsiders." With a faint nod, Bai Yu acknowledged his words, yet her mood remained noticeably dim. The hotel lobby was vast, illuminated by brilliant lights and adorned with an array of delectable dishes on the tables. A considerable number of guests had already arrived, engaging in lively conversation and laughter. However, when the crowd's gaze fell upon Bai Yu, who walked with a noticeable limp, they could not suppress their whispers of mockery and speculation. Unable to tolerate such an atmosphere, Bai Yu decided to sit in a corner, refraining from walking any further. Bai Yin, not knowing what else to say, busied himself with a plate of food. "Would you like some cake?" he inquired. "No, I lack an appetite." "Really? Not even for strawberry cake?" "Strawberry?" Suddenly lifting her head, she was met with the sight of a strawberry cake. "Well, all right then, I suppose I shall indulge a little." She took it and began to eat with great delight, as if all her earlier disappointments had vanished. As time passed, it soon reached 8 o'clock. The rhythmic sound of music filled the air, followed by the MC taking the stage to deliver a speech. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to." The introduction was tiresome and lengthy, filled with trivialities. Yet, the The crux of the matter lay in his concluding words. Now, let us extend a warm round of applause for the director of the institute, Mr. Hae-shan. The crowd erupted in enthusiastic applause. Subsequently, Haeyu's adoptive father, Hae-shan, took the stage. Fortunately, he also bore the surname Hae. Otherwise, Bain would have been left wondering whether Haeyu would change her name after being adopted. Today, Hae-shan was clad in an expensive suit and adorned with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Upon taking the stage, he expressed his gratitude to the gathered guests, stating, "I sincerely appreciate all friends for attending my daughter's coming-of-age ceremony." In essence, it was a lengthy, insipid preamble. After much ado, he finally got to the crux of the matter. He beckoned to someone in the audience, saying, "Xiaoyu, come up and greet the esteemed uncles and aunts." Before long, Haeyu, dressed in an exquisite white gown, ascended the stage. She was stunning, her attire resplendent, and her grace surpassed even that captured in photographs. She beamed with genuine joy. Bain could discern that Haeyu's happiness at that moment was utterly sincere, indicating that her current life was filled with contentment. "Thank you, esteemed uncles and aunts, for coming to my coming-of-age ceremony. Although times are chaotic and many aspects are challenging, seeing your smiling faces fills me with hope for humanity's future." Her speech seemed meticulously crafted. Ugh. Upon hearing these words, Bayu couldn't help but roll her eyes. Why not indulge in some delicacies? The future of humanity has little to do with the present extravagance of these people. Such hypocrisy. After stating this, as if recalling something, she cast a pitiful glance at Bain, saying, "Dear brother, if I mention your sister in your presence, you won't be upset, will you?" Bain swiftly delivered a playful slap atop Bayu's head, eliciting a yelp from her, and retorted, "Speak plainly, without the sarcasm. You're not the one to play the innocent." "Humph. It's merely a matter of welcoming new faces while bidding farewell to the old. You men are all so enamored with novelty. Seeing a beautiful woman, you can hardly contain yourselves." In an apparent attempt to vent her frustrations, she took a large bite of cake and indulged in a gluttonous feast. Meanwhile, observing Haeyu on stage reciting her hollow words, Bain felt that his sister had changed remarkably compared to the past. The so-called speech concluded swiftly, leading into the dull spectacle of Hae-shan being showered with compliments and toasts. Bain wished to approach Haeyu, but was taken aback by an unexpected sight. Chapter 88, Sister's Tale. 12. Conclusion. There stood a chubby young man in his early 20s, dressed in a black suit. He held a glass of red wine, and was engaged in cheerful banter with Haeyu. Bain recognized the man, Haeyu's adoptive parents' biological son, and thus her brother. He had appeared in the family portrait more than once. Once upon a time, it was the discovery of a letter penned by Haeyu to his brother that led me to choose B City. Now, it appears that this chubby lad is indeed fortunate. They have reunited as a family. What is the matter? Bayu noticed the subtle shift in Bain's demeanor. Is there something amiss with that man? Bain managed a wry smile and replied, "It's nothing. He is Haeyu's new brother. Are you feeling envious? Perhaps. Why not go and compare? It's likely I would not measure up. Do not be disheartened. I am still here for you. Your words are rather empty. TSK, kindness mistaken for insensitivity." Bayu merely continued to savor the cake on her plate. Haeyu and the chubby boy were engaged in lively banter, while Bain, from a distance, observed quietly, "Brother, I'll be going to the restroom." In the midst of their gathering, Haeyu excused himself to the lavatory. Bain, having deciphered her lip movements, seized this opportunity to make contact. "Be careful, I'm heading to the restroom as well." After offering this caution to Bayu, Bain followed suit. Bayu, noticing Haeyu had vanished, surmised something was afoot. She uttered nothing, merely responding with a gentle acknowledgement. As he traversed the corridor toward the restroom, Bain chose to wait in a secluded passageway, where no one else lingered. From his pocket, he produced an exquisitely crafted box, his gift for Haeyu's birthday. Inside lay a jade pendant adorned with a four-leaf clover design. Haeyu had once confided her fondness for four-leaf clovers, as they symbolized good fortune. This gift had been in the making for quite some time. Initially conceived when he was around 14 years old, costing him a considerable sum, almost equivalent to half a year's earnings at that time. He stood there in anticipation. After approximately 5 minutes, Haeyu emerged from the restroom. Bain attempted to greet her, but to his surprise, she brushed past him without acknowledgement. Bain called out, causing Haeyu to pause and turn back, momentarily taken aback. "Did you call for me?" Yes." Bain nodded. Only then did Haeyu scrutinize him more closely. And upon noticing the cheap fabric of his attire, a glimmer of disdain flickered in her eyes. Yet, she concealed it well, responding with a smile. "May I inquire what you need? Do you remember me?" "I remember you, but who are you?" Haeyu pondered for a moment before ultimately shaking her head. "Apologies. My memory may be a bit hazy. Could you remind me?" "Your name is Bain. We met during our childhood." Bain murmured these two characters, finding them somewhat familiar. We often played together at the orphanage, and you used to call me brother. He was taken aback, suddenly enlightened. It dawned on him, Silver? Indeed. Bain laughed, recalling that Silver was his childhood nickname. However, before he could revel in the nostalgia, the other person's demeanor shifted immediately. Oh, it's you. What do you want? The pretense disappeared, replaced by an indifferent attitude. Bain was merely surprised, then offered a wry smile. Nothing much. I just wanted to ask how you've been all these years. I'm doing well. Is there anything else? If not, I'll be on my way. Okay. I have something for you. He pulled a delicate little box from his pocket and handed it over. Happy birthday. Blackfeather quickly accepted it, responding in a cool tone, thank you, before turning to leave. Hey, Bain called out. Before he could say anything further, Blackfeather, clearly impatient, glanced back with disdain and said, if you think you can leverage our past relationship to gain something from me, think again. My family's matters are solely decided by my father. Don't waste my time. With that, he walked away without a second glance. Just then, the chubby boy arrived at the corridor, noticing Blackfeather's exit. He hurriedly asked, hey, why are you back so late? Blackfeather frowned and replied, nothing much. Just ran into a classmate from elementary school who was trying to latch onto me. Is that so? The chubby boy looked up at Bain, a smirk on his face. He looks decent enough, but it's a pity there aren't many wealthy women around anymore. It's best to keep your distance from such people. They're definitely looking to gain something from us. Don't worry, I've already turned him down. We won't even be friends. That's good to hear. With that, the siblings left, chatting and laughing, leaving Bain alone in solitude. Sighing deeply, Bain exhaled, his voice laced with helplessness. As anticipated, his greatest fears had materialized. Moreover, the severity of the situation only seemed to escalate. In a wealthy family environment, the once innocent little girl had gradually transformed. Now, she instinctively remained wary of anyone who approached, convinced that all were seeking to extract something from her. As for this transformation, Bain found it somewhat inevitable. However, when the other person cast aside their past in the orphanage with an air of superiority, it struck him profoundly. In the recesses of Bain's heart, a fleeting sense of desolation lingered. It was over. He retrieved his pocket watch from within his coat, opening it to reveal the time on one side and a transparent compartment on the other. While most individuals would place a cherished photograph within that compartment, Bain had instead preserved a yellowing clover, a farewell gift from Hayu on the day he was adopted. For 8 long years, he had held on to it. Yet now it seemed to have lost its significance. He extracted the clover from the compartment and, after a brief moment of contemplation, placed it in his mouth, chewing it softly before swallowing. What are you eating? A familiar voice suddenly broke the silence from behind him. Turning around, Bain found Bayu standing there. How long have you been here? Bain inquired. Would you believe me if I said less than 10 minutes? Hey, Bayu. Would you consider being my sister? If that would bring you some comfort, I would gladly accept. Silence ensued, followed by an apology. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. It's all right. In fact, I would quite like that. Every individual is unique. Bayu is Bayu and should never be a substitute for anyone else. I apologize for my words. It's fine. I owe you an apology as well. Why? Because I reveled in your misfortune just now. Though I hesitate to admit it, I am somewhat reluctant to see you together. That has nothing to worry about. So what shall we do next? With a long exhale, Bain simply replied, let us go home. Haizi will be lonely by himself. Chapter 89, Sister, Part 13. Confusion. The night was alive with the chirping of various insects outside the window. Since the outbreak of the undead, many places had regained a semblance of vitality, and one could frequently observe small insects scuttling about, even within the inner circles of the city. This was a stark contrast to the bustling prosperity of the past. The underlying cause of this phenomenon lay in the drastic reduction of the human population in the broader environment. Though many were reluctant to acknowledge it, it seemed that nature thrived far better without humanity. In a luxurious presidential suite of a hotel situated in the inner circle, Hayu resided. She idly observed and fiddled with a pile of gifts laid out before her. Hayu understood well that most attendees had come to her coming-of-age ceremony primarily out of respect for her father. While it might not be a certainty, it was close to 99. The gifts that had made their way to her were mostly jewelry and trinkets, which held little value in this apocalyptic era. As for the truly valuable provisions, cigarettes, alcohol, and food, they had likely been discreetly transferred to her father's possession by the hotel staff. Hayu hummed a cheerful tune, her spirit seemingly unaffected by the circumstances surrounding her. She felt an immense joy today, humming an unfamiliar melody while meticulously sifting through a pile of gifts, hoping to find something appealing. Regrettably, after a prolonged search, not a single piece of jewelry met her aesthetic standards. Eventually, her gaze shifted to a delicate black box, which she recalled was a gift from Bain. She lifted the box and opened it, revealing a jade pendant shaped like a 4-leaf clover. For a moment, she was taken aback, reminiscing about her childhood. However, her expression soon darkened as she placed the pendant back into the box. Was this cherished memory merely being exploited to forge connections? Disappointment washed over her, for she harbored doubts about the sincerity of Baiin's intentions, believing his approach was nothing more than a hollow gesture of congratulations. Black Feather had encountered such disillusionment countless times. In her past, she had several close friends, yet they invariably revealed their true colors. Ultimately, everyone who drew near did so to establish a connection with her father. She was no stranger to hearing whispers of disdain behind her back. In her first year of high school, she had a dear confidant whom she regarded as a true friend. Yet one day, she overheard her friend confiding in others. If it weren't for my dad wanting to get close to her father, who would willingly tolerate that foolish young lady? Such occurrences had become all too common, leading Black Feather to cease placing her trust in others. It was an unfortunate habit she had cultivated, allowing herself to relax only when the other person's family background was at least on par with her own. After all, only families of such standing were likely to approach her without ulterior motives. Alas, children from those families often preferred to engage with her brother, a genuine scion of a prestigious lineage, while she, an adopted daughter, was viewed as insignificant by their standards. With a sigh, she set the box down and retreated to her bed. It was all his fault. The image of Baiin flickered in her mind, and she couldn't help but lament. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't be reminded of those unpleasant memories. Amidst her grievances, she gradually drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, it was 11 o'clock at night for Baiin, who remained wide awake. This evening, he struggled with insomnia, but fortunately, Heisey kept him company. While Baiyu had already fallen asleep, Baiin sat on the sofa, staring blankly at the ceiling. Heisey lay beside him, snoring softly. Baiin felt a profound sense of confusion, a deep-seated disorientation stemming from the loss of direction in his life. His thoughts lingered on the carefree days spent playing with Baiyu in the orphanage. Ultimately, after the age of 10, his mind ceased to accommodate anything beyond a singular fixation. Ever since he was adopted, Baiin's thoughts have been consumed by the desire to reunite with Heyu, who represents his very reason for existence. Even amidst the chaos of a zombie apocalypse, he remains steadfast to the promises of his childhood, traversing mountains and rivers, all for the mere chance of seeing Heyu once more. Yet, upon finally achieving that long-sought reunion, Heyu coldly declares, "I no longer need you." This moment transforms Baiin's life into an unmitigated tragedy. Why is Baiin so resolute in his attachment to Heyu? Because Heyu embodies his life's purpose. This, undeniably, marks the most lamentable aspect of his existence. Baiin lacks any genuine motivation to persevere. 7 years spent as an assassin yield nothing that could serve as a worthy goal. That period of his life can only be described in terms of numbness and darkness, devoid of any direction or hint of personal aspiration. Where does he go from here? Baiin introspectively questions himself. For ordinary people, merely surviving poses an immense challenge, rendering such existential inquiries seldom entertained. Yet, Baiin is not like most. Even in times of peace, he dreams of buying a home, marrying, and climbing the social ladder, aspirations that hold no allure for him. His singular life ambition remains unchanged, to return to Heyu and relive the carefree days of the orphanage. Alas, this goal has become utterly unfeasible. Heyu has transformed, no longer requiring his presence. Thus, Baiin opts to relinquish his obsession, choosing to withdraw completely from Heiyu's life. However, the inevitable must still be confronted. What path lies ahead for him? At that moment, Kuro, the cat on the sofa, suddenly emits a soft whine, seemingly caught in a nightmare. Baiin quickly soothes him with gentle strokes, offering comfort. As Kuro's demeanor gradually calms, a resigned smile spreads across Baiin's face. "I have made my decision," he murmurs to himself. From now on, Kuro shall be his guiding principle. Once he resolves the matters concerning Heyu, he intends to depart from this awkward place. A paradise? Indeed. Baiin aspires to find a tranquil environment conducive to living alongside Kuro. Should he fail in that endeavor, a visit to Ans would be a welcome alternative. The remote county where Ans resides could very well be a little haven. Baiin would be delighted to have such a congenial neighbor. Naturally, if that day comes, he'll also pay a visit to Jinzi, curious about how the couple and their zombie son are faring. As he envisions various potential futures, a series of knocks resound. However, it was at this moment that a knock echoed from outside. Baiin hurriedly approached the door. Upon opening it, he discovered it was Shirlahu. "Oh, why have you returned so soon? I went to the inner circle to fetch you, and after waiting for quite a while, I thought something had gone awry. I apologize. But some unforeseen events occurred," Baiin replied with a wry smile. "No worries." Shirlahu waved his hand, then promptly inquired, "So, how did it go with your classmate?" Baiin, feeling helpless, confessed, "It was a failure." She simply didn't take an interest in me. Chapter 90, Sister, Part 14, Abandonment Alas. Sure Lahu sighed, patting Bai Yin on the shoulder. Do not be disheartened. Such occurrences are quite common, and do not blame her, for she hails from a distinguished background. Nevertheless, even if you cannot forge a connection with her, given your talents, you will undoubtedly find opportunities to excel here. Yes, I am fine, Bai Yin replied. By the way, Uncle Sure, you didn't come to see me at this late hour just to offer consolation, did you? Oh, look at me. I nearly forgot the important matter. Sure Lahu exclaimed, smacking his forehead. That couple has been located. Here is their address. I am unable to go tomorrow, so you will have to visit them on your own. As he spoke, he handed over a slip of paper. Thank you, Uncle Sure. I truly appreciate your efforts in finding them, Bai Yin said, glancing at the note. Sure Lahu added. Oh, and there's one more thing. Have you considered getting treatment for the little one's foot? Is that possible? Bai Yin was taken aback, having not contemplated this matter in depth. I inquired with Wang Jin, and it appears there is a hospital in the inner circle with the capability to perform surgery. However, that facility caters only to high-ranking individuals. If you genuinely intend to seek treatment for the child, I can speak to Wang Jin. Surely, between the two of us, we can gather the necessary funds for the surgery. Let us assess the situation first. I will decide after I meet with that couple tomorrow. Very well. When you have time, let me know, and I will arrange a meeting with Wang Jin. I appreciate your help, Uncle Sure. Oh, we are like family now. The next morning, at the break of dawn, Bai Yin made his way to the cafeteria. The place was nearly deserted at that hour. He used his and Baiyu's meal cards to procure 2 portions of food to bring back. When Baiyu finally arose from her slumber, her hair a tangled mess as she sat at the table to eat, Bai Yin got straight to the point. Sure Lahu came by last night. What is the matter? Baiyu yawned, her eyes glistening with tears that she couldn't resist rubbing away. Your parents have been found. They are in the refugee community to the north. Let us go and see them shortly. Upon hearing this, Baiyu's body trembled slightly. Her expression faltered for a brief moment, revealing a hint of hesitation, as if she were engulfed by worry and fear. Yet, she still nodded. After finishing their meal, Baiyu took a special bath and adorned herself in a charming little white dress. Despite her slight uncertainty, Bai Yin could discern her eagerness to meet her parents. He understood her concerns. Though young, Baiyu had traversed through numerous experiences, gaining a partial understanding of the darker facets of human nature. Thus, even when it came to her biological parents, she found it difficult to place complete trust in them. The address on the note led to a refugee community in the northern outskirts of the shelter. The two of them hitched a ride, paying the fare with a loaf of bread. Taxi services thrived only within the inner and middle circles. As for the outskirts, the residents struggled to find enough food, let alone spend resources on transportation. Their vehicle was a 3-wheeled cart. Upon arriving at their destination, Bai Yin leaped out from the rear, intending to lift Baiyu down. However, to his surprise, she exited the vehicle on her own and unfortunately tumbled to the ground. Quickly, Bai Yin rushed to assist her. Are you all right? Baiyu rose, brushing off the dust and mud from her dress, smiling as she shook her head. I'm fine. Unfortunately, the pristine white dress she had just changed into was now sullied. Bai Yin inquired, shall we go back to change? No need, I'm not that fussy, she replied. They then proceeded towards their target residence. This community lacked security personnel or guards. As they approached, the overwhelming presence of garbage at the entrance served as a deterrent. Although there were cleaners in the refugee area, their numbers were scant and their wages meager, resulting in cleaning only once every week. Baiyu's parents resided in room 109 on the first floor. The pair searched for the room numbers, navigating through the sparsely populated community. Despite it being broad daylight, very few people were visible. Perhaps they had ventured out or, due to the scorching sun, chose to remain indoors. Only a few elderly men were seen playing cards and chess beneath the trees. At last, they arrived at 109. The door stood wide open, indicating that someone was home. They were still a good 10 meters away. Baiyu felt a surge of anxiety, gripping Bai Yin's left hand tightly. She glanced up at him, seemingly seeking courage from his presence. Bai Yin merely chuckled softly and encouraged, go on. Baiyu finally nodded and released her grip. Despite her limping gait, she joyfully ran towards the entrance. Dad, Mom. Her voice was filled with excitement, causing those inside to pause in surprise. Soon after, a woman in her 40s emerged. She was dressed in tattered clothing, tall and thin, with hair that appeared disheveled and yellowed, a clear sign of malnutrition. Following closely behind her was a similarly dressed middle-aged man, clad in a filthy shirt and shorts, with a buzz cut. Once robust, he now resembled a wilted vegetable. These two were Baiyu's parents, Bai Dahai and Shi Xiaojun. Mom. The moment Baiyu laid eyes on her parents, tears streamed down her face. Overwhelmed with emotion, she instinctively threw herself into her mother's embrace, leaving her parents utterly astonished. Mom, I've searched for you both so desperately. Wah! Do you have any idea how I managed to endure after you disappeared? She sobbed uncontrollably. Her mind flooded with the harrowing experiences she had faced before meeting Bai. At that moment, Bai was simply a child yearning to express her grievances to her parents, seeking their love and concern. However, the couple merely exchanged a glance. And after Bai's complex nod, a resolution formed within him. Sure, Xiaojun cast a glance at Bai's tattered attire. Contemplating that her daughter must have endured similar hardships in a refugee camp, she assumed that, like herself, Bai had been rescued by a helicopter and brought here. Regrettably, she felt that she and her husband would only bring disappointment to their daughter. Suddenly, Sure Xiaojun forcefully pushed Bai away. Caught off guard, Bai stumbled to the ground, tears still glistening on her face. In bewilderment, she looked up at her mother and asked, "Mom, why? Just go?" Her mother coldly uttered these 3 words. Like daggers, they pierced Bai's heart. Although she had contemplated the possibility of such a scenario, when it truly unfolded before her, she found herself unable to bear the anguish and despair of feeling abandoned.